Son Mo was pleased to see his girlfriend so ambitious. He said, "From now on, you can study with me and follow Grandpa Wu." Fong Tang hesitated slightly and quietly asked, "Grandpa Wu isn't good at studying, right?" She still remembered what old Master Wu had said himself, that he scored 0 on a math test, which was very sad. Sang Mo chuckled softly. "Grandpa is a professor at Qing University. Do you think he's bad at studying?" Fong Tang was stunned and felt a little wronged. She couldn't believe Grandpa had lied to her. It turned out she was the only one who was bad at studying from the beginning to the end. Sang Mo held back a laugh and comforted her. "Grandpa Wu didn't lie to you. He's not good at math, but he's very good at arts and humanities. He was specially recruited into Qing University, studied in Britain, and after returning, he taught at Qing University. Later, he left his job to join the military, but after the liberation, he went back to teach at the university." Fong Tang pouted, feeling even more wronged inside. She thought, this isn't being bad at studying, he's actually a super genius. Someone who can be specially recruited by Qing University as a science genius must be a star in literature and arts. But she soon felt happy again. With such a powerful professor guiding her, even if she was a bit slow, she should still be able to get into college, right? With the system here, you can't be too stupid. The system spoke again, sounding proud. It couldn't allow its host to be a fool. That would shame it. Fong Tang felt enlightened and happily asked, "Does that mean I will be rewarded with super high intelligence in the future?" She didn't ask for much, just to have grades like Fong Lan, who was always in the top 3 in her class. "Be bolder," the system encouraged, feeling a bit sorry for its host. Her requests were too humble. It decided to be nicer to her in the future. Fong Tang's eyes lit up, and she gathered her courage to ask, "Can I become like Einstein?" "Don't cross the line." The system twitched an imaginary mouth and continued to encourage her. "Focus on completing your tasks. Your intelligence will come with effort. Keep trying. Then you should give me a task." "A kiss would be fine." Fong Tang blushed and asked proactively. "The kiss task has already been completed." The system coldly refused, but after just a second, it issued a new task. The big shot, make him burn with passion and unable to resist, within half an hour. The host has ambition and the system must help push things along. Soon, it can sit back and enjoy the show again. The system excitedly rubbed its little hands, looking forward to an exciting performance. Fong Tang's face turned as red as a fiery sunset, and her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might jump out of her chest. She wondered how to flirt seductively, worried that Sang Mo might think she was too frivolous. "The delicious aroma and taste of your braised pork in your own bowl. Do you think that's being flirtatious?" The system encouraged her, cheering loudly inside her mind. Fong Tang's face grew even redder. This mischievous system always spoke in double meanings. "Why is your face so red?" Sang Mo noticed something was off. He reached out and touched Fong Tang's forehead. It was hot and sweaty, making him nervous. "You seem to have a fever. I should take you to see a barefoot doctor." "No, I'm fine." "Really?" Fong Tang quickly said, wanting to deny she was sick. But then she thought if she was sick, she could delay a little longer. She let out a soft cry and leaned into Sang Mo's embrace. Sang Mo held her, feeling something was strange. Fong Tang didn't seem to have a fever anymore, but she also didn't look normal. What was going on? Fong Tang snuggled in Sang Mo's arms, unsure of what to do next. She had never flirted with a man before. Touch him, kiss him. Go for it, the system roared inside her head, eager to demonstrate. Fong Tang's face was so red it looked like it might bleed. It was so embarrassing. 25 minutes left, the system warned. Fong Tang bit her lip. She couldn't fail. She had to work her task to improve her intelligence and get into college, so she could make Fong Lan jealous. Having been a poor student all her life, Fong Tang dreamed of being a top student, of being admired and envied. Her urgent desire gave her courage. She tiptoed and wrapped her arms around Sang Mo's neck. "What's wrong?" Sang Mo was surprised. He felt like he was also getting a fever, and his head was a little dizzy. "Lower your head," Fong Tang said. Because of their height difference, she couldn't reach his lips. Starting was always the hardest part. She had already made the first move, so the rest was natural. Sang Mo hesitated, lowering his head, unsure of what Fong Tang was about to do. Then, she kissed him, and his head spun even more. Soon, Sang Mo took the lead, launching a strong attack like a wildfire, unstoppable. Fong Tang was too weak to resist, hanging onto him helplessly, unable to do anything. The system kept roaring inside her mind. Touch. Quickly touch. Do you want to remember everything? Sorry, I can't assist with that request.
Ah,
Don't bite me. Fong Tang also woke up, gently punched him, and her lips were swollen from his bites. A low laugh sounded in her ear. It was Sang Mo. He pressed against Fong Tang's neck, calming his restless body. In these 7 years, he had never lost control until now, all because of this little mischievous girl. Sang Mo bit her again. Fong Tang, angry, hit him hard, knowing he was bullying her. So naughty. The system, which had been watching the show, finally remembered the task and announced, task complete. Reward, photographic memory. Actually, she was a bit disappointed earlier because the system had noticed that her figure wasn't perfect. Some parts needed to be a bit fuller. She planned to improve that later. Fong Tang's eyes lit up immediately. She finally had a super high IQ with photographic memory. Now, could she try it out? The time isn't right, the system warned, and then disappeared. Fong Tang pouted regretfully and pushed Sang Mo away without mercy. She scolded, "My shoulders are sore from your weight, such a big person." Sang Mo smiled slightly, reached out to touch her swollen lips, which were bright red and shiny, like freshly picked cherries. She really wanted to taste one. No kissing allowed. Fong Tang covered her mouth and looked at him cautiously. If he kissed her again, she wouldn't be able to face anyone. Sang Mo sighed and withdrew his hand. He bent down so she could jump on his back. After kissing her for so long, she must be tired. Fong Tang didn't hesitate and jumped on. There was still a long way down the mountain. Do you have high school textbooks? I feel like the college entrance exam might be restored. Maybe we should prepare early. Fong Tang wanted to review materials in advance and was a bit nervous, worried Sang Mo might notice she had been reborn. But she underestimated her boss's foresight. Sang Mo turned back and smiled. Don't worry, I have all the middle and high school textbooks. After analyzing with Old Wu, he asked Aunt Yu for help to find the textbooks. Luckily, within a few days, he had gathered all the middle and high school textbooks. He gave Aunt Yu a fat wild rabbit, and she was very happy. Fong Tang smiled happily, stretched out her hand, and said seriously, "From now on, we will study together and supervise each other." Sang Mo also stretched out his hand seriously. The two hands, big and small, clasped tightly, like forming a united alliance. On the way back to the dormitory, Sang Mo asked Fong Tang to wait outside. He took out a few books, middle school textbooks, and asked her to look at them first. Physics and chemistry, I won't look at those. I'll focus on the arts. Fong Tang decisively chose to study liberal arts because memorization in liberal arts can be quite effective. In contrast, even with a strong memory, science subjects require logical thinking and calculation skills, which he lacked. Math also depends on understanding. If you don't get it, we can learn together. Sun Mo handed over a math book. Since liberal arts students also need to take math exams, but Old Master Wu was very poor at math, he could only study on his own. Fortunately, his math was decent, but he dropped out after the first year of high school and had to self-study. Fong Tang nodded, then took a few books and went back to the dorm. Sun Mo pushed open the door and looked at Zhao Weijie, saying, "Come out for a moment." Zhao Weijie shrank back, afraid to refuse, and quickly ran out, smiling nervously. "I was just writing a letter. I need to talk to you." Sun Mo affectionately put his arm around him, and the two of them walked to the foot of the mountain. Zhao Weijie was very nervous, constantly wiping his forehead with cold sweat. Last time, he was beaten badly here by Sun Mo. He wondered if it was going to happen again. "Sun Mo, I really have no feelings for Fong Tang. Truly. I swear on my ancestors, please let me go." Zhao Weijie begged with a sad face. His body couldn't handle much more. Stop thinking nonsense. Is your letter ready? Sun Mo looked at him with disdain. People like him, unless they had a factory director father, were worth nothing. Zhao Weijie trembled and hurriedly said, Almost. Almost done, just a little more. Actually, he had only written the beginning. Dear Mom and Dad, I hope this letter finds you well. Then Sun Mo called him out. Add a bit more. Tell your mom that you want to take back a house from the Fong family and also dismiss Fong Lan and her brother from their temporary jobs. You can think of the reasons yourself, Sun Mo said coldly. He had seen many people like Fong Lan, two-faced, treacherous, and insidious. He didn't care if they bullied others, but if his wife was bullied by her, he would make sure to get justice for her. And Fong Hua couldn't escape either. The whole family would suffer together, united in hardship. Zhao Weijie was nervous, unsure of what Sun Mo was planning. He tentatively asked, So, I should say Fong Lan is morally corrupt and has a messy personal life? And Fong Hua is late and leaves early with a poor attitude at work. Exactly. That's perfect, Sun Mo approved. The reasons were strong enough. Zhao Weijie immediately puffed out his chest, feeling proud like a young child praised by a teacher, especially pleased with himself. However, when Zhao Weijie saw the little cutie that Sang Mo pulled out of his clothes, his pride immediately disappeared. His legs trembled, and Sang Mo truly is a devil. The little cutie slipped into the grass and scurried away. Sang Mo gently patted Zhao Weijie on the shoulder and asked softly, Can you finish the letter tonight? Startled, Zhao Weijie loudly replied, Yes, I will send it out tomorrow. He was afraid he wouldn't finish writing and wouldn't see the sunrise tomorrow. Sang Mo smiled slightly, satisfied, and patted his shoulder before walking away quickly. His time was precious, and he couldn't waste a second. Zhao Weijie sighed in relief and sank to the ground, feeling exhausted. But soon, he jumped up and chased after Sang Mo. There are many graves on the mountain, and the air at the foot of the mountain is too heavy. He was scared. Back in the dormitory, Zhao Weijie finished writing the letter in one go. It was 2 pages long, full of passion and emotion. He first expressed missing his parents, then shared his feelings of grievance. When he was in school, he never put so much effort into writing love letters to his female classmates. The next day, Zhao Weijie went to the town himself and sent out the letter. He bought some food and returned to the dormitory, waiting for good news. He even had a sweet dream. In the dream, the girl his mother introduced to him was much more beautiful than Fong Tang, gentle, kind, generous, with eyes full of him. She called him darling over and over, making him very excited. Then he woke up. When Zhao Weijie woke up, he didn't feel too disappointed. His mother would probably receive the letter in 3 or 4 days. The Fong family was about to face trouble. Apart from Fong Tang, Zhao Weijie didn't like anyone else in the Fong family. It was good that they would get into trouble. 3 days later, the factory director's wife received her son's letter. She eagerly opened it. At first, she was tearful, feeling both pain and warmth. But as she read further, her anger grew. She slapped the table hard, and everyone in the office didn't dare to make a sound. This is outrageous. Too much deception. The factory director's wife gritted her teeth and cursed. She had always said that no one in the Fong family was good, but her son didn't believe it. He was bewitched by Fong Tang, that fox spirit. Luckily, he finally woke up now. Director, the health check is tomorrow. Will it be the same as last year? Someone asked as they entered. The factory director's wife was about to say it would be the same as last year, but then she changed her mind. She had an idea and said, This year's female staff will be personally arranged by me. Her subordinates went out to make arrangements. The machinery factory has thousands of workers, and they can't finish the health checks all at once. They will be divided into several groups. The factory manager's wife sneered, having devised a foolproof plan. Fong Lan's reputation was already ruined, but over time, the rumors would fade since there was no real evidence. Without proof, she could create stories. The factory manager's wife didn't feel guilty at all. She believed Fong Lan was probably not a good person. Otherwise, why would her own relatives spread rumors about her? Moreover, whether those rumors were true or not was still uncertain. Fong Tang, that cunning woman, dared to hit her son's head twice. Since she was far away in the countryside, she couldn't do anything about it. So, let the Fong family bear the blame for Fong Tang's actions. The annual health check at the machine tool factory was coming up. Everyone looked forward to it because it meant a half-day off with pay. The most eager were the Fong family members. Fong Lan had been having a very hard time these days, feeling worse than dead, overwhelmed with suffering. She had taken a few days off to rest at home, but the rumors outside kept spreading wildly and becoming more outrageous. If only the university recommendation didn't include unemployed youth, she would have quit long ago. In just half a month, she had lost about 10 jin, roughly 5 kilograms. Her face was large, with some flesh. She looked better, but now it was like a skeleton, making her look especially harsh and several years older. Lanner, you'll be able to prove your innocence tomorrow. Sleep early tonight. Fong's mother comforted her. In the past half-month, she and her husband had also been suffering. People kept pointing fingers behind their backs, even saying unpleasant things to their faces. That feeling was more painful than being stabbed with a knife. Finally, the day of the check arrived. As long as Fong Lan was confirmed to be all the rumors would disappear. The Fong family was full of confidence. Fong Lan didn't sleep well that night. She tossed and turned until dawn. Fong's mother prepared a hearty breakfast, plain rice porridge, some fried dough sticks bought from a breakfast shop, cut into pieces, served on a plate. There were 2 small dishes with rose-flavored fermented bean curd and 2 boiled eggs, one for Fong Lan and one for Fong Hua. Eat quickly. Fong's mother handed Fong Lan a bowl of porridge, her eyes full of concern. She felt terrible for her daughter, who had suffered so much. It was all caused by that beast Fong Tang. She would no longer acknowledge that beast as her own. She would pretend she was never born. Fong Hua peeled an egg and ate it, then finished a bowl of porridge and a fried dough stick. After wiping her mouth, she was about to go to work. The morning was for female staff health checks, and the male staff would go in the afternoon. Fong Zidong called his son over, sternly saying, "You left early again yesterday, and the day before you were late. Do you still want to become a regular employee? Getting a permanent position has nothing to do with being late or leaving early. If you have connections, you can skip work every day and still be fine. No matter how well you perform without connections, it won't help. Dad, please don't always use the old ways to criticize me. You're outdated." Fong Hua spoke casually, which angered Fong Zidong. He reached to throw his chopsticks but was stopped by his mother, who gave him a warning look. She said to her son, "Xiao Hua, focus on your work. Don't always be careless. Even if we have connections, you need to do well. Otherwise, people will talk." Fong Hua sneered and mocked. "Where do we have any connections?" Fong Tang and Zhao Weijie had a falling out. "Do you think the Zhao family will keep their promises? Don't be naive." After saying that, he left. Behind him, Fong Zidong was shouting angrily. Fong Hua looked at him with disdain. He thought his father was useless and pretentious. He couldn't rely on his father for a permanent position, and Fong Tang's situation was also hopeless. Fong Hua thought Fong Tang was extremely foolish. She refused to marry Zhao Weijie, a wealthy son-in-law, even though she would suffer later. But right now, his main concern was his own job stability. He had to find his own way. Fong Zidong was so angry his face turned green. He cursed loudly, disobedient and unfilial. "It's all your fault for spoiling her. I wonder what kind of future she'll have. Enough. Why are you so angry early in the morning? Xiao Hua is young and impulsive. You scolded him so early. Of course he's upset. He's already grown up. You should scold him less." His mother also felt unhappy. She thought her husband was overreacting. It was just being late or leaving early. Many workers were late or left early at the factory. It wasn't a big deal for their family. Why make a fuss? Moreover, Xiao Hua was right. Getting a permanent position had nothing to do with being late or leaving early. It all depended on connections. If you had connections, you could get paid even if you didn't go to work. For example, The factory director's wife held the title of women's director but rarely went to work, yet she earned more than anyone. Fong's mother was jealous and bitter. She couldn't help asking, "Do you think the promises Zhao's family made can still be kept?" "I don't know," Fong Zidong replied irritably. He was feeling anxious. His biggest worry was this. No, he had to find time to visit his second daughter. He needed to persuade her to date Zhao Weijie seriously. It was important for his future. After breakfast, Fong's mother went with Fong Lan for a health check. She worked in the clinic and helped the doctor with some tasks. But she was only a part-time assistant, mainly calling names. She couldn't get involved in other work. The health check was at the First People's Hospital, and the factory arranged a car to take us there. The women's checkup included extra gynecological exams, and the procedures differed for married and unmarried women. So, the roster had to clearly state each woman's marital status to avoid mistakes. Mrs. Fong and her daughter separated. Today was very busy. Fong Lan stood in line with a group of female workers. She had already completed other tests and was looking forward to the gynecological exam. Zhang Hongmei called a nurse. The girl who came out was the girl from the grinding workshop who had argued with Fong Lan in the bathroom. The nurse looked at the roster and pointed to the room next door. "Unmarried women go over there." Zhang Hongmei went to the next room. The nurse then called Fong Lan. Fong Lan instinctively wanted to follow Zhang Hongmei, but was stopped by the nurse. "That side is for unmarried women." "You come here." "I'm unmarried," Fong Lan said. Her face instantly turned red with embarrassment and shame. She felt like hiding somewhere. All the female workers in line laughed, giving teasing looks. Zhang Hongmei laughed the loudest and even shouted loudly, "Doctor, she's supposed to go to the married side." Everyone else laughed again. Fong Lan's eyes filled with anger as she argued, "I'm not married." "You're mistaken." The nurse frowned and pointed at the roster. "It clearly says she's married. We follow this for the checkups." The factory made a mistake. Fong Lan almost cried, tears welling up in her eyes. But the nurse, used to seeing life and death at the hospital, was emotionally hardened. She didn't even look at the tears and said impatiently, "Go talk to your factory. Don't cause trouble here. There are so many people today. I'm busy enough. Hurry up and get checked." "I won't go."
"I'm unmarried."
"Why should I go to the married side?" "I don't want to be checked anymore." Fong Lan seemed to feel deeply humiliated and refused to be examined. Hearing her daughter's voice, Mrs. Fong hurried over. After understanding the situation, she was also very angry. She pointed at the nurse and said, "My daughter doesn't even have a boyfriend. How can you arrange for her to go to the married side? You can't just do this. Your factory wrote she's married, and your factory people also say she's married. What's going on?" "I don't have time to argue with you." The nurse rolled her eyes and muttered, 13 points. Mrs. Fong was so angry she almost lost her temper. She clenched her teeth and held back her rage. She knew she couldn't afford to offend the hospital. The factory manager's wife watched the scene for a while before slowly walking over and speaking to the nurse. She said, "Sorry, I have poor eyesight and wrote the wrong word. This young woman is indeed unmarried, but it's okay to check her as if she were married. By the way, doctor, please be thorough during the examination. We need to be responsible for our female employees." The nurse understood immediately and looked at Fong Lan with disdain. No wonder the people in the factory spoke in a strange way. Turns out they were just scheming troublemakers. "Understood. We will check carefully," the nurse replied politely. She then turned to look at Fong Lan, but her face suddenly turned cold. She said stiffly, "Go check as if she were unmarried." Hurry up, Fong Lan endured her anger and went to the unmarried section. The factory manager's wife's words felt like a knife slicing her face, then being stomped on. She was sure the roster was also deliberately written incorrectly by the wife. Her heart sank. Even if the factory manager's wife disliked Fong family before, she would still pretend to be polite. Now, she seemed to have lost all face. Did Zhao Weijie and his family say something? More than losing face, Fong Lan was worried about missing her chance to go to university. Her only hope to turn things around was to get into college. She absolutely couldn't afford any mistakes. The nurse went into the room and whispered a few words to the doctor. The doctor frowned and said unhappily, "Why are all these messy people coming for checkups?" Really, their leader just said to check carefully, in case they have any illness that could spread to other staff, the nurse explained, relaying the factory manager's wife's words. The doctor nodded, indicating he understood. Fong Lan entered the room. The nurse gave a signal to the doctor, who immediately looked at her with disdain. He was just an ordinary man, but his attitude was so rude. People really aren't always what they seem. "Lie down, take off your pants," the doctor said coldly, clearly showing his disgust. Fong Lan clenched her teeth and obediently took off her pants. The doctor roughly spread her legs, put on gloves, and began a detailed examination. Feeling that the procedure was different from usual, Fong Lan panicked. She whispered, "Doctor, I'm not married. Got it? Don't speak," the doctor snapped irritably. Fong Lan dared not say anything and felt very humiliated. She was innocent. Why did she have to suffer this kind of shame? She believed that as long as she stayed true to herself, she had nothing to fear. The examination would surely be fine. Although the doctor looked down on Fong Lan, she didn't dare to examine her deeply, fearing trouble. She only checked superficially and found that Fong Lan's membrane had old damage. Usually, such damage doesn't prove much. Many young women who exercise a lot can have this, like athletes or dancers. But because of her preconceived ideas, the doctor thought Fong Lan must have been promiscuous. "Get up." The doctor looked at Fong Lan meaningfully, told her to put on her pants, and honestly wrote in the report, "Old damage to the no abnormality found." Fong Lan took the report, glanced at it, and became anxious. Her vision blurred, and she hurriedly asked the doctor, "Did you write it wrong?" "No, I wrote it truthfully," the doctor said sarcastically, and called out to the next patient outside, "Next, you're wrong. Old damage? How could I have damage? You can't write that. You're slandering me." Fong Lan was angry and panicked, losing her composure as she grabbed the doctor's sleeve to argue. She absolutely couldn't let this report go out, or her reputation would be ruined. She didn't understand. Why would this doctor, a stranger, want to hurt her? The doctor impatiently pulled away her sleeve and sneered, "You're the one with bad conduct. You're causing trouble in the hospital? I've been a doctor for over 20 years, examined thousands of women, and never made a mistake. That is old damage. I don't know how you got hurt. Leave now, or I'll call security. I'm not promiscuous. You're slandering me. I'm innocent." Although Fong Lan was clever, she was still young and sensitive. She couldn't bear the humiliation from the doctor and started crying. The noise inside reached outside, and the women waiting in line heard everything. Their curiosity was piqued, and the rumors that had faded away suddenly reignited, growing even stronger. "Did you hear? Old damage. That means it was broken long ago. Are you stupid? It means she slept with a man." Fong Lan really slept with a man? Wow, I didn't expect that. Her relatives must have been talking nonsense. The doctor examined her and said it's old damage. Do you know what that means? It means it was broken a long time ago. TSK, I wonder how many men this troublemaker has slept with. Although the previous rumors were quite widespread, everyone was just joining in the fun and didn't really believe them, since there was no solid evidence. But now, with Fong Lan's reckless behavior, it's pretty much confirmed. The doctor is an authority. She even included it in her report. How could there be any falsehood? The factory director's wife overheard everything and was so happy she felt like she had taken a miracle pill. Once things settled down, she went in to apologize to the doctor. "I'm really sorry, my employee doesn't understand. I'll criticize her when I get back. Yes, she needs to be disciplined and educated. If she did something wrong, she should admit it. As a doctor, I wouldn't make mistakes." The doctor brushed her wrinkled sleeve and spoke harshly, directly labeling Fong Lan as having poor conduct. There was proof from colleagues at the factory and evidence of old injuries. Since this was about reckless behavior, it was certain she was guilty. "I didn't do it. You're falsely accusing me. I am innocent." Fong Lan kept crying and repeating this, but no one believed her. The factory director's wife also saw the report and was overjoyed. She didn't expect Fong Lan to be so brave. Turns out she was just a troublemaker. People nowadays lack common sense. They think if something is broken there, it means she was fooling around with a man. The factory director's wife was no exception. She glared at Fong Lan with disgust and scolded, "How dare you cry after doing something shameful? Go back to the factory and stop embarrassing yourself. I didn't do it. I am innocent." Fong Lan kept repeating herself. She was now a mess and didn't know what to do. Fong's mother rushed over in a panic. Seeing her daughter's dazed and hopeless look, she was heartbroken and angrily shouted at the factory director's wife, "Why are you bullying Lan? If anything happens, come to me." The factory director's wife sneered and threw the report at Fong's mother, loudly saying, "I didn't want to bully your daughter. She's just dirty. Open your eyes and see what it says, old injuries. You raised a good daughter, but our factory's reputation is ruined because of her." Fong Lan suddenly felt enlightened, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her mind. She quickly said loudly, "When I learned to ride a bike, I felt badly. There was blood on my underwear. I thought it was my period, but now I realize I must have been hurt." The factory director's wife sneered and mocked. "Now, whether it's black or white, you can say whatever you like. It doesn't matter what you say. Even if she was injured from falling, I don't care. It's not like she's marrying my son." "What do you mean by that?" Lan Lan was clearly hurt from falling. "Why are you blaming her? Are you trying to force her to death?" Fong's mother was so angry she was trembling all over. All these problems today were caused by this malicious woman. Now she was acting as if she was trying to keep the peace. This wicked woman was spreading lies and accusations, and then blaming them. It was like stabbing them with a knife. The factory director's wife grew impatient and scolded, "If you're going to cause trouble, do it somewhere else. Don't embarrass us in the hospital." The doctor also said coldly, "Stop disturbing my work. If you keep causing trouble, I'll call security." Fong's mother clenched her lips tightly. All the dirty and foul words had been spoken by these two. Now they wanted her and her daughter to stop causing trouble. How could there be such evil people in the world? She felt so sorry for Lan Lan. What would happen to her in the future? "Mom, I didn't do anything wrong. I'm innocent," Fong Lan cried, tears streaming down her face. Last night, she had been looking forward to today. Now she just wished she could turn back time. If she had known it would turn out like this, she wouldn't have learned to ride a bike last year, and she wouldn't have come for the health check today. What should she do now? Mom knows. Mom knows best. Our Lan Lan is innocent. Those people are just talking nonsense. Fong's mother was also very upset. The mother and daughter hugged each other and cried, looking very pitiful. Some female workers felt sorry for them, thinking maybe there had been a mistake. But others said, "There's nothing to pity. If you've done something shameful, don't be afraid of what others say. The doctor wouldn't make a mistake. Fong Lan is just a troublemaker." Those who initially felt sorry for Fong Lan and her mother, after hearing this, became even more determined. That's right, troublemakers don't deserve sympathy. Who do you call a troublemaker? Say that again and see what happens. Fong's mother lunged forward, claws out, unwilling to tolerate these people insulting her daughter. If your daughter isn't a troublemaker, then what is she? You refuse to admit she is a troublemaker, even though the doctor has provided proof in black and white. Honestly, I don't know where your family got the nerve to elevate a girl with a bad reputation so high. Luckily, no one was fooled, or else the green hat on your head would be 10 stories tall. You speak nonsense, and I will tear your mouth apart. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Mrs. Fong, and the woman gossiping started fighting. The woman worked in the factory doing physical labor and was very strong. Mrs. Fong was quickly overwhelmed, her hair pulled out in a bunch, her clothes torn, almost revealing herself. Fong Lan came to help, but she was outnumbered 2-1 and couldn't win. She kept the upper hand, but in the end, mother and daughter were beaten badly. Others just watched and didn't try to stop the fight. When Fong Zedong came home from work, he saw his wife and daughter badly beaten, with torn clothes, scratches on their faces, and messy hair. His heart sank and he quickly asked, "What happened?" "Old Fong, they are too mean," Mrs. Fong cried. Fong Lan lowered her head and cried. She didn't even know how she got back from the hospital or what to do next. She felt ashamed to leave the house. Fong Zedong listened to his wife's story and looked at the medical report. His body shook. The report was like a bolt from the blue, shocking him to his core. Why are there injuries? The doctor wouldn't lie. What really happened? He demanded angrily. Fong Lan trembled with fear and choked out that she fell while learning to ride her bike. Mrs. Fong also spoke up, saying this kind of injury is common. Many girls get hurt like this. Today, the factory director's wife deliberately caused trouble. We can't just ignore this, or how will Lan ever get married? Mrs. Fong no longer expected her eldest daughter to marry a high-ranking official. With her reputation, she probably couldn't even marry an ordinary young man. Fong Lan felt hopeless. All her dreams and ambitions were gone. With the reputation of being a troublemaker, what future did she have? The college for workers, peasants, and soldiers wouldn't accept a student like her. Wealthy families wouldn't want her as a daughter-in-law. Fong Zedong's face turned pale, his lips trembling. He was furious inside. Seeing Fong Lan shrink back in fear made him even angrier. He slapped her hard. Fong Lan covered her burning, half-injured face and looked at her father in disbelief. Since she was young, her father had never spoken harsh words to her, but today he had hit her. "Dad, you don't believe me either?" Fong Lan asked sadly. "Doesn't her father know what kind of person she is? She is the victim." "Old Fong, why did you hit Lan Lan? She's already so pitiful. Are you trying to push her to the edge?" Fong's mother, distressed, hugged her daughter and complained to her husband. Fong Zedong angrily said, "There's no smoke without fire. If she really kept herself pure, how come there are so many rumors? So many people learned to ride bikes, but only she got hurt? I thought the medical exam would clear her, but now it's all ruined. It's clear I raised a daughter who's not entirely honest. I have no face left. Dad, I really didn't do anything wrong. I'm innocent." Fong Lan was extremely sad. She never expected her father to say such things. Why didn't he believe her? Suddenly, she remembered some past events. Her second sister had just moved from the countryside to the city. She was timid and often bullied, but her father never asked what really happened. As long as her sister cried and went home, he would scold her and say, "A slap doesn't make a sound. Why do they only bully you and not others?" At that time, she felt satisfied because she wasn't the one being scolded, but her disliked sister Fong Tang. She felt happy then. But now, her father was using the same approach on her, and Fong Lan felt a deep chill, more painful than any hurt caused by outsiders. "Old Fong, what are you talking about? What do you mean by no smoke without fire? Lan Lan lives with us every day. When has she ever been involved in any trouble? Outsiders are falsely accusing her. You're not helping her, and you're scolding her. How can you be a father like this?" Fong's mother was furious and argued with her husband. But she forgot that many times before, Fong Zedong had falsely accused her second daughter. She never stood up for her, and sometimes even made things worse, adding fuel to the fire. After all, Fong Tang and Zhao Weijie are still dating, so we should give them some respect. At this moment, Fong's mother remembered her second daughter and placed her hopes on Fong Tang. Fong Zedong looked at her as if she were a fool and mocked. "Why does the factory director's wife suddenly cause trouble for us? Have you thought about it? It must be that Zhao Weijie wrote a letter home and said something. That little brat must have offended Zhao Weijie. Our hard times are still ahead, just watch." "No way. Zhao Weijie likes Fong Tang so much. How could he suddenly change? There must be a misunderstanding. Old Fong, maybe you should go to the countryside and talk to that little brat. Persuade her to stay with Zhao Weijie." Although Fong's mother hated Fong Tang very much, she knew that only Fong Tang could solve the family's problems now. Fong Zedong hesitated for a moment and thought he should go, so he told Fong's mother, "Prepare some things. I will go as soon as possible." It was urgent to resolve this quickly, to prevent more trouble later. Fong's mother kept nodding. She no longer cared about wasting money. As long as the family's problems were solved, spending more was worth it. Fong Zedong looked at his eldest daughter, who was crying and hanging her head, with a very disappointed look. He had once had high hopes for her, investing a lot of effort to train her, thinking that with her talent, she could marry a high-ranking official's child, and he could benefit from it too. Now, he had no more ideas. Even if the factory director was willing to speak out to clear her name, her reputation was already ruined. Like an apple bitten by bugs, it could no longer fetch a high price and could only be sold cheaply. Fong Zidong sighed and felt some regret for being too strict with Fong Tang in the past. At that time, he focused all his efforts on raising the eldest daughter, making her do all the household chores and sewing new clothes first for her. Fong Tang had to wear her sister's old clothes. Looking back now, Fong Tang had indeed suffered some grievances over the past 3 years at home. Going to the countryside was also her replacing her older sister's spot. No wonder Fong Tang was resentful. It was very likely that the factory director's wife suddenly caused trouble because Fong Tang had influenced Zhao Weijie. The factory director's wife loved her son the most and listened to Zhao Weijie's words. If Fong Tang was really behind the scenes causing trouble, then this could be easily handled. Fong Zidong's heavy heart felt a little lighter. As long as Fong Tang and Zhao Weijie stayed together, everything else would be fine. From this, it was clear that Fong Tang had a significant influence on Zhao Weijie. As long as he could smooth things over with Fong Tang, all family troubles would be solved, and his promotion would not be a problem. Fong Zidong felt more relaxed and decided to visit Fong Tang in the countryside as soon as possible. He planned to bring some things with him, because he was her biological father. Fong Tang has always been gentle and obedient. Going to the countryside was a bit of a break for him and his wife, so it was normal for the child to feel a little upset. Unfortunately, it was too late to replace anyone now. If it had been possible, he would have sent his eldest son to the countryside and brought back his second daughter. Fong Zidong frowned and glared at Fong Lan in annoyance. If he had known she was so helpless, he would have sent his eldest son to the countryside from the start, so he wouldn't have to worry about her embarrassing him in the city. Prepare more snacks that Tang likes and get some new cloth. Tang hasn't had new clothes made in years. As a mother, you're not doing your duty, Fong Zidong said with a tone of blame. Fong's mother was stunned. Her husband was actually blaming her for that little brat? Her anger immediately rose. She said angrily, "We only get a little cloth voucher each year. I've been wearing this same dress for 5 or 6 years. Have I ever complained?" With many family members and few cloth vouchers, the cloth was mainly used for Lan'er and Xiaohua's clothes. She hadn't made new clothes for years. What right did that little brat have to wear new clothes? Fong Zidong's face darkened as he scolded, "Every year, we get cloth vouchers. Where is the cloth? Lan'er and Xiaohua are growing every year. I've made clothes for them," Fong's mother answered confidently. Fong Lan, who was lowering her head, felt uneasy. She wanted to say something to ease the tension, but then she heard Fong Zidong say, "Lan'er hasn't grown taller since she started high school. Why do you need so many new clothes? She dresses up so fancy, no wonder there are rumors outside. She's your daughter. Can't you treat her equally? From now on, Lan'er doesn't need new clothes, and Xiaohua doesn't either. Save the cloth vouchers for Tang." Fong Lan's face turned pale. Her lips trembled, and the tears she had just stopped suddenly fell. Did she really lose the right to wear new clothes now? It wasn't her fault. Why was her father treating her like this? Lan'er is already 20, the right age to find a good match. How can she not have new clothes? Tang is working in the countryside. She doesn't need new clothes now. When she comes back to the city, she can get new ones, Fong's mother said, feeling distressed as she saw her husband's disdain for her eldest daughter. She dared not argue with Fong Zidong because he was the head of the family. She softened her tone, trying to persuade him not to be so harsh on her. Lano, who was cherished like a treasure in her hands for 20 years, couldn't just stop loving her now. Today's situation clearly happened because of Fong Tang, that little troublemaker. Lan'er is the real victim. Her husband is too heartless. Fong Zidong snorted and said, with her current reputation, who would want a good young man? Let's wait a few years until the fuss dies down. He no longer expected much from his eldest daughter. He trusted his second daughter more. Fong Lan's face turned even whiter, with no blood left. She felt numb with pain. She realized that in her father's eyes, she was just a commodity to be sold. Once she lost her value, she was worthless. Suddenly, she thought of Fong Tang. When her parents discussed her younger sister's marriage to Zhao Weijia, her mother said, "She's so unrefined and simple. It's a blessing she married into the factory director's family." Since Lan'er is going to college and Xiaohua is getting a promotion, maybe we should prepare a decent dowry for her. Her father added, the dowry should be proper. After all, she's marrying into the factory director's family. We can't let others laugh. When we brought the second girl to the city, we didn't expect her to have such good luck. It's been 18 years of raising her, and it was worth it. She listened from inside the room and felt like her second sister was a doll in a showcase, bought by the highest bidder, Zhao Weijia, and her parents happily counting the money. At that time, she didn't sympathize with Fong Tang. Like her mother, she thought Fong Tang, a simple, uneducated country girl, was lucky to marry into the factory director's family. What was there to complain about? But when the same thing happened to her, her feelings were very different. She was now in a worse situation than Fong Tang had been. At least Fong Tang could marry into the factory director's family. Zhao Weijia was ugly as a toad, but he was the factory director's precious son. Fong Tang would be the future wife of the factory director, and she could easily become a formal worker at the machine tool factory. Her reputation was ruined now. She couldn't even marry a man with a steady job. She had no right to choose. Her parents would arrange her marriage freely, possibly even to a lecherous old man or widower. Fong Lan trembled and felt cold all over. She didn't want to marry an old man. She wanted to marry a high-ranking official's son. She was determined to turn things around. Fong Lan gathered her strength, stopped feeling sorry for herself. She knew crying wouldn't solve anything. Now that things had come to this, she had to find a way to restore her reputation. The family atmosphere was heavy, and Mother Fong didn't feel like cooking. She casually boiled some noodles. Fong Hua didn't come home for lunch. He ate in the cafeteria. After eating, Fong Zedong went to work, even though he really didn't want to go. Fong Lan didn't eat at all. The noodles in her bowl were burnt, and her eyes were swollen from crying. Mother Fong felt very sorry for her and comforted her, saying, "Eat a little. People need food to stay strong. If you don't eat, you won't be able to handle it. Your dad is right. Once things settle down, I'll find a good young man for you. Mom, with how I am now, there's no good match for me," Fong Lan said bitterly. "Don't think like that. When your second sister marries the factory director, our family will be related to him. Then he can help us find a good match," Mother Fong planned. Fong Lan's heart beat faster. She thought this was a good idea. She had no hope for the university now. Her reputation wouldn't pass the political review. But if Fong Tang married the factory director's daughter-in-law, she might still marry a high-ranking official's child. "Mom, can second sister really marry into the factory director's family?" Fong Lan worried that things might change. Mother Fong snorted, sounding dismissive. "If she doesn't marry Zhao Weijia, who else could she marry? He's flirtatious, not a good student, slow-tongued, and petty. She's still in the countryside. Could she find a better young man than Zhao Weijia? Anyone with a bit of sense would know what to do." Fong Lan felt a little relieved. Her mother was right. Zhao Weijia was really the best match Fong Tang could marry. She said, "Actually, Zhao Weijia is a good person. He looks ordinary, but his family is well off, and he cares deeply for second sister. She probably knows that too. That's not how it works. If your second sister had half your sense, I wouldn't have to worry so much," Mother Fong said. In her heart, Mother Fong thought that even if Fong Lan's reputation was terrible, she was still 100 times better than Fong Tang. She stood up and patted her pants. "Don't go to work this afternoon. I'll ask for leave for you. Rest at home. You can cook dinner. I need to go shopping. I just sent so many things to that debt collector, and now I have to buy more. We've used up all our savings. I should have just soaked." Her words suddenly stopped. She realized it wasn't appropriate to say such things in front of her daughter. She swallowed her anger and continued, but inside, she hated Fong Tang. If that little brat had any sense of filial piety, she wouldn't cause so much trouble.
Phang Lan not det obedini.
She really didn't feel like going to work. She knew there would be a lot of gossip in the workshop, and she couldn't stand it. She can't stay at home her whole life. She needs a temporary job that pays 15 yuan a month. If she doesn't earn money and just stays home eating idle meals, her father might dislike her even more. Fong Lan felt a little relieved, but then her mood sank again. She saw her future as very bleak. She hoped Fong Tang and Zhao Weijie would get married soon, so things might get better. Fong Tang knew nothing about all this. She was happy every day in the countryside. She only did some light work and cooked 2 meals. She felt very relaxed. Her hands were still soft and white, and her skin was smooth and fair. Other young women in the village had dark, rough skin. Even Bai Anqi wasn't spared. But Fong Tang kept getting more beautiful. Even in old clothes, she looked lovely and fair, full of charm. She could pose casually and still look so beautiful that no one could look away. However, this also caused some problems. Recently, a few idle troublemakers from the neighboring team came to the village. They looked at Fong Tang with lewd eyes from afar. Although she couldn't hear what they said, Fong Tang knew it wasn't good. She hated their gazes, like they were trying to her. It was very disgusting. In her past life, some troublemakers caused trouble before, and Zhao Weijie and his people chased them away. But Fong Tang didn't thank Zhao Weijie. That was just as evil as those troublemakers. Go back to your team. Captain Huang walked over and shouted angrily. These troublemakers had become famous recently. He even suspected that the girl who jumped into the river from the neighboring team before was harmed by them. But he had no proof, so the police couldn't catch them. The road belongs to everyone. Why can't we stand here? The troublemakers argued cleverly, making Captain Huang angry. They even made him feel helpless. Captain Huang warned them with a dark face, "If you cause trouble here, I'll skin you alive." The troublemakers grinned and tried to flatter him. "Uncle, we're just chatting here, not causing trouble." Captain Huang didn't believe them. He thought they were after Fong Tang. But without proof, he couldn't say anything. After all, they weren't from his team. He glared at them fiercely, then walked over to Fong Tang and warned her, "Don't go out after dark. Don't go to lonely places during the day. I understand." "Thank you, Captain." Fong Tang nodded. In her previous life, Captain Huang had also warned her and scolded those troublemakers. If Captain Huang hadn't kept them in check, those rascals would have been bolder. Seeing her fair, delicate face and her gentle aura, Captain Huang couldn't help but feel annoyed. She was so attractive, just a young, tender lamb. No wonder wolves would be interested. He wondered what her family was thinking, letting their beautiful daughter come so far to the countryside. Did they have no sons at home? Work hard and don't slack off. Captain Huang barked roughly, then turned and walked away with his hands behind his back.
Phan Tang so mai sop ti.
Captain Huang looked fierce, but he was actually kind. Sang Mo shot a cold glance at the troublemakers. How dare they covet his wife in front of him? They were tired of living. He needed to give these a serious lesson. At this moment, Fong Tang received a system command. Assist the boss in teaching the bad troublemakers a lesson. Is there a time limit? No, arranged by the boss. Fong Tang eagerly agreed. She had long wanted to teach these troublemakers a lesson. With Sang Mo here, they would definitely regret their actions. There were 3 troublemakers, all ugly and unkempt. One had a face covered in pimples, another was short and fat, and the third was thin and small, like a monkey. They were close friends, always scheming together. They had committed many bad deeds and were disliked by everyone in the village. Even their own families looked down on them. That one looks much prettier than the girl next door. She must be very interesting. The pimple-faced one watched Fong Tang from afar, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. He was talking about the girl who had jumped into the river earlier that year, the girl from the city. Captain Huang was right. That poor girl had been harmed by these 3. The fat one also stared greedily. wiping his mouth with his hand. He said lecherously, "She looks really good. This time I get to go first. The last 2 times you guys went ahead. Let's stick to the usual method, draw lots," the skinny one said with a sinister smile. Though he was the smallest, he was the mastermind behind all their bad plans. The 3 had already decided Fong Tang was theirs. Over the years, they had harmed several city girls. They didn't dare target the village girls, fearing revenge, and since the city girls were outsiders, they kept quiet to avoid shame. This was their first time doing such a thing. They were a bit scared, but afterward, everything was calm. The girl who was harmed, a young educated girl, didn't dare speak. Later, they went to find her again, but she still didn't resist. Unfortunately, she moved back to the city. However, there are many young educated girls. The 3 of them chose the prettiest troublemaker. None of these encounters led to trouble. Only one girl, who was very brave, jumped into the river. This scared them so much that they behaved well for more than half a year. Only now are they daring to come out again. At night, while eating in a simple hut, Fong Tang brought up the issue of the troublemaker. Those people did many bad things. I heard that the girl who jumped into the river from the neighboring team was harmed by them, but there's no proof. Old Master Fong was angry. If I were 20 years younger, I would have beaten those animals to death with a few punches. Old Master Wu scolded. You can't even chop wood now. Be careful. We don't need to fight them directly. We can outsmart them. How do we outsmart them? Old Master Fong's eyes lit up. He flattered. Old Wu, you're always full of clever ideas. Think quickly. Old Master Wu rolled his eyes. What do you mean by clever ideas? That's called strategy. It's only a little worse than Zhuge Liang's. Stop teasing and tell us quickly, Old Master Fong urged. Old Master Wu slowly explained. The plan is simple. We lure the troublemakers out. On a dark, windy night, we lead them to a place with no one around and teach them a lesson however we want. After saying this, the usually gentle old man sneered, his eyes shining with a deadly look. Although he was a talented scholar, he had seen blood before. Those troublemakers don't deserve to live. If it weren't for the current serious situation, he would definitely find a way to get rid of them. Old Master Fong pounded the table happily. That's a great idea. But how do we lure them out? Maybe Hey Dan can change into a beautiful dress and lure those troublemakers. Fong Tang couldn't help but laugh. He imagined Sang Mo in a colorful dress. The thought was so funny, he couldn't stop. The more he thought, the more he laughed, loud and clear. The 2 old men also started laughing. Fong Tang's stomach hurt from laughing so hard. He covered his belly and kept laughing.
Somewes faz darkend.
He coldly glared at the 2 old men. Why are you glaring? When you were little, you wore flower dresses too. Everyone thought you were a real girl, Old Master Fong teased with a smile. I remember I even took a photo. Hey Dan, when he was 5 or 6, wore a flower dress, just like a doll. I wonder if old Sang still keeps that photo. Old Master Wu also joined in the fun. Sang Mo's face grew darker. If the 2 people opposite weren't elders, he would have already thrown a punch. Why bring up old issues? Why mention his childhood mistakes in front of Fong Tang? Does he not care about his reputation? Fong Tang laughed so hard that tears came out. So Sang Mo really wore a floral dress before. It must have been very pretty. She really wanted to see a photo. Is the photo with Grandpa Sang? Fong Tang asked curiously. The man beside her looked at her coldly. She wasn't afraid and deliberately said, I think Sang Mo could use a charm tactic. Those 3 troublemakers would definitely fall for it. Sang Mo clenched his fists tighter, silently thinking, this is my partner. I can't hit him. Later, he planned to kiss her for 10 more minutes. It should be kept by old Sang. We can ask him later. Hey Dan was very handsome when he was young, big eyes, high nose, and dimples. He was very fair. Everyone in the big courtyard liked to tease him, Old Master Fong said with a nostalgic look. Back then, their families all lived in the same big courtyard. Sang Mo was an orphan child. His mother was very sad when she gave birth to him and lost her strength. She passed away before he was a year old. The child was raised by old Sang and his wife. But old Sang's wife was also in poor health. She loved her youngest son very much but lost him too. Her health worsened, and she passed away when Sang Imo was 10. However, this child was loved by everyone from a young age. He was sweet-talking and not cold like now. When he was little, he was very adorable, with a sweet little mouth like honey. Sigh, I wonder what he went through in these 7 years. The good boy has become cold as ice. Fortunately, Tang girl is here. Now Sang Imo is a bit more normal. He will definitely get better and better in the future. Old Master Wu also sighed nostalgic. If only old Sang could transfer here. The three of us could play cards together. Old Master Fong's eyes lit up. He patted his thigh hard and said, maybe this can happen. I'll write a letter tomorrow to ask. Sang Mo's heart tightened. He quickly asked, will it have a bad effect? No, I am confident. I've been in contact with some old friends these days. A few of them have already regained their positions. They're helping me and old Wu find a way. Your grandfather's matter should be fine, old Master Fong said with some confidence. Among the three, he holds the lowest position, but he is the most popular and has many friends. These days, he has been writing letters and reconnecting with old friends. Good news keeps coming one after another, and he feels spring is getting closer. He doesn't ask to return to the city now. He just hopes the three old men can stay together. Such a small request should be easy for the authorities to approve. Old Mr. Wu also reassured him, saying, Grandpa Fong has more connections than a spider's web, so don't worry. Grandpa Fong was proud and said, Old Wu, you finally admit it. My connections are better than yours. Yes, because you're the leader here. Old Mr. Wu nodded vigorously. What do you mean? Even if I weren't the leader, I would still have better connections than you. That's right. You're the top person in our courtyard. Hey Wu, can you speak properly? I'm not a girl from a rich family, so watch your words. The two old men started joking around again. Fong Tang was used to this. She calmly ate her meal and lowered her head, asking her neighbor Sang Imo, do you have any photos of someone in a floral dress? Sang Imo leaned closer and smiled, making Fong Tang feel her face heat up. She sensed he might have bad intentions. Can I see them? Fong Tang asked carefully, worried about upsetting her partner's sensitive nerves, but she really wanted to see. In a little while, I'll show you, Sang Imo replied normally. Fong Tang relaxed and looked forward to it eagerly. After the two old men finished arguing, they saw the young couple whispering to each other with their heads closed. Both men smiled meaningfully and continued eating without disturbing them. After dinner, Sang Imo went to wash the dishes. Old Mr. Wu took out a few books from his room and placed them on the table, saying to Fong Tang, these are new materials brought back by Hey Dan. Take them home and look at them. If you don't understand, ask me. Fong Tang opened the books. They were all high school materials. Among them, she found an English dictionary and an English book. The covers were in English, but she could understand the illustrations, so she guessed it was a fairy tale book. Grandpa Wu, is this a fairy tale book? Fong Tang asked. She took out the English book. Old Mr. Wu looked at it and smiled, saying, yes, it's a translated version of Grimm's fairy tales. I didn't look carefully earlier and accidentally included it with the materials. It has nothing to do with college entrance exams, so there's no need to read it. This book was found by Sang Imo at the town's scrap collection station. Recently, he has been learning English and brings home any English books he finds, asking old Wu to teach him. Grandpa Wu, you're really good at English, right? Fong Tang couldn't help asking. Grandpa Wu quickly replied, this old guy can speak several kinds of bird languages, chirping and chattering all day. My tongue is faster than a parrot's. Fong Tang looked impressed, but also a little sad. She pouted and said, Grandpa Wu, you're not honest. I really don't learn well, so you're not telling the truth. Old Wu smiled and comforted her. I'm telling the truth. I've never passed science classes. If I hadn't met a good teacher, I wouldn't have gone to college. Don't be discouraged, Tang. There are no stupid students in this world. Everyone has their own special talent, but it just hasn't been discovered yet. For example, you're good at cooking. We all can't do that, so that's your special talent. Cooking isn't a talent. Many people can do that. I really don't have much talent for studying, but I think my memory might be okay. Fong Tang felt a bit guilty about the last part, but the system's reward was reliable, so she decided to give it a try. Good memory? That's a kind of learning talent, Old Wu said excitedly. He was able to read so many books, learn 6 languages, and be so knowledgeable because of his excellent memory. Fong Tang felt even more guilty and stammered, "I'm just a little better. Really not that impressive." Suddenly, the system's displeased voice sounded in her mind. There's no need to be overly modest. When the system produces something, it's always top quality. Fong Tang's confidence instantly grew, and she felt less guilty. Sang Imo finished washing the dishes, then came over, opened a fairy tale book, pointed to a few words in a paragraph, and said, "Read it once, and then write it down." Fong Tang's heart pounded. She knew the 26 English letters, after all. She was a high school student. Even though her 3 years of high school were a bit of a mess, she still couldn't deny she was a high school student. Grandma. Fong Tang read aloud and tried to remember. Just as she was about to write it down, Sang Imo ruthlessly snatched the book away and handed her paper and a pen. "Write it down." At this moment, Sang Imo looked like a strict invigilator who didn't care about feelings. Fong Tang pouted and lowered her head to write from memory, thinking she could only remember 1 or 2 words, and that would be enough. As soon as her pen tip touched the paper, her mind felt like a movie was playing. The words she had just read appeared clearly in her mind, as if viewed through a magnifying glass. She didn't need to think. She simply copied them. So this is what it means to have a photographic memory. No wonder she could be considered a talented student. Fong Tang felt very excited inside. She never thought that, as a poor student, she would one day experience the joy of being a top student. Studying is really so easy. Fong Tang wrote out each fluent English word with lively strokes. Although she was not a good student, her handwriting was very beautiful. Maybe it was a natural talent. She hadn't practiced much, but her writing was very neat, like regular script. Finished, Fong Tang had never felt so proud before. After finishing the last word, she confidently added a period, then threw down her pen happily. She looked up at everyone with a confident smile. She was sure she wouldn't even make mistakes with punctuation. Everything was engraved in her mind. Sun Mo picked up the paper, comparing it carefully with the book. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. His usually calm face showed a hint of shock as he looked at his proud and confident student. Is this what they call a little bit of impressive memory? He now doubted whether his student had also learned Grandpa Wu's overly modest attitude. "Tang, your handwriting is really good." Old Wu initially thought everyone had made mistakes in their dictation, which was why Sun Mo was so shocked. He first praised her, worried she might be upset. Sun Mo didn't say anything. He handed the paper over, feeling a bit upset inside and not wanting to speak. Old Fong curiously leaned over to look. Seeing that she didn't recognize a single letter, he said, "What does it say?" "It looks messy and wriggly, like an earthworm." "Old Wu, read it out." At this moment, Old Wu's expression was just like Sun Mo's earlier, full of surprise. Not only was her handwriting beautiful, but she also didn't make a single mistake in spelling. All the words were correct. This paragraph contained quite a few words, more than 30. Fong Tang remembered them in less than 3 minutes and wrote them all correctly. Her memory was comparable to his when he was young. "Tang, can you read it?" Old Wu asked happily. If she could read the words, it would be much easier to remember them. Remembering in 3 minutes was not a big deal. Fong Tang shook her head honestly. "I only recognize yes, say, is. I don't know the rest." She knew some common words, but the rest she returned to the teacher. Old Master Wu was even more surprised, so excited that his mustache curled up. He turned the page again and randomly pointed to a paragraph. This time, the number of words had doubled, densely packed. "Tang, you have 3 minutes." "I'll try." This time, Fong Tang spoke more confidently. She was someone who never forgot what she saw. She reviewed all the words, then turned the book around and started to write from memory. Just like last time, a complete paragraph appeared clearly in her mind. Fong Tang realized that whatever she remembered would come back to her. Soon, She finished writing and handed it to old Master Wu. He looked over it briefly and immediately knew she got everything right. He was so excited, he pounded the table and laughed loudly. Tang, you're a genius. Don't ever say you're stupid again. You're 1 in a million. Grandpa will teach you everything he knows. Fong Tang blushed and whispered, I'm really not smart. I can't understand formulas. They make me dizzy. And physics force analysis, I also get confused. That too confuses me, old Master Wu said with a big smile. It's fate that we, grandpa and granddaughter, are connected. Math and physics are tough, so let's not learn them. Instead, let's study literature and foreign languages. Learning those will be enough, he laughed heartily. You and I are truly destined, even across 1,000 miles. Fong Tang smiled with her lips pressed together, blushing and feeling very happy. After being a poor student for 2 generations, she finally turned things around and started to sing her own song. Fong Lan, proud of her good grades, always bossed her around and scolded her in a preachy tone. People at the factory also praised Fong Lan as excellent. Once she got into university, she promised to visit the machine tool factory to impress everyone. Old Wu, what do these mean? How do you read them? Fong Lan asked curiously. The book also had illustrations, which looked quite beautiful. This is a fairy tale. I'll read it to you. Old Master Wu cleared his throat and read aloud in a very fluent British accent. He had studied abroad in the UK when he was young. Because of his excellent grades, he was kept there by the school, but he wanted to serve his country, so he gave up the high salary abroad and returned to his alma mater to teach. A few years later, war broke out. He decided to join the army, went to the battlefield, and made a group of brothers in life and death. It was quite a special experience. Everyone listened intently, though they didn't understand everything. Still, old Master Wu's reading was so pleasant that they couldn't help but be captivated. This fairy tale is called Little Red Riding Hood. It tells the story of a girl who wears a small red hood, goes into the forest to pick mushrooms, and encounters a wolf disguised as her grandmother. Because she is innocent and naive, she is tricked by the wolf and eaten. Old Mr. Wu explained the story's meaning, and Fong Tang knew about Grimm's fairy tales. She used to enjoy reading them. Old Mr. Fong shouted, "This little girl's family is so irresponsible. How can they let such a young girl go into the forest alone? Don't they know there are wolves? This story isn't good. I'll find a better one." He flipped a few more pages and found Snow White. Thinking about such a beautiful girl, he believed it would be a good story. Old Mr. Wu directly told her the story, which made Mr. Fong feel annoyed. He closed the book and muttered, "None of these are good. It's either the wolf disguised as a grandmother or a wicked witch. These aren't fairy tales. Why are all the villains so mean? Foreign stories are confusing. Our Chinese myths are better." Fong Tang covered her mouth to hide her smile. Her grandfather was so adorable. She also made a special discovery. When Mr. Wu read in English earlier, she listened once and seemed to feel something. Now she was eager to read aloud but worried she might make mistakes and feel embarrassed. The system produces only the best. Suddenly, the mysterious system appeared again, sounding quite dissatisfied. It said this host was the most timid it had ever had. Past hosts, even with just a little sunlight, dared to save the universe. Fong Tang suddenly felt confident and smiled, saying, "Grandpa Wu, I think I can read now. Can you read?" These. Old Mr. Wu pointed in disbelief at the paragraph she had just read. Fong Tang nodded, took the book, took a deep breath, and read aloud with the same clear pronunciation as Mr.
Wu.
Her voice was gentle and beautiful, making the story sound even more lovely. San Mo watched her happily. At that moment, Fong Tang looked like a shining star, radiating charm from head to toe. He couldn't help but feel drawn to her. After finishing a paragraph, Fong Tang stuck out her tongue, feeling a little nervous. Was her pronunciation correct? The room was very quiet, silent as a mouse. Fong Tang felt even more nervous and asked carefully, "Did I read it wrong?" Old Mr. Fong quickly said, "I think it sounds very nice. Like singing. It's much better than old Wu's singing," He didn't understand a word, but he just thought it sounded good. Old Master Wu suddenly patted Old Master Fong's back hard and burst into a long, hearty laugh. He laughed for a long time, without stopping. Old Master Fong felt a bit nervous and asked hurriedly, "Old Wu, what's wrong? Even if your singing isn't as nice as Miss Tang's, there's no need to get so angry. Why are you getting so petty as you get older? Shut up, you fool. I'm happy and I don't need your nonsense." Old Master Wu glared at him irritably. Old Fong was a good person, but he lacked education. Talking to him was like talking to a duck. It was like playing the lute to a cow. Old Master Fong relaxed and smiled happily. He liked Old Wu's swearing. He couldn't stand the refined talk. Old Master Wu looked at Fong Tang with joy, as if he was looking at a priceless treasure. Heaven had been so kind to him, giving him such a wonderful granddaughter. Beautiful, obedient, and smart. He wanted to teach her well, so she could shine brightly in the future and make everyone envy her. "Tang, you are truly a genius. I will teach you 6 languages. With your great memory and talent for languages, you must learn foreign languages." Old Master Wu planned her learning path. It didn't matter if her science was weak. She could learn many foreign languages and become the best translator someday.
Fang Tang nodded happily.
"Yes, I will learn from you." She also wanted to become someone others looked up to. No longer would she be seen as a pitiful, looked down upon person. Old Master Wu waved to Sang Mo and said with a smile, "You two have complementary talents. Hey Dan, your logical thinking is strong, so you can study finance in the future. Tang, your language talent is good, so learn foreign languages. You need to do homework every day. I will make a study plan and no slacking off." Fong Tang and Sang Mo answered together. It was almost 9 o'clock, and the 2 old men needed to rest. They said goodbye and returned to their dorms. When they reached the tree, Sang Mo, unable to hold back, pressed Fong Tang against the tree and kissed her fiercely. He had wanted to do this in the grass hut earlier. What kind of virtue did he have to deserve such an excellent wife? Now Sang Mo finally believed what his grandfather said. His grandfather often said that when he was young, a high monk had read his fortune and said he was destined for great success, to rise high and become famous, and that he would marry a beautiful, talented wife. His grandfather always repeated these words to him. Sang Mo didn't believe them at all. If he really had such good luck, why had he never seen his parents since he was a child? Why had his grandmother left early? Why did your family suddenly change, and why did you stay away from Grandpa for 7 years? During those years, you endured many hardships and almost died several times. You often thought that maybe your 2 uncles were right, that you are an unlucky person, which is why your family members kept having problems.
But now you no longer believe that.
Grandpa was right. He truly has good luck. Suffering a little in youth is nothing. Now everything is finally turning out well. The moon hid behind the clouds. The system watched quietly from the shadows, happy to see that the closer the relationship, the more exciting the scene. It's been 10 minutes of this, and the host should be fine, right? Fong Tang felt weak after being kissed, slumping into Sang Mo's arms. Her lips were red and swollen, her eyes charmingly dazed. Seeing this, Sang Mo wanted to kiss her again, but was stopped by her. She playfully scolded, "No more kisses. If you kiss me again, how can I face others?"
It's okay.
"Everyone knows you're my partner." Sang Mo didn't mind. Everyone in the youth team knew he and Fong Tang were a couple. It's normal for couples to show affection, so no one found it strange. "I don't want to. I'm going back to the dorm." Fong Tang covered her mouth and glared at him. Sang Mo smiled, quickly kissed her, and then let her go. He turned and started walking down the mountain. "Your memory is so good. Why aren't you doing well in school?" Sang Mo asked curiously on the way down the mountain. "I don't know. My mind feels fuzzy, like glue. But here it's clearer, like I've become more aware," Fong Tang replied with a little guilt. Her memory only recently improved. Before, she struggled to remember, even the alphabet.
Am Montag unterstot.
He thought Fong Tang was often scolded by her parents at home and probably said many hurtful things about her. Even the smartest people need praise and encouragement. Since Fong Tang was scolded every day, her mind naturally couldn't stay clear. After leaving her family, Fong Tang's talents started to show. It was a blessing in disguise. From now on, I won't live with them, Sang Mo said with sympathy. He wondered how Fong Tang managed to survive those 3 years.
Phan Tang not dead.
Even if I go back to the city, I won't go home. At most, she would rent a place and live alone. If she got into university, she could stay in the dorms. Anyway, she wouldn't return to the Fong family anymore. Sang Mo teased her softly. From now on, you can only come to my house. No one else is allowed. Since she is now his wife, she naturally should return to the Sang family. There's no need to go back to the Fong family's home. Fong Tang's face suddenly turned red, and she looked shy and annoyed. She softly replied, She thought Sang Mo was talking about the capital city. She had prepared herself mentally because she had never been to the capital before and was quite looking forward to it. I have a big apartment in Shanghai. It's quite spacious. Plus, with Grandpa, we're well off. Sang Mo actually wanted to say that having more children would be enough. The house his mother left him was a garden-style villa. His grandfather was a shopkeeper with shares in a pawn shop, earning a good dividend every year. He had bought many assets in Shanghai. This house was where his grandparents often lived and where his mother grew up. His parents also lived there back then. In the future, he and Fong Tang would also live there. Fong Tang was surprised and asked, You're not going back to the capital anymore? No, there are no relatives there, and Grandpa's friends are gone, Sang Mo said without giving specific reasons. Actually, the main reason he didn't want to go back to the capital was because he was worried about Grandpa being reminded of old times. So many things had happened over the years. Grandpa was betrayed by brothers he considered close, and he watched his good friends get into trouble, but couldn't do anything. That place was too painful, so he decided not to go back. Fong Tang sensed Sang Mo's sadness and changed the subject. How come you still have a house in Shanghai? My mother left it to me, Sang Mo replied. He shared his background, and Fong Tang was very surprised. She didn't expect Sang Mo's mother to be a noble lady and a talented woman. In that era, not many women could attend Jinling Women's University. Sadly, she was a beautiful woman with a short life. Fong Tang was worried Sang Mo might feel sad, so she brought up the issue of the second-rate troublemakers. Let's deal with those troublemakers soon. I can use myself as bait. With Sang Mo around, she wasn't really afraid, but she found it disgusting to be constantly watched by those troublemakers. It was too uncomfortable, so it was better to handle it quickly.
Sang Montag disagreed.
I'll think of a way. He didn't want Fong Tang to take risks. Come on, let's do it together. With you here, what could they do to me? Don't you think?
Phan Tang bet get dead per ten.
She also wanted a reward. If the system's reward this time was super powerful calculation ability, she could become an unbeatable genius, good at both arts and sciences. Just thinking about it made her very happy. In the shadows, the system snorted softly, thinking the host was daydreaming. But it was too lazy to wake her up. Unable to resist Fong Tang's charming persistence, Sang Mo finally agreed, but they made a rule. She couldn't leave his sight. Don't worry, I won't wander around, Fong Tang promised happily, then tiptoed and kissed Sang Mo on the cheek. However, he wasn't satisfied with a quick peck and held her tightly, giving her a deep kiss in return. At night, Fong Tang lay in bed reading a book. It was a high school textbook covering English and history. Old Master Wu advised her to study more English, so she could apply to a foreign language department in the future. What book are you reading? Zhang Weihong asked curiously. Fong Tang didn't hide it. She opened the cover and Zhang Weihong looked even more puzzled. She asked, Why are you reading high school books? We're not in school anymore. I'm reviewing. Maybe I'll need it someday, Fong Tang said vaguely. She didn't mention the college entrance exam revival but was open about her reason for reading. She was just waiting to see what would happen with Zhang Weihong and the others. Need it someday? Zhang Weihong's expression became serious. She felt Fong Tang's words had a hidden meaning. Suddenly, she wondered if the college entrance exam might come back someday. Could that really happen? The idea surprised her. She thought the exam has been canceled for so many years. How could it come back? Now, college admissions are based on recommendations. Only those with good performance and a good background can attend workers' and farmers' universities, regardless of grades. Zhang Weihong thought for a moment and advised, instead of reading at night, you might do better working hard during the day. Since Fong Tang came to the countryside, she hadn't done any heavy or dirty work. Sang Mo had handled everything. Her hands were even whiter and softer than when she first arrived. Only someone who never worked would have such hands. Even Bai Anqi, who was the laziest and sun-tanned, had roughened skin, but Fong Tang still looked delicate and beautiful, even more so than when she first arrived. It was obvious she hadn't done much work. How could she possibly get into college with that? Fong Tang smiled quietly and kept reading without replying. Zhang Weihong frowned and tried to persuade her again. The higher-ups sent us to the countryside to train us. Fong Tang, you don't do any work every day, which goes against their plan. That's not good. Fong Tang felt annoyed. Whether she worked or not was none of her business. Captain Huang hadn't said anything about it. I complete my daily tasks, Fong Tang said calmly, not wanting to argue. But that's not really your work. Sun Mo volunteered to help me. Captain Huang didn't object, Fong Tang said irritably, rolling her eyes. Zhang Weihong looked unhappy and wanted to say more, but Fong Tang cut her off. If you have an opinion, take it up with Captain Huang. Don't bother me while I'm reading, Bai Anqi agreed. She thought some people really considered themselves important officials and were too controlling. Fong Tang, your attitude is wrong. It goes against the purpose of our rural work. I'm telling you seriously, Zhang Weihong said, trying to stay calm. My partner volunteered to help me. Do you have any objections? Comrade Zhang Weihong, are you the team leader? You really like to control everything. Fong Tang got angry and started speaking harshly. Zhang Weihong's face turned red with anger, and her lips trembled with frustration. After a moment she said, I won't interfere anymore. You'll regret it someday. That's my business, not yours, Fong Tang replied with a sneer, then continued reading. Bai Anqi couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, she found Fong Tang quite likable. She had long disliked Zhang Weihong. She was more annoying than her class monitor in school, who always tattled. But Zhang Weihong was even more irritating because she was slow at work and kept nagging. Now, Zhang Weihong and Wen Jing had become Bai Anqi's two most disliked people, in no particular order. Zhang Weihong's face darkened instantly. She looked at Bai Anqi with a gloomy expression and went back to her bed, looking upset. Bai Anqi snorted and mocked. Some people really think they are important, bossing everyone around all day. Are they a boss or an official? You'll regret this someday. Zhang Weihong felt wronged. She was only trying to be kind to her roommates, but they didn't appreciate it and even mocked her with strange remarks. She thought they lacked gratitude. Who will regret it first? You just want to do well so you can get recommended to the Workers' and Peasants' University, Bai Anqi said proudly. You're so stupid, you won't admit it. Going to the university depends on your family connections, whether your parents have influence, understand? Zhang Weihong, this annoying person, still works foolishly like an old ox, waiting to be recommended. Truly foolish. Don't think everyone is like you. I believe in the fairness of the leaders. Zhang Weihong's heart sank, but she still didn't want to admit that Bai Anqi was right. Because she has a cousin who went to a rural area in the northwest a few years ago. It was very hard there. Her cousin endured 5 years in the countryside. When she left, her skin was fair and smooth, very lively. After 5 years, she became a dark, rough rural woman with hands like wooden sticks. But her cousin's suffering was worth it. She was recommended by the local production team to attend a university for workers, peasants, and soldiers. That was last year. Next year, her cousin will graduate and become an honorable official. Zhang Weihong always looked up to her cousin as a role model. She was not afraid of hardship. Seeing her cousin's success, she believed she also had a chance to go to university. Bai Anqi sneered sarcastically, thinking this person was a block of wood, so stupid she couldn't be cured, and still believed in the fairness of the leaders. Her father is a leader himself. Fairness? Nonsense. Money equals fairness. Without money, get out of the way. Good luck to you. Hang in there slowly. Bai Anchi smiled warmly and offered her best wishes. She had kept her feelings inside for a long time because her mother repeatedly warned her in a letter that her plans to go to university hadn't been finalized. She was told not to make it public to avoid jealous people scheming behind her back. When it comes to knowing her daughter, only her mother truly understands. Bai Mama knew her daughter's impatient nature, so she repeatedly reminded her in the letter, worried that her silly girl might ruin everything. Zhang Weihong's face looked very bad. Her once firm confidence was now shaken. Zhao Weijie and Bai Anchi, both from influential families, one boasted about their family's connections to get job placements, the other claimed they had ways to get into university through family connections. She didn't know if it was true, but it sounded convincing. Does every action now require connections? Her family was at a disadvantage because of this. Her father was an honest worker, her mother a housewife, and their relatives were ordinary people. The most promising was her cousin in university, but she was just a student now and couldn't help. Confused and anxious, Zhang Weihong decided to write a letter to her cousin to ask for her advice.
Phan Tang Sợ Mai.
In her past life, Bai Anchi's family had arranged a university spot for her, but this fool loudly announced it to everyone. A letter of complaint was sent, accusing Bai Anchi of having a chaotic personal life, being involved with young men, and being lazy at work, often complaining and unhappy with current conditions. The complaint was anonymous. After it was sent, people came to investigate. Bai Anchi was currently close to Jean Tianbua and indeed lazy and often complained, so her university spot was lost. However, Bai Anchi's family was very supportive and even arranged a job for her. But this girl, unfortunately, was not making good use of her opportunities and was wasting her chances. Thinking back, Fong Tang believed the person who wrote the complaint was probably Wen Jing. Although Zhang Weihong was annoying, she was honest and wouldn't do such petty tricks. Wen Jing, who smiled on the surface but was scheming behind, was jealous that Bai Anchi had taken Jean Tianbo away. It was very likely she was the one who wrote the letter. But all of this didn't matter to Fong Tang. In this life, she just wanted to live her own good life. The next day, everyone continued working. The three troublemakers came again, munching sunflower seeds and glancing over at the young workers, mainly at Fong Tang, but also stealing a few looks at Bai Anchi. Among the four young women workers, she and Bai Anchi were the most beautiful. Bai Anchi was furious from being watched. She picked up a stone and threw it at the troublemakers, shouting, "What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll poke your eyes out." The stone fell about 10 meters from the troublemakers, not even stirring up dust. But the three of them grinned mischievously and deliberately moved closer, eager for someone to provoke them. "Yo, you're not looking at me, so how do you know I'm looking at you? Clearly, you looked at me first. You don't like me, do you?" Ma Zi teased with a sly smile. "Get lost, you. Look in a mirror and see your pockmarked face. Even dogs wouldn't want you." Bai Anchi was both angry and disgusted. She cursed loudly, but her words hit a sore spot. Ma Zi had scars on his face from childhood chickenpox and wind illness, leaving pockmarks. He had been mocked many times and hated being called pockmarked the most. "Even dogs wouldn't want you, and you're staring? You're a female comrade, but you're dirtier than a dog. We're a perfect match." Ma Zi sneered, his words spiteful but with a grin. Next to them, the skinny and fat troublemakers also chuckled lecherously. Bai Anchi was too angry to speak and felt like vomiting blood. Several young male workers came to help, carrying hose and blocking Bai Anchi's way. They shouted at Ma Zi and the others, "Stay back," or "Don't blame us for being rude. This place belongs to the public. We can't even stand here? You city folks are so bossy," Ma Zi said sarcastically. "Come on, let me see how rude you can be." The chubby one boasted, pounding his chest. "The skinny one is the sneakiest," they said quietly, watching Bai Anchi and Fong Tang. Originally, they only targeted Fong Tang, but since this woman was ungrateful, she was included too. When a scholar meets a soldier, they can't argue fairly. The young male workers were no match for these second-rate troublemakers and didn't dare to fight first. They could only get angry. Luckily, Captain Huang arrived. "If you cause trouble again, I will deal with you. Go back to your own team," Captain Huang shouted, and the three troublemakers obediently left. However, they still lingered in the village. They hadn't done anything bad, so Captain Huang couldn't be harsh. He came to remind the young women, "Don't go out alone at night and don't argue with them." Captain Huang looked at Bai Anqi, feeling worried for her parents. They had raised such a foolish daughter. He knew they'd worry in the future. Luckily, his own daughter wasn't so foolish. Fong Tang had an idea. These troublemakers were so hateful that she decided to deal with them soon, maybe tonight. Near the end of the afternoon, Fong Tang went to the river to fish. She noticed the troublemakers had also gone to the river. Sun Mo was worried and wanted to follow, but Fong Tang stopped him with a look. She was there to fish. How could they catch fish if Sun Mo followed? Fong Tang thought for a moment and pulled Bai Anqi aside. The fool had just offended the troublemakers, so she was probably their target. Although she didn't like Bai Anqi, she didn't want her to be harmed. "Why are you pulling me?" "Stop it." Bai Anqi was unhappy and pulled away. She and Fong Tang weren't that close. "Do a favor for me, and I'll give you a carp." Fong Tang tempted her with fish. Bai Anqi loved eating fish. Sure enough, Bai Anqi immediately took the bait, asking hesitantly, "Are you really giving me fish?" She doubted Fong Tang's kindness. Was she trying to trick her? "It's not a gift, it's a reward. You need to do something for me." "What is it?" Bai Anqi immediately became cautious. "If it's too hard, don't ask me. I don't have money to lend." Fong Tang rolled her eyes and pulled her along, saying, "From now on, you and I are inseparable. Wherever I go, you go. Whatever I say, you agree." That's it. Just like that, Bai Anqi still doubted her, feeling she had bad intentions. "Yes, do you want to do it or not?" Fong Tang lost patience, sounding a bit annoyed. "I'm not going to accompany you to the bathroom." Bai Anqi still agreed, because she was craving fish so much. Since arriving at this strange place, she hadn't even had a dried fish, and she was starving for it. They reached an agreement and held hands happily, going to the river to fish. The other young men nearby looked on, blinking in disbelief, confirming that Bai Anqi and Fong Tang were indeed acting like close sisters. Even during lunch, Bai Anqi had been talking badly about Fong Tang. Women's friendships can change so quickly, like the weather in June. Three troublemakers followed from a distance, standing on the shore. Fong Tang saw them reflected in the water, but stayed calm. While fishing, she loudly said, "This morning, I saw a patch of wild vegetables growing on the hillside behind the mountain. Let's go pick some later. We can make vegetable dumplings." "Ah, okay." Bai Anqi was caught off guard. Seeing Fong Tang blinking repeatedly, she finally snapped out of it and agreed, though she was thinking, "It's almost dark after work. What's so special about the back mountain?" But for the chance to eat delicious cushion carp, she still cooperated. The troublemakers exchanged smug looks. It seemed like even heaven was helping them. Once they went to the back mountain, those two young women would be at their mercy. No matter how much they shouted or begged, it would be useless. "Let's go. We'll wait at the back mountain first." The skinny one had a plan and quickly finished work. They went ahead to hide and wait. The three of them turned a corner and headed toward the back mountain, choosing a hidden spot to hide. Although mosquitoes bit fiercely, they were excited because they could soon enjoy fresh, tasty meat. The bites didn't even itch anymore. Fong Tang easily caught 5 fish, making Bai Anqi's eyes burn with envy. Only Fong Tang's fishing skills worked in this river. Everyone else had tried but failed. It was so strange. "You promised to give me fish," Bai Anqi said, holding out her hand, saliva dripping from her mouth as she thought about how to cook the fish, steamed or braised. The task wasn't finished yet. Soon, they would go to the hillside to pick shepherd's purse. Only after gathering it would they give you fish. Fong Tang didn't give her the fish. Once she gave it to Bai Anqi, she wouldn't obediently do her work. Bai Anqi glared silently, holding back her anger. If she wasn't craving fish, she wouldn't listen to Fong Tang at all. Captain Huang announced that work was over. Bai Anqi hurriedly said, "Hurry up, let's finish picking the shepherd's purse early." She was still waiting to cook the fish. Why rush? Wait a moment. Fong Tang rolled her eyes, then quietly told Sang Emo her plan. Those three probably heard what Bai Anqi and I said. They should be hiding on the mountain now. Later, Bai Anqi and I will go pick shepherd's purse. Don't follow too close. When they make a move, then you act. Sang Emo nodded. He would definitely not let Fong Tang get into danger. A little later, a few more young men from the countryside would be called over. More people meant more strength. They couldn't kill those animals easily. With so many people working together, they wouldn't leak any information or cause trouble. Fong Tang went back to her dorm to get a basket, then she and Bai Anqi headed up the mountain. It was a cloudy day, so it got dark early. The mountain was even darker. Fong Tang deliberately chose a quiet spot to walk. The wind was howling, making Bai Anqi shiver. She felt uneasy for no clear reason. Captain Huang said not to go to quiet places. They should just dig at the foot of the mountain. It's fine. Just the two of us. What are we afraid of? Fong Tang's casual tone made Bai Anqi feel a bit reassured. She was still thinking that even if there were bad people, Fong Tang was prettier. The bad guys would probably go after her first, maybe even let her go. Thinking this way, Bai Anqi felt more at ease. She started picking shepherd's purse with Fong Tang. The greens on the mountain were indeed tender and lush. Before long, they had filled half a basket. The sky was getting darker. Sang Emo had brought a few young men from the countryside and was quietly hiding at the foot of the mountain. As soon as Fong Tang shouted, they would rush in. Are those two troublemakers really on the mountain? Zhao Weijie asked excitedly. He had been bullied by Sang Emo these days and felt very frustrated. He wanted to beat those troublemakers so badly that their parents wouldn't recognize them, just to vent his anger. Yes, I saw them go up the mountain just now. Bai Anqi and Fong Tang are picking shepherd's purse there, Sang Emo said in a low voice. Zhao Weijie's eyes flickered, and he felt a chill down his back. Sang Emo was truly a devil. To catch the troublemakers, he even used his own girl as bait. That was real bravery. From now on, he must never offend Sang Emo. His father once said, if you can't beat him, make friends with him. It's better to have one powerful friend than many enemies. Zhao Weijie made up his mind and tried to flatter him. Don't worry, Fong Tang won't get into trouble. I can't kill those. Sang Emo looked at him coldly. Zhao Weijie shivered and shrank back, afraid to speak. About 10 minutes later, it got darker and the moon rose. Fong Tang was a bit worried. Would the troublemaker really not come? Bai Anqi was bitten by mosquitoes several times and was very annoyed. She sat up angrily. I'm going home. She didn't want the fish anymore. It was definitely Fong Tang playing tricks on her. But as soon as she turned around, someone stopped her. It was the previous troublemaker, Ma Zi, who jumped out of the bushes, smiling proudly. His face was covered with pimples, looking very creepy, and he reached out to touch Bai Anqi's face. Move aside, Bai Anqi panicked. Even if she was stupid, she knew the situation was bad. She and Fong Tang were two weak girls with no chance against three big men. She thought to herself, I shouldn't have gone after that fish. Now it's over. Ma Zi grabbed Bai Anqi and sneered. Where are you going? Come and have fun with your brother. Let me go. Let me go. Bai Anqi struggled desperately, feeling sick. Meanwhile, Fong Tang was also surrounded by a skinny man and a fat man. She didn't say a word but looked coldly at these two beasts and asked sharply, Did you harm the girl who jumped into the river last year? That wasn't harm, that was happiness. The woman just couldn't handle it herself, the fat man said with a wicked smile, trying to grab Fong Tang. Bai Anqi's legs went weak with fear. She knew about the girl who jumped into the river. She was harmed and forced to jump. She didn't expect it was these three who did it. Help! Help! Bai Anqi shouted loudly. As soon as she did, Ma Zi covered her mouth and groped her. Bai Anqi was scared and disgusted, tears streaming down her face in despair. She hated Fong Tang with all her heart. The male students below heard Bai Anshi's cry for help and were furious. They clenched their fists, ready to rush up. Sang Mo didn't move and stopped them. Wait a little longer. White Anshi is calling for help. What are we waiting for? Everyone wondered. Wait 2 more minutes. Nothing will happen. Sang Mo was waiting for Fong Tang's signal. Fong Tang hadn't called for help yet, and the timing wasn't right. He was a little worried, but thinking about Fong Tang's incredible strength, he felt less anxious. Once Fong Tang confirmed the 3 had committed crimes, she no longer hesitated. When the fat man's hand reached for her, she kicked him. She aimed for his vital area, but he dodged, and she hit his calf instead. There was a sharp sound, and the fat man fell to the ground in pain, sweating heavily and crying out loudly. Stop yelling. Get up quickly. The skinny man looked annoyed. He had just been kicked by a woman. What was there to cry about? He was a coward, despite all his muscles. My leg is broken. Ouch. The fat man looked at Fong Tang with fear. He sensed something was wrong. It felt like everything tonight had gone too smoothly, almost as if they had been set up. The skinny man froze for a moment. Broken? Then he heard Ma Zi's scream. Fong Tang grabbed Ma Zi and pushed her away hard. Bai Anshi broke free and hurried to hide behind Fong Tang. At this moment, Fong Tang seemed taller and more formidable than Mount Tai in her mind. Ma Zi's arm hung limply, dislocated, just like the fat man's. She was in pain, sweating profusely. The skinny man also realized something was wrong. This beautiful young woman was surprisingly strong. In just 2 moves, she had taken down his 2 brothers. It was clear she had deliberately lured them into the mountains. You little brat, I'll kill you. The skinny man's eyes flashed with anger. He pulled out a shiny dagger. Bai Anshi was terrified, her face pale, trembling with fear. Help! Save me! Fong Tang was also a bit panicked. She sent out a distress signal. At the foot of the mountain, Sang Mo and a few others, who had been waiting impatiently, rushed up like lightning. Seeing the 2 most beautiful young women in their team, they were so frightened they burst into tears. But then, they became brave and resolute, rushing forward without hesitation. I'm going to kill you. Despicable scoundrel. How dare you bully young women in broad daylight? I wouldn't even dare. Where do you get such courage? Zhao Weijie hated this the most. He had liked Fong Tang for 3 years, but never even held her hand. He probably wouldn't get another chance in his life. Now these 3 had taken his chance away. He couldn't swallow this anger. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Zhao Weijie didn't hesitate and kicked the fat man on the ground. Everyone thought the fat man was just lying there and didn't suspect he was up to anything bad. Stop hitting me. We didn't do anything. Geez. The 2 troublemakers were beaten down, their fighting ability greatly reduced. The young workers, with their numbers and strength, quickly overpowered them, leaving them helpless on the ground. Song Mo noticed that the fat man's leg was broken and Ma Zi's hand was dislocated. It was clear that their injuries were caused by their own wives. He looked at Fong Tang, who was sitting on the ground and pretending to cry. Fong Tang sensed his gaze, raised her head, and winked at him, then lowered it and continued crying. You have to act the part completely. If you don't cry painfully, how can you stir up the righteous anger of the young workers? Bai Anshi had already recovered, and, remembering how Ma Zi had been touching her earlier, she became furious. She joined the fight, targeting only Ma Zi, and even found a stone to hit him with. I'll beat you to death, you beast. Look at yourself, you're no better than a toad. Just thinking about you makes me sick. Today, I will make you change your ways. Bai Anshi scolded while hitting him, feeling very happy inside. She didn't notice that the other young workers nearby had stopped fighting and were staring at her in shock as she fought fiercely. At first, they felt sorry for Bai Anshi, but now they thought Ma Zi looked pitiful, his head was broken, and he looked so miserable. After venting her anger, Bai Anshi finally realized what she had done. Looking at Ma Zi, who was unconscious and bleeding, then at the reactions of the young workers, she felt a bit guilty. Her previous appearance must have been very unladylike. They are criminals. They admitted it themselves. The girl worker who jumped into the river last year was harmed by these three. Fong Tang also heard about it, Bai Anqi said loudly. The young workers' faces changed color. If what she said was true, then these three troublemakers deserved what they got. Fong Tang looked up, tears in her eyes, looking pitiful. The young men felt even more anger and thought that these three scoundrels deserved to die. It's true. They just said that, and they want us to obediently listen to them. Bai Anqi and I refused, so they beat us. Luckily, you arrived quickly, or I and Anqi might have been in serious trouble. Fong Tang choked up and couldn't speak anymore, tears falling again. Bai Anqi opened her mouth, wanting to say, "Stop pretending," because she had just seen with her own eyes how Fong Tang kicked and lifted her leg to break the other person's foot and arm. She was crying for no reason now, but she also learned to be smart. She knew that even if she spoke, the young men wouldn't believe her. Fong Tang was too sneaky and strong. It was better not to provoke her. Mom once said that when facing someone you can't fight, the best way is to make friends. If that doesn't work, stay far away. Bai Anqi curled her lips. She didn't want to be friends with Fong Tang. If they became friends and stood together, she would just be a background figure, making Fong Tang look better and herself look worse. Better to stay far away. The young men were angry. Although they didn't know the girl who jumped into the river, as fellow young workers, they felt sorry for her and were very angry. They just wanted to teach those three troublemakers a lesson. So, the three troublemakers were beaten again. They lay on the ground, barely breathing, with only their chests rising and falling, showing they were still alive. "This needs to be reported to Captain Huang for him to handle," said one young worker. Everyone agreed, except Sang Mo, who opposed and said, "We didn't go anywhere tonight. These three just ran around on the mountain and got hurt." Some hesitated, but Sang Mo added, "If it gets out, the villagers will gossip." Fong Tang and Bai Anqi didn't do anything, but people will make up stories. It's better not to say anything. Fong Tang expressed her gratitude and gave them 3 fish she caught today, then gave Bai Anqi 1 fish. She kept only one for herself. The young men from the city were very happy, feeling that their trip tonight was worthwhile. Bai Anqi was also very happy because she could now enjoy fresh fish. Since she didn't know how to cook, she gave the fish to the young men. Together, they cooked all 4 fish, and everyone had a good meal. The 3 troublemakers were still lying on the ground. They were conscious but couldn't move. They didn't know who had done it earlier, but their feet were broken. "Tang Tang, you go home first. I'll be back later," Sang Mo said. "Okay, tonight we'll eat fish," Fong Tang replied. She didn't ask more questions. Sang Mo was careful in what he did, so she didn't need to worry. After she walked away, Sang Mo sneered. The 3 troublemakers trembled with fear, realizing something was wrong. Don't do anything crazy. We're locals. You can't afford to offend us." The skinny one's voice trembled as he tried to remind Sang Mo of their local status. But he didn't know what kind of troublemaker he had angered. Sang Mo didn't care about their warnings. "I haven't done anything to you, and I don't know you. The rest of your lives will be very happy." Sang Mo's voice was gentle. But the 3 troublemakers were trembling with fear. They begged for mercy, crying. Sang Mo remained unmoved. He took out a needle from his pocket, which he had prepared earlier. When they targeted Fong Tang, he had already decided how to deal with them. Killing them was too much trouble, but making them stupid was easier. For creatures like these, turning them into fools was good for the country and the people. Don't do anything crazy. I beg you. I won't do bad things anymore. Please," the skinny one cried, tears and snot covering his face. He was kneeling and begging just like the women he had harmed before. But Sang Mo was unmoved and even felt a bit excited. Now he was finally experiencing the same feeling. He deeply regretted provoking such a troublemaker. But unfortunately, there was no regret medicine in the world. The skinny one looked at Sang Mo with pleading eyes, desperate. Sang Mo expressionlessly pinched the needle, then grabbed the man's hair and stabbed the needle into a point on his head. The fat man and the other watched helplessly as the 2-inch-long needle sank into the brother's head. with his hair covering it. Nothing could be seen. The two men turned pale with fear, their pants soaked. Although they had done many bad things, they had never encountered such ruthless methods as Sang Mo's. It was too terrifying. The skinny man's face showed pain and fear, then changed to a silly smile. His eyes became dull. The fat man and the fool tightly hugged each other. Just one needle had turned the skinny man into a fool. Sang Mo was too cruel. Please spare us. We won't say anything, really.
Keep this secret.
Please. They kowtowed and begged for mercy. They didn't want to be fools.
Sang Montag sneert.
His promise was as cheap as grass, but turning them into fools made him feel safer. He took out a needle again and made the two men fools, turning all three into silly people, laughing foolishly together. From now on, you'll be very happy, Sang Mo said coldly, and then strode away. When he reached the thatched house, he smelled a tempting aroma. His lips curled up, and he walked faster. The happiest thing in the world is coming home to find delicious food on the table and a kind, beautiful wife waiting. Both of these had come true. But beside him were two old men with many wrinkles. Sang Mo quickly looked away. His wife looked more pleasing to the eye. Hey Dan, what happened to those three brats? Old Master Fong asked impatiently. He actually wanted to teach the second fool himself, but Sang Mo didn't allow it. He said their identities were sensitive, and it was better not to cause trouble. Sang Mo even flattered him, saying it was like using a sledgehammer to a nut, which calmed the old man. Sang Mo answered casually, washed his hands, and went to the stove to serve the dishes. Fong Tang was still cooking braised fish and asked curiously, "What does wasted mean?" "I'll go check," Old Master Fong said, curious. He strode outside. Sang Mo didn't stop him. It was already dark, and no one was on the mountain. Let the old man satisfy his curiosity. "I want to go too," Fong Tang said, handing the spatula to Sang Mo. When the sauce is reduced, sprinkle some chopped green onions on top. Old Master Wu, who was tending the fire, slowly got up and smiled kindly at Sang Mo. Without saying a word, he followed him. The house was now empty except for Sang Mo. He looked at the boiling fish in the pot, then at the empty room, and smiled helplessly, waiting for the fish to reduce the sauce. Fong Tang and the two old men happily went to the hillside. It was very dark now, and the sky was cloudy, with no moon or stars visible. Old Master Fong used a flashlight to find the three still smiling foolishly. The three had broken legs and were lying on the ground, still giggling. Old Master Fong shined the flashlight on their faces and saw their dull eyes, with drool at the corners of their mouths, looking even more foolish than simpletons. The skinny one crawled toward Fong Tang, calling her Mom. She was startled and hid behind Old Master Fong, feeling overwhelmed. She had been normal when she left, so how did they suddenly become so stupid? What did Sang Mo do to them? But being foolish might be good now. They can't do bad things anymore. These kinds of people, disliked by everyone and considered second-rate, are hated by their families. Now that they can't take care of themselves, they probably won't last many days. Get out of the way. Old Master Fong kicked them forcefully. He had just heard Fong Tang mention the girl who jumped into the river and felt furious. He wished he could kill these three animals. They look human but act like nothing, wasting life.
Ugh.
It hurts. The skinny one cried like a child with his mouth wide open. The fat one and the one with moles still giggled foolishly, covered in mosquito bites, looking miserable but satisfying to see. "Let's go home and eat," Old Master Wu said coldly, glancing at the three foolish ones. If this were wartime, he would definitely send such animals too. They got what they deserved. Old Master Fong kicked each of the three again before heading home. The yellow-orange light from the thatched house shone out, warming their hearts. There were 3 dishes on the table: braised rabbit, braised fish, and garlic greens. The food was steaming and fragrant. Time to eat. Sang Mo looked calm as she placed 4 bowls of plain rice on the table. As Fong Tang sat down, a system voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Task completed. Reward: rolling mountains. Host: keep up the good work. Fong Tang was stunned. She instinctively looked out the window. Outside, there were mountains lush and rolling. Usually, the system rewarded her with food or things to make her prettier or smarter, things related to her interests. Now, why was it rewarding her with environmental protection? Could it be that the system wants her to protect the Earth? The system is frustrated and doesn't bother to remind her. She will notice soon enough. Fong Tang blinked, clearly misunderstanding. Sang Mo handed her food and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Fong Tang shook her head. Soon, she sensed something strange with her body. Her clothes seemed tighter, even though they fit well when she was cooking. She looked down and blushed. Her feeling was right. Her clothes were indeed getting tight, especially around the two buttons in the middle, which were almost about to pop open. Her underwear was also stretched tightly, feeling very uncomfortable. Her curves were rising and falling. Finally, Fong Tang understood. Her face turned redder, and her mind went blank. The system was too bold. "Your figure is too flat," the system said proudly. Fong Tang's face grew even redder. She clenched her teeth, wanting to scold the system's ancestors. Her figure wasn't flat at all. She was curvy, just a bit smaller in the cup size, but still okay. She even saved fabric. The hidden system pouted. It was only a 32B, almost negligible. It had been changed to a 34C, which was much better. Fong Tang shrank back, afraid to sit up straight. It was too embarrassing. Today's clothes just fit, but she couldn't wear them anymore. Luckily, she had a few other clothes that were a bit loose. Now, they should fit just right. Sang Mo had also used a lot of new fabric, so she needed to recut her clothes. All her clothes were left over from Fong Lan. Her mother made new clothes for Fong Lan and Fong Hua every year. Fong Tang wasn't included. Seeing Fong Lan often wear new clothes made her feel jealous. She told her mother about it. Her mother scolded her, saying she only cared about dressing up, and that was why her studies were poor. She also said if she had an older sister who was half as sensible, she should be content. Fong Tang had heard such words so many times her ears were numb. She felt very unfair. Fong Lan was the one who liked dressing up, often making new clothes, with headbands filling a drawer. Fong Tang wore old clothes Fong Lan didn't want anymore, and her shoes were also discarded by Fong Lan. Except for her underwear, everything else was unwanted hand-me-downs. She had been in the city for 3 years and never made a new piece of clothing or bought a new pair of shoes. Fong Lan was heavier than her, so her clothes were too big and looked empty. She could wear larger clothes barely. Fong Lan's feet were a size bigger than hers, so she had to stuff cotton into her shoes or she couldn't wear them at all. She discussed with Father Fong, who told her to find Mother Fong. Mother Fong said she was naive and that every family's younger sister wears her older sister's old clothes and shoes. But she only had opinions about the eldest, then scolded her harshly without reason. Fong Tang didn't dare say a word and could only accept silently. What else could she do but add more cotton padding to stay warm? Sun Mo noticed her unusual behavior. She sat crookedly and ate absent-mindedly, only finishing a small bowl of rice before stopping. "Is the food not to your taste?" While clearing the dishes, Sun Mo kindly asked. He planned to go to the town to buy some meat because eating fish and rabbit every day was getting boring. Fong Tang shook her head. "No, I'm not hungry. You go wash the dishes quickly." She wanted to finish early and return to her dorm. The tight underwear made her uncomfortable. Tomorrow, she needed to buy new, larger underwear. Sun Mo looked at her suspiciously, feeling she was acting strangely. He went to wash the dishes and decided to ask her more on the way. Old Master Wu didn't assign homework today. He was worried Fong Tang might be frightened, so he told her to rest early and stop reading. "Okay, Grandpa Wu, Grandpa Fong, goodbye." Fong Tang couldn't sit still. After Sun Mo finished washing the dishes, she said goodbye and left for her dorm. Sun Mo locked the door and followed closely behind. Seeing Fong Tang walk quickly, his strange feeling grew stronger. "What's wrong with you?" Sun Mo held her back, worried she might be sick. Her face was unusually red. He reached out to touch her, and her temperature was normal, so he relaxed a little. It's nothing. I just want to sleep. You should go quickly. Fong Tang dared not tell him the real reason. She was too embarrassed. She shook off Sun Mo's hand and strode forward. But she didn't notice and stepped into a hole. She staggered, and her button couldn't hold on. It popped out several meters away. Fong Tang hurried to stand up, and another button shot out. She was so scared she quickly covered her mouth and wished she could hide somewhere. What kind of trouble is this? Although it was very dark, Sun Mo's eyes were sharp. When the two darts were fired earlier, he immediately noticed. He stared fixedly at where the darts came from and finally understood why his partner was acting suspicious. Sun Mo's eyes turned sharp and fiery. He smiled slightly and leaned close to Fong Tang's ear, whispering, "Tanger, you've grown up." Annoying. Fong Tang felt like a cooked shrimp. She used to think Sun Mo was cold and aloof, but now she realized he was just as mischievous as the system. Fong Tang pushed the person away quickly. She just wanted to go back to her dorm and change out of these dangerous clothes. Sun Mo held her gently, his hands becoming restless. He finally understood that as long as he didn't take the last step, he wasn't breaking his principles. "Let go. I don't like this." Fong Tang pouted, but soon her voice trailed off. After a long while, finally, the big gray wolf was satisfied and let go of the little white rabbit. He even praised her softly. "Tomorrow I'll buy you new underwear." Her face flushed with anger. Fong Tang pinched his waist hard, using all her strength. But Sun Mo didn't react at all. Her pinch was like tickling him. "I'll buy it myself." Fong Tang's fingers hurt from the pinch. She was so angry she bit his chin, but hurt her teeth in the process. Feeling both upset and wronged, her eyes turned red, and she said sadly, "You just like to bully me. My hand hurts, my teeth hurt, my whole body hurts. I'll on it." Sun Mo had no choice but to comfort his little mischievous fairy, who was acting spoiled. She had bitten and pinched him, but he never said it hurt. Now she was acting upset, and he had to coax her. How could he argue with her? He blew a few cool breaths on her hand. Looking at her soft, tender hand like a green onion stalk, Sun Mo had a mischievous idea. He put her hand in his mouth and took a bite. Fong Tang glared and kicked him, thinking, how can someone be so bad? All he does is nibble and bite me every day. So naughty. I won't bite any more, I promise. Sun Mo smiled and assured her. Fong Tang was still angry, glaring fiercely. But her flirtatious look was like a teasing wink, which made Sun Mo want to kiss her again. Only then did he let her go, the little white rabbit finally free. Early the next morning, villagers found 3 troublemakers on the mountain. They were unconscious, just smiling foolishly and calling everyone Mom. The barefoot doctor checked them but said there was nothing he could do, and their families had to take them home. This is what you call karma. Even heaven is watching. People should be good and not do bad things. Exactly. Look at the punishment. One broke his leg and another went crazy. Do you think they saw something scary that made them go crazy? The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Everyone looked at each other, gathering together. After all, there are many graves on the mountain, and strange things coming out at night aren't impossible. Stop talking. It's just karma. The villagers didn't suspect the educated youth at all. First, because the 3 troublemakers were not from their team, and second, because everyone disliked them so much that no one cared if they died. Captain Huang called over the neighboring team leader and the parents and siblings of the 3 troublemakers and took the 3 fools back home. How did my son suddenly become a fool? Did your team do this to him? The mother of the troublemaker called Skinny asked, refusing to give up. Captain Huang frowned and said coldly, "Did I invite your son to come to our team? If you're so worried, why don't you tie him up? Who knows if they wanted to cause trouble here and got what they deserved? That's right. Your son has been wandering around our team every day these days. Maybe he was trying to steal chickens or do bad things. Luckily, our ancestors protected us. You're a bad mother for not teaching your son well. Now you come here to cause trouble? Take your foolish son home and stop making a scene." The villagers all started to criticize. Although they usually had small conflicts, they were quite united when facing outsiders. The neighboring team leader, tired of defending the troublemakers, simply took his people and left without saying a word. The matter was left unresolved, and no one pursued it further. Captain Huang privately asked Sang Mo and a few other young men, but they all gave the same answer. They didn't know anything. So Captain Huang didn't ask anymore. Fong Tang and Bai Anqi both sighed in relief. Because of this incident, their relationship eased a little. However, Bai Anqi still kept her distance, and Fong Tang didn't bother to get close to her either. Fong Tang bought her own underwear. Sang Mo, being a man, didn't understand how to buy underwear, and if he had gone to buy it, he would have been laughed at by the supply store staff, and it would have become a joke that everyone in the area knew. She couldn't afford to lose face like that. Her old underwear was no longer wearable. She bought new, high-quality underwear, each costing 6 yuan. She bought 3 so she could alternate wearing them. Bai Anqi was the first to notice Fong Tang changing her underwear, and she saw that the size had increased. She couldn't help feeling jealous and envious. No wonder Fong Tang's figure had changed recently. What was she eating to get so well? Bai Anqi, feeling restless and curious, wanted to ask Fong Tang how she had improved herself. She was also plain and flat, and now she admired Fong Tang's curvy figure very much. Finally, after sighing about her own flat chest many times, Bai Anqi couldn't hold back. During work, she approached Fong Tang and shyly asked, what did you eat? Eat your meal. Fong Tang felt a bit confused. She ate 3 meals a day, so what else could she eat? Was this woman crazy? Bai Anqi looked around, then moved closer. She nudged Fong Tang's chest and whispered, "What did you take to make yourself bigger? I see you've grown quite a bit." Only then did Fong Tang understand. She blushed and looked around nervously, afraid someone might hear. "No one, I saw it myself." "You wouldn't hide it if you didn't want to tell me, right?" Bai Anqi was a little upset, thinking Fong Tang wanted to keep a secret. "I really didn't take anything. I just suddenly developed." Fong Tang's face turned red. Talking about her chest development in broad daylight was very embarrassing. Bai Anqi didn't believe her. She was about the same age as Fong Tang, so why hadn't she developed? It was obvious she had a secret method. "If you don't want to say, then don't." "You're so stingy." Bai Anqi snorted and rolled her eyes. In her mind, Fong Tang's position immediately dropped to the most disliked person. No one else. Fong Tang felt helpless. If only she had a secret method. When she returned to the city, she could make a fortune with it. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Fong Tang grabbed Bai Anqi and whispered a few words in her ear. Bai Anqi's face turned red again, shy and hesitant, asking, "Does that really work? Didn't you see? I just suddenly got bigger this way," Fong Tang said seriously, trying to hold back her laughter. "But I don't have a boyfriend." Bai Anqi looked sad. She had broken up with Jean Tianbua. That was now dating Wen Jing. As the proud daughter of a department store manager, she wouldn't compete for a man with someone like Wen Jing. Without a boyfriend, she couldn't develop again, and Bai Anqi felt even more upset. "Didn't your mom say Zhao Weijie is a handsome guy?" Fong Tang deliberately said this, remembering how Bai Anqi always talked about Zhao Weijie in her past life, which made her reputation bad. Bai Anqi's face darkened instantly. She said angrily, "Don't make me curse." Even if she spent her whole life as an old maid, she wouldn't marry someone like Zhao Weijie, who was a scoundrel. Fong Tang pouted, annoyed by Bai Anqi's arrogant attitude. She also looked cold and said, "Go away, I need to work." Bai Anqi regretted a little. She hadn't asked about the specific method yet, whether just talking to a partner was enough to develop or if there were other secret tricks. It shouldn't have been a fight with Fong Tang. She should have been nicer just now, but she couldn't let go of her pride. Bai Anqi hesitated for a long time, then softened her tone and whispered, "That's just how I am. My mom says I have a dog's brain and a crow's mouth." "Please don't be mad." Fong Tang couldn't help but laugh. Her description was very accurate. She had misunderstood Bai Anqi's mother before, but now she saw that her words perfectly described a mother's love for her daughter. She must not be a fool. Seeing Fong Tang smile, Bai Anqi felt relieved. She humbly asked, Is it enough just to date someone? Are there any other tips? Fong Tang put down her sickle and said seriously, actually, there's an even faster way. What is it? Bianchi looked surprised and excited. She really wanted to grow taller. Get married and have children with a man, and you'll definitely grow, Fong Tang said with a smile. Bianchi's face turned red like blood. She glared annoyed and went back to pulling weeds. This method was good, but she didn't even have a boyfriend. Who would she marry? Plus, giving birth is so painful. She didn't want to have children. The best way was to find a boyfriend. But the two most handsome men in the youth team, Sang Mo and Jean Tianhua, were both out of the question. Bianchi sighed sadly, her mood dropping. She was eager to leave this terrible place. After returning to the city, there would be many talented young men. With her good qualities, she was sure she could find someone better than Sang Mo and Jean Tianhua. Soon, it was the end of May. The villagers were preparing for the Dragon Boat Festival. Sang Mo bought a lot of glutinous rice, red dates, various beans, and meat. Fong Tang planned to make both sweet and salty zongzi. Old Master Wu loved salty meat zongzi, while Old Master Fong preferred sweet ones. Sang Mo was not picky. He liked both. Fong Tang loved salty zongzi with salted pork and salted egg yolk. Now that they had the resources, she wanted to make several flavors. No matter when, she wouldn't let her stomach go hungry. Tang girl, add more red dates and beans. It will taste better, Old Master Fong said, drooling. He hadn't eaten zongzi in a long time. The ones Fong Tang made must be very delicious. Okay, I'll make some plain white zongzi too. You can dip them in sugar, Fong Tang replied with a smile. She was washing the zongzi leaves. There were many wild zongzi leaves on the mountain. She could pick some freely, wash them thoroughly, boil them a bit, and then start wrapping zongzi. The dried rice can still be used in winter. In Zhejiang province, people make rice dumplings not only for the Dragon Boat Festival but also when having a baby, getting married, or celebrating the New Year. There are many customs, with dumplings weighing 2, 6, or 8 jin, each symbolizing good luck. Very large dumplings are only cut open and fried in oil to eat. Although the Dragon Boat Festival is not yet here, the two old men are eager to eat, and Fong Tang also wants some, so she made dumplings early. She soaked the meat in soy sauce for a few hours, peeled the salted egg yolks, and soaked the glutinous rice overnight. Everything was ready. Fong Tang wrapped the dumplings quickly. Soon, she finished a 4-corner dumpling. The meat dumplings were tied with cotton thread and the sweet ones with palm leaves, making them easy to tell apart. In the afternoon, she took a day off to make dumplings at home. She boiled a big pot, and the house was filled with the fresh smell of bamboo leaves. The two old men came back several times just to see if the dumplings were cooked. It smells so good. I haven't had such fragrant dumplings in a long time, said the old man Fong, taking deep breaths, missing this taste very much. Just another hour, and they'll be ready to eat, Fong Tang said with a smile.
No rus.
I just came to check on old Wu. He's so greedy he's drooling, the old man Fong said happily, walking away with his hands behind his back to tend the cattle. After a while, old Wu also came back and said, Grandpa Fong asked me to come and see. He's very hungry and drooling. In just an hour, they'll be ready. Fong Tang held back her laughter. The two old men are really like children. Okay, I just want to see. No rush, old Wu said, walking lightly with his hands behind his back, eager to enjoy the delicious dumplings soon. An hour later, the two old men and Sang Mo returned. Fong Tang took out the dumplings and soaked them in cold water. That night, they would eat the dumplings because she didn't cook any other food. The ones tied with cotton thread are salty dumplings and the ones with palm leaves are sweet, she explained. I know. I want to try the sweet one, said the old man Fong eagerly. He quickly peeled the leaf and revealed the shiny, translucent dumpling filled with bright red dates, red beans, green beans, and black beans, all mixed with white glutinous rice. The colors were beautiful and fragrant. The old man Fong swallowed hard, took a big bite. The soft, sweet rice and red dates, with the powdery beans, blended into an unbeatable flavor. It was the taste from his memories. He took another big bite and couldn't stop eating. Old Master Wu also peeled a salty rice dumpling. The white glutinous rice was soaked in soy sauce and the fat from the meat, turning it a dark, savory color with a shiny surface, making it very tempting. This is the taste I remember. My mother used to make dumplings like this. I haven't had one made by her in many years. Old Master Wu was very emotional. Now, the only person he missed was his mother. He married his wife through an arranged marriage. Their relationship was not good, and he didn't have much deep feeling for his 3 children or himself. When something happened to him, his wife and children distanced themselves from him. Although he was unhappy about the marriage at first, since they didn't fall in love freely, he thought about the engagement they had, and if he divorced, his wife wouldn't be able to survive. So he did his duty as a husband, giving his salary to the family. Besides not being able to give her love, he did everything else. But over the years, his wife disappointed him. She was hot-tempered, spent money freely, and liked to play mahjong. She never helped with housework. In all those years, she never cooked a meal for him, always relying on a nanny. Once, he was imprisoned by enemies. His wife didn't visit him, and even said she wanted a divorce. However, he was released soon after, and she changed her story, saying she was just too scared at the time. He knew very well that she only cared about his salary. During the Republic era, professors at Qing University earned good wages. He often published articles in newspapers, earning a lot of money. His annual income was enough for the family to live comfortably in Beijing, to afford a courtyard house, and to hire a nanny. After he left, where could she find an ATM? He felt heartbroken then, but thinking that his 3 children were still young, he didn't pursue it. He just went on with life. Later, more trouble came. That woman finally divorced him, and his children also cut ties with him. He became a lonely man. Old Master Wu took a bite of the rice dumpling. The delicious taste made him smile naturally, just like the ones his mother used to make. He believed that heaven must have seen how pitiful he was, so it blessed him with a clever and understanding granddaughter.
Delicioso, Lao Fan.
Eating a rice dumpling is better than something sweet. Old Master Wu enthusiastically recommended the dumpling. He couldn't understand why his old friend liked sweet dumplings. How could they be tasty? Old Master Wu's taste was very much like the Jiangnan style. He liked salty soy milk and salty rice dumplings. But when it came to braised pork, he liked it sweet with lots of sugar. Old Master Fong, on the other hand, prefers everything sweet, like soy milk and rice dumplings. He thinks spicy braised pork with lots of chili, garlic, and meat is the best. Nothing beats that. I won't eat it. You Southerners are strange. Putting meat in rice dumplings? How can you eat that? Old Master Fong looks disgusted. He's already eaten his 3rd sweet rice dumpling and refuses to try the salty meat ones. He thinks those are for others. And that salty soy milk. He tried a big sip after old Wu pushed it on him. He struggled to swallow it. The taste stayed with him forever. He'd rather drink dishwater. You Northerners are strange. Making rice dumplings all sweet. What's the point? Old Master Wu isn't backing down. He starts eating his 2nd meat dumpling. While they argue, Fong Tang and Sang Imo eat their rice dumplings and watch the 2 old men bicker. Fong Tang only ate 1 meat dumpling because she has a small appetite and couldn't eat more. Later, you can send a few rice dumplings to Captain Huang and also to your grandfather. What flavors does he like? My grandfather and Grandpa Fong can eat together, Sang Imo says with a smile. When he was in Beijing before, his grandfather often drank and joked with old Master Fong. Both their hometowns are in Jiadong province, so they share the same taste. Fong Tang realizes she put over 20 sweet dumplings, 20 salted duck eggs she made herself, and a big pot of braised pork in the basket. The weather isn't hot yet, so they can last a few more days. Sang Imo ate 3 meat dumplings and 2 sweet ones, then carried the basket to Captain Huang's house. He plans to take half a day off tomorrow and borrow Captain Huang's bicycle. He left 10 dumplings, 5 sweet and 5 meat, as a generous gift. Captain Huang agreed happily. Sang Imo knows how to behave. Every time he borrows the bike, he brings a bunch of gifts. Even if Captain Huang didn't agree, his wife would push the bike into the boy's hands. He couldn't refuse. His wife also said it's a pity such a good young man. If only he were her daughter's match. But Captain Huang doesn't think so. He now sees clearly that Sang Mo must come from a well-off family. His close relationship with the two old men from the hillside shows he's from an important background. A family like that, his foolish daughter wouldn't be able to handle it. It's better to find a suitable young man from a good family. He doesn't need wealth or fame, just a peaceful life. Son Mo left early in the morning riding his bicycle. His basket contained rice dumplings, salted duck eggs, egg cakes, and a pair of new cloth shoes made by the village woman for him. Grandpa couldn't wear leather shoes, so he always wore cloth shoes year-round. Grandpa is feeling much better than a month ago. His face is rosy, and he has gained some weight. He speaks confidently now. Since he has good food and reunites with his grandson, he feels hopeful every day. Are you making rice dumplings so early? Sweet or salty? Grandpa tilted his head up, feeling curious. He was also craving some. After all these years, he still hadn't tasted good rice dumplings. Sweet ones. My wife made them herself. They taste very good. Son Mo parked his bike, took out the rice dumplings from the basket. They had cooled down, but they tasted even better when cold. Grandpa couldn't wait and peeled one to eat. He praised, "My granddaughter-in-law is really talented. Black egg, you're lucky." They finished one rice dumpling quickly. Grandpa peeled another one and ate it. Son Mo then took out a salted duck egg. This salted egg was also made by your granddaughter-in-law. It's full of red oil. Grandpa can eat two at once. That old guy always eats a lot. Let me try this egg. Grandpa couldn't help but feel proud. He quickly peeled a salted duck egg, broke it open, and saw the red oil flowing out. The aroma was so tempting it made his nose tingle. Black egg. You don't believe what I say? You're lucky. A monk wouldn't be wrong. Look, it's true. Such a capable wife falling from the sky. Grandpa kept eating and bragging about himself. His grandson often said he was lying. He was just telling the truth. Now his grandson must believe him. Son Mo smiled. He now truly believed it too. After putting things down, he carried the basket up the mountain to cut grass and gather firewood. He also needed to chop some wood. Every time he came, he prepared enough firewood so Grandpa could relax. Cut the wood yourself. You should talk more with me, Grandpa called from behind. His body was strong now. He could still chop some wood, and he wanted to chat with his grandson. I'll be right there. Son Mo walked quickly. Grandpa had injured his back before, and heavy work could cause him pain. Son Mo wanted to find a way to move Grandpa to Nyotu Mountain, where it would be easier to take care of him. The whole morning, Son Mo worked without stopping. The pile of firewood grew tall, and he gathered several baskets of grass. He also cleaned the house thoroughly. Grandpa, wearing his new cloth shoes and eating rice dumplings, sat comfortably and told stories to Mao Nu. Mao Nai is also eating zongzi, but the little one is very sensible and stops after just one. At noon, Sang Mo said goodbye to his grandfather and rode his bike back to Nutrition Brigade. When he was near the village entrance, he saw a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, wearing glasses, looking refined but with a stern face. He was not from Nutrition Brigade and didn't seem like a town official. The man was Fong Fu. He carried 2 big bags filled with things. He had taken the train from the county city in the morning and then a bus to the town, but there were no buses going here, so he had to walk. Fong Fu had been away from the countryside for over 20 years. He couldn't handle walking 10 miles, especially with 10 pounds of heavy stuff. The walk was exhausting, and he was almost exhausted himself. "Comrade, wait." Fong Fu called out from afar. After walking all this way, he finally saw someone riding a bike and needed to ask for directions. Sang Mo stopped his bike. When Fong Fu got closer, he didn't say anything and waited for him to ask. "Comrade, is this Nutrition Brigade?" Fong Fu was out of breath, looking tired and disheveled. Sang Mo simply replied with a short answer. Fong Fu looked happy and asked again, "Are you a young, educated youth?" This young man was handsome and had a refined air, not like a rural person. Fong Fu guessed that Sang Mo was a young educated youth sent to the countryside. Fong Fu felt a bit annoyed. He thought he was too aloof. He was an elder, and this young man didn't seem to know manners. He held back his irritation and asked, "Do you know Fong Tang? She's also a young educated youth sent to the countryside this year." The name is Fong, with the character for square and Tang for hibiscus. Sang Mo's expression changed. He looked at Fong Fu carefully and quickly guessed his identity. Obviously, the unscrupulous father who had bullied his wife. "Who are you to Fong Tang?" Fong Fu immediately knew he was asking the right person and said happily, "I am her father." "Do you know my daughter?" Sang Mo thought to himself, "Not only do I know her, but she's also the future mother of my child. I came here specifically to see my daughter. Comrade, can you show me the way?" Fong Fu felt even more unhappy. He had already revealed his identity, but this man still looked cold and distant. It was very rude.
Follow me.
Sang Mo rode his bike slowly ahead to lead the way. Fong Fu didn't think much and wanted to jump onto the bike. He was too tired to walk, but just as he was about to get on, the bike sped up. He jumped and missed, stumbling and almost falling. Father Fong's face turned red, and he clenched his teeth, his impression of Sang Mo dropping sharply. Such a man only looks good on the surface. He was born a man but lacks proper upbringing. He doesn't understand respecting elders or loving children at all. "Comrade, I want to ask you something." Father Fong jogged to catch up, exhausted, but Sang Mo still rode his bike calmly, showing no intention of getting off. "Well, since you know my younger sister Fong Tang, you should also know Zhao Weijie, right?" Father Fong wanted to find out about his daughter's relationship with Zhao Weijie. The most truthful information comes from outsiders. Sang Mo's expression darkened, his face turning cold. "I know him. Do you know if they're dating? How is their relationship? Have they had any arguments?" Father Fong asked eagerly. This concerns his promotion, so he had to find out clearly. Sang Mo's face grew colder. He looked at Father Fong with a cold gaze, suddenly sped up, leaving him far behind on his bike, with only a trail of dust behind. "Hey, wait!" Father Fong was anxious and jumped in place. Sang Mo was already out of sight. Frustrated, he cursed under his breath. Luckily, he had reached the village entrance. He asked a villager for information and headed toward the youth dormitory. The youths had finished work and were heading home to cook dinner. Fong Tang returned to her thatched hut. After returning the bike, Sang Mo also went back to his hut. He told Fong Tang, who was cooking, "Your father is here. He should be at the dorm now." Fong Tang was stunned, almost cutting her hand. Sang Mo hurried over, snatched the knife, and Fong Tang's resentment towards her father deepened. This unkind father came and brought trouble every time. "Why is he here?" Fong Tang muttered to herself. In her previous life, she stayed in the countryside for a year, and her father never came once.
Sang montags niet mokkengli.
"He just asked me for directions and inquired about you and Zhao Weijie, whether you're dating, and how your relationship is." Fong Tang's face darkened, and she sneered. "So, he's here to spy on us. His main concern is that I can sell myself for a good price so he can get promoted and make money. Don't worry, he can't control you now." Sang Mo felt sorry for her and despised Father Fong even more. An incapable man only relies on selling his daughter to climb the social ladder.
Fang Tang not dead.
"I'm not afraid of him. I won't care about him anymore. Let's eat first." She has already guessed Mr. Fong's purpose. It is likely that Zhao Weijie's mother is causing trouble for her family after Zhao Weijie's last letter home. The factory director's wife is known to be a loud and unreasonable woman who likes to bully others using her status. Without Zhao Weijie's face to protect her family, his mother probably plans to find ways to harm them. Her father is proud and pretends to be noble, but he is actually incapable. He has a low position at the factory and dreams of getting a higher rank. He probably thinks she is secretly causing trouble and wants to check on the situation. After dinner, Sang Mo and Fong Tang go down the mountain together. Zhao Weijie waits at the foot of the mountain and rushes over when he sees them. He excitedly says, "Fong Tang, your dad is here. He even asked if I was dating you." "What did you say?"
San Montag asks coldly.
Zhao Weijie shrinks back and shakes his head hard. I said no, that Fong Tang and I are just good comrades. But her dad doesn't believe it and wants to come see Fong Tang. Sang Mo gives him a satisfied look. Zhao Weijie immediately straightens his back and looks a little proud. Finally, the big troublemaker is satisfied. I'll tell you, your sister is now a fallen woman. She can't even leave the house, and her temporary job has been taken away. Zhao Weijie eagerly shares the latest news, hoping for more praise. Yesterday, he went to town and called home. His mother said she was taking revenge. Fong Lan has become a fallen woman, and her temporary job was taken away. As for Fong Hua's temporary job, it will be cancelled soon with an excuse. The house will also be reclaimed. Zhao Weijie urges his mother to hurry and get a new job for him. He also wants her to find him a wife. Other requirements are fine, but her looks must be better than Fong Tang's. Otherwise, he can't feel proud. Fong Tang almost wants to laugh. How did she become a fallen woman? But it's so satisfying. In her past life, she was the subject of gossip, with rumors flying everywhere. Fong Lan appeared pure and innocent, even advising her to behave herself. She even said that rumors don't come from nowhere, implying she had her own problems. Now Fong Lan is finally feeling the consequences of gossip. Too bad she's not in the city. She would definitely tell Fong Lan, rumors don't come from nowhere. I understand. Next time I write to your mother, I'll keep this tone. Anyway, my family is having a hard time at the factory, so you'll have an easier life here. Do you understand? Fong Tang's voice is gentle, but to Zhao Weijie, it feels like a cold knife, piercing to the bone. He nods hard, smiling in a flattering way. I understand. Very well, I understand. I was thinking that once I leave this terrible place, I won't have to suffer under the control of Sang Mo and Fong Tang, that terrible couple. I am the son of the factory director, and now I am being bullied by a couple of fools. Fong Tang returned to her dormitory and saw her father talking quietly with Zhang Weihong. When she entered, her father frowned and asked sharply, "Why are you so late coming back?" He had waited in the dorm for nearly an hour. All the other young workers had returned, but Fong Tang was still missing. Just now, he asked Zhao Weijie, who said he wasn't dating Fong Tang. This made Fong Tang's father very worried. His only chance to improve his situation was to marry into the factory director's family. Fong Tang had to marry Zhao Weijie and not make any mistakes. He also overheard a girl named Wen Jing talking, and it seemed Fong Tang might have another boyfriend. Wen Jing didn't say much, just vague hints, which made Fong Tang's father even more anxious. Could any other young man have such a good family background like Zhao Weijie? Fong Tang was confused. As soon as she entered, she was scolded. Fong Tang felt very upset. Since she was a child, her father had always been like this in front of her. No matter what she did, he always looked angry and never praised her. Even when she cleaned the house until it was spotless, cooked 3 meals on time, and washed everyone's clothes, her father never said a word of praise. In his eyes, those were just her responsibilities. Doing well was expected. Doing badly meant she would be scolded. "Why are you here?" "I have something to do," Fong Tang said coldly. The last time she saw her father was about a week before her death in her previous life. She had been tortured by Zhao Weijie and felt hopeless, but she still had a little hope. She went back to her mother's house, wanting to divorce Zhao Weijie and get support from her family. But as soon as she asked for a divorce, her father scolded her harshly. He said she was not obedient and warned that if she dared to divorce, she should die outside and never come back, as if she had never given birth to her. Her mother also scolded her, saying she was ungrateful. She had such a good husband and still wanted to leave. She rolled up her sleeves to show her the scars, burn marks from cigarettes and cuts from a small knife. Her arms were badly injured. But they ignored her injuries and said they were just minor cuts. Zhao Weijie was now paralyzed and in a bad mood, so it was understandable for him to vent his anger by hitting her a few times. Later, Fong Lan also came to advise her to be more sensible. She told her that as a woman with no education or job, How could she support herself after divorce? She urged her to think carefully and not act impulsively. Feng Hua didn't care about her life or death. She told her she should look in the mirror, an old woman with dull beauty and no worth. She questioned her right to talk about divorce, calling her a joke. After returning from her mother's house, Fong Tang completely lost hope. She felt her life was a joke, not even a person. In the Fong family's eyes, she was just a commodity sold for a good price, with no after-sales service. The family drained her blood and ate her flesh. Everyone got what they wanted and lived happily, but she was suffering in. So, she decided to end her life with Zhao Weijia. When she saw her father again, Fong Tang thought she wouldn't be angry anymore. But hearing his natural, commanding tone made her anger flare up, and she lost her patience. Her father looked surprised. His second daughter seemed unfamiliar, more beautiful and bolder, daring to argue with him. "Is this how you talk to your father? What do you have to say? Are you out there fooling around?" His tone grew harsher. Wen Jing, standing nearby, secretly felt proud. She had just said something vague, which clearly caused conflict between Fong Tang and her father. Fong Tang sneered and mocked, "I'm openly dating someone. Unlike Fong Lan, who's already a fallen woman. Dad, if you're here just to scold me, you should leave. I don't have time to argue with you." Her father's face changed drastically. He suddenly stood up and raised his hand to hit her. Zhang Weihong was startled, unsure whether to stop him. Wen Jing looked on, enjoying the show. Fong Tang dodged the slap, sneering, "If you're so ashamed, just make a scene. Everyone will know that Fong Zidong wants to sell his daughter to get a promotion and wealth. You're useless, so you want to sell me to Zhao Weijia to get ahead. You want your precious daughter to go to college and your son to get a formal job." She continued, "My worth as a commodity is real. Since you want to sell me for benefits, why not treat me better? People want horses to run fast and to eat well. I'm worth less than a beast at home. Why should I sacrifice myself to benefit your selfish, cold-hearted family? Am I that stupid?" Her father's face turned pale with anger. He pointed at Fong Tang, trembling. For 18 years, his second daughter had been timid and obedient. She always obeyed him and never dared to argue. But after just 3 months in the countryside, she had become such a shrew. Even more upsetting, she secretly had an affair with a man. In the countryside, what kind of good men are there? Only the factory director's son seems promising. This little brat is deliberately opposing him.
You
Unfilial brat, I will beat you to death today." Fong Zidong gritted his teeth and cursed. At home, he was used to being the boss, and even his most valued son, Fong Hua, didn't dare to contradict him. This little brat has grown bold. If he doesn't teach this kid a lesson today, how can he maintain his authority? "Uncle Fong, let's talk nicely. Don't hit him." Zhang Weihong tried to persuade him, also urging Fong Tang, "Don't be so aggressive when talking to your uncle. We're the younger generation. We shouldn't argue with elders." Fong Tang retorted impatiently, "Why do you care so much about my family affairs? Who gave you the right?" Zhang Weihong felt frustrated and choked with anger, then said reluctantly, "I won't interfere anymore. Do as you like." If she meddled again, she would truly change her surname and stop interfering. She didn't understand people's kindness. Fong Tang, and by Anshi, would regret it someday. Zhang Weihong left with a dark face, too lazy to stay in the house. Wen Jing sat quietly watching the scene. She planned to tell the male youth about Fong Tang, who usually pretended to be proper but had a fiery temper. She often spoke disrespectfully to her father. Such a person is really dangerous. Fong Zidong slapped her, but Fong Tang dodged. When they were at home, her parents often took out their anger on her and even hit her. She used to stand there foolishly, afraid to dodge. She was too naive before. Even if her parents were wrong, why should she be beaten for no reason? From now on, if she was beaten again by the Fong family, her rebirth would be meaningless. You dare to dodge? After coming to the countryside, you've become lawless. You've forgotten your manners. Stop right there. Fong Zidong was furious, his eyes burning with anger. His second daughter had completely turned into a wild girl with no manners. No wonder Zhao Weijie looked down on her. If he had known it would turn out like this, he would have sent Fong Lan to the countryside 3 months ago. Even if he had arranged a marriage for this brat, there wouldn't be so many worries now. Fong Zidong was both angry and regretful, but he still wanted to save her. After all, his second daughter was quite good-looking, and Zhao Weijie might still be able to be convinced. But the most urgent thing was to tame her wild nature and cut off that strange, wild man too. Fong Tang sneered and said, "Who are you to teach me manners? I was sent to my grandmother in the countryside when I was born. Over the past 15 years, how many times have you and my mother come to see me? Not even countable. After Grandma passed away, you took me into the city to be a free nanny. I did all the housework. I don't even have my own bed, just a wire bed I sleep on at night and fold away during the day. Everyone else has a room and a bed, but I am just an outsider. I have no place in this home. I'm not a good student, but that's not why you mistreated me. If you didn't like me, you should have left me in the countryside 3 years ago. Was it just for your good reputation? During these 3 years, I worked like a beast at home. I didn't dare eat more greens, wore old clothes left by Fong Lan, and ate leftovers. Whenever you were upset, you took it out on me. This is your home, not mine. In your eyes, I am just a product you can sell for profit to the factory owner to get benefits. Don't act like a respectful elder in front of me. Someone shameless like you doesn't deserve it." Fong Tang vented all her frustration from both lives in one breath. Seeing Fei Qing's stern face and her heavy breathing, she felt very relieved. If she weren't afraid of gossip, she would have slapped this old beast. A shameless, reputation-seeking old beast. What right does he have to scold her? Bai Anqi listened carefully, her expression strange. She didn't expect Fong Tang's background to be so tragic. No wonder she wore old clothes, even more impoverished than rural girls. She glanced at Fong Zidong with disdain. He dressed decently, looked like a cultured person, so how could he be so uneducated? Her mother was right. Many unfaithful people are scholars. Some people read too much, and their conscience gets worse. Fong Tang's father must be one of those. Fong Zidong finally caught his breath. Without a word, he grabbed the teacup on the table and threw it at Fong Tang. He didn't even look, just threw it. The cup shattered on the ground, splashing water everywhere, and the porcelain was chipped. At first, they doubted Fong Tang's words. Even if her parents were biased, they wouldn't abuse their own daughter, right? But seeing Fong Zidong's fierce expression and the violence of his action, they believed it. This was no longer a father. He was clearly an enemy. Fong Tang was also startled. She quickly dodged, and the teacup narrowly missed her shoulder, crashing to the ground with a loud bang. Water splashed everywhere, and the cup broke a layer of paint. "You beast, I raised you with your mother for 18 years. You don't show gratitude and are unfilial. You're worse than an animal." Fong Zidong gritted his teeth and cursed word by word. He didn't think what Fong Tang said was wrong. Fong Lan and Fong Huan never did chores when they were young, but Fong Tang was skilled at them. Who else would do them if not her? Moreover, this beast doesn't study well, isn't good at socializing, and is petty. It's destined to have no future. If she doesn't do chores at home, what else can she do? The family doesn't support idlers. Just doing a little housework, and this little beast hates her parents. Even crows know to feed their parents, and lambs kneel to suckle. This second child is worse than an animal. Fong Tang sneered and raised her voice. "I was raised by my grandmother. I never drank a drop of your wife's milk. My grandmother raised me on rice porridge. You did send 10 yuan back each month, but every year she sent rice and salted meat. You never brought anything back for the family, and you rarely came home for New Year. In 15 years, you only went back 3 times, staying a total of 6 days. When I was young, I thought my parents were dead. Turns out you're still alive." Fong Zidong was so angry he stomped his feet and cursed him to die right in front of him. Disobedient, and worse than an animal. He reached for a stool to throw, but just as he lifted his hand, someone held him back. It was a handsome young man, the rude young man from earlier who was riding a bike. He looked at him coldly, making him weak in the knees and unable to move. Sang Emo had been outside the house. Fong Tang didn't want him to interfere, saying she could handle it. But Fong father's bad behavior surprised him. He just attacked without hesitation, showing no respect for his daughter. Naturally, he had to come in to protect his wife. Try smashing it and see what happens, Sang Emo warned coldly. He used some force, and Fong father's head was sweating from the pain. His arm felt broken. Fong Tang relaxed a little and became bolder. She hid behind Sang Emo and shouted, "Don't think you can hit me for no reason anymore. I don't look up to you or your wife. You want to sell me for your benefit? Do you have no shame? I'll tell you, he's my boyfriend. I want to marry him. Zhao Weijie, marry whoever you like. My precious daughter Fong Lan isn't married yet. I don't want to. Fong Lan is already a fallen woman. Fong Tang, don't trick me." Zhao Weijie just arrived and heard this shocking news. Even if he were single, he would never marry Fong Lan, that troublemaker. She's not only ugly, but also reckless. He thought clearly, he's not crazy. The educated youths had all come over, looking surprised. Fong Tang usually speaks softly, but today, in front of his father, he said many rebellious things. It seemed he had been badly bullied at home. If Fong Tang's words were true, then his parents were truly shameless. Nowadays, in this new society, there are still people who sell their daughters for personal gain. That's really disgusting. Fong's father angrily scolded, "I don't agree. Who gave you permission to find a partner on your own? Do you have no shame?" This man, though handsome, had no manners at all. He even tried to hit him, rebelling like Fong Tang. He would never agree to this. Fong's father then turned to Zhao Weijie kindly and said, "Weijie, there's a misunderstanding between you and Fong Tang. I'll talk to you about it later." "No need," Zhao Weijie interrupted. "My mother is already looking for a match for me. My father is a factory director, so I can find someone easily. Why do we have to marry into your Fong family? Uncle Fong, you should focus on teaching your daughter Fong Lan better. Her reputation as a troublemaker is spreading all over town." He finished speaking and shot a proud look at Sang Emo, showing he had made his stance clear in front of Fong's father. Surely, the devilish man would be satisfied now.
Sang Montag nodded approvingly.
Zhao Weijie immediately relaxed, happy that the devil was pleased. Only then could he enjoy his good days. Fong Zidong's face went pale. If Sang Emo hadn't been holding his arm, he might have fallen to the ground. His reputation was ruined by Fong Lan, that rebellious girl. The news had even spread to this remote countryside. How could he still have face? "Weijie, this is a misunderstanding. Don't listen to those rumors," Fong Zidong hurriedly explained, his face turning as red as a pig's liver. He hated Fong Lan so much that he planned to find her a marriage after they returned to the city, to keep her from embarrassing the family. Zhao Weijie kept waving his hand and took a few steps back to avoid trouble. "I don't want to get involved in your family's affairs."
"Don't tell me about it."
"I fully support Fong Tang and Sang Emo being together. They're a perfect match, talented and beautiful, made for each other. I'll even attend their wedding." After saying that, he looked at Sang Emo with a flattering smile. Once Sang Emo nodded in approval, Zhao Weijie's tail seemed to lift into the sky. His chubby body even floated a little. Losing Fong Tang didn't seem to bother him as much anymore. Actually, he now genuinely thought Sang Emo and Fong Tang were quite a good match. Fong Tang no longer disliked Zhao Weijie as much now. Although she still found him annoying, at least in this life, Zhao Weijie looked like a decent person. In her previous life, she was too timid to resist, and later, she also passed away. She has already avenged her past grievances. As long as Zhao Weijie doesn't bother her again in this life, she won't get involved with him, and will live her own life. Bai Anqi couldn't hold back and sarcastically said, "I've never heard of parents in whose city forcing their daughter to marry a frog. If you want to get ahead and make money, work hard yourself. If you lack ability, you try to sell your daughter. What a big face you have, bigger than a frog's face." After saying this, she glanced at Zhao Weijie's big, round face. "Marrying such a man is worse than becoming a nun." Fong Tang feels sorry for having such parents. Bai Anqi now feels quite sympathetic toward Fong Tang. With such unkind parents, it might have been better to become an orphan early on. Zhao Weijie initially felt nothing, but Bai Anqi's sharp look irritated his dull nerves. He jumped up high and scolded her. Who calls me a frog? Humph. Your mother even praised me as handsome. She's eager to marry you off to me. I just don't like flat land. Even with the lights off, I'd rather touch myself. That phrase, flat land, hit Bai Anqi's sore spot hard. She jumped 3 meters high, grabbed a broom from the corner, and swung it at Zhao Weijie, shouting, Who calls me flat land? I have a great figure. Look at you. Your face is full of pimples, uglier than a frog. Even a rat's daughter wouldn't marry you. My mom was fooled by your mom, thinking you're handsome. Don't dream about it. No matter how many times you're reborn, you'll never be handsome. Look at yourself. Do you think your skinny body is good? Oh, heavens! Even if you were reborn 38 times, you'd never have a good figure. Bai Anqi, don't go too far. I don't have a habit of hitting women. Come on, try to hit me. I'm not afraid of you. The two of them chased each other back and forth. Bai Anqi held the broom fiercely, while Zhao Weijie ran ahead, occasionally turning back to curse. It looked like they were about to fight. Several young workers quickly stepped in, pulling Zhao Weijie back to the dormitory. Don't pull me away. I must teach her a lesson. Who dares call me a frog? If I am a frog, then she's a washboard. Enough, stop arguing. You're a man. Be generous. Why are you always fighting with women? Someone advised. Why should a man always have to give in to a woman? I don't owe her anything, Zhao Weijie refused. He had been spoiled since he was young and had never backed down. Why should he give in to a woman? Even if Fong Tang was very beautiful, he had never given in. Why should Bai Anqi? Bai Anqi was also held back by someone. One was inside the house, the other outside, shouting at each other through a door. Neither was willing to give in. The loud arguing drew everyone's attention away from Fong Zidong. Sang Mo was still grabbing Fong Zidong's arm and applying more force. Zidong was in pain and couldn't speak clearly, his face showing suffering. He gritted his teeth and said, Let go. Disobedient and unfilial, he was dating his daughter and even dared to hit his father-in-law. Such a disrespectful person must come from a poor family background. Fong Tang was blind to this and gave up Zhao Weijie for this superficial brute. Fong Tang is mine. If you dare to curse or hit her again, don't blame me for being rude. Sang Mo gently pushed him, causing Fong Zidong to step back repeatedly. He lost control and sat heavily on the bed, glaring angrily. I haven't agreed. You shameless thing. Fong Tang is my daughter. I won't allow you to be together. I've moved my household registration out. You can't control me. You haven't managed me for the past 18 years, and you won't in the future, Fong Tang said coldly. She was now completely disconnected from the Fong family. When she moved out to the countryside, she transferred her household registration from Natushan Brigade. Fong Zidong couldn't control her at all. Even if she married Sang Mo, she didn't need Fong Zidong's approval. As long as Natushan Brigade issued a certificate, she and Sang Mo could get married. But she was still under 18 and couldn't get a marriage license yet. Sang Mo said they would wait until conditions improved before registering. Fong Tang didn't mind, but she agreed, so Sang Mo would be motivated to earn money. You unfilial girl. Do you still have any shame? Fong Zidong kept cursing, almost furious. Those words should be said to Fong Lan. You carefully raised your precious daughter for 20 years, and now she's become a disgrace. Are you happy? Surprised? Fong Tang mocked sharply. During those 3 years in the city, both Fong father and Fong mother often compared her to Fong Lan whenever they scolded her. If only you were half as sensible as your sister, I wouldn't be so angry, said Mother Fong. Can you learn from your sister? We're both daughters, so why are you so different? Fong Tang, you're such a disappointment, said Father Fong. She had heard these words for 3 years, almost every day, like brainwashing. Eventually, she believed she was truly inferior to Fong Lan, completely useless. She gave up on studying because no matter how hard she tried, She couldn't compare to Fong Lan, and she never received a compliment from her parents.
So, she thought, why waste more time? But now she understands.
Fong Lan isn't that outstanding, and she's not that terrible. For example, Fong Lan can't cook well or do embroidery, but she can make good food and sew clothes. However, her parents see these skills as wrong ways, believing studying is the right path. Yet, she isn't good at studying, but she excels at other skills. Because of this, she couldn't meet her parents' expectations and was looked down upon. Sun Mo also said coldly, Fong Tang is very good and talented. It's your own blindness that keeps you from seeing her worth. From now on, you have no right to interfere with Fong Tang's matters. Zhao Dong's breath caught in his throat, and he started coughing violently. His glasses crooked from the force. Fong Tang looked on coldly, not offering water, just watching. In her heart, her father was already dead, and the rest of the Fong family no longer mattered to her. Leave now. You don't need to come anymore, Fong Tang said coldly. She wouldn't take anything from the Fong family anymore. Whether she was doing well or not, it had nothing to do with them. Even if she had to beg, she wouldn't go to the Fong family's door. But the honor she gained, the Fong family wouldn't share, even a little. Their past grievances were now settled. You ungrateful girl. Your mother was right. You're just an ungrateful wolf, Zhao Dong yelled angrily, insulting her with words his wife often used. Fong Tang sneered coldly, mocking, Your wife used to say I was born to soak in the toilet. Why didn't you soak in it back then? If I die, I won't have to suffer so much. Sun Mo was annoyed and grabbed Zhao Dong's arm harder this time, applying more force. Zhao Dong was in pain, his face turning pale.
Fine.
I raised you as a beast for nothing. I want to see what kind of future you'll have with such a worthless man. Fong Zedong clenched his teeth to hold onto his last dignity. He knew that Fong Tang would not have a good life. He had stayed in the countryside until he was 20, working hard all year but still barely making enough money. He was hungry and cold, and people looked down on him when he went out. That's why he desperately wanted to move to the city. Now he is finally settled there. He chose a good path for this fool, but the fool insisted on taking a narrow, difficult trail. He thought he had never had this fool, and when he cried and came back later, he wouldn't open the door for him. Whether I am doing well has nothing to do with your Fong family.
Fan Tang Vito.
She was confident she would live better than anyone in the Fong family. She wanted to see if, without the benefits given by the Zhao family, the Fong family members could still be happy like in the past. Fong Zedong angrily shook off her hand, his face dark with anger. He turned and left, not forgetting to take the 2 bags of things he brought. That little fool didn't deserve them. Outside, the young workers who were watching silently moved aside. Their eyes looked at Fong Zedong with disdain. They thought he was shameless, pretending to be a caring father when he was about to sell his daughter. Truly shameless. Fong Zedong stormed down the road, but after just a few steps, his legs ached. He had been walking all morning and was exhausted. He hadn't even had a sip of water and still had to walk back to the town, not knowing if there was a bus to the county. His cheeks trembled with anger. If he had known, he wouldn't have come on this trip. It was a waste of time and made him so angry, he almost burst. But thinking about the uncertain future, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He had planned for a bright future, but now everything had changed. Fong Zedong deeply regretted sending that little fool to the countryside. He should have kept her at home, obedient. Once in the rural area, she was taken away by a dishonest man. His heart ached painfully, worse than being cut. His eldest daughter was now a troublemaker, his second daughter was poorly raised, and his son was lazy. His chance for promotion seemed far away. How could he go on living like this? Fong Zedong took 3 steps and sighed heavily, looking as if he had lost his wife. When he reached a hill, he was blocked by 2 old men with white hair. One was tall and strong, the other was slender and refined. Are you Fong Tang's father? The tall old man asked loudly. Yes, who are you? Before Fong Zedong could answer, he was punched in the face. The tall old man was Fong Leoi, who had long wanted to hit this fool's father. Today, he finally had the chance. How dare you, beast? You, who have no ability to be a leader, just want to sell your daughter for benefits. Why are you still here? Just and make shoes out of you. Old Master Fong grabbed Fong Zedong by the collar with one hand and swung his fist hard with the other, hitting Fong Zedong until his eyes blurred and he felt dizzy and confused about what was happening.
Who are you?
Did that beast Fong Tang send you?
Ah.
Stop hitting me. As soon as Fong Zedong opened his mouth, he was slapped, no, kicked with his shoe sole by Old Master Wu. The old man was a refined person who disliked violence, but Fong Zedong pushed him to his limit. He took off his shoes and started hitting back with both feet, beating the shameless father. Fong Tang is such a good girl. Your family is blind and can't see her worth. You will regret this someday. Old Master Fong was so angry, he became more aggressive. He vented his frustration, and if Old Master Wu hadn't stopped him, he might have kept hitting. Stop, go back now. Old Master Wu looked down at Fong Zedong lying stiff on the ground with disdain, then told Old Master Fong to take 2 bags of things. These were owed to Fong Tang by the Fong family and had to be returned. He's getting off easy. Old Master Fong, still upset, kicked the ground, picked up the 2 bags, and the 2 of them headed up the hill along a small path back home. Fong Zedong lay on the ground for a long time, feeling pain everywhere. He hated Fong Tang so much. It was definitely those 2 old bandits Fong Tang called rebellious and unfilial. They even dared to attack their own father. From now on, no matter how badly Fong Tang lives, he would never help her. Fong Zedong struggled to his feet and staggered along. As it got dark, he finally reached the town. Since there were no buses to the county seat, he had to find a guest house to stay in. That afternoon, Fong Tang felt that the young workers were especially friendly to her. They spoke softly and politely, especially Bai Anqi, who kept giving her strange, piercing looks as if she had a serious illness. It made Fong Tang feel a little creeped out. Hey, why are you always looking at me? Fong Tang finally couldn't hold back and asked.
Who's looking at you?
Don't flatter yourself. Bai Anqi looked uncomfortable but kept a firm tone. She did look at Fong Tang, but she thought the woman was pitiful, like the kind the teachers talked about in school, women living in the hardships of the old society, pushed into fire by their own parents, cursed and miserable. Thinking about it, she felt quite happy. She used to complain that her parents favored her brother because he was younger, and she thought they were biased toward him. But compared to Fong Tang, her parents were really good to her. Even if they favored her brother, they never treated her badly. Fong Tang smiled sincerely and said, "Thank you so much today." Earlier, Bai Anqi had spoken up for her, which surprised her. Among so many young people, only Bai Anqi had defended her. Others felt sorry for her, but didn't speak up, clearly not wanting to get involved. She understood. Family matters are the hardest to handle, and if not careful, they can cause trouble. Only someone simple-minded like Bai Anqi might speak out. Bai Anqi looked even more uncomfortable and awkwardly said, "I was just saying it casually. I didn't mean to help you." Don't get your hopes up. She didn't want to be friends with Fong Tang. They were enemies and couldn't stand each other. Fong Tang smiled and asked deliberately, "Do you want to eat the fish?" A while ago, the cloth tickets she found belonged to Bai Anqi. She used to dislike Bai Anqi because, in her past life, Bai Anqi bullied her and spread rumors to ruin her reputation. She didn't feel guilty about taking the tickets. But now, it seemed Bai Anqi wasn't that bad. Maybe she could exchange those tickets for fish. Bai Anqi's eyes lit up, and without thinking, she said, "Yes, I want to eat. I'll give you one later." After saying that, Fong Tang left. She had calculated that the tickets could be exchanged for 10 fish. Bai Anqi opened her mouth, wanting to ask why Fong Tang was giving her fish, but after thinking for a moment, she decided not to ask. If she was given fish, she'd eat it. Only a fool would refuse fish offered right in front of her. Near the end of the workday, Fong Tang took out her fishing rod, made by Old Master Fong. The bait was a dough ball rolled onto the hook. Tossed into the water, she could catch fish in no time. About 5 each day, enough for them to eat and even sell in town for money. She gave Bai Anchi a crucian carp and then carried the remaining fish away. Soon she planned to catch a rabbit. She was content with her life now. She also wanted to study hard and get into college to make Fong family furious. Bai Anchi held the lively fish in her hands, feeling a bit surprised and a little guilty. She had been against Fong Tang, and now she couldn't even get a small shrimp to eat. But now, by improving her relationship with Fong Tang a little, she had eaten fish twice. Her mother had told her that making friends was about benefits. Good friends are those who can give you benefits. Bad friends are those who take your things and cause trouble. She thought, the farther away, the better. White Anchi now had two references, Fong Tang and Wen Jing. Immediately, she understood that in the future, she needed to improve her relationship with Fong Tang even more. Maybe she could even get some meat. The male-educated youths said that Fong Tang and Sang Mo always had meat to eat, and their meals were the best in the entire Nyo 2 mountain team. White Anchi swallowed hard and took the fish to find the male-educated youths. She couldn't cook, so she teamed up with them. Anyway, she couldn't finish a whole fish, so they shared it. She took advantage of the situation to eat with them, and they would help her with chores. She teamed up with Wen Jing and the others, but she only ended up losing out. Wen Jing was the kind of person who only wanted benefits. She was a troublemaker. The farther she stayed away, the better. White Anchi didn't even want to look at her. On the way, Fong Tang caught a wild rabbit. She held a fat rabbit in her left hand and carried a fish basket in her right, happily heading back to her grass hut. Today, she felt especially happy. She had finally vented her anger from 2 lifetimes. Tonight, she planned to cook something delicious. Tanger is here. There are peach cookies in the house. Old Wu smiled kindly. Where's Grandpa Fong? Fong Tang didn't think much and thought he was brought back by Sang Mo. He went to the mountain to herd cattle. He'll be back soon. Old Wu went to pick vegetables in the garden. Sang Mo had cleared a vegetable patch on the hillside, planting many vegetables for self-sufficiency. Any extra was dried into preserved vegetables or sold in town. When Fong Tang entered the house, she saw familiar bundles on the table. They were the 2 bags that Fong Zidong had brought, now placed here. Fong Tang blinked and quickly understood. During lunch, the 2 old men had been very angry, especially old Fong, who said he wanted to teach her father a lesson. She and Sang Mo had stopped him. She didn't expect these 2 old men to go and confront her scoundrel father. They probably even scolded him. Fong Tang smiled softly, feeling warm inside. Since her grandmother passed away, no one had stood up for her. Now, she finally had someone to stand up for her. The bundles contained many things: malted milk, peach cookies, egg cakes, luncheon meat, biscuits, and more. It was clear that Fong's mother had spent a lot of money. But this wasn't just maternal love. It was her way of feeding her well and selling for a good price. Fong Tang took a piece of peach cookie. It was crispy and sweet. She had loved peach cookies since she was young. Her grandmother bought some every month. She didn't eat them herself, but kept them for her. After moving to the city, Fong's mother also often bought peach cookies. But she couldn't even get a crumb, only watching Fong Lan and Fong Hua eat. Fong Tang broke off half a piece and stuffed it into old Master Wu's mouth. Since he didn't block it properly, the peach pastry went in, and he had to eat it. The grandfather and granddaughter shared a smile, each taking turns. "Tang girl, look what I picked," old Master Fong's loud voice came from outside. Fong Tang went out, and he happily handed her a string of bright red wild berries, which he had strung together with dogtail grass stems and tied into a knot, making it look like a jade bracelet. "These are wild blackberries. This season is the time to eat blackberries. Locally, they are called a gong gong. They taste better than cultivated strawberries, sweet and sour, very delicious. There's a big patch on the mountain, but many aren't ripe yet. I'll pick some again tomorrow." "Tang girl, eat quickly," old Master Fong said happily. "Yes, Grandpa Fong, you should eat too." Fong Tang untied the grass knot, took a few berries and put them in old Master Wu's mouth, then fed a few to old Master Wu. She only ate a few herself, sweet and sour, just like the taste from her memories. She didn't finish them all, leaving half for Sang Mo. After work, Sang Mo went to the mountain to cut grass and gather firewood. He had to work hard to come back. At night, they ate steamed fish, salted soybeans, braised potatoes, scrambled eggs with chives, spicy snails, fried loach, and rabbit. They were tired of eating the same dishes every day, so Fong Tang didn't cook. She kept the rabbits in a cage to sell in town later. Sang Mo was the one who caught the snails and loach. He also grew the soybeans, potatoes, and chives. In the countryside, as long as you work hard, you can fill your stomach. Smells so good. This is even more abundant than New Year's. Old Wu, shall we have a drink? Old Master Fong sniffed the aroma eagerly, feeling tipsy. Since Sang Mo and the people from the distillery became close, the family's wine never ran out. The two old men often had a small drink or two, and Old Master Sang also kept drinking. Sure, let's have a couple of drinks. Old Master was also in good spirits. Tonight's dishes were all good for drinking, so they each had 2 cups. Neither of the old men mentioned Fong family members. Although the Fong family wasn't very kind, they were still Fong Tang's relatives. They couldn't insult them openly in front of Fong Tang. They decided not to mention it. Anyway, they would love Fong Tang even more in the future. No one could bully their granddaughter. Fong Tang was in a very good mood. She also had a little wine. After just a few sips, she felt tipsy. Sang Mo carried her back to the dormitory. On the way, she was often teased. When she drank, Fong Tang was especially obedient, letting him squeeze and knead her. Sang Mo almost lost control of his car. After we return to the city, we'll get our marriage certificate. Sang Mo clenched his teeth and said he had wanted to wait until conditions improved before registering their marriage. He didn't want Fong Tang to marry him just to suffer. But he overestimated his self-control. He decided he couldn't hold back any longer and should enjoy life now. All right, I'll listen to you. Fong Tang obediently lay on his chest, listening to his strong, steady heartbeat. Marriage sounded wonderful. She also wanted to be Mrs. Sang. Seeing her so well-behaved, Sang Mo couldn't help but kiss her again. Although it wasn't a full moon night, he almost turned into a wolf. Luckily, he stopped himself at the last moment, much to the system's disappointment. Actually, the host was about to turn 18, which was the legal age for women to marry. Unfortunately, the big boss wasn't willing. The system silently sighed but quickly cheered up, thinking that with it around, returning to the city was just around the corner. Soon it would see exciting scenes, and it was very excited. The system eagerly rubbed its little hands, full of anticipation and happiness. Meanwhile, Fong Zedong was having a much tougher time. The local inn in the small town was very poor, hard beds, damp blankets, and a musty smell. He couldn't sleep well all night, tossing and turning until dawn. His head was pounding, and he finally caught a bus to the county seat, then took a train back to Huqing. After a long journey, he finally arrived at the machine tool factory in the evening. Seeing the familiar factory gate, Fong Zedong's eyes welled with tears. He was finally back. He never wanted to go to the countryside again. He was exhausted, hungry, and sleepy. He planned to take a shower, eat, and then have a good sleep. On the way, many colleagues greeted him, and he responded one by one. But he felt something was strange. Their looks weren't right, and they seemed to hold back words, even showing a bit of schadenfreude. Could something be wrong at home? Fong Zedong's heart sank. He had a bad feeling but tried to reassure himself. It was probably because of Fong Lan. That rebellious girl needed to be dealt with early. Any man with a job could marry her, and once married, the gossip would stop and life would be peaceful again. But thinking about how he had raised his eldest daughter for 20 years, with high hopes, only to see it all go to waste, made Fong Zedong feel like his heart was being torn apart. It hurt so much. Then, thinking about his disobedient second daughter, his pain grew even worse. He felt suffocated. With a dark face, he returned to the staff housing. His own door was tightly shut. Fong Zedong didn't have the key, so he knocked hard. He knocked for a long time, but no one answered. The neighbor next door opened the door. It was Fong's mother. Seeing him, Mrs. Fong's eyes instantly turned red, and she choked with emotion, saying, "Old Fong, you're finally back. Something big has happened." The family felt like the sky was falling. She hadn't slept well these past few days, feeling lost and unable to eat. "What happened? Why are you in this room?" Fong Zidong's heart sank, and his nerves tightened immediately. He sensed that something serious was wrong. The room his wife came out of was Fong Lan and Fong Hua's room. The locked room was theirs, and it was also the place they ate. What exactly happened? The factory took back that room. They said we can only stay in one room. Lanner and Xiao Hua are temporary workers and don't qualify for separate rooms. The factory told us to move out by this Sunday. Old Fong, what should we do? Mrs. Fong's tears streamed down her face. She had been tidying up these days, but one room couldn't hold everything. The whole family of 4 was crammed into one room. How could they fit? At that moment, Mrs. Fong had forgotten that 3 years ago, their family of 4 had already squeezed into this one room. Going from a simple life to luxury was easy, but going back was hard. She couldn't stand the cramped space anymore. Fong Zidong's vision blurred, and he suddenly felt dizzy, as if the top of his head was about to burst. He couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed backward. "Old Fong, don't scare me." "Xiao Hua, come help your dad." Mrs. Fong was panic-stricken. Her husband was the pillar of the family. If he fell, what would she do? She and her son helped Fong Zidong back into the room and laid him on the bed. The room was divided into 2 by a cloth curtain, Fong Lan in the inner room and Fong Hua in the outer. There weren't many pieces of furniture, so it was still quite spacious. Now, the room was filled with furniture, leaving no space to stand. Fong Zidong slowly woke up. Seeing the crowded scene before him, he almost fainted again. Why was he getting worse and worse? Over the past 3 years, many people envied him for having 2 rooms. Many families squeezed into one room, making it hard for couples to do anything at night. His colleagues at the factory often made sarcastic remarks, but Fong Zidong didn't care. In fact, he felt a bit proud. He thought it was because of his outstanding ability that the factory gave him 2 rooms. But now he suddenly realized the real reason. It was because of Fong Tang's reputation. 3 years ago, Fong Tang had returned home. Zhao Weijie kept pestering her and even said he would give her a separate room. At that time, the factory had just built a staff housing complex, so their family was given an extra room. Later, Zhao Weijie even came to brag to Fong Tang about it. But he had ignored all this. He believed it was solely because of his good work performance. Fong Zidong sighed softly. The words Fong Tang had shouted at him echoed in his ears. He saw the iron bed leaning in the corner of the wall. After Fong Tang moved to the countryside, the bed was no longer used and was kept in the corner. For the past 3 years, after everyone had gone to sleep, Fong Tang would unfold the iron bed and sleep in the living room. He had to pack it away before they woke up the next day, or his wife would scold him for being lazy. But in fact, Fong Tang did all the housework during these 3 years, cooking, washing clothes, mopping. Every day there was always something to do. In Fong Zidong's memory, Fong Tang was always working, with no time to rest. Even if she did more chores, it wasn't a reason for this ungrateful person to rebel. Children in the countryside did even more work every day, but they never resented their parents. Only this ungrateful person. What did the factory say? Fong Zidong asked quietly. They only said to give up one room, nothing else, Fong's mother answered with red eyes. She still couldn't accept the reality. She asked, "Have you seen that little brat in the countryside?" As long as that little brat married Zhao Weijie, she could still have 2 rooms to live in. Fong's mother still held on to hope. Fong Zidong's face darkened instantly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't mention that brat. Just pretend she was never born." Fong's mother felt dizzy. After calming down, she looked at her husband with despair. Tears welled up in her eyes. "What should we do? How can we live in one room?" There was also Lanner's marriage and their son's official job. All might fall apart. What did that little brat say? Did she and Zhao Weijie not get along? Fong's mother asked, still hopeful. Fong Zidong then recounted his experience in the countryside, cursing angrily. From now on, when she suffers, we'll pretend we never had this ungrateful person. She found someone herself? Has her mind been chewed by dogs? What kind of person could be better than Zhao Weijia? Fong's mother was so angry she almost fainted. In the countryside, what kind of good man could there be? This little brat was definitely doing it on purpose, deliberately opposing the family. Fong Zidong snorted coldly. Let her do as she pleases. If she wants to beg for food, she can go beg herself. I won't care about this ungrateful person anymore. What about the house? Fong's mother blurted out. She absolutely couldn't stand sharing one room. She would go crazy. Fong Zidong said impatiently, What's wrong with one room? Many families in the factory live in one room. We lived like that 3 years ago. Are we really that unbearable now? The house is not the main concern now. What about Lan's marriage and Xiao Hua's job? Mother Fong is very worried. Without the factory director as a matchmaker, nothing can be arranged. How can she enjoy a good life anymore? That little brat, she really is a selfish wolf. Lan's reputation now isn't good. You should find someone to marry her soon. Just ask around for a stable job and everything else can be discussed, Fong Zidong said. Beside him, Fong Lan's face turned pale instantly. Her heart sank. She knew it would come to this. Once she lost her usefulness, she would be sold cheaply. Any man could marry her. Old Fong, how can you say that? Lan is innocent. Those rumors will fade away soon. If you rush to marry her off, she won't find a good family. Do you want to see her fall into a trap? Mother Fong scolded angrily. Her husband was now dismissing her beloved eldest daughter like a beggar. She wouldn't agree to that. What does it matter if she's innocent? Others outside don't think so. Even Zhao Weijia from the countryside knows she's a troublemaker. With that kind of reputation, who would want a good young man? Just getting a formal job is good enough. Do you still want her to marry a government official's son? That's settled. Find someone soon and marry her off, Fong Zidong said impatiently. He thought his wife was foolish and short-sighted. Their eldest daughter had no chance of marrying into a powerful family anymore. Why keep her around? Marrying her early could bring in some bride price and reduce the family's losses. Fong Lan lowered her head in despair, crying. Her father was so cruel. What could she do? Old Fong, Lan is our daughter. How can you be so heartless? Mother Fong also cried. Fong Tang is your own child too. Don't you have a heart? Fong Zidong blurted out. Over the past 18 years, his wife had been harsher to Fong Tang than a stepmother. If she had been kind to Fong Tang, she wouldn't resent the family now, and things wouldn't have turned out like this. Mother Fong's face changed dramatically. Was her husband blaming her? What do you mean? Have I ever been unkind to Fong Tang? Does she lack food or clothing? Old Fong, explain yourself clearly, Mother Fong insisted. Fong Zidong snorted coldly, mocking her. Can you honestly say you treat Fong Tang well? You don't even believe it yourself. She was sent to my mother's place as soon as she was born. You never even tasted her milk, and you always talk about wanting to clean the toilet. Fong Tang has been in the countryside for 15 years. How many times have you visited her? He keeps hitting or scolding me. Even eating vegetables feels like a knife stabbing my eyes. You're even harsher than the old landlord's wife. If you had treated Tang with half the kindness you showed Lanner, she wouldn't resent the family so much. Mother Fong's face instantly lost its color. Her husband's words felt like a knife cutting into her heart. Fong Zidong, are you still speaking like a human? Why would I send Tang to the countryside? Don't you understand? I was bleeding heavily then, almost losing my life. Lana was only 2 years old, and Xiao Hua was weak. I was too weak myself and couldn't produce milk, so I could only feed Xiao Hua. At that time, I couldn't even take care of myself. How could I take care of 3 children? You just sat around doing nothing, not even washing a diaper, only talking coldly. And now you have the nerve to say, I didn't go to the countryside? How many times did you go? That was your own mother and daughter. Mother Fong was not a kind person. She immediately retorted fiercely. She was from the city, while Fong Zidong was from the countryside. She married into this family as a low-status bride. Why should she suffer this abuse? Tang wasn't the only one she had given birth to. Fong Zidong had already abandoned her. Why should she be blamed?
You.
You are simply unreasonable. Isn't it a woman's duty to discipline her children? My mother started working 3 days after I was born. You're just more delicate. Fong Zidong, angry and ashamed, said even more unpleasant words. He thought his wife was just being unreasonable and throwing a tantrum. Anyone's wife who goes to work 3 days after giving birth is a beast. Fong Zidong, don't compare me to your mother. I grew up in Huqing. I've never heard of any woman going back to work so soon after childbirth. Your Fong family doesn't treat women as people. That's cruelty. And you're so proud of it? Bah. Mother Fong crossed her arms, not backing down. She had brothers in her family in Huqing. If she angered them, they would beat Fong Zidong up. You call my mother a beast? I'll beat you to death. Fong Zidong slapped her. Though he wasn't a filial son, he couldn't stand anyone speaking badly of his mother, especially his wife. Not showing filial piety in actions is okay, but he had to be respectful in words. Otherwise, it was a great sin. Mother Fong was stunned. Her face felt hot. Since she married, Fong Zidong hadn't always obeyed her, but he was honest and obedient. He never even raised a finger against her. Now, he actually slapped her? I will fight you, Mrs. Fong. Acting wildly, forcefully pushed toward Fong Zidong. Exhausted and hungry, Fong Zidong was pushed to the ground, falling his backside, nearly injuring his tailbone. You shameless woman. You've gone crazy. Fong Zidong struggled to get up, trembling, and pointed at his wife while angrily scolding her. It's because you drove me crazy. You're useless and cowardly. Why did I marry you back then? Even if I married a pig or a dog, it would be better than marrying a worthless fool like you. Mrs. Fong spat disdainfully, feeling regretful inside. Many young men had wanted to marry her back then, all from better families than Fong Zidong. But she liked the gentle, handsome Fong Zidong, ignoring everyone else. Her parents' objections didn't matter. Now she regrets it. She wishes she had listened to her parents and married someone else, anyone but this useless man. Fong Zidong was so angry he couldn't speak clearly. His hands trembled like Parkinson's disease. After a while, he calmed down, his face pale, and suddenly stood up. In a flash, he slapped Mrs. Fong. This woman called him useless and cowardly.
How could he tolerate that?
You hit me?
How dare you hit me?
I won't stand for it. I'm hitting you because you're unkind, unfaithful, and irresponsible. You don't teach the children properly, making the family chaotic. Hitting you is too light punishment. Who do you think you are to criticize me? Your mother died 3 years ago, and you haven't even visited her grave. You're a traitor to your family. Why hasn't heaven struck you down with lightning? Fong Zidong, feeling hurt by her words, showed a fierce face. He swung his fists left and right, hitting Mrs. Fong so hard she was battered and bruised, with no good skin left on her face. Fong Hua quickly stepped in, angry at seeing his mother beaten so badly. He shouted, "Dad, why are you hitting Mom?" It was Fong Tang who caused all this. If you have the guts, go teach Fong Tang. Why are you taking your anger out on Mom? Mrs. Fong burst into tears. She thought her son was kind and caring. She wanted to divorce Fong Zidong, take Lan'er and Xiao Hua, and leave this man and Fong Tang behind. You're getting bold? Daring to shout at me? Fong Zidong, still furious, slapped her again. But Fong Hua was not a patient person. He was young and strong. He blocked his father's arm, causing Fong Zidong to stumble backward, nearly falling again. I don't want to argue with you. I won't come home tonight. Fong Hua hesitated for a moment, but didn't help Fong Zidong. Instead, he turned and walked outside. The house was a mess now, so he decided to stay at a friend's place for a few days. Don't come back if you leave, Fong Zidong shouted angrily, still sore from the arm that Fong Hua had pulled earlier, almost dislocating it. Fong Hua didn't look back and walked quickly away. The corridor was crowded with people watching the scene. The recent events at the Fong family had become a joke across the factory. Few people felt sorry for them. Most felt it was satisfying. Why are you all staring? What's so interesting? Fong Zedong yelled irritably and slammed the door shut. But this only made the crowd more excited. They crowded around the door, whispering loudly enough for those inside to hear. What's so great about that? They lost their house too, and now they have to squeeze into one room like us. Do you know why the factory director suddenly took back a room? Because they offended the director. Did you see how the director's wife talked to Fong Lan and her mother during the health check? Her words could cut like knives. It's clear Fong family upset the director's family. Isn't Fong Lan supposed to be dating the director's son? That's just gossip. With Fong Lan's reputation, do you think the director's son would like her? He prefers Fong's second daughter. But that marriage is probably off now. It's definitely off. The director's son is quite the... He probably met a prettier girl in the countryside and doesn't care about Fong Tang anymore. Their loud gossiping seeped through the door. Fong Zedong and Fong Lan heard everything clearly. Their faces grew darker with each word. Fong Zedong, who cared most about his reputation, couldn't stand hearing them call his daughter a broken shoe, and finally lost his temper. He slapped Fong Lan hard across the face. It was this rebellious girl that caused him to lose face at the factory, making colleagues and neighbors look down on him. Fong Lan dared not cry out loud. She covered her face and sobbed softly, feeling more bitter than bitter herbs. Just a few days ago, she was praised as a good girl. Now, she was called a broken shoe and hated by everyone. Everyone at the factory looked down on her. How could she endure such days? Fong Zedong, are you still human? You're useless yourself, and you can't even keep your house. Why are you blaming Lanner? Fong's mother, hurt by her daughter, grabbed a feather duster from the table and swung it at Fong Zedong. These past few days, she's been very worried and unable to sleep well. She had hoped her husband would come back and solve the problems, but instead, he only blames her and their daughter, and even hits people. She can no longer tolerate this. Everyone outside is listening carefully. Inside the house, there are constant loud noises, including Mother Fong's curses and Fong Zedong's angry shouts. It's noisier than a concert. Dad, Mom, please stop hitting.
Please stop.
Fong Lan cries and begs, trying to stop the fight, but she is too weak to do much. After nearly half an hour, Mother Fong and Fong Zedong are both tired. Their hair is messy, their clothes are torn, and they look very worn out. The house is a mess, with pots and dishes broken all over the floor. Seeing how messy they are, Mother Fong feels very sad. She covers her face and cries loudly. She curses Fong Zedong for being useless, saying that at her age, she has to suffer like this. Fong Zedong sits on the ground with a gloomy face. His face is covered with bruises, his glasses are broken, and his vision is blurry. His mind is a mess, and he doesn't know what to do in the future. But what the Fong family doesn't know is that this is just the beginning. Although they are sad and angry, Mother Fong tries to stay strong. She and Fong Lan clean up the house. There are too many pieces of furniture, so they sell half of them cheaply to colleagues at work. They divide the small space into two parts, one for Fong Lan and Fong Hua, and the other for the living room, dining area, and Fong Zedong's bedroom. The small 15-square-meter room has 3 beds, a table, cabinets, and boxes. It's so crowded that they can hardly turn around. When Fong Hua went home, she saw her tiny room, like a pigeon's nest, and immediately frowned. How can anyone live in such a small place? I can't even stretch my legs when I sleep. Fong Hua kept complaining. The tiny half-room, after putting in a bed, has nothing else. It's dark all day long, from morning to night. She can't even bring friends over. It's embarrassing. Others can live here. Why not you? We lived like this 3 years ago, Fong Zedong said coldly. But I wasn't tall back then, so it wasn't crowded. Fong Hua argued, feeling that her father was too weak. She was upset that she couldn't even get her own room. Want to live here? Then apply for your own house if you're so capable. Fong Zedong didn't want to argue with his rebellious daughter. These days, he's been feeling down at work. Compared to the house, he's more worried about his son's official job. He fears it might also fall apart. But Fong Zedong doesn't know that things are worse than he thinks. And it all happens so quickly. Less than a week after moving out of the house, the factory director told the secretary, "There are too many temporary workers in the factory. We don't need that many people for driving tasks, and the assembly workshop also doesn't require so many apprentices. Some of them have bad work habits and often leave early or skip work. Let's dismiss them to maintain a good factory atmosphere." The secretary, being sharp, immediately understood that the director was referring to the Fong siblings. Previously, the director had said about the house, "Many employees share just one room, and some have no rooms at all. Go check who is occupying 2 rooms and causing trouble at home. Ask them to give up 1 room so that employees with housing difficulties can have a place to stay." The secretary directly informed the Fong family and reported to the director, who nodded in approval. The secretary knew he had understood the boss's intentions. "Director, I will handle this right away." The secretary didn't mention any names. The bad guys had to be dealt with by him. After doing a good job, he would report back to the director. This was his duty, to lead from the front and enjoy the benefits afterward. Only then could he gain the leader's trust. However, the secretary also felt sorry for the Fong family. Unfortunately, they had angered the director and his wife, and their good days were over. Releasing a room greatly damaged the Fong family's morale. Even after staying for a week, they hadn't recovered. Mother Fong even considered renting a place outside, but after checking the rental market, she immediately gave up the idea and continued to squeeze into one room, feeling frustrated. One day, near the end of work, the workshop where Fong Lan worked held a meeting. The workshop director looked at Fong Lan with a meaningful expression, which made her feel uneasy. Sure enough, the director announced, "The factory has issued a new order. We need to dismiss 1 temporary worker. Fong Lan, you're no longer needed here." Fong Lan's face turned pale, her lips lost color, and her eyes reddened. She trembled and asked, "Why am I being fired? I work diligently every day and have never been late or left early." There were 3 temporary workers in the workshop, all driving operators. The other 2 were lazy, often late or leaving early. She was the only one with a serious attitude and careful work. If anyone was to be dismissed, it should be one of them. "Because you're a troublemaker, and our workshop's reputation is ruined because of you," a female worker sneered loudly. The others burst into laughter, looking at Fong Lan with contempt. Fong Lan didn't know how she got home. She was drifting all the way. She had lost her temporary job, and from now on, she was truly left with nothing to do. Her father definitely wouldn't accept her, and would probably find some man to marry her off. What should she do? When Fong Lan returned home, she saw her mother crying and choking on her words as she told her about being fired. Her mother was chopping vegetables and accidentally cut her hand, bleeding heavily. "Mom, what should I do?"
"Dad will surely marry me off to some man. I don't want to marry an old man."
"Mom, I don't want to marry." Fong Lan didn't notice her mother's bleeding hand and was too absorbed in her sadness. Her mother, feeling the pain, turned pale. She wanted to ask Fong Lan to get the first aid kit, but seeing her daughter so upset, she hesitated and went to get it herself, enduring the pain. "Your dad was just angry and didn't mean it. He won't really marry you off.
Don't be afraid, Lan.
Our family isn't short of your 15 yuan salary." Her mother softly comforted her daughter, but inside, she was worried. She wasn't sure if her husband's words were just anger, or if he would really marry Fong Lan off. Also, Fong Lan's salary was 10 yuan a month, which was a significant amount. Without it, life would be even harder. Fong Zedong came home from work and learned this gloomy news. His heart was pierced again, shattered into pieces. But when Fong Hua returned home, Fong Zedong was hit with another. His heart shattered completely, beyond repair. "The workshop manager fired me. I don't have a temporary job anymore," Fong Hua said calmly. He had expected this outcome long ago and had already lost interest in being a temporary worker. He used to go to work every day hoping to get a permanent position, but now that hope was gone, he thought, why bother? Fong Zedong's face turned pale, and he felt black spots in front of his eyes. He thought of a saying, "Trouble always finds the weak spot," Misfortune always targets the unfortunate. His family couldn't handle these consecutive blows. All of this stemmed from Fong Tang. Despairing, Fong Zedong closed his eyes. He truly regretted it. If I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Sigh, he sighed several times, looking 10 years older instantly. It was that scoundrel's doing. I need to ask her, what did we do wrong? Why is she treating us like this? I wish I had known earlier that he was such a troublemaker. I should have just stayed away from him from the start. Mother Fong was furious, scolding loudly. Without her sons and daughters' 30 yuan wages, life was hard to manage. My mother was right. A family with a good wife has fewer troubles. I shouldn't have married you. Fong Zedong now deeply regretted. If he had listened to his mother and married someone from his hometown, even if she had no job, she would be gentle and kind, able to handle the household well. His career would probably be better now. Mother Fong was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly became very angry. Once again, a big fight broke out. Listening to the loud banging sounds coming from the Fong family, everyone in the corridor shook their heads. They used to say the Fong family was the happiest, no fights, loving couple, successful children. Ha! Now the Fong family was the most chaotic in the factory. It was really embarrassing. All these family issues were spread by the factory director's wife, who was like a loudspeaker. The news reached her beloved son. Then Zhao Weijie passed it to Fong Tang, so nothing was left out. At dinner that night, Fong Tang talked about all the messy family problems. Now it was June, and the weather was getting hotter. Outside the thatched house, frogs were croaking loudly. Ribbit, ribbit, very lively. You brought this on yourself. Tang, don't bother with this family anymore. Focus on studying and becoming a better person. There's no need to waste time and energy on these people, old Master Wu said seriously. Good people's time is precious. It shouldn't be wasted on unrelated people. He also didn't want Fong Tang to be upset over her family, so everyone should just live their own lives.
Fang Tang not dead.
I won't care about them anymore. Even if I go back to the city someday, I won't have anything to do with them. In her past life, she had already repaid her family's kindness. In this life, she wanted to live for herself. What's the point of staying in touch with them? You're our granddaughter. When you go back to the city, you'll live with us, old Master Fong said as he stood up. Just then, a mosquito was flying around, so he needed to burn some mugwort to repel it. The mugwort on the mountain grew wildly, over a meter tall. The old man had cut a lot, dried it, and tied it into bundles, great mosquito repellent. Immediately, thick smoke filled the room, making it hard to see. Old Master Wu was annoyed and cursed, "You old fool. Can't you wait until after dinner to burn this?" Cough, cough. It's just mosquitoes. They're bothering us even while we eat. Close your eyes, and it'll be over soon. Old Master Fong waved the mugwort bundle around the house, walking in circles. He also went to the cow pen to burn some there. The cows were hard-working animals and deserved good treatment. They shouldn't be bitten by mosquitoes. After a while, the thick smoke in the room dispersed. Although it was irritating, it worked very well. Mosquitoes were gone. Tonight, I'll burn another bundle before bed, and we'll be peaceful all night. Old Master Fong was very proud. He believed rural life was his domain. Old Wu was good at losing his bag, but he couldn't do farm work at all. He was useless at everything, and in the countryside, someone like him couldn't even marry a wife. After dinner, old Master Wu checked Fong Tang and Sang Mo's homework. He was very pleased. They were good children. Unfortunately, they couldn't take the college entrance exam now. Maybe we should try for 2 quotas at the Worker Peasant Soldiers University? I'll write to trust someone to help. Recently, old Master Fong had been interacting a lot with old friends. Good news kept coming, so getting 2 quotas at the Worker Peasant Soldiers University seemed possible. Fong Tang refused. I don't want to go to the Worker Peasant Soldiers University. It's only 2 years and the knowledge isn't deep. I think they'll open college entrance exams soon, so let's wait a bit longer. Although the university was considered a college, it was a recommendation system, so students varied in quality. It was only 2 years, so its value wasn't high. Still, some students from the university had good futures. Fong Tang wanted to take the exam herself. Old Master Wu nodded approvingly. Tang is right. I also think they'll open it up in these 2 years. Let's prepare well and surprise everyone. All right, you both are educated and see problems better than I do. I'll listen to you. Old Master Fong had no objections. He respected scholars and liked making friends with them. He believed it could improve his own character. The weather was getting hotter, and soon it was July. Fong Tang's birthday was coming. According to the lunar calendar, it was the 8th day of the 6th month, which usually fell in July, during the hottest time of the year. Back at her old home, on her birthday, her grandmother would boil 2 eggs, buy peach cookies and egg cakes from the town supply store, and cook some of her favorite dishes. Though it wasn't as grand as in the city, Fong Tang felt very happy on her birthday. The 15 years living with her grandmother were her happiest times. The 2 old men started preparing birthday gifts early in the morning. They were very secretive, not revealing what the gifts were, only saying they would be given on her birthday. Sang Mo said nothing at all. Fong Tang looked forward to his gift, but Sang Mo was very tight-lipped, making her eager and excited, counting down the days until her birthday. On his birthday, Sang Mo finished his work early in the afternoon and took leave to go home. He wanted to prepare longevity noodles himself to show sincerity. Fong Tang didn't go back. Sang Mo didn't allow her to return, telling her to take her time working and to eat ready-made food instead. In the straw house, 2 old men and Sang Mo were busy. Old Man Fong was kneading dough, preparing to make dumplings, while Old Man was chopping filling. Sang Mo rolled up his sleeves to make longevity noodles. He had worked on the farm for 7 years and learned many skills, but cooking was not one of them. He cooked all ingredients thoroughly in the pot, as he was not picky and just wanted to fill his stomach. Seeing Sang Mo clumsily working, Old Man Fong's eyes flashed with irritation. He gritted his teeth and said, "Are these longevity noodles or lumpy soup? Enough, you go aside. I'll do it later." The dough in Sang Mo's hands looked lumpy, like lumpy soup, but he stubbornly refused Old Man Fong's help, confidently saying, "It's my wife's birthday, so I have to do it myself." Old Man Fong chuckled angrily. All right, you do it. Let's see what kind of mess you'll make." Old Man Fong, a former squad leader, wasn't good at cooking, but he was skilled with noodles. Watching Sang Mo's awkwardness, he got more and more annoyed and wanted to push the kid aside to do it himself. Sang Mo kept a serious face, struggling to knead the dough. He had to succeed. He couldn't let the old man laugh at him. After much effort, he finally kneaded the dough successfully. Then he started tearing it into strips. He remembered seeing someone make longevity noodles at the farm. After kneading the dough, they gently pulled it, which came out easily and without breaking. Each of noodles symbolized a long life and good health. Seeing how easily the person made the noodles, Sang Mo thought it was simple. He focused his energy, pinched, and gently pulled then used his breath to help. He successfully pulled out one noodle. A smile appeared on Sang Mo's face. He knew it was easy, but he was only proud for 3 seconds before the noodle broke and a piece bounced in his hand. Haha, are these longevity noodles or short-lived noodles? Phew. Good luck and prosperity. Miss Tang will definitely live a long life. Old Man Fong immediately regretted saying that. He hurriedly started mumbling and glared fiercely at Sang Mo. It was all this kid's fault. He had turned good longevity noodles into a mess of broken strands. Sang Mo also glared and, at his age, couldn't speak well. He clenched his teeth and stubbornly decided to do it himself. Since he couldn't pull it out, he started kneading the dough like kneading a rope to make a long of noodles. Maybe that would work. The 2 old men watched Sang Mo silently, standing firmly with their legs apart, ready to start kneading the noodles. It was the first time they saw this. Old Master Fong's mouth twitched constantly. What kind of noodles are these? Fortunately, the result was not bad. With Sang Mo's effort, he managed to knead a long piece of dough. It didn't break, but the thickness was uneven, some parts thick, some thin, like knots in a rope. Fong Tang finished her work and happily ran back to the thatched hut, bouncing all the way, just like when she was a child. On her birthday, she always looked forward to nightfall so she could receive her gifts faster. Hey, keep boiling it a bit longer. This thick one won't cook through quickly. Old Master Fong's loud voice rang out. I know, go over there, Sang Mo's stubborn voice responded. He was boiling the noodles, while Old Master Fong kept fussing, eager to help himself. But Sang Mo wouldn't let him. These were the long-life noodles he carefully prepared for his wife. He wouldn't let others interfere. Just be stubborn. We'll see if Tang eats it or not. Even a dog wouldn't eat these noodles, Old Master Fong said angrily. Kneading the noodles is fine, but could you do it more evenly? This kid kneaded the dough into lumps. What kind of long-life noodles are these? They look more like a string of fish made from dough. He was also very proud and refused to accept his father's advice. The more he grew up, the less likable he became. Only Tang still liked him. Fong Tang will definitely eat it, because I made it. She'll finish it too. Just watch, Sang Mo challenged his father with a glance. He scooped up a long noodle from the pot, placed it in a bowl, topped it with sauce, added 2 poached eggs, sprinkled some chopped green onions, and dripped a few drops of sesame oil. The aroma was irresistible. Sang Mo was very satisfied. Color, aroma, and taste all perfect. Old Master Fong snorted softly and placed a big bowl of dumplings on the table. They were filled with pork and wild vegetables and chives with eggs. He hadn't prepared other dishes. Tonight, they would eat dumplings. Fong Tang listened outside as the old man and young man argued, smiling non-stop. She was very curious about what Sang Mo's noodles looked like, especially since Old Master Fong disliked them so much. Even if Sang Mo's noodles tasted bad, she would still eat them. It was Sang Mo's heartfelt effort, and she couldn't let him down. I'm back, Fong Tang loudly spoke at the door, and Old Master Fong chuckled happily, saying, You're back. Hurry and wash your hands. Try the dumplings I made with Grandpa Wu leek and egg filling and pork with wild vegetables, plus my longevity noodles. Sun Mo brought over the noodles he cooked, looking very hopeful and a little nervous. He had just been confident in front of Old Master Fong, but he was worried the taste might not suit Fong Tang's preferences. Smells so good. Today is a lucky day for my taste buds, Fong Tang praised enthusiastically. After washing his hands, he sat down and first tried the dumplings. He ate one of each filling, both fragrant and fresh. He gave a thumbs up and said, Delicious. If you like it, eat more. I made a lot. Old Master Fong smiled, his eyes squinting. He hadn't cooked in a long time, but his skills hadn't faded. Sun Mo's eyes grew even more eager as he stared at the longevity noodles. The noodles were covered by a fried egg, which was cooked well, golden and appetizing. Fong Tang took a bite of the egg, nodding repeatedly. Tasty. Sun Mo relaxed a little and asked, There's more noodles. Do you want to try them? After eating one egg, Fong Tang's true feelings about the noodles showed. He paused, slightly surprised, and his mouth twitched. The noodles seemed a bit thick. They were in sections like candied hawthorn sticks. Did he knead them out by hand? Poor guy, his partner really had a tough time. Fong Tang held back a laugh and picked up some noodles to eat. They were overcooked and a bit hard. Honestly, the texture wasn't great, too salty. He wondered how much salt his partner had added. Really delicious. Fong Tang still had noodles in his mouth. The longevity noodles couldn't be bitten through. He had to swallow them whole. He praised, then continued eating. He finished all the noodles in one go. Even the broth, nothing was left. As a result, his tongue was numb from the salt, and everything tasted overly salty. I'll have some soup, pure broth, pure food. Fong Tang poured a big bowl of dumpling soup and drank it all in one go. His mouth felt much better, but his stomach was very full. He let out a loud burp, feeling a bit embarrassed. Blushing, he explained, It's so tasty I ate too much. Haha, young people should eat more. Being able to eat is a blessing. Old Master Fong laughed loudly. Old Master Wu smiled, got up and poured some cool tea, handing it to Fong Tang. Drink some tea to help digestion. This silly girl is definitely spoiled. She's afraid of hurting Black Egg. In the future, he should secretly tell Tang that he shouldn't be too nice to men. Men are a bit tricky. If you're too good to them, they might get carried away. Sometimes you need to hold back a little. Old Master Fong looked at Tang gratefully, drank half a cup of cool tea, and felt much better. After dinner, Old Master Fong took out a piece of colorful cloth. He had asked Captain Huang's wife to buy it in town. His taste has never changed over the years. Tang girl, you should make a new dress with this cloth. Old Master Fong put the cloth into Tang's arms. He liked her to wear new clothes every day and dress up beautifully. Thank you, Grandpa Fong. Tang felt very warm inside. Although the bright floral cloth wasn't her favorite, her grandpa's kindness was more valuable than gold. She promised herself to make a new dress to wear. Old Master Wu also prepared a gift, a fine fountain pen he bought through someone. Tang, I give you this pen. I hope you use it to get into your dream university. Old Master Wu encouraged her. Thank you, Grandpa Wu. Tang took the pen with both hands. It wasn't just a pen, it was also a symbol of her grandpa's hopes. She must study hard and get into college to make him proud. It was Sang Mo's turn. His gift was a pair of leather shoes, different from the last pair, so Tang could change them. Tang felt very spoiled. She had never owned 2 new pairs of shoes before. But she was very happy. Today's birthday was so wonderful. She would remember it forever. Sang Mo also gave her a pair of embroidered cloth shoes. They were very beautiful, embroidered with begonia flowers. The shoes weren't traditional black, but had a blue background with floral patterns. They were tied with laces and looked like art. These were made by someone my grandpa asked. I want you to have them. Sang Mo bowed slightly, so Tang could try on the shoes. I'll do it myself. Tang blushed like a begonia flower. She picked up the shoes and put them on herself. The thick-soled cloth shoes were very comfortable, just the right size and fit perfectly. They're very comfortable. Next time you visit your grandpa, tell him thank you for me. Tang didn't want to take the shoes off. They were so beautiful, and she didn't want to ruin them by walking on the ground. Sang Mo smiled and said, if you like them, you can ask someone to make more. Mom Mao is very good at making shoes. Mao Nong's mother is very good at embroidery and also knows how to sew shoes. Every time he visits his grandfather, he brings gifts to Mao Nong's family. The family is honest and straightforward, so Mao Nong's mother makes some needlework to show her thanks. That's good, but I can't let people do things for free. They should get paid. Fong Tang really likes it. It's so beautiful. Unfortunately, she only knows how to make clothes, not shoes. Okay, Sang Mo agreed. His business is doing very well now. He sells eggs, mountain products, and various fish and small animals like carp, eel, and loach. He earns over 100 yuan each month. Because he can bring rice wine residue to the village, the villagers are very grateful. They often give him vegetables, which he can't finish at home, and he can sell the extra in town. The villagers are afraid to sell themselves because they might get caught and forced to do labor reform, which they find embarrassing. But he is not afraid. As long as he's clever, he won't get caught. Taking risks can bring wealth. No matter when, being timid won't help you make money. As night deepened, Sang Mo and Fong Tang went down the mountain back to their dormitory. The moonlight was beautiful, and Fong Tang looked even more lovely under the moon. Her hair had grown quite long, and she had braided it into 2 pigtails, looking charming and adorable. Why are you always staring at me? Fong Tang felt the hot gaze on her side. Sang Mo had been looking at her for a long time. She pouted playfully. I'm giving you something. Sang Mo felt a little shy. He didn't dare take it out earlier in the house, afraid Grandpa Fong would laugh. Actually, this was his real birthday gift, which he had prepared for a month. In his big hand, there was a peachwood hairpin. It was polished smooth and carved into a crabapple blossom shape, with the character, Tang, engraved on the other end. Sang Mo carved the hairpin himself. He used many pieces of wood and cut his hand several times, but he finally succeeded. Help me put in my hair, Fong Tang said sweetly. She remembered that in ancient times, a man giving a woman a hairpin symbolized a marriage proposal. She and Sang Mo had now formed a bond. They would be together for a lifetime. Sang Mo understood her meaning. His eyes softened as he put the hairpin into her hair. Seeing the beautiful girl under the moonlight, he couldn't hold back his feelings and kissed her. After a long while, they parted. The 5-minute lung capacity system reward was very useful. Fong Tang could easily kiss Sang Mo for several minutes without needing to breathe. Grandpa Fong is helping to arrange things. He should be able to return to the city next year, Sang Mo whispered. He couldn't wait to get married. He only kissed her every day and was no longer satisfied. He wanted more happiness. But he wanted to give Fong Tang a better life. Getting married in the countryside felt unfair to her. Fong Tang gently rested her head on Sang Mo's shoulder. She also wanted to get married in the city. Once in the city, Sang Mo could achieve great success. The countryside was too restrictive for him. Back at the dorm, Fong Tang put away her hairpin and embroidered cloth shoes. The countryside wasn't suitable for wearing such things, so she would use them after returning to the city. "Where did you buy these embroidered shoes?" Bai Anqi asked eagerly, her eyes shining. She liked the embroidered shoes very much. They looked much prettier than the shoes sold in stores. Sang Mo asked someone to make them, Fong Tang said proudly. Bai Anqi felt a twinge of jealousy. It was Sang Mo again. The two of them were very close now, always showing affection, which was getting annoying.
Who did you ask?
I'll pay and have her make a pair for me too. Bai Anqi also wanted a pair. She wanted embroidered magnolia flowers. How much will you pay? Fong Tang initially wanted to refuse, but then thought it might be good to help Mao Mao's mother earn some extra money. 3 yuan. Bai Anqi named a price.
Fan Tan Sanot?
3 yuan? You might as well buy cheap plastic shoes. Do you know how long it takes to make such shoes? At least a month. The embroidery alone takes a long time and is very tiring for the eyes. Do you really think 3 yuan is enough? Bai Anqi looked embarrassed. She felt it was too little and said, then 5 yuan. Fong Tang didn't reply. Bai Anqi got anxious. 5 yuan isn't much. A pair of leather shoes costs only 18 yuan. These are just cloth shoes. Then buy leather shoes to wear. Fong Tang rolled her eyes and ignored her. How much do you want to pay?
8 yuan.
I'll ask Sang Mo to talk to her. Fong Tang decided on a price. 8 yuan wasn't cheap, but it wasn't expensive either, and Bai Anqi could afford it. Sure enough, Bai Anqi clenched her teeth and agreed. But I want magnolia flowers embroidered and a white shoe surface, Bai Anqi added, still holding to her price of 8 yuan. Fong Tang rolled her eyes and retorted. Are you making filial shoes? Who wears white soled cloth shoes? If you dare to wear them, others won't. That's bad luck.
You. What are you talking about?
I'm not making filial shoes. I understand that. Then make them with a blue sole, like yours, but with magnolia flowers. Bai Anqi was so angry she jumped up. Her parents were doing well, and she didn't care about silly filial shoes. However, Fong Tang had a point. The white background was unlucky, so she decided to change it to blue. Okay, you pay a deposit of 4 yuan first. Fong Tang stretched out her tender hand. Bai Anqi was reluctant to give the money. Can I pay less? I'll give it to you once it's done. What if it's not good? You need to pay the deposit first. I won't cheat you. Words are not proof. Pay the deposit, Fong Tang insisted stubbornly, holding out her hand. Bai Anqi was so annoyed she clenched her teeth. She took 4 yuan from her drawer and handed it to Fong Tang, deliberately saying, if it's not comfortable, I want my money back. Then she rolled her eyes at Fong Tang, making her even more angry. When Jing watched nearby with envy, she liked those shoes too. She wanted to embroider plum blossoms, but she had no money. Making a pair of fancy but impractical shoes cost 8 yuan, which only someone foolish like Bai Anqi would do. A pair of liberated rubber shoes cost only 3 yuan, and they could last for years. They were good for working in the fields. With a little extra money, she could buy 3 pairs. When Jing bit her lip, lost in thought. Recently, she had gotten very close to Jean Tianbo. She thought they might become a couple, but after Jean Tianbo went to the county town to get glasses, he started to distance himself from her. She took the initiative to find him, but Jean Tianbo was indifferent. When other young men asked about their relationship, Jean Tianbo only said they were just friends. Bai Anchi even mocked her on purpose, saying she was like a toad wanting to eat swan meat, with no self-awareness. Wen Jing hated this. She hated Jean Tianbua's coldness and Bai Anchi's teasing. She would get back at that shameless girl someday. Zhang Weihong had been holding back for a long time. When Fong Tang took out those embroidered shoes, she wanted to speak up but held back. But when Bai Anchi spent 8 yuan on a pair of embroidered shoes, she couldn't hold it anymore. These shoes are flashy and useless. Only bourgeois girls would wear such things. We're here in the countryside to suffer and train. Zhang Weihong thought she was being tactful, but she really believed these shoes were a symbol of the bourgeoisie and needed to be eliminated. Fong Tang wasn't too angry. She knew what kind of person Zhang Weihong was. Although she was quite annoying, she was honest and wouldn't betray others, so Fong Tang didn't bother with her. Bai Anchi couldn't stand it either. She crossed her arms and scolded, "It's none of your business how I spend my money on shoes. Zhang Weihong, you shouldn't be surnamed Zhang. You should be surnamed Official. Officials don't do much, but they interfere even more. You really have eaten too much salt. You're so bored you're just wasting time. I just want to remind you, why are you overreacting like that?" Zhang Weihong was also very angry. She always tries to help by giving advice, but when it's not appreciated, she gets insulted with rude words. People really don't appreciate kindness. Did I ask you to remind me? If you like tough training so much, why are you lying in bed? You should learn from the old ox spirit, standing while sleeping, because lying down means you can't handle hardship. Do you understand? Bai Anchi was quick-tongued and good at arguing, which made Zhang Weihong so angry her eyes turned red. She went into the tent with a grim face, buried her face in her knees, and her shoulders trembled as she was upset and crying. Bai Anchi smugly snorted and went back to her bed, taking out some cookies to eat. She especially liked eating in bed, even if crumbs might attract mice. Fong Tang smiled slightly, picked up a book, and lay down to read. Suddenly, a voice from the system sounded in her mind. Task completed. Reward, silky smooth hair. What task? Fong Tang was a bit confused. What does silky smooth hair mean? The system sarcastically replied, the boss is helping you with your hair, making a vow of loyalty. Don't you know about silky hair? Read more books. It's really scary how uneducated some people are. They don't even know what silky hair is, so it didn't bother to explain. Fong Tang blinked, reached out to touch her hair. Maybe it was her imagination, but her hair felt especially smooth. She took a mirror from the table, but the oil lamp was too dim at night to see clearly. Still, she felt her hair had darkened quite a bit, smooth, straight, and black, just like silk. The next morning, after combing her hair, Fong Tang confirmed her hair had improved a lot. It no longer tangled easily, unlike before when it was dry and prone to knots. Now it was completely smooth. Thank you, Samba. Fong Tang silently thanked her. Everything she had now was thanks to Samba. Do your tasks well. The system huffed proudly, but inside it felt warm. Its current host was like a well-behaved daughter, so obedient. It thought their bond could grow even more, so she shouldn't finish her tasks too quickly. When Fong Tang went to work, she told Sang Mo about making shoes. Sang Mo was a bit surprised and smiled, saying, 8 yuan for the woolen shoes, his mother must be thrilled. Not just 8 yuan, 3 yuan for woolen shoes would be enough. It's very hard for rural people to earn money. This is a 4 yuan deposit and Bai Anchi's old shoes. I'll give them to you later. Fong Tang gave Sang Mo 4 yuan. Although she had never met Mao Nan's family, she often heard Sang Mo say they were good people. She hoped that these 8 yuan could help improve their lives. Time flew by quickly. The busy double harvest season arrived. The educated youths and villagers worked desperately, and even Fong Tang couldn't escape. After a month of hard work, everyone was sunburned. But Fong Tang was protected by Sang Mo, so she did lighter work and didn't get too tired. Her skin remained fair and soft, which made Bai Anchi almost jealous. After the double harvest, the mid-July festival came. Fong Tang thought about making steamed sugar balls, a snack from her hometown. Every year during the festival, Every family would steam sugar balls to honor ancestors and share with relatives and friends. Her grandmother's sugar balls were sweet and fragrant, loved by everyone in the village. Fong Tang also liked them. She learned how to make them from her grandmother when she was young, but she hadn't made them since moving to the city. Sugar balls? What's that? Are they tasty? Old Master Fong was excited when he heard about food. Made with red beans and rice, steamed with white sugar. Very delicious. Fong Tang briefly described how to make the sugar balls. They are similar to red bean cakes but prepared differently. Old Master Fong immediately became interested. Steamed? We happen to have red beans and white sugar at home. Let's steam some. Sang Mo had no objections. He went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 2 gin of white sugar. He used sugar coupons, which he bought at the distillery. White sugar was a scarce resource, and coupons were needed to buy it. Both the 2 old men and Fong Tang liked sweets, so Sang Mo bought plenty of coupons to ensure they wouldn't run out of white sugar at home. Fong Tang also went to Captain Huang's house to borrow a winnowing basket. They didn't have a stone mill at home, but Captain Huang's family did. She asked Sang Mo to bring a bucket of soaked rice, which they would grind into rice paste at Captain Huang's house. Captain Huang's wife was very interested and asked what delicious food they were making. When it's ready, Auntie, please help us taste it, Fong Tang said with a smile. Captain Huang's wife happily agreed, feeling pleased but also a bit regretful. Her daughter was not suitable for someone as good as Sang Mo. But her husband was right. A young man like Sang Mo was too good for her silly daughter. She couldn't handle him. It was better to have someone like Fong Tang, beautiful, kind, and good at cooking. Any man would be enchanted. After grinding the rice into paste, they boiled some red beans until soft. They added plenty of white sugar, and then it was ready to be steamed into sugar balls. A big fire burned brightly. I poured a spoonful of rice batter into a woven basket, mixed it well, and spread it evenly on the basket. Then I steamed it in a pot for a few minutes until the rice batter turned transparent. Next, I added a few scoops of cooked red beans, spread them evenly, and steamed again. This time, I steamed it a bit longer, about 10 minutes. After taking it out, I poured another layer of rice batter on top and steamed once more. Once it was set, there were 2 clear, shiny layers of rice skin with thick red beans inside. When cooled, I cut it into diamond-shaped pieces. The rice skin was chewy, and the red beans were sweet and fragrant. It was very delicious. Fong Tang steamed 6 pieces in total that evening. Because it was hot, I didn't steam too many at once. I planned to give 2 pieces to Old Man Sang for Old Master Sang, 1 piece to Captain Huang's family, and keep the rest for myself. Delicious. What's this called? A sugar cake? No, that's not right. It should be called red bean pancake. Old Master Fong couldn't stop eating. Old Man Wu also liked it but didn't eat much because beans are hard to digest and shouldn't be eaten in large amounts. Old Master Fong smiled and said, "If you like it, I'll make more later. No matter when, I can always steam the sugar cake." Old Master Fong was very happy but also a little sad. He didn't really want to go back to the city. Living here was comfortable. There was food, no fighting, and no scheming, much better than the city. But he still had to go back. If he didn't, how could he help Black Egg and Tang Girl build connections? How could he help Old Wu and Old Sang clear their names? August passed and autumn arrived. Soon it was November, and the weather cooled down a lot.
Good news came.
That night, Captain Huang came to the thatched hut to deliver a message. Fong Tang and the others were still eating, so they hurriedly invited Captain Huang to sit and eat with them. "I came from home," Captain Huang said politely, declining the offer. But his eyes glanced at the table full of dishes: steamed snails with pig fat, stir-fried mudfish, steamed pork with preserved vegetables, and a large plate of rabbit meat. Each dish looked and smelled delicious, much more tempting than what his wife cooked. Sang Mo also brought out a bottle of wine. Captain Huang's eyes widened with envy. He thought to himself that the food in this hut was probably the best on Nyoto Mountain. After eating, "Have some more wine and drink with the 2 old men," Sang Mo said as he pulled Captain Huang over. Old Master Fawn also warmly welcomed him, and Captain Huang sat down naturally. He said with a smile, "Then I'll have a little more." Fong Tang then served him a big bowl of rice, steaming hot. She placed it in front of Captain Huang and said cheerfully, "You need to eat some rice when drinking wine, or it can hurt your stomach." Unable to refuse the kindness, Captain Huang said nothing and silently drank wine with the two old men, taking a big bite of plain rice and then a large piece of meat. It was really delicious. The sweet potato rice at home is almost like pig feed. After 3 rounds of drinks, Captain Huang's face turned red, and he started talking more. He took a letter from his pocket and handed it to Old Man Fong, slurring, "A letter from the city. Thanks a lot." Old Man Fong was overjoyed. He had been waiting for this letter these days. Eagerly, he tore open the letter and looked at it by the oil lamp. The writing was dense and hard to read, making his eyes dizzy, and there were several characters he didn't recognize. For an old man who only attended a basic literacy class, reading the letter was very difficult. "Old Wu, can you see what it says?" Old Man Fong angrily handed the letter to Old Man Wu and scolded, "You unfilial son, I told you not to write too many words or complicated characters. You don't even know half the characters your father recognizes." This letter was from Old Man Fong's son. Recently, Old Man Fong had been in contact with his family, exchanging letters and sending things back and forth. Old Man Wu put on his reading glasses and slowly looked at it. The beginning was full of family greetings and private matters. He planned to read it to Old Man Fong after Captain Huang left. But when he saw the latter part, his eyes suddenly lit up, and his face was full of joy. "What's wrong? Any good news?" Old Man Fong asked quickly. "Great news, Old Fong. You're going back to the city." Old Man Wu was happier than himself about returning to the city. The letter said that they had already removed Old Man Fong's official hat, and the procedures were underway. If everything went smoothly, he could return before the new year and reunite with his family. Old Man Fong was stunned for a long time before he finally reacted. He slapped his thigh hard, a big smile on his face. He had waited for this day for so long, and now it had finally arrived. But soon, the old man started to worry. He hesitated and said, "If I go back to the city, Old Wu, what will you do?" "Never mind, I think I won't go back after all. With Black Egg and Tanga here, what are you worried about? Besides, I'm pretty good at working now. Without you, the butcher Fong, I can't even eat pork." Old Man Wu felt very touched inside but joked openly. He didn't want to part with his old friend, but he hoped more that Old Fong could return to the city and reunite with his family. Grandpa Fong also advised, "Don't worry, Grandpa Fong. Sang Mo and I will take good care of Grandpa Wu. You've been thinking about your family every day, and now you can finally be together. This is a big happy event, so we should celebrate with some drinks." She poured drinks for herself and Sang Mo raised her glass, clinked it with his, and drank it all in one go. Captain Huang also assured, "As long as I am the team leader, no one will bully Grandpa Wu. You can rest assured." He was now glad he hadn't neglected the two elders back then. Now that Grandpa Fong has returned to the city, Grandpa Wu should be soon too. Both elders are not ordinary people, and after returning to the city, they will likely become important leaders. He didn't want to take credit, just to do his work honestly and not do anything wrong. After drinking until he was half drunk, Captain Huang was accompanied home by Sang Mo. Grandpa Fong was still excited. For years, he had dreamed of returning to the city. Now that the day had come, he felt a little nervous again. There's no need to worry. It's so good for the whole family to live happily. When you have free time, write me letters. If you can't write words, just draw circles. I can guess what you mean, Grandpa Wu said with a smile. Drawing circles was Grandpa Fong's special skill. Half of his letters were just circles, which most people couldn't understand. It was even harder than reading a secret code. Only Grandpa Wu could guess most of it correctly. "You old rascal. All you do is tease me. I didn't go to school, you know." Grandpa Fong couldn't help but laugh. His feelings of parting sadness eased a little. He was always a big-hearted person and wouldn't worry about big things for long. In just a few days, he would be cheerful again. He also thought that once he returned to the city, He would reconnect with old friends and try to bring Grandpa Wu and Grandpa Sang back early. He also wanted to bring Tang Girl and Heidan back quickly. They couldn't stay in the countryside forever. After autumn began, it rained more often, especially in recent days, almost every day with heavy rain. The village river flooded. The water level near the small bridge, which used to be several meters below, was now almost covering the bridge. The clear river water had turned into muddy, turbid water. Captain Huang led people to drain the fields and warned villagers to stay honest and stay in the village. They were not to wander around, especially not to cross the bridge. The old bridge was badly damaged and could collapse at any time. The water was deep and fast-moving. If someone was swept away, they could lose their life. Because of the continuous rain, the educated youths didn't need to work outside. They had a few rare relaxing days. Everyone was playing cards in the dorms. Tang, she didn't like playing cards, so she went to the thatched hut to read books and asked Grandpa Wu if she didn't understand something. It's almost noon. Fong Tang plans to go fishing by the river. She hasn't caught any fish today. The water is a bit deep, but she is careful, and she can swim. Growing up in a rural water town in the south, most children can swim, and Fong Tang is good at it. She carries a fish basket and fishing rod, ready to fish. Old Mr. Fong is worried and advises her not to go. The river water has risen. It's fast and deep. Stay at home, Tang. It's okay. I can swim, and I'll stay close to the shore. Nothing will happen. Fong Tang doesn't want to waste the 5 fish she caught because she can sell them for a few dollars. She puts on rain boots and a raincoat and heads out. After a few minutes, Sang Mo, who is cutting grass, comes back. When he hears Fong Tang went to the river, he follows her. He is a good swimmer and wants to protect Fong Tang if something goes wrong. It's drizzling lightly, and the river water has risen a bit more, near the stone bridge. Fong Tang feels like the bridge shook just now when she looked at it, which was a bit scary. She finds a good spot on the shore, sets down her fish basket, and starts fishing. This time, she catches some sharp, slippery fish called wangxi fish. They are yellow, have no scales, and have 2 whiskers near their mouths. Their fins are very sharp, and they can easily cut your hand if you're not careful. These fish are very nutritious for soup or steaming. They have few spines, and the meat is tender. Fong Tang catches 5, each about half a kilogram, very plump and tender. She packs up her fishing gear and prepares to go home. She sees a few people coming from the other side of the stone bridge, about 5 or 6 men and women. The men wear zhongshan suits and the women wear blue uniforms, looking like local officials. When they see the bridge, Fong Tang quickly calls out, "Hey, don't go on the bridge. It's dangerous, but the rushing river water is too loud, and she can't be heard." She waves her arms desperately and runs toward the bridge with her fish basket. The water is still rising, and crossing the bridge now is very risky. "Don't go on the bridge." "Stop," Fong Tang shouts as she runs. Sang Mo also comes over and sees the people near the bridge. He starts shouting too, but they are a bit too late. The people have already stepped onto the bridge and see Fong Tang and Sang Mo waving. They think they want to talk, and the man in the middle, an older man, walks faster, wanting to chat with the villagers about local life. "Secretary Su, slow down a bit." A young man wearing glasses quickly followed behind, walking closely beside the middle-aged man. They had already reached the middle of the stone bridge and waved goodbye to Fong Tang and the others. The 4 people behind, talking as they walked, were a little slow. Just as they stepped onto the bridge, suddenly, something strange happened. With a loud crash, the stone bridge collapsed. In front of everyone's eyes, it sank into the water instantly. The 2 people on the bridge fell in, while the 4 people who had just stepped onto it still had 1 foot in the air. The bridge was gone. The 4 were terrified and looked pale. But soon, they shouted anxiously, "Secretary Su! Secretary Zhu! Oh no, what should we do? If Secretary Su and Secretary Zhu get into trouble, they might lose their positions." The 4 wanted to help, but they couldn't swim. They could only watch helplessly as their leaders struggled in the water. Unfortunately, neither of the leaders knew how to swim. It was really nerve-wracking.
San Mo, you go save the fat one. I'll save the thin one. Fong Tang shouted and ran desperately toward the river. She just realized that maybe the two leaders saw her and San Mo waving and thought they wanted to talk. If that was true, then they might have caused trouble by trying to help. Don't go down, I will. San Mo ran quickly. He couldn't let Fong Tang risk her life in such deep water. I can swim. Fong Tang also ran fast. She took off her raincoat, rain boots, and outer jacket as she ran, then jumped into the cold water, shivering from the icy cold. Don't worry about me. Go save the others. Hurry. Fong Tang stopped San Mo from swimming over. She skillfully paddled her way toward the young man with glasses. Seeing her so experienced, San Mo turned around and swam toward the middle-aged man who was about to drown. Hurry. Save the person. The four on the shore were so anxious they were almost crying. They ran along the bank, urging Fong Tang and San Mo to rescue the people. In an instant, Fong Tang felt like she had entered. Everything around her was dark and heavy, making it hard to breathe. Water flooded into her ears and nose. She quickly held her breath. At this moment, the 5-minute lung capacity boost from the system kicked in. Fong Tang was not as strong as a man and couldn't move when pressed down. She had been soaking in the water for nearly 5 minutes. Finally, she managed to surface. At the same time, Sang Mo had already rescued a middle-aged man and was swimming toward the shore. He didn't see Fong Tang and became very anxious. He was about to abandon the middle-aged man to save Fong Tang. Fortunately, Fong Tang floated up. She wiped her face hard and took deep breaths. The man in glasses was still struggling and almost got pushed back underwater. Swim behind him and choke him by the neck, Sang Mo shouted loudly. Fong Tang followed his instructions. It worked. She held the man in glasses by the neck until he fainted and became much quieter. She used her strength to pull him toward the shore. Thanks to the system's strongman skill, when faced with strength, she became stronger. Dragging the man was not too difficult. Wooden board coming. At this moment, four people on the shore found a piece of wood and threw it down. Unfortunately, the rushing water carried the board away. She decided to rely on herself. One hand held the man in glasses' neck, and the other paddled with her hands. Sang Mo swam over, placed the middle-aged man on the shore, then went back into the water. The two of them worked together to drag the man in glasses onto the shore. They then started rescue efforts for the two men in the water. Luckily, there was no life-threatening danger, and everyone woke up. Thank you. Thank you. The middle-aged man kept thanking them. If it weren't for these two, he might have lost his life. Cough, cough. The man in glasses kept coughing. He had inhaled water into his windpipe and felt very uncomfortable. I'm going to find Captain Huang. Sang Mo stood up decisively. These two didn't seem like ordinary people, so he needed to report to Captain Huang. Fong Tang, although very cold, understood the importance of timing and said, "Go ahead. I'll stay here and watch." After Sang Mo left, Fong Tang wanted to put on her raincoat, but she saw the man in glasses had fainted again. His body was cold and trembling. She covered him with her raincoat and shivered from the cold herself. The middle-aged man gratefully said, "Thank you all. May I ask your names? I'm Fong Tang. The man over there is Sang Mo Achu. I told you not to cross the stone bridge earlier, but you didn't hear me." Achu. That bridge is very dangerous. Fong Tang sneezed several times in a row and didn't hide her name. She thought there's no need to keep it a secret after doing a good deed. My surname is Su Zhongliang. Secretary Su also mentioned his name. Seeing Fong Tang's calm expression and steady eyes, he felt even more touched inside. This young girl didn't even know him but dared to risk herself to save others. She is truly brave. The same goes for that young man. Are you from this village? Secretary Su asked, feeling a bit better after a few words. He then started chatting with Fong Tang. No, we are all young educated people. Achu. Are you feeling cold? Hang in there a little longer. Achu. My partner went to find the team leader, Achu. Fong Tang was freezing and turned blue on her lips. The man with glasses on the ground was also in bad shape, unconscious.
Fortunately, Sang Mo arrived with Captain Huang and a few strong villagers. They hurried over, carrying a door panel, waving desperately at the people across the riverbank. Go that way. There's a bridge. Captain Huang pointed ahead, telling them to cross another bridge. Most villagers usually go that way, which is longer but safer. Hurry and carry him back. Captain Huang looked serious when he saw the man with glasses. He told the villagers to bring him to his home. Secretary Su didn't stop them. He believed he could hold on. At Captain Huang's house, his wife quickly boiled and browned sugar water. Sang Mo brought some brown sugar from his home. Both he and Fong Tang drank a big bowl, feeling warm all over. After changing into dry clothes, they felt much better. Secretary Su also changed into Sang Mo's clothes. After drinking the tea, he sneezed a few times. Once the cold feeling left him, he felt fine. The man with glasses had a fever and hadn't woken up yet. The captain's wife gave him a bowl of tea and covered him with a thick quilt to help him sweat. Today, we are so grateful to you all, especially these two young comrades. You saved our lives. Thank you. Secretary Su stood up and bowed deeply. Sang Mo quickly helped him up. No need to thank us. We couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. He sensed that Secretary Su was not an ordinary person. Looking at the town officials across the river, who looked more anxious than worried parents, it was clear they were from the county and probably held a high rank. His wife was very lucky. Saving just anyone wasn't easy, and they weren't minor figures. Sang Mo glanced at Fong Tang, who was still sneezing, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He had a feeling that this man named Su would play a significant role in their return to the city. Secretary Su. Oh, I'm so relieved you're okay. You scared me to death. A few people hurriedly ran in. It was the village officials. Seeing that Secretary Su was safe, everyone felt relieved and thanked Fong Tang, and Sang Mo. Captain Huang was familiar with the village officials. He privately asked someone about Secretary Su's identity. The person didn't hide anything and pointed to the top, whispering, "He's the new Secretary Su, here to inspect the flood situation. Your village's bridge is dangerous. Why didn't you report it earlier?" Luckily, Secretary Su is okay, or we'd all be in trouble. I reported it years ago every year. Last month, I even told the town. The bridge needs urgent repair, or it will collapse someday. But you all say there's no money. What can I do? Captain Huang said irritably. The town officials were speechless for a moment, then said, "The town does have money. When we have funds, we will repair it. Why don't you gather some money from the villagers? We're all too poor to save money." "We can work, but we definitely can't pay," Huang said firmly, refusing. He was telling the truth. If they asked villagers to contribute, they'd rather take a longer route than pay. The town official sighed. He knew Huang was right, but the town really had no money. It's hard to do anything without resources. Huang also sighed, but still had his wife prepare a meal to host Secretary Su and the others. He felt proud to entertain such high-ranking officials and wanted to treat the leaders well. That night, the man with glasses woke up sweating. The treatment worked well. His fever broke. He still had a sore neck and a big bruise, which Fong Tang felt guilty about because she had pinched him. Secretary Su pointed at her and said, "If Comrade Fong hadn't saved you, you might have gone to see Marx." The man with glasses was named Xu. He was Secretary Su's secretary. He quickly stood up and bowed, sincerely thanking her. "It's nothing, just a coincidence," Fong Tang said shyly. She didn't think much at the time. She just felt she couldn't stand by and watch someone die. Also, these two falling into the water had something to do with her. If she hadn't waved her hand, maybe they wouldn't have crossed the bridge. That night, Secretary Su and his group stayed at Captain Huang's house. They asked about the harvest in the village and inquired about Sang Mo and Fong Tang. Captain Huang honestly said they're educated youths from the city. They work diligently and are hardworking comrades. Captain Huang, who said these words, felt a bit guilty. Sang Mo often took days off to do shady deals in town, and Fong Tang was even more delicate, unable to carry heavy loads or do hard work, more fragile than a young lady from a landlord's family. But Sangmo's gifts were so tempting, frequently sending fish, meat, and tasty treats. Even his tough heart couldn't resist. Secretary Su nodded in satisfaction. He knew Sang Mo and Fong Tang were good comrades, young people willing to risk themselves to save others. How could they be anything but good? The next day, Secretary Su and his team left. Captain Huang specially praised Fong Tang and Sang Mo loudly over the loudspeaker. Comrades Sang Mo and Fong Tang saw someone fall into the water yesterday and didn't hesitate to jump in and save them. Their selfless spirit is worth learning from. The loudspeaker's voice echoed throughout the village, and everyone heard it. Sang Mo and Fong Tang quickly became famous. Even 3-year-olds knew they had saved someone. That was exactly what Captain Huang wanted. Before leaving, Secretary Su had said meaningfully, Sang Mo and Fong Tang's spirit of self-sacrifice is commendable. Having been a village official for over 20 years, Captain Huang understood the deeper meaning. Commendable meant they should be praised and encouraged others to follow their example and carry it forward. So, as soon as Secretary Su and his team left, Captain Huang praised them over the loudspeaker 3 times, making sure everyone on the road heard. Only then did he turn off the speaker, feeling satisfied. Over time, the story of saving someone faded away, and life returned to normal for Sang Mo and Fong Tang. But the lives of the young workers became unsettled because Zhao Weijie announced big news. He was about to be called back to the city for work. Zhao Weijie, like Bai Anqi, couldn't hide his words. He loved to show off. His mother recently wrote that they had secured a job quota and would return to the city before the new year. Unable to keep the good news to himself, Zhao Weijie shared it with everyone. The young workers were all jealous. They dreamed of returning to the city. Weijie, you're so lucky. Your dad is a factory director. Anything you want, you get. That's great. One young worker said enviously. I'm his only child. If he's good to me, he's good to everyone. When I go back to the city, I won't forget you. I'll send you delicious things, Zhao Weijie said proudly. Out of the 12 young workers, Weijie was the first to go back to the city. No one knew who would be next. It should be Jin Tianbo, right? His parents are both officials, and they want to recommend him to the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. Bai Anqi's family also wants to get a university spot. I heard her mention it last time. So, in that case, Jin Tianbo and Bai Anqi might become a couple? Isn't Tianbo already involved with Wenjing? That's unlikely. Wenjing isn't as pretty as Bai Anqi, and her family isn't in Shanghai, so she can't return to the city. Everyone can see who she would choose. The young workers exchanged meaningful glances and smiled. What they didn't know was that Wenjing was standing at the door. She was visiting, but when she overheard them talking about her, she didn't knock. She listened and got so angry her lips bled. It was Bai Anqi again. If her father weren't a manager at a department store, what did she have that Bai Anqi didn't? But thinking about Bai Anqi getting into the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university made Wenjing burn with jealousy. Why does Bai Anqi get to go to college? She was also worried that Jin Tianbo shared the same thoughts as those young workers, thinking Bai Anqi was better than her. The man she couldn't have, Bai Anqi shouldn't have either. Wenjing clenched her teeth and quietly left. No one knew she had stood there for so long. Bai Anqi's family had indeed secured a university spot. Her mother wrote a letter confirming it and asked her to keep it a secret and not tell anyone. But Bai Anqi, like Zhao Weijie, couldn't keep her mouth shut. Once, while playing in the young workers' dormitory, she accidentally mentioned it, causing a big problem. When it was time to leave, old Master Fong received the documents. He could return to the city and was also paid his wages for the past years. But he was going to Shanghai, not Beijing. Because old Master Fong's 2 sons worked in Shanghai and his wife was there too, the whole family could reunite. Fong Tang prepared a big, delicious meal to see old Master Fong off. Old Fong, go to the city and enjoy life with your wife. Don't argue with her all the time. Old Master Wu raised his glass and joked, though his eyes were moist. Who argues with that old woman? I always let her have her way. Old Master Fong was stubborn, but his eyes also welled up. They enjoyed the farewell dinner, though it was bittersweet. Both old men got drunk and shared funny stories about each other. Sang Emo and Fong Tang couldn't help but laugh and cry as they helped them to bed. As December begins, old Master Fong is about to return to the city. The authorities sent a car to pick him up. Villagers saw the jeep and kept their distance. When they saw the old man living in the cow pen come out, everyone was surprised. The driver was dressed in a uniform. When he saw old Master Fong, he saluted him. Old Master Fong returned the salute, then hugged old Master Wu. He also embraced Fong Tang and Sang Emo. They didn't say anything and got into the car. He had already said everything he needed to. He believed they would reunite in the city very soon. As the car drove away, it became a small black and disappeared from sight. Fong Tang sighed softly, feeling a little sad. She didn't know when she would see the cheerful and optimistic old man again. We will see him soon, Sang Emo gently patted her shoulder, speaking confidently. Fong Tang thought he was just comforting her. She smiled and nodded, but she didn't think it would be very soon. It wouldn't be too long. In a year, the college entrance exams would be back, and she and Sang Emo would both get into university. Then they could reunite in the city. After old Master Fong left, the villagers' attitude toward old Master Wu changed a lot. They became more respectful and often brought vegetables to his hut. In the villagers' minds, wearing a uniform meant being an official. The person in uniform that day showed great respect to old Master Fong, which meant these two old men had quite high status. They used to be so foolish. Not bowing to two high officials in front of them was really stupid. Fortunately, one of them stayed behind. The villagers all shared the same idea. They wanted to build a good relationship with old Master Wu and latch onto a powerful supporter. The weather grew colder. The Nyo-2 Mountain Brigade experienced its first snow of winter. The white snow covered the mountains, making them look beautiful and pure, but also very cold. Breathing out could freeze. But now it was the farming off-season. Villagers and educated youths took turns working. There wasn't much work in the fields. After a busy year, everyone was glad for a break. Most stayed at home by the fire, avoiding the cold. Old Master Fong had been back in the city for nearly a month. He sent a few letters and some things. His whole family was in the city, living well. They moved around a lot, trying to bring old Master Wu and Fong Tang back to the city as soon as possible. Old Wu, if nothing unexpected happens, you and old Sang should be able to return to the city after the new year. I've arranged for you both to go back to Shanghai. We old folks can't be separated. I've already spoken to old Sang, and in a few days, he'll be moved to Nyoto Mountain to be with you. It's so cold outside, and it's warmer with more people. Also, there are Tang Girl and Black Egg, the two children. I'm thinking of getting them some work permits so they can go back to the city first. The city has better conditions and easier access to study materials. What do you think of this idea? After dinner, old Wu took out a letter he had just received and showed it to Sang Emo and Fong Tang. Your grandpa is coming soon, and we can celebrate the new year together, old Wu said with a smile. He and old Sang are like brothers who have been through life and death together. Being alone can be lonely, so if old Sang comes, he won't be bored during the day. Sang Emo looked very happy. That's great. My grandpa keeps talking about you every day. Finally, they can reunite with their grandpa. Although they see him now and then, living together makes it easier to take care of him and saves a lot of time. Old Wu added, I think old Fong's idea is very good. You and Tang should try to find a way to go back to the city first. We don't know when the college entrance exam will resume. Maybe next year. Maybe in a few years. You can't relax your studies. The city has complete study materials, and it's better for review after you return. What do you think? Sang Emo nodded. I have no objections, but we should go back together. Fong Tang agreed. That's what I think too. They couldn't leave the two old men suffering alone in the countryside. With her and Sang Emo there, they can take good care of the elders. Old Wu felt warm inside and looked very pleased. Although his biological children are ungrateful, he has a filial granddaughter and Black Egg, so heaven hasn't been too harsh on him.
Then I'll write back to old Fong and ask him to help with connections. That old guy has a lot of contacts. Old Wu joked, but he was speaking the truth. Among the three old men, old Fong has the best connections. Old Seng has a fiery temper and has offended many people. He's not easy to get along with and doesn't tolerate fools. He doesn't have many true friends, only old Fong, who is kind and loyal, always smiling and very popular. If it weren't for old Fong refusing to betray his brothers, they wouldn't be in trouble. In a way, it was old Seng and old Wu who caused old Fong's problems. Luckily, their hardships are now over and things are better. Old Master Fong was very efficient. Just after sending the letter to old Master Wu, Sang Mo was pulled aside by Captain Huang for questioning. Is your relative at Sancha Bridge a man named Sang? Yes, uncle. Do you know my relative? Sang Mo's heart immediately tightened with nervousness. Captain Huang looked understanding. This kid often went next door to deliver things, so he wasn't just a distant relative. If he guessed right, the old man was probably Sang Mo's grandfather. This kid indeed comes from a notable family. The old man named Sang is said to have a significant background and has moved around several places. Recently, higher-ups had given instructions to avoid causing trouble for the elderly. Although Captain Huang didn't understand all the complicated details from above, he knew that both Old Master Fong, Old Master Wu, and Sang Mo's grandfather were once high-ranking officials. Good days were coming soon. I just received notice from above that your relative has been transferred to me. He'll arrive tomorrow and will be feeding the cattle with Old Master Wu. I wanted to tell you. Captain Huang didn't keep it a secret. He shared good news, and Sang Mo was overjoyed. His grandfather was finally coming. Thank you, uncle. Sang Mo was very grateful. Although Captain Huang sometimes liked to take small bribes, he was still a good person. Work hard. Captain Huang straightened his back, clasped his hands behind him, and walked away. Sang Mo went back happily, sharing the good news. Old Master Wu was especially pleased. He tidied up the bed that Old Master Fong used to sleep in and took out the bedding to air out, preparing to welcome the old friend. Fong Tang was preparing to make hand-pulled noodles, a northern custom for farewell and welcoming guests with dumplings and noodles. Since Old Master Sang was from the north, making noodles was a good idea. She planned to make sour meat noodles. The key to deliciousness was the sour meat. Sang Mo went to town to buy pork with 5 layers of fat and also bought some snacks, waiting for Old Master Sang to arrive. The next morning, a tractor rumbled into the big team. It was from the neighboring Sancha Bridge team. Old Master Sang sat on the tractor, looking energetic and upright. Although his hair was white and he wore a faded Zhongshan suit, his commanding presence was clear. He was definitely not an ordinary old man. We've arrived. From now on, work hard here. The leader of the Sancha Bridge team spoke seriously. Old Master Singh nodded and replied, Yes, I will. Thank you for your care, Captain. Captain Huang, I leave him to you. After completing the handover, the Sancha Bridge team leader and Captain Huang drove away on the tractor. Captain Huang did not talk much with the old man, because the old man was there for reform through work. He was the old man's superior and responsible for supervision and criticism. He couldn't act too friendly. Now that you're here, you need to work hard. You have a partner named Wu. Your job is to feed the 3 cows. These cows are the most valuable assets of our team. They must eat fresh grass, and we can't let them go hungry. Remember that. Captain Huang took the old man, Sang, up the mountain, talking about the work tasks as they walked. Sang nodded in agreement, looking calm on the outside but feeling excited inside. He was about to see his old friends, his grandson, and his daughter-in-law. He was very happy. Sang Mo and Fong Tang were both feeling restless. Sang Mo went to look at the foot of the mountain a few times. Fong Tang had already prepared the noodles, waiting for the old man to arrive so she could cook them. Old Wu, who was standing at the door, excitedly said something, his voice trembling. Sang Mo suddenly stood up, walked quickly to the door, hesitated, then turned back. He didn't know if anyone else was outside, so he needed to stay calm. Old Wu, this old Sang is new here. From now on, you will feed the cows together. Captain Huang called out from afar. The two old men looked at each other, their muscles twitching. They used great effort to control their excitement. Got it. Come inside and sit. Old Wu calmly invited him. Sang was also very calm, but when he stepped over the doorframe, he firmly shook his old friend's hand. It had been 7 years since they last saw each other. Sang Mo was relieved to see only Captain Huang there. He stood up and smiled, saying, "Uncle, let's eat noodles together." Fong Tang had already started cooking the noodles. Captain Huang wanted to leave, but when he saw the fragrant sauce on the stove, shiny with oil and made with his favorite pork belly, his mouth watered, and he couldn't move his feet. "Captain Huang, sit for a while." Old Wu brought a chair. Captain Huang took the chance to sit down. He had finished eating sweet potato porridge in the morning, so he had good digestion. With such delicious noodles, he could eat a big bowl. Fong Tang skillfully boiled the noodles. The white noodles boiled and rolled in the water like silk ribbons. After a few minutes, she scooped them out and put them into a big bowl. She poured the broth over the noodles, then added a large spoonful of sauce. The aroma spread immediately. "Time to eat noodles," she said with a smile. Sang Mo went to serve the noodles. The first bowl was for his grandfather, then he served Captain Huang and Old Wu. "This noodles are very fragrant and delicious." Old Master Sang took a big bite of the noodles, unable to stop because they smelled so good. It had been a long time since he had such tasty handmade noodles. His daughter-in-law is not only beautiful, but also a great cook. That young man, Black Egg, truly has good luck. There are more noodles in the pot. If it's not enough, add some, Fong Tang said with a smile. "Girl, you should eat too," Old Master Sang said kindly, very pleased with his daughter-in-law. Fong Tang felt happy inside. It seemed that Grandpa Sang was quite satisfied with her, not a picky elder. She served herself a small bowl of noodles and started eating. She had cooked a big pot of noodles and a large bowl of meat sauce. They finished everything. Captain Huang and Old Master Sang each ate 2 bowls, then let out a few satisfied burps. They were very happy. Captain Huang felt a little shy. Before eating, he wanted to be modest and only eat half a bowl. He thought he shouldn't eat too much at someone else's house. But once he started eating, he couldn't stop thinking about food. His mind was only on eating, and he just kept going. So much white flour, so much meat, and so much oil. How could it not taste good? Honestly, although he was the team leader, his family's meals weren't this rich. It had been many years since he ate so freely. "Drink some tea." Fong Tang brewed a few cups of green tea. The tea leaves were wild tea she picked from the mountain in spring and roasted herself. It smelled especially fragrant. Old Master Wu drank a cup every day. "This tea smells wonderful," Old Master Sang praised, as he loved tea too. "Your daughter-in-law brewed it," Sang Mo whispered to the old man, then deliberately asked, "The noodles your daughter-in-law cooked are fragrant, right?" His tone was full of pride, showing off. Old Master Sang looked at him with a side glance and pouted. That little brat was getting a bit too proud. But his daughter-in-law was really capable and so beautiful. The old man felt a little sorry for his own Black Egg, thinking he was a bit too proud. Captain Huang finished his tea and left. He even asked Sang Mo to go and get the grain supplies. According to the rules, each of the 2 elders received 20 jin of grain every month from their team. Once the captain left, the house suddenly became lively. The 2 elders hugged tightly, tears in their eyes. "You're still alive, old man." "That's great," Old Master Wu said emotionally. "Don't worry, I have a tough life. I won't die easily." Old Master Sang smiled happily, calm and relaxed, not mentioning the hardships he endured over the past 7 years. "Grandpa, this is Fong Tang, my girlfriend, your future daughter-in-law," Sang Mo proudly introduced his girlfriend. Fong Tang blushed and called out, "Grandpa, hey, if that troublemaker Hey Dan bullies you, just tell me. I'll give him a good scolding." Old Master Sang smiled with squinted eyes and took out a red envelope from his pocket, handing it to Fong Tang. Since it was her first time meeting her grandson-in-law, she deserved a gift. He had prepared it yesterday. "Thank you, Grandpa." Fong Tang happily accepted the red envelope, feeling very pleased. Old Master Sang had no airs of superiority despite his high position. He was as approachable as Old Masters Wu and Fong. She used to worry that Grandpa Sang might dislike her. Now she understood that the higher someone's status, the more down-to-earth they tend to be. In fact, some officials, like Zhao Weijia's parents, act even more arrogantly at work. Old Master Sang moved into the thatched cottage. Like Old Master Fong, he came from the countryside, was good at farm work, and recently had been eating well and feeling healthier. He couldn't sit still and did everything: chopping wood, cutting grass, planting vegetables. Sang Mo told him not to do these chores, but he still got scolded. Just a few chickens and ducks are too few. Hey Dan, go get some chicks and ducklings. If possible, get a goose too, to guard the house. We can open a small field here to grow carrots and potatoes. When dried, they can be eaten during hard times. Old Master Sang kept talking as he planned. The open space around the cottage was fully used by him. Sang Mo didn't dare to speak up, afraid of getting scolded. His grandpa had a fiery temper. If he didn't like something, he would start hitting or throw his worn-out shoes. The smell of his old, sweaty feet was so strong it could remind someone of a meal from 8 years ago. He couldn't provoke him, and didn't dare to. Whatever his grandpa did, as long as he was happy, it was fine. Since Old Master Sang arrived, within a few days, the cottage had about 10 small, yellow chicks and ducklings chirping happily. There were also 2 little geese. Grandpa Sang built a shed, letting them roam freely on the mountain during the day and calling them back at night to stay in the shed. The cottage became lively again, just like when Old Master Fong was around. The 2 old men argued every day from morning till night, but they seemed to enjoy it and got more energetic from the quarrels. After New Year's Day, the weather got colder. Fong Tang started preparing to cook laba porridge. With limited supplies, she only had black beans, red beans, green beans, peanuts, and red dates. Items like lotus seeds, walnuts, and raisins, which wealthier townspeople could buy, she had to make do without. When I was young, every laba festival, my grandmother would cook a big pot of laba porridge. She would give a bowl to each family in the village. Grandma said this was called kindness, and that people need to interact more to deepen their feelings. Because of this, Grandma was very popular in the village. Even the most difficult families never spoke badly of her, and everyone praised her. The smell of the laba porridge spread everywhere, making the 2 old men occasionally go to the stove to look. They lost interest in arguing and just enjoyed the aroma. After cooking for 4 or 5 hours, the porridge was thick and soft. The colorful beans had burst open, and it was fragrant and steaming. In this cold December, it added a little warmth. Grandpa Sang, Grandpa Wu, you can start drinking now. Fong Tang served 2 bowls of porridge and placed them on the table for the 2 elders to enjoy while hot. Sang Mo returned carrying a bundle of firewood. The weather was very cold, so the grass house needed fire all day long. Firewood was very expensive, and he had to go to the mountain every day to chop more. Tang, you should also eat. This porridge smells so good. I can have 3 bowls, Grandpa Sang said, taking a big sip. The porridge melted in his mouth, no need to chew, perfect for elders with bad teeth. Old Man Wu silently drank his porridge, enjoying it so much he didn't want to speak. Since his mother passed away, he hadn't eaten satisfying food. But now he was eating Fong Tang's cooking, which tasted very much like his mother's, and he liked it very much. Sang Mo drank 3 bowls and felt warm all over. He filled a lunchbox with the rest and took it to Captain Huang. He also gave some to the young workers. These days, the young workers weren't working much. They stayed in the dorms playing cards. It was quite comfortable, except the food was a bit poor. Oh, it's laba porridge. Thank you, Sang Mo. The young workers, who had been talking quietly, saw the fragrant, hot porridge and were very happy, repeatedly expressing their thanks. Fong Tang asked me to bring it. There's not much, just try a little, Sang Mo said calmly. Thanks to Fong Tang for us. Sang Mo, you're really lucky. You have such a beautiful and capable partner. When will you get married? A young male worker asked enviously. Zhao Weijia, who was drinking his porridge, shivered, and perked up his ears. He also wanted to know when they would get married. Not now. Things are too difficult. We'll wait until it's better, Sang Mo replied. The young workers sighed, looking sad. This place was really hard to endure. I don't know when this will end. Do we still have a chance to go back to the city? A young worker sighed softly, expressing everyone's confusion. Everyone remained silent. No one knew the answer. When they were sent here, no one said when they would be called back. A year had passed, and there was no news. It seemed they might have to stay in the countryside for their whole lives. Thinking about spending decades working endlessly on farms made everyone feel even more hopeless. These days felt without any hope, and they were starting to feel they couldn't hold on much longer. Still, Zhao Weijie and Jin Tianhua are doing well. They might go back to the city soon, someone said. Everyone looked at them with envy and jealousy. Zhao Weijie had secured his work placement, and Jin Tianhua was close to getting into university. If everything went well, they could return after the new year. Their days were looking brighter. Unlike them, who had no hope at all, Zhao Weijie looked proud. He finished his porridge in one gulp and licked his lips. The porridge was really good, but it was too little. If he could go back to the city, he could eat it every day. He didn't want to stay in this terrible place even for a day. Jin Tianhua smiled modestly. I'm not so sure about that. It might not work out. I plan to stay in the countryside for many years. Actually, his university spot was almost confirmed. If everything went smoothly, he could start university after the new year. But he was worried about being betrayed. People's hearts are hard to read, and many are jealous. Some smile to your face but stab you in the back. He had to be careful. After thinking for a moment, Jin Tianhua added, Actually, Bai Anqi is really lucky. Her university spot is settled, but just denying it verbally wasn't enough. He needed to shift their focus. Bai Anqi was the best target. How do you know that, Tianhua? Did Bai Anqi tell you? Everyone was doubtful. Yes, she told me herself, Jin Tianhua said, feeling a bit guilty. Bai Anqi had asked him to keep it a secret, but his guilt only lasted 3 seconds. He quickly felt at ease. Bai Anqi was a big mouth and couldn't keep secrets. Maybe she would tell everyone herself in a few days. Having a dad who's a manager at a department store is really different. Going to university is so easy for her. Sigh, I really envy her. Stop dreaming. Just work honestly. When we get the notice from above, maybe in a few years we can go back to the city, someone said. It's still daylight. Don't get your hopes up. Dreams are worth pursuing, or how else can we get through these days? The dormitory was filled with chatter, mostly filled with jealousy towards Jin Tianhua. Suddenly, the focus shifted to Bai Anqi. Jin Tianhua quietly ate his porridge, looking calm and a little relieved. This way, no one would talk about him anymore. He could safely get through the new year, and his mother said a document would be issued early spring, allowing him to leave this terrible place. Forget Bai Anqi and her quiet nature. Let them all go too. There are many excellent girls in university. With his family background and looks, he's confident he can find someone better. Thinking about a bright future, Jin Tianhua felt very happy, and his porridge tasted sweeter. Sang Mo looked at him with a mocking smile. Jin Tianhua was too mean. Bai Anqi loved the wrong person. But he didn't bother to remind Bai Anqi. That woman was careless with her words and often bullied his wife. Not interfering was his act of kindness. Everyone was enjoying the laba porridge and the dorm was lively. Only Zhang Jianxi looked gloomy and out of place because Sang Mo didn't give him any porridge. No one minded. Fewer people drinking meant more for others. The sweet smell of laba porridge filled the air. Zhang Jianxi kept swallowing, stomach twisting painfully. He really wanted to drink the porridge, but Sang Mo was so cruel, just a small thing, and he humiliated him in front of everyone. Zhang Jianxi glanced at Sang Mo quickly, then lowered his head. He was afraid of Sang Mo. Even if he hated him, he wouldn't show it. But he hated Zhao Weijie even more. Zhao had promised him a job opportunity, but it fell through. If it weren't for Zhao, he wouldn't have offended Sang Mo. Now Zhao was about to return to the city, and he was still suffering in the countryside. Clenching his teeth, Zhang Jianxi pressed his stomach tightly and pulled his waistband even tighter, but he couldn't bear it anymore. He got up and left the dorm to find something to eat. Everyone looked at him silently, continuing to drink their porridge. Zhang Jianxi was petty and difficult to get along with, so no one wanted to be friends with him. Sang Mo sat in the dorm for a while before returning to his thatched hut. On the way, he saw Zhang Jianxi digging around a mouse hole. He caught a mouse, and Zhang Jianxi was overjoyed, immediately starting a fire to roast it. He had been surviving on mice these days. Sang Mo only glanced at him and kept walking, heading back to enjoy his lava porridge. Zhang Jianjian roasted the mouse until it was half-cooked and eagerly started eating. He ate while roasting, lost in the joy of eating meat, his pale face turning slightly red.
Ah.
Ugh. When Jing and Zhang Weihong went up the mountain together to gather firewood. From afar, they saw Zhang Jianjian eating something and curiously approached to look. They then saw this disgusting scene and covered their mouths, unable to stop gagging. Mouse can't be eaten. It has many germs, Zhang Weihong said, unable to hold back. Zhang Jianjian was biting the mouse. When he heard this, he looked up, still with meat in his mouth. When Jing, just recovering from her shock, saw him and couldn't help but gag again. Zhang Jianjian sneered mockingly and said, "I'm eating my own, and if I get sick, that's my business. It has nothing to do with you." He thought it was no big deal to eat mice. He caught them himself. He wasn't afraid of germs. If he didn't eat mice, he would starve. Thanks to the mice, he could survive a year. Otherwise, he wouldn't last long. Zhang Weihong wanted to persuade him further, but when Jing pulled her forcefully and made a gesture for her to stop talking. Such a disgusting person was hard to bear, even with a glance. One Jing looked at Zhang Jianjian with disgust and quickly looked away, preparing to go down the mountain. But Zhang Jianjian called out to her. Her earlier glance had triggered his sensitive nerves, and he decided to fight back. "Don't you know? Bai Anchi will start college after the new year. Her family has everything ready. Unlike us, we still have to suffer in this ghost place." Zhang Weihong and Wen Jing's faces changed dramatically. Their shocked expressions made Zhang Jianjian feel very pleased. He knew women were very jealous. "How do you know?" She never mentioned it. When Jing said, not believing. Bai Anchi's big mouth would definitely brag if she really got into college. It was impossible for her to be in the same dorm as others without them knowing. Zhang Jianjian, however, knew. He snorted coldly and mocked. She told Jean Tianbo. "You all know she likes Jean Tianbo. Once she gets into college, they might get married. Then we'll have wedding wine to drink." He pretended to sigh and said, "Bai Anchi and Jean Tianbo are a good match, but it's a pity. They're not from the same world as us." After saying this, he deliberately looked at Wen Jing. His meaningful gaze made her grit her teeth and clench her nails into her palms. Zhang Jian was very proud and no longer paid attention to the two women. He continued to enjoy his barbecue. Zhang Weihong quickly calmed down. Her parents were capable, and she could only envy them. But she firmly believed that as long as she worked hard and didn't fear hardship or tiredness, she would eventually be recommended to go to university one day. She wrote a letter to her cousin to ask about going to college. Her cousin replied, telling her to behave well, not to be afraid of hard work, and offered many words of encouragement. Now, Zhang Weihong was full of confidence and looked up to her cousin as a role model. Zhang Weihong took Wen Jing down the mountain. On the way, Wen Jing kept a serious face and said nothing. Back at the dormitory, Wen Jing put down the firewood and went to visit the boys' dorm next door. In fact, she was there to find out about Bai Anchi's university plans. Sure enough, the young men said the same as Zhang Jian. Bai Anchi and Jean Tianbo were talking. Wen Jing felt like her heart was on fire, suffering greatly. She believed what Zhang Jian said. If Bai Anchi went to university, Jean Tianbo might marry her. Just thinking about this possibility made Wen Jing furious. Jean Tianbo could marry any woman he wanted, except Bai Anchi. She wouldn't let Bai Anchi get the man she wanted. Moreover, Wen Jing still hadn't given up on Jean Tianbo. She hadn't used her final move yet. She was determined to win this man. Sang Mo returned to the straw hut and told Fong Tang about Bai Anqi going to university. Fong Tang frowned and said, Jean Tianhua is really mean. He deliberately pushed Bai Anqi out to take the blame. In her previous life, Bai Anqi was exposed because she talked too much, and someone reported her, causing trouble. This time, Bai Anqi was more careful and didn't spread rumors everywhere, but she still couldn't escape the same fate as before. Sang Mo was pleased with his wife's sharp mind. Jean Tianhua really had bad intentions. Actually, his wife was very smart. In the past, her family had held her back. Fong Tang couldn't help but say, I feel like Bai Anqi might not make it into university. Someone might sabotage her. Sang Mo raised an eyebrow and asked, Wen Jing, as expected from a leader. He guessed correctly. Fong Tang nodded and explained, Wen Jing likes Jean Tianhua and hates Bai Anqi. Now that Bai Anqi is going to university, it's probably all over the town. Wen Jing likes to cause trouble behind the scenes, and she might set a trap. It has nothing to do with us. Bai Anqi's family has connections. Even if she can't go to university, she can find a job and return to the city.
Don't worry about it, Sang Mo advised.
I don't care. I don't like either of these two. Fong Tang pouted, her cute expression making Sang Mo stare. He looked around quickly and quickly pecked her on the face. How embarrassing. What if someone sees? Fong Tang was startled and felt very shy. The two old men were outside, and they could come in at any moment. She found this person very annoying. Just as she finished speaking, old man Sang entered the room, walking heavily, as if he was trying to let them know he was coming. Young girl Tang, these wild mushrooms are for you. Old man Sang carried a big bunch of wild mushrooms, freshly picked from the mountain. Each mushroom was very plump and colored like beef liver. These mushrooms are fresh and tender, delicious whether fried with eggs or cooked in soup. I'll fry eggs with them. Fong Tang took the mushrooms, saw old man Sang's calm expression, and felt relieved. He probably didn't see anything. When she turned around, old man Sang looked at his grandson with a meaningful smile. He was proud. His grandson's skill in charming his wife reminded him of his own youthful charm. Back in the day, Black Egg's grandmother was famous for her beauty. Many men, like night owls, watched her, but in the end, he married her. It was all because of his skill in charming his wife, being sweet-talking, quick to act, and ruthless to rivals. He planned to teach Black Egg these 3 secrets later. Fong Tang was beautiful and capable, so many people probably secretly admired her.
Sang Montag winked proudly.
The old man used to boast about how popular he was with girls when he was young. All those girls combined weren't as attractive as his wife. What was there to be proud of? The grandfather and grandson exchanged subtle glances. Fong Tang didn't notice at all. She finished cooking dinner, scrambled eggs with mushrooms, chives stir-fried with dried tofu, braised pork, Christian carp tofu soup, and rice. After the fire in the stove died down, she threw in some potatoes and sweet potatoes. The residual heat from the charcoal would cook them, making them very fragrant, but she knew not to eat too much, as it could cause discomfort. During dinner, Captain Huang came again to deliver a letter. He arrived after eating. Unable to resist Sang Mo and the others' hospitality, he stayed for some wine, ate 2 bowls of rice, and left feeling satisfied. Old Man Wu opened the letter, glanced at it, and his face lit up with happiness. He said, Old Fong says we might be able to return to the city next year. He's already made arrangements. He also said he's contacted some factories for job opportunities for Black Egg and Tanger, but the specific factory hasn't been decided yet. Old Fong still works as quickly as before. He finished many tasks right after returning. Honestly, I don't mind whether I go back to the city or not. Hey Dan and Tang, Air need to go back. Young people shouldn't stay in this remote mountain area all the time, Old Man Sang said with a smile. Old Man Wu agrees completely. He thinks the same. He and Old Sang are both old now and can stay anywhere. But young people are the hope of the country. They should go to big cities to see more and learn new skills. If you don't go back to the city, Sang Mo and I won't go either. If we go together, Fong Tang said stubbornly. Neither of these old men can cook. If she and Sang Mo leave, the old men will go hungry. I agree with Tang Er. If we go together, Sang Mo also said firmly. You should think about Tang Er, old man Sang started to say, but Fong Tang interrupted him. Grandpa Sang, I already said if you and Grandpa Wu don't go back, we won't either. I think the countryside is very good. She has lived in the countryside for 15 years and always thought it was better than the big city, especially the cold, unfriendly Fong family home. She doesn't want to stay there for a second. Old man Sang glared at his grandson angrily and didn't say more about this. But inside, he felt very touched.
Tang is so honest.
Honest people often get taken advantage of. He needs to watch Hey Dan more in the future, so she won't bully Tang Er. Time flies quickly. The new year is coming soon. Villagers start preparing for the festival early. They go to the town every few days, buy candies, white sugar pastries, some cloth to make new clothes for the girls about to marry so they look nice. If they have extra cloth coupons, they make new clothes for the children too. Adults usually don't make new clothes. They patch old clothes so they can wear them for a few more years. No matter how hard life is, they won't let the children suffer. Many parents think this way and try their best to give their children a prosperous new year. Sang Mo and Fong Tang are also preparing for the festival. They buy meat, eggs, candies, pastries, peanuts, melon seeds, and dried fruits. Sang Mo even got a lot of cloth coupons. He told Fong Tang to help him tear cloth and even sheepwool cloth to make a thick coat. I have many new clothes now. I'll make one for each of you. Grandpa Wu and Grandpa Sang's clothes are all old, Fong Tang said. She doesn't want to make clothes anymore. Recently, Sang Mo often brought back cloth coupons, asking her to make new clothes. Now, even Bai Anchi's new clothes are fewer than hers. But the two old men and Sang Mo are all wearing old clothes. Fong Tang feels guilty about this. Our old men don't need new clothes, and we are here to work and improve ourselves. Wearing new clothes doesn't matter much. Black eggs also don't need new clothes. Big men shouldn't dress flashy or showy. Tang girl, listen to Black Egg. Make a wool coat and have a happy new year, Old Man Sang said. Old Man Wu also advised, but he wouldn't make new clothes. He and Old Man Sang aren't interested in dressing up. As long as they are clean and tidy, that's enough. They care more about eating and drinking. Eating well and drinking well is the most important. Unable to persuade them, Fong Tang agreed to make a wool coat. There is no cashmere fabric in town, so Sang Mo planned to ride his bike to the county to buy some. Thanks to his efforts, last month he finally bought a bicycle, so he no longer had to borrow Captain Huang's bike. Get it in royal blue. If there's no royal blue, then rose red. You know what rose red is, right? At breakfast, Fong Tang asked about the color of the cashmere fabric. She liked royal blue, but it might not be available. Rose red is also nice. It's festive for the new year and makes the skin look fair. If there's no rose red, I'll buy bright red. Sang Mo quietly praised his quick thinking. But Fong Tang rolled her eyes at him and scolded, I don't want bright red. If there's no rose red, then peach red. If there's no peach red, then forget it. She disliked bright red the most. When she wore it as a child, it looked like a red lantern. Her grandmother loved dressing her that way, completely in red, looking like firecrackers from afar. Buy a pair of leather boots for Tang. A coat should be paired with leather boots to look stylish, Old Man Sang said. Sang Mo took out a small notebook and carefully wrote down the details of the leather boots and the color of the cashmere fabric. White rabbit milk candies, also called dian, and peach cookies. If there's mung bean cake, get some of that too, Old Man Wu mentioned a few snacks. Sang Mo wrote everything down and bought them all when he went to the county. After breakfast, he pushed his cart out. Fong Tang called him back softly, saying, get some black or blue fabric and also some cotton. I want to make 2 sets of cotton padded jackets and pants for the old men. They won't wear them outside, just inside. No one will see. Sang Mo remembered her thoughtful plan and praised her silently. He looked around quickly, then took a quick bite. Fong Tang pushed him away, blushing and glaring at him. Sang Mo smiled, carried his bike, and left. He had to carry the bike down the mountain before he could ride it.
Today, there is no work, and everyone is preparing for the new year. Fong Tang and the two old men are very free. She started roasting peanuts and sunflower seeds, using clean sand and some salt. The roasted snacks smell very good and won't burn easily. Old Wu is lighting the fire for her. The house is filled with the aroma of roasted snacks. Fong Tang grabs a handful and offers some to the two old men to eat. It smells good. Just a little longer, and they'll be ready. Old Sang peels a peanut and eats it, praising the taste. This is just right. Fong Tang smiles and stirs the pot with a spatula. Seeing her struggle, Old Sang comes over to help. The energetic old man swings the spatula skillfully, stirring more vigorously than Fong Tang. In the cozy, lively grass house, the scene is warm. Down the mountain, things are not so peaceful. Captain Huang is hosting two leaders from the county town, a man and a woman, both wearing glasses and well-mannered, speaking in a formal tone. Comrade by Anchi is a young person from your team. How does she usually behave? The male official asks seriously. They came to investigate by Anchi because they received a report. The letter said she is lazy, not serious about work, has a messy personal life, and is involved with other young people. If the report is true, such a person shouldn't attend the university for workers, peasants, and soldiers. Captain Huang honestly replies, her performance is quite good. She works slowly, but shows up every day. After all, she's from the city, so it's understandable that she's not familiar with farm work. Leader, is there any problem with Bai Anchi? Although he doesn't like Bai Anchi, she hasn't done anything bad, so Captain Huang doesn't speak badly of her. The female official says, someone reported that she has a messy personal life, is involved with multiple people, works lazily, complains often, is dissatisfied with the current situation, and fights with her fellow revolutionaries. She has no revolutionary spirit, Captain Huang frowns. He doesn't know who made the report, but it's very malicious. Each point could cost Bai Anchi her university spot. This report isn't true. Comrade Bai Anchi does work slowly, but she improves every day. She hasn't been involved with anyone inappropriately. Leader, I must be honest, her relationships with her comrades are still good, he corrects. The two officials exchange glances, but don't seem convinced. The female official says, I'll go to the village to check the situation. Let's go together. The male officer spoke as he and the female officer left the room. Captain Huang wanted to accompany them, but was refused. Two leaders have lunch at home, simple food and tea. Captain Huang called after them, looking very serious. From their tone, it seemed they were not in a good mood. Who could be behind such a harmful act? White Anchi probably can't get into university anymore. The officer's wife frowned and said unhappily, who else could be doing such a mean thing? That Bai Anchi probably can't go to college now. Although she didn't like Bai Anchi, she was lazy and spoke badly. She was a city girl, spoiled by her parents, with a bit of a temper, which was normal. Besides her sharp tongue, she hadn't done anything harmful. She's just a naive girl. Getting into university is a big honor. Studying for 2 years and then becoming an officer would change her status a lot. If someone ruins that, Bai Anchi might go crazy with anger. Besides the few from the youth team, who else could it be? Captain Huang sneered, seeing through everything. The villagers wouldn't do such a thing. Bai Anchi had no conflicts with the villagers. They only cared about their chickens laying eggs. She didn't have any disputes with the villagers either. But she didn't get along well with some female youth. Huang guessed that when Jing was most likely responsible. Fong Tang was definitely not involved, nor was Zhang Weihong. When Jing was clever and hardworking, unlikely to do such a mean act. Only when Jing, who was very scheming and had argued with Bai Anchi over Jean Tianbua, could have done it. Captain Huang knew the 12 youth well and quickly guessed who reported it. The captain's wife looked upset and asked that when Jing, with her sharp eyes and tricky mind, could really do this. Do you have any way to handle it? How can I handle it? I'm just a production team leader. I can't control who goes to college, Huang said irritably. He wanted to do something, but the Education Bureau wouldn't listen to him. Tell Swayer to be more careful. Be cautious when talking to others.
Don't spread rumors about things that aren't confirmed. Bianchi just suffered because she was careless with her words. Swear should learn from this. Don't be so naive and reckless all the time. Captain Huang grew more worried as he spoke. Swear is a young girl, the youngest in the family, so her parents and older siblings spoil her a lot. She is carefree and lively, not much different from Bianchi. In the village, he wasn't afraid. As the team leader, no one dared to bully his daughter. But girls will marry someday, and Captain Huang fears that if his naive daughter marries into a bad family, she might be bullied because she isn't clever enough. Later, I will talk to Swear. Should we prepare a few dishes for lunch? His wife asked. Just like before, anything simple is fine, Captain Huang replied vaguely. His wife understood and went to the fields with a basket to pick vegetables. She planned to fry chives with eggs, steam snails, fry dried loach, and prepare some greens, almost enough. Two officials first went to the village and casually asked a few families about Bianchi. Bianchi? The small, thin girl from the youth brigade? She's from the city, a bit delicate.
She's okay.
Why are you asking about her? Is she involved in some romantic trouble? That's unlikely. You can't just spread rumors. She's still a pure girl. Did she fight with other youth? I haven't heard of that. With her small size, who could she fight? The villagers' answers were similar. They didn't know Bianchi well and didn't want to do anything bad that might harm her future. After questioning a few families, the officials were disappointed. It seems that the anonymous letter was just made up. The male officer frowned. Let's ask the youth directly. Rumors don't come out of nowhere. Bianchi must have some issues. The female officer looked grim and headed toward the youth dormitory. This time, she was sent by her superiors, and she had to investigate Bianchi because only 3 university spots were available for the county, and 2 had already been assigned to others with strong backgrounds. Bianchi was the only one left who could be influenced. The leaders had their reasons. The person behind this was a former superior of theirs, with some family ties. They had taken care of him before, so they wanted to return the favor by helping his son get into university. As for Bianchi, her family connections were different. Her opponent was her leader's rival, who held a lower position. It was obvious whom they wanted to support. But they couldn't just target Bianchi without reason. They needed a valid excuse, so she wouldn't have anything to say. The 2 officials questioned the youth, claiming it was routine to understand their situation in the countryside. Besides Sang Mo, who had moved to the city, they asked about all the others, including Fong Tang. The educated youth were all called away, leaving the dormitory empty for 2 officials to work temporarily. Zhao Weijie and the others stood outside, looking confused and unsure of the officials' intentions. Bianchi secretly felt happy, thinking it was a normal step before going to university. Her mother had mentioned in a letter that to attend university, one needed a good family background and good behavior. The authorities would likely investigate her, so she had been working hard recently, hoping to make a good impression. Jean Tianbua's eyes flickered with guilt. He had just called his family to ask about university matters. His mother said there had been some small issues, but nothing serious. His father had already spoken to the authorities, so there wouldn't be any changes. He asked about what had happened and learned that originally, the county had 4 spots for workers, peasants, and soldiers to attend university, but one was cancelled, leaving only 3. The other 2 spots were already assigned, and the other candidate had stronger backing, so now Jean Tianbua and Bianchi were competing for just 1 spot. His mother also said they had considered finding a reason to eliminate Bianchi's spot. Luckily, someone had written a report accusing her of many wrongdoings. If any of these accusations were true, she wouldn't be able to attend university. Jean Tianbua knew the report was probably written by Wen Jing. A few days earlier, Wen Jing had come to see him and said strange things, claiming Bianchi would never get into university. At the time, he didn't understand what she meant, but now he did. Wen Jing, this crazy woman, must have written the report. The 2 officials coming down to investigate Bianchi were likely the ones mentioned. Although Jean Tianbua didn't write the report himself, he felt connected to it and worried because it had taken away the university spot that originally belonged to Bianchi. He felt a little guilty, but he quickly calmed himself.
As the saying goes, people act for themselves, and heaven and earth will punish them. Even without Wen Jing's report, with his parents' influence, Bai Anqi would probably be disqualified anyway. The university spot was only for him. Bai Anqi had no chance. Fong Tang was called down from the thatched hut. When she heard that officials were here to check on Bai Anqi, her heart sank. This story was exactly the same as in her previous life. At this time, 2 officials came to ask questions one by one, and not long after, Bai Anqi's university spot was taken away. The reason given was that she was involved in a messy personal life, lazy in labor, and had problematic thoughts, making her unsuitable for the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. When she arrived at the youth dormitory, Wen Jing was just being called inside for questioning. Zhang Weihong had just been asked about something, and she glanced at Bai Anqi, who was unaware of the situation. Her expression was strange, and she hesitated whether to tell Bai Anqi that she had been reported. As Wen Jing passed by Bai Anqi, she looked proud and snorted softly. Her report letter was indeed useful. That person would never get into university in her lifetime. Even if Bai Anqi was slow to understand, she sensed something was wrong. Zhang Weihong and the others' looks were too strange, hesitant, and overly sympathetic. Bai Anqi was about to attend university. Shouldn't they be jealous or envious instead? Fong Tang watched Wen Jing go into the dorm and knew she wouldn't speak kindly. She then went to Bai Anqi and deliberately asked Zhang Weihong, "What did the leader ask you?" Zhang Weihong was very annoyed. Hearing Fong Tang's question, she immediately relaxed and said, "They just asked if Anqi works hard and how our relationship is, and what?" Bai Anqi demanded sharply. "They asked if you're involved in inappropriate relationships." I said no, but the leader didn't seem to believe me. Zhang Weihong finished quickly, feeling relieved. She wouldn't speak ill of others behind their backs. Despite Bai Anqi saying many unpleasant things to her, she would respond with kindness. Bai Anqi's face changed drastically, her eyes wide with disbelief. This couldn't be just routine questioning before university. What was really going on? Other male youth came over and talked about their conversations with the leader in the room, which were similar to Zhang Weihong's. They all insisted they hadn't spoken badly about Bai Anqi. "Did someone report you?" "That's why they sent someone to investigate," Fong Tang suggested. A male youth nodded vigorously. "That's what I think too. I don't know who could be so mean to do such a harmful thing. Anqi, who have you offended recently?" Someone asked with concern and sympathy. Seeing that she was about to step into university but was pulled out forcefully, it was like losing her chance to attend. It was truly unfair. Although they were jealous that Bai Anqi could go to university, they wouldn't report her behind her back. They quickly distanced themselves to avoid misunderstandings. Bai Anqi was both angry and scared, feeling helpless. She muttered, "Who did this?
Who is so mean?"
"No, I need to talk to the leader." Fong Tang stopped her. "It's no use talking to the leader. Call your family and ask them to find a way." I'll go to town to make the call right now." Bai Anqi, her mind in chaos, gave Fong Tang a grateful look and ran off. She had to hurry to the town to call her father. With his help, things should be fine. When Jing came out, her face calm, hiding the pride in her heart. She had just told the leader many bad things about Bai Anqi, not directly but mixing truth and lies. That troublesome girl would never get into college now. Fong Tang looked at her deeply, feeling a chill inside. People like Wen Jing were dangerous. It was best to stay away. Then, it was Fong Tang's turn to be questioned. The 2 officials asked the same questions. Fong Tang answered honestly, "I'm not very close to Bai Anqi. We've never argued. She works well, faster than me. As for rumors about her and men, there's no such thing. Bai Anqi has high standards. She doesn't even look at ordinary men." "All right, you can go now." The female officials sounded impatient. Except for Wen Jing, everyone's answers were similar. It seemed Bai Anqi really had no problem. Most likely, Wen Jing was the one who wrote the anonymous letter. Although she disliked Wen Jing's petty behavior, they did need someone like her for this matter. With Wen Jing's words, it would be easy to remove Bai Anqi. Later, the 2 officials went to Captain Huang's house for dinner. He tried to ask about the situation indirectly, but they said nothing. After eating, they returned to the county. Meanwhile, Bai Anshi had reached the town's post and telegraph office. She was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, her chest aching with every inhale. She couldn't even speak clearly. Her disheveled look startled the staff, who thought something terrible had happened. A long-distance call, please. Bai Anshi took out some money and asked them to connect her to her mother's office at the Shanghai department store, where her mother worked as a cashier.
Mom.
It's me, Anshi. As soon as the call went through, Bai Anshi couldn't hold back her tears. Between sobs, she explained what had happened. Stop crying. I told you again and again, before you get your college admission letter, don't say a word about it. Why can't you ever listen? Her mother was furious. This foolish daughter was hopeless. She had warned her so many times, but still, something went wrong. I didn't tell anyone, really, I didn't, Bai Anshi said with a sad look. This time, she truly didn't say anything wrong. Several times she wanted to show off, but she held back. If you didn't tell anyone, how would they report you? I know your mouth, Bai's mother said, not believing her. Her foolish daughter just has a simple mind. Bai Anshi shivered suddenly, remembering something. Her heart sank. Could it be him? She only told Jean Tianbo. Thinking it might be Jean Tianbo who reported her, Bai Anshi felt a sharp pain in her heart. She trusted Jean Tianbo so much, but this man stabbed her in the back. He's even worse than the treacherous wolf her mother talked about. After hearing about Jean Tianbo, Bai's mother wanted to reach through the phone line and slap her silly daughter. Men are liars, and the family already had a clear example. How could her daughter still be so naive? Stay away from Jean Tianbo in the future. Don't look for a partner in the countryside. Wait until you go back to the city. Can I still go to university then? Bai Anshi asked shyly. Let your dad find out. Don't get your hopes up. Even if you can't go to university, next year we'll find a job for you to return to the city. You can't stay in the countryside forever. Learn your lesson and keep your mouth shut, Bai's mother warned again. After her daughter went to the countryside, she prepared two plans. Either go to university or find a job to return to the city. The first is difficult, but the second is easier and more certain. Mom, if I get a job, I won't work at the textile factory. It's exhausting, Bai Anshi said, feeling a bit better. Working in a state-owned factory isn't bad, but it has to be a light job. Mom knows better. When you go back, say nothing. Remember that, Bai's mother warned, worried about her naive daughter.
Got it.
I won't tell anyone. This time, Bai Anshi was truly scared. She was afraid her job placement would be taken away. She wouldn't mention it at all. Of course, she still hoped to go to university. She wanted to make Jean Tianbo furious. Yes, Jean Tianbo had become the most hated person by Bai Anshi now. When Jing was second. When Bai Anshi returned from the town, she felt much better. But her attitude toward Jean Tianbo changed suddenly. From gentle and sweet, she turned cold and sometimes glared at him sharply. Jean Tianbo felt guilty and didn't dare to look directly. Every time Bai Anshi's sharp eye shot at him, he looked down or turned away. This made Bai Anshi even more convinced that he was the one who reported her. She wished she could strangle that scoundrel. She wasted her sincere feelings on unworthy people. Fong Tang found it amusing. Jean Tianbo wasn't entirely innocent either. If he hadn't deliberately leaked Bai Anshi's college plans, Wen Jing wouldn't have found out. Both of them were somewhat to blame. I wonder if Bai Anshi will still be able to go to college in this life. However, I remember that in the previous life, Jean Tianbo didn't go to college either. He returned to the city through a job recruitment and resigned after a few years. He then opened a photography studio and earned a good amount of money. Sang Mo was shopping extensively in the county town, filling his basket. Around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, he rode his bike back. On the way, he was stopped by Zhu's secretary, who was sitting in a car with Secretary Su.
Gomatsu, hello, sang mogdit wamli.
Actually, he already knew their identities. Captain Huang told him that Secretary Su was a promoted official sent from above. He was said to have a strong background and was just passing through here, In a few years, he would be promoted further. But that day, Secretary Su didn't reveal his identity, so Sang Mo pretended not to know. "Little Sang, are you shopping for New Year supplies?" Secretary Su got out of the car, smiling kindly. "Yes, it's almost the new year," Sang Mo replied with a smile, looking confident. "Get in the car. I'll give you a ride." "I'm heading your way," Secretary Su said with a smile. Sang Mo thought for a moment, moved his bicycle into the trunk, and got into the car confidently. Building good relations with Secretary Su wouldn't hurt. Secretary Su appreciated his confident demeanor. His bearing was unusual and promising for the future. "What's your plan with Xia Fong?" After discussing current affairs, Secretary Su suddenly changed the subject and asked about Sang Mo and Fong Tang's marriage. Sang Mo honestly answered, "Things aren't ideal now. Marrying her would be too Fong Tang. I want to wait until I have a chance to return to the city and hold a proper wedding. This only happens once in a lifetime, and I won't let my wife suffer." Secretary Su looked at him with admiration and said, "Fong Tang is a good girl. You should treat her well. I remember you're from Beijing, right?" "Fong Tang is from Hucheng." "Are you planning to return to which city?" "Hucheng." "My mother is from Hucheng and my parents once worked and lived there." Secretary Su then asked about Sang Mo's parents. Learning that his father was a martyr, he was filled with respect. His impression of Sang Mo improved even more, and he began to make plans. When they arrived in town, Secretary Su got out of the car to handle some official business. He told the driver to take Sang Mo to the nutrition brigade, but Sang Mo refused. Secretary Su didn't insist. He simply patted Sang Mo firmly on the shoulder and encouraged him, saying, "Work hard. You young people are the hope of our country. The future depends on you." Sang Mo nodded without making any formal promises. He wasn't one to talk big. He believed that doing real work was better than saying nice words. After Sang Mo rode away on his bicycle, Secretary Su turned to his assistant, Secretary Zhu, and said, "Send 2 certificates of merit and some prizes to the nutrition brigade. You can decide what the prizes should be." Secretary Zhu noted it down in his small notebook. Then Secretary Su asked, "I remember the spring recruitment has started, right? Which factories are hiring in Hucheng?" "The forward machine tool factory, cotton mill number 1, cotton mill number 2, the machinery factory, and the motor factory. Those are the main ones," Secretary Zhu replied. Having worked with Secretary Su for years, he understood what his boss meant. Secretary Su wanted to help the people who had saved his life get job placements. Zhu was more than willing, since his own life had also been saved by those two. He said, "The best pay and benefits are at the forward machine tool factory. Our county has 4 job openings there. Let's keep 2 for Sang Mo and Fong Tang. What do you think?" asked Secretary Su. "I think that's perfect. They risk their lives to save others and work diligently. They're great examples for young people. Giving them these job spots is the best way to reward them," Secretary Zhu said smoothly, both flattering his leader and showing his gratitude. Secretary Su smiled.
Good.
"You handle it." Secretary Zhu wrote it down again in his notebook. Sang Mo rode his bicycle back to the small thatched house and placed all the packages on the table: 2 bags of peach crisps, a bag of white rabbit candies, 2 jeans of sponge cake, assorted sweets, white sugar, brown sugar, red dates, a pair of black leather boots, and a piece of royal blue cashmere cloth. The small table was piled high like a little mountain. There was also a large bag of cotton, 2 pieces of dark blue cloth, and finally, a stack of red paper. He planned to have Old Wu write Spring Festival couplets on it. Even though the house was simple, the feeling of the new year couldn't be missing. "You must have spent a lot." "You didn't need to buy the boots," Fong Tang said softly, feeling a bit sorry. "This trip must have cost quite a bit, and most of it was spent on her." "Not much. I still have money," Sang Mo replied. Sang Mo smiled lightly, speaking casually and confidently. Recently, he had been running a small business and earned quite a bit. After covering expenses for food, clothes, and other needs, he saved over 500 yuan, enough for a comfortable new year. Fong Tang mentioned by Anqi being reported. Sang Mo looked indifferent and didn't ask more, as he didn't care about others' affairs. "It's best to stay away from Wenjing and Jin Tianbua," Sang Mo advised. I already don't like them, Fong Tang replied. He nodded, thinking both were bad people, bad men, and toxic women.
There was no follow-up about Bai Anqi.
The two officials didn't come back, and everyone was eager to know if Bai Anqi could still attend university. Especially Wenjing, who saw Bai Anqi still cheerful every day and was anxious, worried that the report letter might be useless. But Bai Anqi soon learned the truth. She received a letter from her mother, telling her that her university plans were cancelled. It wasn't much related to the report letter. Her father had already found out that someone had intercepted her application. The other side was more powerful, and her father couldn't fight them. Even without the report letter, she wouldn't be able to go to university. However, her father was quite capable. He found out who reported her, apparently a young woman from the countryside, sharing a dorm with Bai Anqi. The name wasn't mentioned, but the clue was enough. Bai Anqi immediately guessed it was Wenjing, as no one else would do such a wicked thing. In her letter, her mother also said her father was trying to find a job for her and warned her to be careful and not to cause trouble again. Bai Anqi read the letter, clenched her teeth tightly, and decided she would make Wenjing pay. Wenjing wasn't in her dorm. She went to the neighboring dorm to play cards, but her real intention wasn't just playing. She wanted to get close to Jean Tianbo. However, today Jean Tianbo was in a bad mood because he also received a letter from home and learned some sad news. His university plans had also fallen through. He had thought that if Bai Anqi was out of the way, the spot would be his. But unexpectedly, someone more powerful appeared, someone even his father couldn't resist. The spot was lost to that person. Jean Tianbo felt worse than having a bitter medicine. He had failed to succeed, and ended up losing everything. He tried to talk to Wenjing several times, but she ignored him. At this moment, he found her extremely hateful. She had done something so sneaky and malicious, reporting him. Such a woman was terrifying. I'm going out to relax. Jean Tianbo suddenly stood up. The dorm was too noisy, and he needed to go outside to get some fresh air. Most importantly, he wanted to stay away from Wenjing. As he stepped out, he almost bumped into Bai Anqi. Jean Tianbo quickly moved aside. Seeing Bai Anqi coming aggressively, his heart skipped a beat. He wanted to say something, but Bai Anqi pushed him forcefully, causing him to hit the door frame.
His back hurt badly.
Jean Tianbo was momentarily stunned. Bai Anqi was usually gentle and caring toward him, so today's roughness surprised him. Wenjing, who was playing cards, suddenly felt a sharp pain on her scalp. Before she could react, she was hit on the head with a teacup. She wasn't sure if Bai Anqi or Jean Tianbo threw the cup. Everyone was startled and quickly moved back, afraid of getting hurt. Shameless person. How dare you play cards here? You even did something so immoral to report us. How can you be so unworthy? Why aren't you surnamed Qin? Is your ancestor Qin Hui? Bai Anqi grabbed Wenjing's hair with one hand and smashed the teacup on her head with the other. Each hit made Wenjing dizzy and unable to resist. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Wenjing was the one who reported them? It was hard to believe. Bai Anqi let go. Why do you say I reported? Do you have proof? Wenjing, in pain, finally woke up and struggled desperately. But the more she struggled, the more her scalp hurt. Bai Anqi, furious, couldn't be stopped. If you want people not to know, don't do it yourself. My father has already found out. The person who reported us is you. You're just jealous that I got into college. You, a girl from Chongson Hall, are so ugly and mean. Even if I don't go to college, I'm still nobler and better off than you. You'll always be a rat in the bottom layer, forever envying and jealous of me. It's not me. Don't lie. Wenjing refused to admit it. She had reported anonymously, and it couldn't be proven. Bai Anqi was lying to her. It has to be you. Wenjing, do you think just denying it means you didn't do it? Where did you go half a month ago when you took leave? Did you go to town to send a letter? You ugly, mean girl, with a bad face and an even worse heart. I'll beat you to death. Bai Anqi was so angry she almost lost her mind. Although her mother said that even if Wenjing hadn't reported, she wouldn't get into college, Bai Anqi was still furious and wanted to beat her to death. Other young workers came to pull her away. If Bai Anqi kept smashing, Wenjing might have lost her life. Although they also looked down on quiet behavior, they couldn't just ignore it completely. Bai Anqi was pulled by two young workers, still insulting Wenjing with harsh words, cursing her ancestors, until she got tired and stopped. Wenjing went to see the barefoot doctor. Her head wasn't injured, but she was very dizzy and felt faint even when standing. The doctor gave her some medicine and told her to rest in bed. This incident spread throughout the team. Wenjing was well-liked because she was sweet-tongued and always smiling. The villagers had a good impression of her and even wanted to introduce her to someone, but Wenjing politely refused. She had no interest in rural men. She was planning to marry in the city. After the news spread, people's attitudes toward Wenjing changed. Even her good friends among the young workers stopped talking to her. She was isolated by everyone, and even Zhang Weihong ignored her. Zhang Weihong hated gossip and backstabbing. She believed that if you had a problem, you should speak directly. Secret schemes were for petty people, and she refused to associate with such people. Since then, Wenjing became very quiet and rarely visited the young workers' dormitory. She looked pitiful, but Fan Tang knew she wasn't worth sympathy. She was like a poisonous snake, and feeling sorry for her only meant harming herself. During the Lunar New Year, every family was busy celebrating. The young workers couldn't go home, so they decided to spend the holiday together in the straw hut, except Fang Tang and Sang Mo, who stayed there. On this day, they honored the kitchen god. Old Wu wrote spring festival couplets with lively brushstrokes and stuck them on the doorframe. Old Sang hung red lanterns, big and small, under the eaves and on the trees. The bright red decorations made the simple straw house look festive and beautiful. When villagers learned that Old Wu was good at calligraphy, they came to see. They brought small gifts like 2 eggs, a bag of dried vegetables, or 2 jin of rice. Though not much, it was their small gesture of kindness. Sang and Mo went to town again and bought a lot of red paper. Fang Tang was in charge of grinding ink. Old Sang cut the paper, and Old Wu quickly finished the couplets. His writing is really good, much better than the scholar next door. The villagers praised him. They might not understand calligraphy, but they could tell if it looked nice. Old Wu's writing was clearly more beautiful than the scholar's. Mr. Shoshio is an old man from the neighboring village. Of course, he is not really a scholar, but he has a lot of knowledge and writes beautiful calligraphy. The villagers ask him to write for celebrations and events, and during the New Year, they have him write couplets. Now that old Master Wu is here, everyone looks down on Mr. Shoshio's writing. They happily carry home the couplets written by old Master Wu. Old Master Wu spent the whole day writing couplets, almost exhausted his hand, but he gained many things, mostly eggs, rice, dried vegetables, and other small gifts. Every family took a little, and they piled up into a small hill. Put these away, and enjoy them slowly. Knowledge really is wealth. Grandpa Wu, you earned a lot today, Fang Tang said with a smile.
That's not quite right.
Back in the day in Beijing, many people wanted my calligraphy and paintings. I could charge $10 for a single character, but I didn't want to write then, old Master Wu said proudly. When he was young, he was a proud scholar, but now that he's old, he's lost that arrogance. I think those people are just a bit crazy. What's the use of calligraphy and paintings? Can they fill your stomach or make clothes? It's better to spend money on food, old Master Sang said, sounding just like old Master Fang. No wonder they get along so well. They're like brothers, even if not related by blood. Old Master Wu wasn't angry. He kept smiling kindly. He didn't bother with rough people like old Sang and old Fang. After all, these two rough men would never earn $10 for a single character in their whole lives. They're just jealous. Grandpa Sang is also amazing. He made such beautiful lanterns, even prettier than those sold in town. Fang Tang immediately praised old Master Sang, having just complimented old Master Wu. Old Master Sang must have felt a bit jealous. Sure enough, old Master Sang immediately smiled happily, then quickly put on a modest look and said humbly, "It's just average. The main problem is that my tools aren't very good, so I can't make them look perfect." If I had better tools, they'd be even more beautiful. Wow, Grandpa sang, you're really talented. You could open a lantern shop and definitely make a lot of money, Fong Tang said with shining eyes. Old Master Sang enjoyed the compliments so much, he almost floated. Next to them, Old Master Wu rolled his eyes. The older he gets, the more childish he becomes. Humph, his granddaughter is his, but this old man only has a granddaughter-in-law. The closest person to him is still himself. Old Master Sang kept bragging, I can make lots of things, kites, lanterns, cricket cages, bird cages. I'll make some for you later.
Great.
When you're done, let Sang Imo catch a bird to sing a little tune, Fong Tang said with a bright smile. Sang Imo, who was pretending to be dead nearby, was suddenly called out. Before he could understand what was happening, he heard his grandfather give an order. Hey Dan, find a white-headed bird when you have time. Also, a songbird would be nice. Make it sound pretty when you call. Sang Imo pressed his lips tightly and said nothing. He silently complained, thinking that his grandfather was not just a bird catcher, but also giving orders. He was really full of ideas. But this was his wife's silly idea. No matter how reluctant he was, he had to go catch a bird. Sang Imo looked at Fong Tang with a sad face. Fong Tang smiled brightly at him, and Sang Imo immediately felt willing. It was just a bird, after all, not hard to catch. When he was a kid, he climbed trees every day to catch birds for fun. Soon after the small New Year festival, it was almost New Year's Eve. Fong Tang prepared the dinner. Braised pork was a must, along with braised fish for good luck, a dish of lotus root for smoothness, green vegetable wraps, red braised rabbit, plain boiled chicken, all laid out on a big table. Sang Imo opened a bottle of wine. Everyone raised their cups for a toast. Although the simple house was humble, the festive atmosphere was strong. Everyone ate happily, especially the two old men, who drank quite a bit and started talking more. That night, they stayed up late. At midnight, Fong Tang cooked dumplings. After eating, they went to sleep because tomorrow was the first day of the new year, and they had to get up early to visit relatives. Captain Huang finished breakfast and went up the mountain. He came specially to deliver a letter. The letter from the postman on the 30th was delivered when they were almost having dinner. Captain Huang didn't go to the straw house that day because it was New Year's and visiting neighbors was not proper. Received it just before dark. I didn't come earlier, I just delivered it this morning, Captain Huang explained. Thank you. Captain, have some snacks. Old Master Sang brought out a fruit tray with all kinds of candies, snacks, sunflower seeds, and peanuts. It was very rich. Seeing this, Captain Huang felt even more hungry. Sang Mo's life was better than his own as a team leader. The letter was from Old Master Fong, with 2 pieces of good news. The 2 old men's return to the city was confirmed. After the new year, the official documents would be ready, and they could go back in early spring. The second piece of good news was for Sang Mo and Fong Tang. Their work permits were also approved, and they could go back to the city in spring. This meant they could return together. Old Master Wu couldn't stop smiling. Good news kept coming, and Old Fong was very helpful. Captain Huang was thoughtful and took a handful of peanuts before leaving. Old Master Wu grabbed some candies, put them in his pocket, and also gave him a pack of cigarettes, which made Captain Huang feel a bit embarrassed. Thank you, Captain, for your care over the past 2 years, Old Master Wu said sincerely. It's nothing much. I'm leaving now. Captain Huang felt even more awkward, his face a little uncomfortable. He walked away with his hands behind his back, his pockets bulging. Fong Tang and Sang Mo were in their dormitory. They didn't return to the grass hut until lunchtime. Seeing the 2 old men looking very happy, they knew something good had happened. Look for yourselves. Old Master Wu placed a letter on the table. Sang Mo and Fong Tang picked it up and read it. The letter was short, and they finished reading quickly. Both of them were stunned at first, then they cheered happily. Spring was coming, and they could go back to the city. And they would go back together with the 2 old men. That was wonderful. Not sure which factory it is, Fong Tang said curiously. Actually, she was a bit shy to admit it. She wanted to go to the machinery factory, not the textile factory. The textile factory paid well, But working there was very hard for women. They worked in shifts, often on night shifts. That was just the beginning. The main reason was that Fong Tang knew the textile factory hadn't been doing well for many years. Zhao Weijia's sister worked at the textile factory. During its good years, the factory was very profitable, and Zhao Weijia's sister preferred working there rather than in her father's machine tool factory. She and her husband both worked at the textile factory, and they looked down on others. When they saw her, they would give sideways glances, and she spoke more harshly than the factory director's wife. But after a few years, their luck changed. The textile factory's performance worsened, and they could barely pay wages. It was no longer as glorious as before. The proud couple lost their confidence and tried to transfer to the machine tool factory. Sang Mo didn't mind. It doesn't matter which factory we go to, as long as it's just a temporary job. In the future, both he and Fong Tang planned to go to college. They wouldn't stay in the factory forever. Even if they didn't go to college, Sang Mo didn't want to be a worker for life. He liked doing business, but right now he couldn't do it openly. He was confident that policies would change in the future. Fong Tang's eyes lit up. Yes, she wanted to go to college. Going to the textile factory didn't matter anymore. After the 6th day of the first lunar month, spring farming would begin, and everyone started to get busy again. Fong Tang and Sang Mo also received awards, certificates issued by the county, recognizing their bravery in saving others. There are also prizes, a white enamel mug and a work notebook. The mug has red writing on it that says, "Awarded to Comrade Fong Tang for selfless heroism," issued by the office of certain county officials. The same goes for Sang Mo's prize. The bright red characters look very eye-catching. These two cups are more valuable than gold in this era because honor is more important than life. Having a heroic deed like saving someone makes people respect you more at any workplace, and it also helps with promotions. These two certificates are like special passes and also serve as political capital for her and Sang Mo. Their act of saving someone was not in vain. At first, after so long, Fong Tang thought there would be no follow-up about the rescue. She was surprised to find out there was such a big reward. But she didn't know that even bigger surprises were still to come. These certificates look really nice, Fong Tang. Do you and Sang Mo think you'll get a chance at the upcoming job openings? A young male worker asked jealously. Everyone was crowded in the female workers' dormitory, each with their own thoughts. Since the new year, the workers had been restless, writing letters home to ask for help, hoping to get a job in the spring and leave this terrible place. Captain Huang had announced the rescue over the loudspeaker, but didn't mention it again. People still whispered behind their backs, joking that they had wasted their effort saving someone. Some darker-minded people even said Fong Tang and Sang Mo had deliberately waited by the river, hoping someone would fall in so they could jump in and save them, just to get a better chance at the spring job openings. Now, these two certificates felt like a slap in the face to those people. Everyone was more worried that the limited job spots would be given to Fong Tang and Sang Mo, leaving no chance for others. So, everyone was secretly trying to test Fong Tang. They didn't dare approach Sang Mo because she was too cold. Fong Tang was gentle and easy to talk to, so they thought she might be more approachable. Fong Tang smiled softly and said, "How could I know about such a big thing as getting a job? Anyway, these things are arranged by the leaders." Another young man said with a sour tone, "You and Sang Mo saved someone important, a leader. Surely, you'll get a spot." Others also felt the same way. Later, they found out that the person Fong Tang and Sang Mo saved was a high-ranking official from the county. Even the local officials treated them with great respect, indicating they held important positions. If only they had gone to the river that day, too.
Sigh.
Bai Anshi was different from these people. She was not jealous at all, and was calmly getting her nails done because her job assignment was already confirmed. It was certain now, and there would be no mistake. Her mother said that in about a month, the official job notice would come, and then she could go home proudly as a worker. She wasn't sure which factory she would be assigned to, but her mother said that no matter which factory it was, her father would find a way to transfer her to the department store. First, because her father's territory was easier to manage, and second, because the department store was a more stable and better-paying job than a factory. So,
Bai Anqi was very calm and composed. She even felt a bit sympathetic, thinking how pitiful these people were, suffering in the countryside, which she thought was unfair. But now, Bai Anqi had learned to be smart. She didn't reveal a single word, afraid of being stabbed in the back by Wenjing, who was really difficult. It was hard to hold back her feelings. Seeing everyone crowding around Fong Tang and asking questions in a rude way, Bai Anqi's strange sense of justice suddenly flared up. She loudly shouted, "The job assignments are decided by the higher-ups. Fong Tang doesn't know anything. You should ask Captain Huang." Fong Tang sighed in relief and said, "That's right. Captain Huang might not know either. Why don't you ask the local officials? They should know." She couldn't say she didn't know about the job assignment. After all, in about a month, the official notice would come out. When she and Sang Mo were listed, these people would be even more jealous. Anyway, she only said vaguely that she didn't know. It was normal for a young educated youth like her not to know about the leadership's arrangements. Zhao Weijie also shouted, "The local leaders probably don't know. This is decided by the county officials." He had the most say because his factory boss father had already made arrangements with the county leaders. His name was on the list and it was a done deal. "Weijie, you're definitely fine, right?" Someone asked. "Not necessarily. It's hard to say," Zhao Weijie replied with a forced laugh. He didn't answer directly. In the past, he would have boasted about it. Fong Tang looked at him in surprise. Could it be that this had finally learned to be humble? Actually, Zhao Weijie had written a letter to his family about Bai Anqi being reported. His factory boss father had specially written a stern letter, warning him to stay low-key. He was told not to spread the news about the job assignment, or else if he was reported, he would have to stay in the countryside farming for the rest of his life. Under the factory manager's stern warning, Zhao Weijie now speaks very carefully. He even goes to work every day, afraid of being reported for laziness. He doesn't want to stay in this terrible place for the rest of his life. Besides staying low-key, Zhao Weijie also learned how to shift blame. He cheerfully said, "Jean Tianbo's recruitment plan is settled." Jean Tianbo was silent and startled. He secretly cursed Zhao Weijie for meddling, but he smiled and said, "That's not true, Weijie. Don't joke. My parents are just ordinary workers. Unlike your dad, who is the factory manager, your family probably has everything arranged already." "No, really. My dad said he doesn't care about me and wants me to train in the countryside. The day before yesterday, I heard you calling your family from the post office, saying everything was ready. I heard it clearly." Zhao Weijie smiled proudly. He didn't like Jean Tianbo because Jin's family background was similar to his and Jean was handsome and more popular with girls. Even Bai Anqi, who was very confident, often compared him to Jean Tianbo. Naturally, Zhao Weijie felt he was far inferior to Jean. Bai Anqi's exact words were, "You can't even compare to Jean Tianbo's little toe." Because of this, Zhao Weijie hated Jean Tianbo very much. He thought he was 10,000 times better than that pretty boy, and Bai Anqi was just a clueless girl. Jean Tianbo's smile became stiff. He said, "You heard wrong. My parents also want me to continue working in the countryside." Zhao Weijie snorted coldly and rolled his eyes. He didn't believe this pretty boy's lies. He clearly heard the conversation that day and wouldn't make a mistake. Jean Tianbo was furious inside. He thought Zhao Weijie was ugly and sneaky. He had called his family and overheard everything, then blurted it out. He was really useless. Zhao Weijie cursed him to stay in the countryside forever. The two argued fiercely, each trying to insult the other. Neither told the truth. Guantang watched and found it funny. In their past life, these two were brothers and good friends. They kept in touch after moving back to the city. Now, in this life, they had fallen out. Wenjing, who was quiet and gloomy, kept her face serious. She didn't speak and was lost in thought. Since the report was exposed, Jean Tianbo had ignored her. She tried everything to get close but couldn't. She knew Jean Tianbo was lying. Her family had already arranged the recruitment. Next month, the recruitment list would be announced. Jean Tianbo would probably stay in the countryside for only 2 more months.
She needed to find a way quickly, or he might leave. When Jing bit her lip and clenched her fists, she didn't want to use her last option unless absolutely necessary, but Jean Tianbo was forcing her to do so. Jean Tianbo felt a chill down his back. He couldn't help but turn his head and meet Wen Jing's gaze. He shivered and quickly looked away, not noticing the meaningful, cold smile on her face. He would never marry Wen Jing. She was an ordinary-looking woman from a small town, with parents who were just regular workers. Their family background and appearance didn't match his. Even if he wanted to marry her, his parents wouldn't agree. Moreover, he didn't like Wen Jing at all. When his glasses broke and life became inconvenient, she took care of him. He never crossed any boundaries, but unexpectedly, she developed feelings for him and stuck to him every day, which was more annoying than a leech. It was time to go to work in the afternoon. Fong Tang let out a sigh of relief and quickly left the dormitory. Everyone lazily headed toward the fields. Thinking about the uncertain future, everyone felt heavy-hearted and had no energy to work. Zhang Weihong had no motivation all afternoon. She used to be the most active worker, but today she simply didn't want to move. She used to think Fong Tang performed poorly, and if the boss had to choose between her and Fong Tang, she was confident she would be picked. She was confident because, after coming to the countryside, even when she had her period, she still went to work. She never took sick leave or skipped work. Fong Tang, on the other hand, was lazy and delicate. Anyone with eyes could see that. But now, she lost confidence. Fong Tang had earned a reputation for bravery and selflessness. If there was a job opportunity, it would surely go to Fong Tang. She had no chance. Zhang Weihong sighed and reluctantly dug in the field. Even now, she still believed that the job opportunity depended on performance because her older cousin told her that as long as she performed well, she would be recommended. However, Zhang Weihong soon cheered up. She thought she still had a chance next year. Her cousin had waited 4 years to get a job opportunity, and she only had 1 year, so she wasn't in a hurry. Her mother said her older cousin was dating a boy from her class. His parents were officials, and they had a good family background. They planned to get married right after graduation. In fact, her cousin was about to graduate, and she would soon receive her wedding invitation. Zhang Weihong felt even happier. She confidently swung her and was full of hope for the future. At the end of work, everyone went to the village entrance to wait for the mail carrier. Every week, he came at this time. Zhang Weihong was also there. She couldn't wait to go back to the dormitory, so she tore open her letter while walking. She looked at it briefly, but her face suddenly changed. She looked devastated, her eyes wide, lips trembling, and she muttered, "Impossible. It must be fake." "Zhang Weihong, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Someone noticed something was off and gently tapped her a few times, but she still didn't respond. She stared blankly, her face pale, as if she had suffered a big shock. "It looks like hysteria. Should I slap her?" Someone suggested. "I can't do that. Let's find the barefoot doctor." Someone ran to find the barefoot doctor. Zhang Weihong remained stunned, looking very strange. The barefoot doctor hurried over, panting. Seeing Zhang Weihong like this, he didn't hesitate and slapped her hard. The force was so strong that everyone felt a shiver and looked at her with sympathy as her face swelled on one side. If the slap wasn't done well, he might have had to do it again, and she could have ended up looking like a pig's head. Fortunately, after one slap, Zhang Weihong woke up. She stared blankly at everyone, still clutching her letter in her hand. Tears suddenly streamed down her face as she said sadly, "She lied to me." "Who lied to you?" someone asked curiously, their gossip instincts kicking in. Everyone thought Zhang Weihong had been deceived by a man, but it turned out that even she, who was serious, could be hurt emotionally. "She lied to me. Why did my cousin lie to me? What should I do?" Zhang Weihong mumbled to herself. No one responded. She walked aimlessly toward the dormitory. Her faith had collapsed, and she didn't know what to do anymore. The others looked at each other, feeling a bit disappointed. So it was her cousin, not a man. They didn't know what her cousin had lied about. Maybe she owed money and didn't pay it back? When Zhang Weihong returned to the dorm, She didn't even eat. She just lay on her bed without saying a word. Fong Tang had finished eating in the grass hut and came back. The atmosphere in the dorm was strange. When Jing and Zhang Weihong had gone to bed early, Bai Anqi was bored, fixing her nails alone. When she saw her, her eyes lit up, and she sighed in relief. She had never found Fong Tang so attractive before. Bai Anqi even forced a cheerful smile, which made Fong Tang feel even more surprised. What had happened? With Bai Anqi, who loved to gossip, around, Fong Tang quickly found out what was going on. Zhang Weihong's older cousin tricked her out of money, though she doesn't know exactly how much. Probably quite a lot. Zhang Weihong feels as if her parents have left her, and she is still as upset as if she had been slapped by a barefoot doctor. She hasn't eaten anything all day. It's just a little money. Why get so worked up over it? She mutters. Bai Anqi scoffs disdainfully, thinking Zhang Weihong is too petty. Even if she was cheated out of 100 yuan, there's no need to hurt herself over it. Fong Tang is unsure, but thinks Zhang Weihong probably isn't upset about the money. Still, it's her family matter, and as an outsider, she shouldn't interfere. Plus, her relationship with Zhang Weihong isn't that close. Inside the tent, Zhang Weihong stares wide-eyed at the mosquito net ceiling. Her mind is filled with the letter she received, written by her mother. It contains the latest news about her cousin, the one from a good family background, who just broke up with her fiancé. The breakup was initiated by the man's side. Her aunt had already set a wedding date, and both families had met. Suddenly, the man's family called it off. Her uncle and aunt were furious and wanted to confront the man's family, but her cousin stopped them. Later, her uncle and aunt learned the real reason. Her uncle was so angry he had a heart attack and nearly died. He is still in bed, and her aunt is crying every day. Her mother, being a close family member, told the truth about what happened. It turns out her cousin's reputation was ruined because she had lost her innocence. She had used her spot at the agricultural university by sleeping with a farm leader. The reason the man found out was because a young woman who was also sent to the farm with her told him. This woman recently returned to the city and happened to be related to the man's mother. When her cousin visited her fiancé's family, she met this young woman. The young woman then revealed her cousin's secret. The man went to ask her about it, and she admitted the truth, saying she was forced. A few days later, the man broke off the engagement. He only said they had incompatible personalities and didn't mention anything else. Zhang Weihong always looked up to her cousin as a role model. Now that her role model has fallen apart, she feels crushed. Bai Anqi was right, getting into university or finding a job isn't based on ability. It's either through connections or sleeping with someone. If you have neither, you can only stay honest and hardworking in the countryside. Zhang Weihong silently sneers. She considers herself the biggest fool in the world. Over the next period, everyone clearly noticed a change in Zhang Weihong. She no longer worked like a tireless old ox and even learned to ask for leave. It's important to know that in the past year, Zhang Weihong never took leave even when she was sick. This time, she only asked for leave to go to the town to buy things, which surprised Captain Huang a bit. Zhang Weihong has realized that her family has no connections, and she cannot afford to sleep with the leaders. There's no hope for getting a job through connections, so she decided to stay peacefully in the countryside and work. She no longer needs to work so hard. She just finishes her tasks, and that's enough. Since she changed her mindset, Zhang Weihong has become more peaceful. Sometimes she even goes to the male youth dormitory to play cards. Her relationships with others have improved a lot. She now ignores small, harmless matters and no longer scolds people all the time like before. In the blink of an eye, it's March. Counting the whole year they've been in the countryside, the atmosphere among the youth team has become more tense because they are about to fill out application forms for jobs. Fong Tang has learned about the process. Although it's a recommendation system at the grassroots level where the team leader recommends, the final decision on quotas is made by higher authorities. The team leader recommends based on instructions from above. Unless there are vacancies, then they can suggest someone they favor. However, each year's job quotas are very limited. Those with some connections rush to secure spots, and vacancies are rare. So, the recommendation system is almost useless. Fong Tang and Sang Mo remain calm. Old Master Fong has sent another letter, saying they will be assigned to the dyeing factory as apprentice workers, and after a year, they will become regular employees. Actually, Old Master Fong put a lot of thought into this. Right now, the dyeing factory is a very good place. Cotton fabric is a popular commodity, and many families lack cloth. Even city folks don't get much cloth tickets throughout the year. But workers at the dyeing factory don't worry about that. They have plenty of cloth to wear. The dyeing factory has a lot of leftover dyed fabric called defective cloth, which is considered substandard. Most of this fabric is processed internally. Workers can buy defective cloth at a very low price, and it's not much different from regular fabric. Fong Tang remembers that a worker's brother-in-law from the machine tool factory staff building works at the dyeing factory. Their family often makes new clothes from the defective fabric the brother-in-law brings home. People from the machine tool factory who have good relations with him can also buy defective fabric. Because of this, the worker is very popular and many people flatter him just to buy defective cloth. However, Fong Tang did not like the dyeing factory because it was bad for health. Most dyes used there are chemical dyes, which can harm the body. She and Sang Mo worked as apprentices in the workshop, constantly in contact with dyes, and she was afraid of getting sick. But she thought it was only for a few years, so it was okay. This was Old Master Fong's kind intention. If she said the dyeing factory was bad, it would make him sad. However, Fong Tang didn't know that the factory she looked down on was very popular with others. After Secretary Su finished a meeting and returned to his office, Secretary Zhu came in to report, "Secretary Su, the recruitment spots for Fong Tang and Sang Mo have been changed by someone else." Secretary Su was about to rest his eyes when he heard this. He lost all sleepiness, frowned, and asked seriously, "Who did it?" Secretary Zhu named a person. Secretary Su looked unhappy. This person was his rival. The fake change of recruitment spots for Sang Mo and Fong Tang was just a trick, and he was against him. Where did they move to? To a tractor factory in a small county in Zhejiang province. It's a good place, but it's just a small county, Secretary Zhu answered. Originally, Fong Tang and Sang Mo were going to Shanghai City, but now they were sent to a small county. Such a big difference. That person was really mean. Secretary Su sneered and asked Secretary Zhu to bring the recruitment list for this year. He needed to study it carefully. The other person had strong backing, so he couldn't fight directly. He had to find a roundabout way and wait for another chance to deal with that scoundrel. Of course, Fong Tang and Sang Mo couldn't be wronged. They were his lifesavers, and he wouldn't forget their kindness. Also, the recruitment spots this time weren't his idea. Originally, Secretary Su wanted to get 2 spots to thank his saviors, but Secretary Zhu told him that a high-ranking leader in Shanghai was already involved, so he didn't need to intervene. Secretary Su didn't pursue it further, and even opened the door wide for them. That's why Old Master Fong's success was partly due to Secretary Su's help. But he didn't expect that something already decided could still change unexpectedly. After all, local management isn't as good as direct control. Once in the county, Old Master Fong was powerless. Who knew someone would make small moves? Luckily, Secretary Zhu discovered it in time and reported to Secretary Su. After reviewing the list, Secretary Su made a decision. He ordered, "The Qianji machine tool factory is good. I see there are 4 spots. You change 2 of them." Secretary Zhu understood and took the list to handle the matter. The tractor factory in the county town is actually quite good. The only downside is that it's in a small town. But small towns have their own advantages, so changing it is no big deal. Among the 4 targets, Zhao Weijie and Bai Anqi are clearly visible. Both have connections to the machine tool factory. Secretary Zhu checked and found that Zhao Weijie is the factory director's son, so he definitely can't be removed. Bai Anqi also has some strong connections, so she can't be involved either. That leaves 2 options. Therefore, the 2 names on the machine tool factory list were replaced with Sang Mo and Fong Tang. The list for the tractor factory was also changed quietly and without anyone noticing. Spring on the mountain is especially beautiful. The peach trees in front of the thatched house are blooming again, with bright peach blossoms like morning clouds. This time, Fong Tang doesn't need to pick the flowers herself. Sang Mo brings her a few branches every few days, without her asking. He's very attentive. Thinking about the first day she met Sang Mo, Fong Tang couldn't help blushing. She must have been quite naive back then. It seems that Fong Tang hasn't been out much lately and hasn't issued any tasks. On vacation, do not disturb. The system suddenly appeared and said in a dull voice before disappearing again. Fong Tang twitched her mouth. She suspects the system is deliberately being lazy, but she has no proof. The system in the dark snorted. Since they're not married yet, what's the point of issuing tasks? After they get married, it can give all kinds of tasks and enjoy the show. There are only a few days until Qingming. Fong Tang plans to make Qingming dumplings. The wormwood on the mountain is fragrant and tender, and the spring bamboo shoots are fresh.
She made a lot of them.
Sang Mo and the two old men all love to eat them. Since the weather is still cold, they can last a long time. Sang Mo took some Qingming dumplings to Captain Huang's house. As soon as he entered the yard, he ran into Captain Huang. Seeing him, Captain Huang smiled and said, "I was just about to find you. Here are the employment forms. Take one for yourself and one for Fong Tang. Congratulations." He handed over 2 forms. Sang Mo took them calmly. Captain Huang secretly admired him. He really is capable of big things, patient and steady. When he handed forms to Bai Anqi and Zhao Weijie just now, they almost lost their minds, acting like they'd gone crazy. Jean Tianbua was also quite composed, but he looked happy. Sang Mo, however, showed no expression at all. His self-control is too strong. He will definitely have a bright future. Whose city's forward machine tool factory is a good place. You and Fong Tang have gone through hardships and now have success, Captain Huang said with envy. He has 3 sons and 2 daughters. The youngest daughter is a part-time teacher at a primary school in town. The other 4 children all work in a factory in the county seat, but only the oldest and second oldest are permanent employees. The 3rd and 4th are still apprentices and don't know when they will become full workers. He never thought about working at a big company in Shanghai, but Fong Tang and Sang Mo both got positions right away and are sure to succeed in the future. Sang Mo looked at the form and saw it was from the Tianjin machine tool factory. If he remembered correctly, this factory was owned by Fong Tang's greedy parents, and the factory director was Zhao Weijie's father. His grandfather's letter said it was a dying factory, so why did it change to a machine tool factory? But Sang Mo didn't show any reaction. Working at a machine tool factory is fine, even better than a dying factory. Still, he was worried Fong Tang wouldn't like it, since she would have to deal with her family every day, which must be hard for her. Thank you, Uncle Huang, for taking care of me this year. Let's stay in touch, Sang Mo said sincerely, not just politely. He didn't plan to cut ties with Captain Huang. Captain Huang felt his sincerity and was very pleased. This boy was grateful. Work hard at the machine tool factory. If I ask you for help in the future, don't ignore me, Captain Huang asked cautiously. Sang Mo smiled and said, "As long as I can help, I will do my best." Captain Huang relaxed. He planned to help the 3rd and 4th children find connections so they could become apprentices at the factory. Sang Mo looked promising and had good backing, so staying friends with him would be a good choice. Sang Mo put down the Qingming cake and took the form back. When he passed by the youth dormitory, he overheard some voices, mainly Zhao Weijie and Bai Anqi. They're all invited to eat. Finish everything. No need to be polite. Zhao Weijie and Bai Anqi brought out their snacks. They were finally getting a chance to get a job, and in about a month, they could return to the city. They were very happy and generous, sharing all their snacks with everyone. Once you go back to the city, don't forget us. Don't worry, we won't forget. Although Zhao Weijie and Bai Anqi said this, everyone knew that from now on, they would be strangers. They might never see each other again in their lives. Everyone fell silent, feeling a bit sad. Someone asked, does Sang Mo and Fong Tang also have forms? Do you know where they're going? No matter where they go, as long as they can leave this terrible place. When those words were spoken, everyone felt even more upset. They quietly ate their snacks, thinking that even cleaning toilets in the county town would be better than staying in the countryside. There had been 12 of them when they arrived, but after a year, only 7 remained. Sang Mo overheard their talk, then went up the mountain. He didn't feel any sadness about parting. He had no real connection with those people, not even friendship. Fong Tang had just finished steaming a basket of qingming rice cakes, both sweet and savory. As soon as Sang Mo entered, he smelled the fresh scent of mugwort. He picked up a savory one and started eating, waving a form in front of her.
What's that?
Fong Tang reached for the paper, but Sang Mo playfully pulled it back. Annoyed, she gave him a light slap and snatched it away. When she saw it was a job application form, her face lit up with joy. But when she noticed it was for the Forward Machine Tool Factory, she looked puzzled. Didn't Grandpa Fong say it would be the dyeing factory? Maybe something changed in between, Sang Mo said gently. If you don't like the machine tool factory, we can try to transfer later after we return to the city. Fong Tang suddenly smiled and shook her head. The machine tool factory is fine. No need to transfer. Let's go there. She had thought she would never see the Fong family again, but fate had other plans. Since life had arranged this path, she would follow it. She was determined to live happily and show the Fong family how well she could do, so well that they would regret ever looking down on her. Sang Mo frowned, thinking she was upset, and carefully searched for words to comfort her. Seeing his serious expression, Fong Tang couldn't help laughing. I really think the machine tool factory is great. My father said I'd end up begging one day. Well, I'll show him how good my life with you will be. Fong Lan and Fong Hua lost their temporary jobs and are now unemployed. Let's see how proud they'll be then. Sang Mo's frown disappeared, and he even added, then I'll get us more ration coupons. We'll have a watch, a TV, and a bicycle too. Once they moved to Hucheng, he was sure he could earn more money. He wanted to make his wife look beautiful and happy, not necessarily a new outfit every day, but at least 2 new ones each month. New shoes often, and all the nice things: watch, bicycle, sewing machine. He wanted his Tang to be the most admired woman in the whole factory. Yes, you'll have to work hard and earn lots of money then, Fong Tang said playfully, not refusing at all. After all, why turn down gifts from her husband? Anyway, Sang Mo can earn money, and when he earns it, he spends it. The man is responsible for making big money, and she is responsible for spending it. Isn't that perfect? Don't worry, you'll definitely be the one spending it. Sang Mo smiled and, seeing no one around, leaned in to kiss her. But he felt it wasn't enough and wanted to go further. Just as he was about to, the door suddenly made a coughing sound. Her 2 old grandfathers had returned. Fong Tang was so scared she pushed hard, accidentally using too much strength. Sang Mo lost his balance and sat down the ground, looking surprised. He was still holding a half-eaten qingming cake. Haha, old Master Sang laughed loudly without mercy. It had been a long time since he saw this mischievous boy embarrass himself. Sang Mo rolled his eyes and quickly got up. He ate half a qingming cake in one bite, then grabbed another to eat. The cakes his wife made were so delicious he could eat 20 in one go. Fong Tang's face turned red. The 2 old men must have seen everything and were probably laughing at her inside. It was all Sang Mo's fault. Actually, the 2 old men were now very happy. They even started discussing marriage plans. One of them took a plate of qingming cakes and went out to talk about the wedding, dragging Sang Mo along. They didn't want to discuss inside the house because Fong Tang was shy and easily embarrassed. Fong Tang is already 18. After we go back to the city, we'll arrange the wedding. This trip back, we'll make up for the wages. We're not short of money. Let's make the wedding grand. I heard that in the city, they now do the 3 turns and 1 sound style. Let's do it all, Old Master Sang said. Old Master Wu also said, I'll take care of the dowry. Everything that should be there will be there. When my granddaughter gets married, she'll have a whole truckload of dowry. Before something happened, his monthly salary was over 200. He had been saving for 7 years. That was a lot of money, all for his granddaughter's dowry. Seeing Sang Mo silent, old Master Sang was unhappy and asked, "What are you thinking? Don't want to get married?" Old Master Wu's expression immediately turned cold. If that brat dared to disappoint Tanger, he wouldn't hold back. Sang Mo looked helpless. These two old men were more nervous about his marriage than he was.
Who is really getting married here?
Are you done talking?
What else is there to say?
Sang Mo felt a bit frustrated. The bride price and dowry were all prepared. All he had to do was show up as the groom. What else was there to say? He wanted to get married as soon as possible more than anyone. The days of waiting were too hard. He dreamed about Fong Teng every night. After they got married, he could do whatever he wanted. Only a fool wouldn't want to marry her. Let's settle on this plan. Once you are properly settled back in the city, we will hold a grand wedding for you. It must be a big celebration. Old Master Sang used his commanding tone from when he led armies long ago, waving his hand firmly to show that the decision was final. Tang and I are not going to the dye factory. We're going to the Tianjin machine tool factory, the same one as Tang's parents, Sang Mo said. Old Fong said it was the dye factory. Why did it change? Old Master Sang frowned. Old Fong is a reliable person, so there must have been some trouble in the county town. Since Old Fong just returned to the city, it's impressive that he managed to do so much. Old Mr. Wu smiled slightly. The machine tool factory is even better. That dishonest couple looked down on Tang, right? Hey Dan, work hard, earn more money, and give Tang the best life. Make the Fong family jealous. Yes, hey Dan, you're a man. If you make Tang unhappy, I'll kick you out of the house, Old Master Sang said sternly. Men should work to give their wives and children a good life. If not, they don't deserve to marry or have children. They might as well stay single. Sang Mo rolled his eyes silently. He and his grandfather just didn't see eye to eye. Could he really make his wife unhappy? The mystery of changing from the dye factory to the machine tool factory was soon solved. On his way to the town, Sang Mo met Secretary Zhu, who greeted him proactively. Comrade Sang, have you finished filling out the job application forms for you and Comrade Fong Tang? Secretary Zhu asked politely. Yes, I've finished. I think they've already been submitted, Sang Mo replied, knowing that the Tianjin machine tool factory was probably related to Secretary Zhu. Sure enough, Secretary Zhu smiled meaningfully and said, originally, you were going to a tractor factory in a small county in Zhejiang province. It's a good place, but because you mentioned wanting to return to Huqing, Secretary Zhu asked me to change it. Thank you so much, Secretary Zhu. Please also thank Secretary Zhu for me. He's busy all the time, and every second is precious. I won't bother him anymore, Sang Mo said sincerely. It was clear there was some trouble in the county town. Units in Huqing are very popular, especially the dye factory, which many people wanted. When the spots were allocated in the county, someone replaced his and Tang's spots with those for the tractor factory. After Secretary Zhu found out, he arranged for them to go to the Tianjin machine tool factory. County management was not as good as city management. Although Grandpa Fong was higher ranking than Secretary Zhu, he couldn't do anything about it. This was all thanks to Secretary Zhu. Secretary Zhu didn't say more, just gave a hint. Sang Mo was smart and understood the situation clearly. Mainly, it's because Sang Mo is not an ordinary person and comes from a distinguished family. Making friends with someone like him is definitely a good choice. Secretary Zhu was happy to help Sang Mo out of kindness. A few days later, Old Master Fong also learned about this and found out that Secretary Zhu had secretly helped. He called Secretary Zhu, who was quite surprised. He didn't expect Sang Mo and Fong Tang to have such strong backing. He was worried about how to deal with his enemies, but this time, things turned out unexpectedly in his favor. Just after Sang Mo's birthday, the two old men received a document saying they would return to the city. Someone would come to pick them up. The day before returning, Fong Tang prepared a big meal. The two old men drank happily, got drunk, and laughed and cried. It was very touching, and they eventually passed out from drinking. The next morning, a jeep appeared again in the village. The villagers got excited and gathered around. The two old men came down the mountain and waved kindly to the villagers. They were greeted by two distinguished men, tall and with a commanding presence. The villagers didn't dare to make a sound. The two men saluted, and the old men returned the gesture. They waved goodbye to the villagers and then got into the car. Sang Mo and Fong Tang didn't come to see them off, since they were about to return to the city for a reunion, and they didn't want any trouble. As the car left, the villagers continued talking excitedly about the identities of the two men. They must be high officials. They came in a small car and they're distinguished. They're definitely important people. Their aura is different from ordinary folks. Looks like they've finally made it. Too bad we didn't ask for their address. Maybe we can visit them someday. You've got a big mouth. They're high officials, and you're just a farmer. Who do you think you are? Go bother someone else. Why not? We're all part of the same community. Besides, I helped those old men with their cattle and even chatted with them. They're very kind and humble. Back then, they had no heirs. They were just unlucky, so they didn't act superior. Now that their status has changed, don't waste time thinking about it. Just focus on working honestly. The villagers teased those who wanted to visit, then went back to work. They weren't from the same world. Maybe they'd never see each other again. There was no point in visiting. They didn't even know which direction the other's house was in. The educated youths also saw this scene and felt mixed feelings. In the past, Sang Mo and Fong Tang often hung out with the old man on the mountain. They used to laugh behind their backs, calling them foolish. They thought there must be something wrong with these two, and that being sent to the countryside for reform was a big problem. They believed associating with such people could only bring trouble. But now, reality had harshly proven them wrong. The old man had been reinstated to his official position. Sang Mo and Fong Tang had gained 3 powerful connections, which would surely help them succeed in the future. If they had known it would turn out like this, they would have also built good relationships with the old man on the mountain. Sadly, regrets can't be bought back in this world. Sang Mo and Fong Tang continued working as usual. The only difference was that they could no longer stay in the straw hut. After the 2 old men left, Captain Huang arranged for a lonely old man from the team to take care of the cattle and stay in the hut. The straw hut was simple, but comfortable enough. Sang Mo repaired it well and added thick quilts. The old man had no children or wife and was very lonely. He didn't even have a thick bed or blanket. Sang Mo gave him one of the remaining quilts from the 2 old men, and the extra was given to a poor family in the village, arranged by Captain Huang. They also divided the pots, bowls, and utensils, since they wouldn't stay here much longer. After arriving in Hucheng, they planned to buy new ones. Less than half a month after the 2 old men returned to the city, Sang Mo and Fong Tang received a notice. They were to report to the machine tool factory in a week. Zhao Weijie and Bai Anqi also received the same notice. Suddenly, the entire youth team was excited. Everyone felt regretful. They weren't stupid. They quickly realized the key reason. Sang Mo and Fong Tang managed to get the job placement because of the help from the 3 old men in the straw hut. The old men, who could be picked up by a car, must be very important people. A simple job placement was just a small reward for such high-level connections. Otherwise, their heroic act of saving others wouldn't have been enough to get the spot. Everyone deeply regretted not building better relationships with the old men. They only did some simple chores like mowing grass, chopping firewood, and cooking a few meals. They could do these tasks well, even better than Sang Mo and Fong Tang. But now, the old men had already gone back to the city, and they missed their chance to show respect. One young male youth sighed heavily, slapped his head in frustration, and gritted his teeth as he said, "We used to laugh at them for being foolish. Actually, the foolish ones are us." Sun Mo and Fong Tang ran to the thatched hut every day. Besides working on the collective farm, they also helped the 2 old men. They were so busy they had no time to rest. After work, they played cards in the dormitory for fun. Sun Mo still worked hard like a beast. Everyone joked about him, thinking he didn't see the situation clearly. They thought there was no point in flattering the unlucky old men. Soon, they were proven wrong, and they got a harsh lesson, feeling the sting and pain. Now, they wanted to latch onto someone powerful, but where could they find an old man who had fallen from grace? The lonely old man living in the thatched hut was from a family that had been poor for 18 generations. Even if they treated him well, he wouldn't get any real benefits. Take action quickly, another young worker sighed bitterly. Now that things had come to this, regret was useless. They decided to try to get a city work permit through their family, even if it meant returning unemployed. It was better than staying in the countryside. 5 people left all at once. Only 7 remain. I don't know if they'll add more, someone said. They probably will. Hopefully, they'll add some female workers. It's boring with only men, someone joked. Better if they're as pretty as Fong Tang. That's a bit hard. As pretty as by Anchi would be fine. We shouldn't ask for too much. Everyone joked around, and the heavy atmosphere eased a lot. Compared to the male workers, the female dormitory was much quieter. Since being reported, Bai Anchi had become more reserved and no longer showed off like before. She had learned her lesson. Bai Anchi was very excited now. She really wanted to show off big time, but after thinking it over, she held back. She hadn't started working at the factory yet, so she had to stay low-key. Her mother said that until her paperwork was approved at the factory, she must keep her mouth shut. Otherwise, if trouble arose, she might have to stay in the countryside her whole life. Actually, her mother was just scaring her. But Bai Anchi was really frightened. She absolutely didn't want to farm in the countryside. She'd rather go back to Shanghai and eat pickled vegetables than eat meat in the countryside. Zhang Weihong finished cooking and brought the food in. She boiled some noodles, dipped her chopsticks in pig fat, mixed in the soup, added some salt, and that was her dinner. Bai Anchi glanced at her plain, watery noodles and sneered. She had never eaten such bland noodles in her life. Living so poorly made her feel gloomy and unlucky. Recently, Zhang Weihong has become less annoying. She speaks rarely and, after finishing her work, she reads books by herself. She looks much cuter now, like a kind old official. Happy Bai Anchi confidently takes a salted duck egg from her drawer and throws it in front of Zhang Weihong, speaking in a bad tone. I'm about to go back, and I can't finish this egg. Zhang Weihong looks surprised. Bai Anchi notices she isn't rolling her eyes or sneering today. Instead, she actually gives her a salted duck egg to eat. After hesitating a bit, Zhang Weihong picks up the egg. In the past, she definitely wouldn't accept it. She wouldn't eat anything from Bai Anchi, no matter how hungry she was. But now she has realized many things. Why should she be so serious about everything? Ancient people said it's good to be a little confused sometimes. Living a simple, carefree life is more comfortable. Bai Anchi is also right in some ways. Getting a job or going to college often depends on connections, not just performance. If there's no connection, create one. For example, her cousin slept with a leader, and suddenly she got into college. Zhang Weihong chuckled at herself. She peels the salted duck egg and eats it. Everything sent from Bai Anchi's home is excellent. When she cracks open the egg, orange-red oil flows out, and the aroma fills her nose. She can't help but swallow. Honestly, in her 20 years, this is the first time she's eaten such a good salted duck egg. You've never had one, right? This is a Gaoyu salted duck egg, top quality. Bai Anchi couldn't help but show off again. Seeing Zhang Weihong's rustic look earlier made her feel very superior. People from small towns just haven't seen much of the world. They've never even tasted good salted duck eggs. It's really a shame. Zhang Weihong takes a bite of the yolk. It's truly fragrant. Even plain boiled noodles taste better now. She smiles and honestly admits, I really haven't had a Gaoyu salted duck egg before. Where is that? Bai Anchi rolls her eyes disdainfully. She thinks Zhang Weihong is really a country bumpkin. She doesn't even know about Gaoyu salted duck eggs. But Zhang Weihong's reaction greatly satisfies her vanity. Her tone becomes much friendlier. It's a city next to Su Province. Their salted duck eggs are the best. My dad's department store buys a lot of Gaoyu salted duck eggs every year. They're in high demand. But her family has never run out of them. Her father is a manager, and those popular goods outside are common in their home. She's even tired of chocolates and white rabbit candies. Zhang Weihong nodded sincerely and said, "So you are from Su province. You really know a lot." Bianchi was a bit surprised and looked uncomfortable. She found Zhang Weihong suddenly so easy to talk to that she felt a little out of place. "It's okay. I definitely know more than you," Bianchi awkwardly replied. Seeing Zhang Weihong happily eating salted duck eggs, taking small bites and seeming reluctant to finish, she made a face of disgust. Her stingy look was really unflattering. Forget it. When she returned to the city, she would give away the things she couldn't take. She didn't know how long she would stay in the countryside, maybe her whole life, and she might even marry a rural man. Bianchi imagined Zhang Weihong working hard in the fields, like a rural woman, and shivered at the thought, feeling more sympathetic. Next to her, Fong Tang watched and found it funny. Bianchi's mother's summary was very sharp. She was truly a fool with a bad mouth. She didn't mean any harm, but she was easily used as a tool by others. Thinking back, Fong Tang realized that in her previous life, Bianchi's gossip about Zhao Weijie was probably encouraged by Wenjing. Bianchi and Wenjing were very close, like sisters. Half of the food sent from Bianchi's family was eaten by Wenjing. The reason Wenjing encouraged Bianchi to ruin her reputation was probably for Jean Tianbo. In her past life, Jean Tianbo never gave up on her. Wenjing was very sneaky. She didn't do the dirty work herself but used Bianchi as a. In this life, she and Sang Mo had already established a relationship and ignored Jean Tianbo, avoiding these troubles. Bianchi and Wenjing also became enemies because of their rivalry over the bad man Jean Tianbo. Fong Tang put down her book, ready to go for a walk. She had been reading for too long and her eyes felt sore. She decided to go up the mountain to see the flowers, grass, and trees. She was reading high school textbooks. Bianchi glanced at her and couldn't help but say, "Why do you keep reading high school books? Do you still want to go to college?" Now, college admissions are based on recommendations. Reading more books won't help. You might as well ask those 3 old men to help you get connections. Like others, Bianchi thought Fong Tang and Sang Mo managed to get a work placement because of those 3 old men. Although she felt a little jealous, thinking Fong Tang stole her spotlight, she also considered that she might get a job at a department store in the future, which made her feel more balanced. Her mother said that going to the Forward Machine Tool factory was just a temporary job. At most, her father could transfer her to a department store in 2 years. Even if Fong Tang found a job, she wouldn't have such a good position. It might be at a cotton spinning factory, working in 3 shifts every day, exhausted like a dog. Even the prettiest people would turn into ugly monsters. Thinking about this possibility, Bianchi felt happier. In the future, she would work at the department store counter, where she wouldn't be exposed to the sun or wind, and she would be comfortable. She was sure she would become more and more beautiful. Fong Tang, working hard at the cotton spinning factory and constantly inhaling cotton fibers, would probably age prematurely. By then, they would be worlds apart, not even in the same league. Fong Tang smiled faintly and said calmly, "Anyway, I have nothing to do. Reading more books is always good. Maybe I'll need them someday. Which company did you go to for the job? Is it the cotton spinning factory?" Bianchi was very curious. To show sincerity, she first mentioned her own workplace. "I went to the Forward Machine Tool factory, a state-owned big factory. My mother said it's better for girls to work in machinery factories. The cotton spinning factory is too tiring." Fong Tang rolled her eyes secretly. She had just started to like this girl, but now she lost that feeling. Her words were really more annoying than a crow. "Did your mother arrange it on purpose?" Fong Tang asked deliberately. Seeing Bianchi's reaction, she was sure Bianchi didn't know that the Forward Machine Tool factory was Zhao Weijie's territory. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so proud. Sure enough, Bianchi froze and looked unhappy. "What do you mean?" Fong Tang held back her laughter and said, "It's nothing. Your mother likes Zhao Weijie and she even praised him as a talented young man, saying he's a perfect match for you. I thought your mother deliberately arranged for you to go to the Forward Machine Tool factory. Stop saying that or I'll get angry. I went to the Forward Machine Tool factory And it has nothing to do with Zhao Weijie. Bai Anqi's eyebrows furrowed in anger. She was furious. She hated being tied to that toad. Fong Tang almost burst out laughing and pretended to be surprised. You didn't know? Zhao Weijie's father is the director of the forward machine tool factory. Bai Anqi's mouth opened wide in shock. She stared at Fong Tang in disbelief, her eyes wide with surprise. Her mind was filled with Fong Tang's words. The director of the factory was Zhao Weijie's father. This meant she would have to work with that toad for the next 2 years. She wondered what her mother was really thinking. Fong Tang made another cut. Zhao Weijie is actually a pretty good person. You'll be colleagues in the revolution later, so don't always call him a toad. That's not very friendly or respectful. His father is the factory director, and his mother is the women's director. Calling him darling son and a toad on his turf is rude. Don't you think so? Who do you think you are? Bai Anqi glared fiercely. Her good mood was completely gone. Even if she called home, the recruitment agency couldn't change anything. She was now a colleague of that annoying toad, and it was a fact she had to accept. Frustrated, she grabbed her hair and glared at Fong Tang again. She was sure Fong Tang was laughing at her inside. I won't be working at the front machine tool factory for long. My mom said in a couple of years, I'll be transferred to the department store. My dad is the manager, so I can definitely work upstairs at the foreign trade counter. The pay is high and the benefits are good. Bai Anqi held her head high with pride. She wouldn't admit defeat in front of Fong Tang. The best part of the department store was the foreign trade counter on the top floor, selling imported goods. The prices were high and they also used foreign exchange coupons. The salespeople there were carefully selected and well-trained. They had good looks, weren't fat or thin, and had at least a high school diploma. The requirements were high and the salary was good, about 45 yuan a month. During festivals, they also received benefits. They earned more than senior technicians at large factories. She had nothing to worry about. It was only 2 years. She could just pretend that annoying toad didn't exist. Anyway, she didn't want Fong Tang to laugh at her. Congratulations, Fong Tang said calmly, without envy. The department store was a golden job now, but in a few years it would turn into a poor job. Bai Anqi wouldn't even get to see that. Her father would soon get into trouble because of corruption and be called in for questioning. Fong Tang didn't want to remind Bai Anqi that their friendship wasn't that close. Bai Anqi's father wasn't innocent. He had indeed committed corruption and deserved punishment. Fong Tang's indifferent attitude made Bai Anqi feel like hitting a pillow full of cotton. Very frustrating. She watched as Fong Tang left the dorm, followed by Wen Jing, who didn't say a word the whole time. Inside the dorm, she felt invisible. Angrily, Bai Anqi drank half a glass of water, lost her appetite for dinner, and lay on the bed munching on cookies. But thinking about working with that annoying toad made the cookies taste bland. Zhang Weihong finished eating the salted duck egg and noodles and was about to wash the dishes. She saw the high school textbooks on the table, her eyes flickered, and she had a sudden idea. Could Fong Tang be looking at high school textbooks for no reason? Does she have inside information? Fong Tang is close to the 3 old men in the thatched house. Maybe they told her something, so Fong Tang started reading early. Zhang Weihong's heart beat faster, and her mind raced. Could they be planning to restart the college entrance exam? This bold thought startled her. She thought she must be crazy. How could that happen? But she couldn't help but think about it. Those 3 old men are high officials, so they must have inside news. Fong Tang only started reading after going to the thatched house. The male youth said that Sang Mo was also reading, so they probably heard some news. Now is the season of spring blossoms, the most beautiful time in the mountains. Fong Tang climbed a hillside, picked a few cherry branches, and put them in a jar. Looking at them made her feel happy. From the hilltop, she looked out at the scenery. Her eyes felt much better. Fong Tang was about to go back to her dorm. Sang Mo went to the town to say goodbye to the people at the distillery. It was also the last time he was delivering eggs. He wouldn't return until evening and said he would bring her meat buns. She stretched lazily and walked down the hill. Suddenly, she met Wen Jing, who was bending over, picking something. Fong Tang approached, and saw what she was collecting. Her brow furrowed. It was a vine and a type of medicinal herb called epimedium. As the name suggests, cattle and sheep eat it to become very excited. Rural veterinarians give it to animals for breeding, but the dosage must be controlled. Otherwise, the animals could go crazy. What is Wen Jing collecting this herb for? Could she want to give it to Jean Tianbua? Fong Tang was startled. Of course, people can eat this herb too, and it has the same effect. But the dosage is hard to control. If she eats too much, it could cause trouble. What are you collecting? Fong Tang asked. Wen Jing was startled and almost dropped the leaves she was holding. She forced a smile and said, "My stomach hasn't been feeling well lately. I heard this herb can help treat stomach problems." What kind of herb is this? Does it work well? Fong Tang asked on purpose. It's okay, but it varies from person to person. I found it effective, but that doesn't mean others will. If you're sick, you should see a doctor. I just got used to eating it, Wen Jing said with an even more forced smile. She really hoped Fong Tang would leave quickly. So many unnecessary questions. She thought Fong Tang didn't recognize this wild grass, but she forgot that Fong Tang had lived in the countryside for 15 years, so how could she not recognize it? Fong Tang was even more sure that this woman wanted to use the wild grass against Jean Tianbua, but she didn't want to expose her. The scoundrel and the wicked woman were a perfect match, so she wouldn't be the bad person to break them up. I was planning to pick some to make tea, but since you said that, I'll just leave it. Take your time picking, Fong Tang said with a smile as she cheerfully left the mountain. Wen Jing sighed in relief. Luckily, she didn't ask further. She picked some leaves, estimated the amount, and thought it was enough. In a week, she had to make a decision. After leaving Jean Tianbua's place, she wouldn't have another chance to go to Huqing. Wen Jing sneered coldly, her eyes turning dark and frightening. She wrapped the leaves in a handkerchief, then brewed tea with them to give to Jean Tianbua. But she still had one more thing to do. This time, she had to control Jean Tianbua. She also had to marry into the Jean family and establish herself in Huqing. When Fong Tang reached the foot of the mountain, she unexpectedly saw Zhang Weihong, who seemed to be waiting for her on purpose. Sure enough, Zhang Weihong called out to her. What's the matter? Zhang Weihong looked a bit uncomfortable and hesitated for a moment before asking, I just wanted to ask if you heard some rumors, which made you look at high school textbooks. No, I just wanted to read. Knowledge is wealth, after all. Reading more will always be good, Fong Tang said with a smile. Zhang Weihong looked a little disappointed. Had she misunderstood? Fong Tang added, if you have time, you can read too. I'm leaving now. She stopped there, saying too much might cause trouble. It all depended on whether Zhang Weihong could understand. Watching Fong Tang's delicate figure as she walked away, Zhang Weihong clenched her teeth and made up her mind. She also wanted to review high school knowledge and take a gamble. She wouldn't learn her cousin's methods, but she didn't look down on her either. The frontier farm was much harder than in Zhejiang province. Her cousin probably couldn't endure it and had to do that. Zhang Weihong clenched her fists. Her family was unreliable, so she had to rely on herself. No matter if she could retake the college entrance exam or not, reading more wouldn't hurt. Fong Tang was right. Knowledge is wealth. She couldn't waste any more time. As Fong Tang returned to her dorm, she saw Sang Mo riding his bike back, just stopping in front of her. Why are you back so soon? Fong Tang was very happy, holding a few pink cherry blossoms in her hand. Everything is settled now. Here's a meat bun for you. Sang Mo took a wrapped meat bun, along with some cookies and a sponge cake, from the basket. Today, he explained everything clearly to the women at the brewery. They were reluctant to see him go, but also happy for him. They encouraged him to work hard and aim to be a model worker. Auntie also gave him 2 bottles of wine and said they should keep in touch through letters. The meat buns are very filling now, with lots of filling and thin skin. One bite is greasy. Fong Tang only ate one and was full, leaving the rest for Sang Mo. In the evening, Fong Tang cooked braised fish and greens. She was full from the meat buns and only ate a little of the greens. The fish and rice were finished by Sang Mo, who also washed the dishes. After dinner, she and Sang Mo went for a walk to help digestion. As it got dark, she talked about picking medicinal herbs with Wenjing and shared her guesses. Don't worry about them. Song Mo felt that Jean Tianbo was not innocent. He shouldn't have been flirting with Wenjing in the first place. The bad consequences were his own fault, and he had to accept them. Fong Teng nodded. I don't care. They're all bad people. It's good when dogs bite dogs. Song Mo gently pinched her face. His touch was smooth and soft, making his heart flutter. He looked around and was about to kiss her. Oh, stop it. Someone's coming. Fong Tang pushed him away. She heard voices nearby. It would be embarrassing if anyone saw them. Song Mo also heard it. A man and a woman were talking, and their voices sounded familiar. He was curious. How could they be together? They reached the foot of the hill. The voices were faint and unclear, but he could see who it was, Wenjing and Zhang Jianxi. They stood facing each other and talked for a while. Then Wenjing took out a piece of money. It was too dark to see the amount clearly. 10 yuan, Song Mo whispered. He had good eyesight and night vision. That money was 10 yuan. Zhang Jianxi took the money, put it in his pocket, said a few words, and then they left. After they were gone, they crawled out from the hill. Fong Tang looked puzzled. Why did Wenjing give Zhang Jianxi so much money? She usually lives frugally and doesn't even want to spend a dime. It's probably related to Jean Tianbo. Don't worry about unrelated people. Song Mo hurriedly pressed his wife's face, thinking that other people's lives didn't matter as much as theirs. Their safety was the most important. Annoying to death, Fong Tang pouted in annoyance, then was kissed until she was dizzy and couldn't think clearly. After staying outside for an hour, Sang Mo finally felt satisfied and carried Fong Tang back to the dormitory because she was too weak to stand after being kissed. Don't do that again, or someone will laugh at us. Lying on his broad back, Fong Tang muttered and complained, annoyed that every time he kissed her, her lips would swell. She hated it so much. Who would laugh if I kissed my own wife? Sang Mo slightly lifted her up and gently patted her on the buttocks. Fong Tang bit him in anger, but his flesh was too hard, and she accidentally bit her own tongue. You're biting my ear? There's no bone there, Sang Mo said with a teasing smile, looking very flirtatious. No way, Fong Tang huffed, not trusting him. When she bit his ear, that rascal turned into a wolf.
She wasn't going to fall for that.
Sang Mo felt a bit disappointed. His wife was getting harder to fool. At the dormitory entrance, Zhao Weijie saw them and ran over like a loyal dog, asking politely, when are you guys coming back to the city? Want to go together? Ever since he found out Sang Mo was also going to the Tianjin machine tool factory, his tail drooped and he looked dejected. He thought that after getting the job and returning to the city, he could finally get rid of Sang Mo, the big troublemaker, and become the proud son of the factory owner. But unexpectedly, Sang Mo also went to the Tianjin machine tool factory. Zhao Weijie's heart sank completely. Even though his father was the factory director, he couldn't comfort his broken heart. His father was the director, so what? He could only control things openly, not secretly. Sang Mo was the best at scheming. Putting snakes on him was mild. What if he made him a fool? What would he do then? He was sure that the 3 second-rate workers who went crazy were definitely caused by Sang Mo. When they left, the 3 were fine, just with broken legs. Only Sang Mo was left behind. It was definitely this devil's doing. Otherwise, how could normal people go crazy? Since that incident, Zhao Weijie's fear of Sang Mo turned into terror. He obeyed Sang Mo completely and dared not show any dissatisfaction. He wasn't very smart, but he didn't want to be a fool. Sang Mo was a cunning and malicious person, as his father said, a poisonous little man. He must never offend him, or he might end up dead without knowing how. Son Mo spoke coldly, but Zhao Weijie seemed to hear heavenly music, smiling more flatteringly than a lapdog. He eagerly said, so, we'll leave together the day after tomorrow. My dad will send a car to pick me up at the train station, and we'll go to the factory to report. My dad is the factory director. If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll help take care of it. He patted his chest confidently, acting like a close buddy. Fong Tang was a bit surprised. She didn't know what Sun Mo had done to this guy to make him so obedient. He didn't have any of his previous arrogance anymore. Sun Mo didn't mind. Zhao Weijie was the typical type who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He was also afraid of death. Since his dad was the factory director, if he used him well, he could be a good tool. There was no need to throw him away. Having received the promise, Zhao Weijie felt relieved. He thought Sun Mo probably liked him more now and wouldn't bully him anymore. Plus, Sun Mo was so capable. In the future, when fighting against those jerks from the neighboring steel and cotton factories, he wouldn't have to worry about losing. With Sun Mo's skills, he could handle everything with one hand. Thinking this way, Zhao Weijie felt that being Sun Mo's follower might be a good idea. Although his dad was the factory director, the director's son also had his own reputation. The people from the nearby factories disliked him and often bullied him because they thought they had the numbers. No, he had to get along well with Sun Mo and get this bad feeling out of his chest. As for Fong Tang, Zhao Weijie didn't even dare to look at her now. Though he was unwilling, he had to face reality. He decided to ask his mom to find him a match. There are plenty of good girls out there. Why should he cling to Fong Tang? Today was the last day of work. After finishing today's tasks, they would go back to the city. However, Jean Tianbo asked for leave in the afternoon to pack his things. Captain Huang approved it. Since everyone was leaving, Jean Tianbo was happy to play the good guy. Not long after Jean Tianbo left, when Jing gave Zhang Jianqi a look. Then, they both found reasons to ask for leave. One said he had a stomach ache, the other said he twisted his ankle. Captain Huang didn't ask much, and approved both. Fong Tang tugged at Sun Mo quietly and whispered, "Is Wen Jing planning to drug Jean Tianbo?" Sun Mo didn't lift his head. He efficiently worked the field, probably. Why did she call Zhang Jianqi? Is she trying to get information? As soon as Fong Tang finished speaking, her face turned red with embarrassment. She quickly bent down to pull weeds, hoping Sun Mo didn't hear her. Sun Mo couldn't help but chuckle. He leaned in close and whispered in her ear, "You're quite good at making connections in your mind. Focus on your work. Don't get distracted." Fong Tang was so angry that she threw the grass she had pulled out, hitting Sang Mo in the face with dirt. Sang Mo smiled as he wiped the dirt off his face and stopped teasing her. He was afraid Fong Tang would really get upset, or he would lose his benefits tonight. Actually, Fong Tang guessed correctly. Zhang Jianhua was indeed the quiet person who leaked information for money. Of course, he didn't get 10 yuan for just leaking information. Zhang Jianhua had a more important task. Jean Tianbo was packing his bags in the dorm. Soon, Wen Jing quietly entered and tiptoed behind him, looking at him with a sad expression. Jean Tianbo turned around and was startled. When he saw it was her, his face darkened. He said unhappily, "Don't you know how to knock?" Jean Tianbo pushed her aside and kept packing. He was leaving tomorrow and would never see this woman again, nor have anything to do with her. Wen Jing sighed softly and looked sad. She said sadly, "I know you don't like me, Tianbo. After you leave, we might never meet again. Since I once took care of you, can we say goodbye properly?" Jean Tianbo's heart softened a little. Wen Jing's voice was very nice. Just listening to her, he felt she was a beautiful woman. Otherwise, when his glasses broke, he wouldn't have flirted with her. If Wen Jing were a bit prettier and had a household registration in Huqing, he might accept her. But her family background was ordinary. She didn't have a household registration in Huqing, and she looked average. She wasn't worth much. Just focus on your work. Maybe one day, you can return to Jiangcheng, Jean Tianbo said softly. Wen Jing smiled sadly and took out 2 cups, pouring tea into both. She softly said, "I'll drink tea instead of wine. I wish you a bright future and great success." Jean Tianbo hesitated for a moment, then took the cup. When Jing finished her tea, and seeing he didn't drink, her eyes turned red. She asked, "Won't you even drink the tea I poured for you?" "Don't worry, I won't bother you anymore. You'll be in Huqing, and I'll be farming in the countryside. We're from 2 different worlds. I understand that. I'm just not very thirsty." "Okay, I'll drink it," Jean Tianbo replied. He felt a little embarrassed by her words. Wenjing's sad look made him feel a bit sorry for her. He didn't think much and finished the tea, which tasted very bitter, with a bitter taste on his tongue. "Why is this tea so bitter?" he asked, frowning. He didn't know what kind of tea it was, but it was as bitter as medicine. This is a story about a woman named Wenjing who brings some tea from her home, saying her family doesn't have good tea, and she feels a bit sorry. Jean Tianbo looks at her more closely and senses something strange, but he's excited about returning to the city and continues packing. When Wenjing refuses to leave, he asks if she has other things to do. She smiles gently but makes Jean Tianbo feel uneasy, as if something is wrong. Suddenly, he feels hot, his throat is dry, and he starts sweating more and more. Wenjing softly says, "Tianbo, we will never be apart." She gently takes off his clothes, leaving only his underwear, and also removes her coat. She calls Zhang Jianxi inside, who is surprised to see Jean Tianbo looking flustered and red-faced. Wenjing is calm and takes photos of Jean Tianbo and herself in an intimate way, using a camera Jean Tianbo once taught her to use. She then carefully removes the film, and Zhang Jianxi takes pictures. Wenjing tells Zhang Jianxi to leave quickly because she is too dangerous to stay around. Soon, the room is filled with quiet, intimate sounds. After a long time, Jean Tianbo wakes up, sees Wenjing and the bloodstains on the sheets, and looks very upset. He asks angrily if she drugged him. He regrets being too soft. Wenjing smiles gently, puts on her clothes slowly, and softly says she only wanted to keep a memory and won't take responsibility. She explains that no one will know what happened today, and it's better for her if it stays a secret. Jean Tianbo's anger fades, thinking women often suffer in such situations, and Wenjing probably just wanted a keepsake. He realizes she loves him very deeply. Gold Tianbo felt a little touched, but seeing Wenjing's calm appearance, his heart hardened again. He looked at her coldly, put on his clothes, and said mercilessly, "Let's go." "It's impossible for us." Wenjing finished dressing, looked at him deeply, and then smiled strangely before leaving. Back at the female youth dormitory, Wenjing touched her stomach. She calculated the timing. These days are the best time. She had just been with Gold Tianbo several times, so she thought she could get pregnant. Even if she couldn't, she wouldn't give up. She was determined to become a person from Huqing. Wenjing's expression was firm, and she didn't regret what happened today. The next morning, all the youth workers got up early. Today was the day they left. Captain Huang sent a tractor to take them to the county town. "Remember to write letters. Safe travels. Don't forget us." Everyone waved their hands vigorously, feeling mixed emotions. Watching the tractor slowly disappear, they all sighed together and prepared to start working. Life must go on, whether it's bitter or sweet. After arriving in the county town, they bought train tickets. They would arrive in Huqing around 4:30 p.m. thinking about returning home to reunite with their families. Zhao Weijie and Bai Anqi were especially excited. Gold Tianbo also couldn't hide his joy. "Fong Tang, which factory are you going to?" The five of them waited in the waiting room, feeling very bored. Bai Anqi started chatting with Fong Tang. "Tianjin Machine Tool Factory. All four of us are from the same factory." "You're really hopelessly stupid, not even knowing this," Zhao Weijie said disdainfully. Bai Anqi widened her eyes. To think they were from the same factory. Fong Tang was so sneaky, hiding it so well. "Why didn't you tell me earlier that we were from the same factory?" Bai Anqi asked angrily, feeling Fong Tang was very cunning, just like her mother said, someone with a mind more complicated than a honeycomb. "I thought you already knew," Fong Tang replied calmly, deliberately adding, "Who knew you were so out of the loop?" "We all knew, but you didn't." Bai Anqi gritted her teeth in anger and glared fiercely at Zhao Weijie. Zhao Weijie snorted coldly and said proudly, "My dad is the factory director. From now on, you'll be under my dad's management. I'm my dad's favorite son. If you're smart, you'd show me respect now, or I'll have my dad send you to work in the toughest workshop." White Anqi frowned coldly. "Do you think I dare?" "Just try me." Zhao Weijie crossed his arms and grinned mischievously. As they got closer to the city of Shanghai, he felt more confident. He had only ever been afraid of Sangamo. He was not scared of anyone else. White Anshi's eyes flashed with anger. In the past, her temper would have made her argue with Zhao Weijie, but now she was smarter. She knew he was telling the truth. On someone else's turf, she couldn't act recklessly. Her eyes flicked around, then she suddenly smiled at Zhao Weijie, sweetly and softly saying, "After reporting to the machine tool factory, I'll visit your uncle and aunt. My mom and your mom are good friends. They won't do anything to me. If you dare to talk nonsense, I'll tell your uncle and aunt that you like me, but because of love, you hate me and are targeting me. Are you crazy? I don't like you at all. Don't get your hopes up." Zhao Weijie jumped up in anger, nearly 3 feet high. He was furious. This woman must be crazy. White Anshi sat calmly, still filing her nails with a small knife. She said softly, "I don't like you either, you toad. Anyway, you better behave, or I'll say some bad things about you to your parents." Humph. Zhao Weijie clenched his teeth and glared at her. He had never seen anyone as shameless as this toad. But he knew, if the toad really badmouthed him to his parents, his father might really hit him. In his father's mind, he was just a useless kid. Why did this toad suddenly become so clever? It was really annoying. Zhao Weijie sat down angrily. He had wanted to send White Anshi to the workshop to do the dirtiest, hardest work to vent his anger, but now that plan was ruined. White Anshi was very proud. The toad called her stupid, but she just smirked. With a little trick, she had made this toad obedient. The train arrived at the station. The 5 of them got on. As they got closer to Shanghai, Jean Tianbo became more lively. He had been assigned to the cotton spinning factory, which was close to the machine tool factory. "Let's stay in touch from now on. We fought together as revolutionary comrades," Jean Tianbo said. Zhao Weijie snorted and rolled his eyes, not replying. White Anshi snorted and rolled her eyes too, but said nothing. Who would want to stay in contact with someone like that? Humph. Jean Tianbo's face showed some discomfort, so he had to speak to Fong Tang Sengmo. After 5 hours, they finally arrived at Shanghai Station. Seeing the distant station sign, all 5 became excited. Before the train even stopped, they hurriedly took down their luggage. The train slowly entered the station, making a clattering sound, and finally came to a stop.
"Ah,
I'm home," Bianchi cheerfully shouted, happy to leave that terrible place. Zhao Weijie and Jean Tianbo were also excited, but more reserved than Bianchi. Sang Mo carried his luggage with both hands, while Fong Tang only carried a few light bags. An elegant female voice came from the loudspeaker, and passengers lined up to disembark one by one. After getting off the train, Bianchi hurried outside. After a few steps, she turned back and shouted to Fong Tang, "See you at the factory tomorrow." Although she used to dislike Fong Tang, they had gotten along okay these past few months. Fong Tang often gave her fish to eat. Bianchi now found Fong Tang quite likable, much more than when Jingzhong Weihong. Fong Tang responded with a nod. They would be colleagues from now on, so they should get along on the surface. Bianchi wasn't a bad person. She was just a bit simple. As long as she didn't get too close, there wouldn't be any problems. Bianchi happily ran off. Her mother had prepared delicious food to welcome her, all her favorites. After a year of hardship in the countryside, she needed to indulge a bit. The passengers were very crowded. Sang Mo let Fong Tang walk ahead to avoid being bumped by others. Finally reaching the exit, they checked their tickets, took a deep breath, and exchanged smiles. "This is my first time in Shanghai. It feels different from Beijing," Sang Mo said. Beijing was grand and solemn, while Shanghai was delicate and bustling, completely different feelings. This city was where he would work hard, and also where he and Fong Tang would live together.
he would do his best."
In the future, if possible, we can also go back to Beijing. Fong Tang thought he missed home and comforted him. Sang Mo smiled. But it was unlikely he would return to Beijing. Still, he could take his wife there for a visit. "Tanger, black egg," old Master Fong's loud voice rang out as he ran over calling out. Since returning to the city, he looked healthier, rosy-cheeked, and in good spirits. Fong Tang happily waved and ran toward his grandfather, but then stopped and turned back to pick up the things Sang Mo was holding. Mo Xiao set aside the luggage, which was too heavy for him. Fong Tang's fair hands were not used to carrying heavy things, so he didn't want her to strain herself. Fong Tang didn't insist. She winked playfully at him and quickly ran toward old Master Fong, leaving her partner behind without a word. Haha, you're finally back. Let me take a good look. You haven't lost weight. Old Master Fong carefully examined Fong Tang. Seeing she looked healthy, he relaxed. He thought, Black Egg is taking good care of his wife. Come on, get in the car. Old Sang and Old Wu are waiting at home. Old Master Fong grabbed Fong Tang's hand and led her away. His car was parked nearby. Wait, Sang Mo. Fong Tang called. Wait for what? You're grown up now. You can't run away, Old Master Fong said casually, pulling her along. He didn't look at Sang Mo once. Fong Tang looked at her partner with sympathy. Sang Mo smiled helplessly and quickly followed. Across the street, a jeep was parked. The driver wore a uniform, and no one dared to get close.
People looked at it with respect.
Zhao Weijie and Jean Tianbo saw it too. They wondered which important person's car it was. Then they saw Fong Tang and Old Master Fong happily coming out. They recognized Old Master Fong. He used to live in a shabby grass house on the hillside. Now he looked energetic and commanding. It was clear he was not an ordinary person. Most importantly, the old man wore a uniform with insignia on his shoulders. Zhao Weijie and Jean Tianbo didn't dare to breathe loudly. Their hearts pounded fast. But their thoughts were very different. Zhao Weijie was scared because he had once tried to do something bad to Fong Tang. He failed, but he had the motive and even took action. He was afraid the senior official might settle scores later. With his rank, he could easily deal with his father, who was just a small factory director. Jean Tianbo was annoyed. If he had known the old man from the grass house was so powerful, he would have visited him more often. When he was struggling, flattering these old men would have been better than now trying to curry favor. Now they had missed a big opportunity, and Sang Mo and Fong Tang had taken advantage of him. It was such a pity. After Sang Mo put his luggage in the trunk and was about to get in the car, Zhao Weijie ran over. He was sweating heavily, with a pale face, looking pitiful.
Sang
Mo, come here. I need to talk to you, Zhao Weijie said. He squeezed his eyes tightly, afraid to look at old Master Fong. The stars on his shoulders hurt his eyes, and his hands trembled with fear. He was scared. The sweat on his face was also caused by fear. Just a few minutes ago, he imagined the worst and was so scared he almost lost his mind, fearing he wouldn't see the next sunrise. He decided to come and plead with Sang Mo. Sang Mo told old Master Fong and then went aside to talk with Zhao Weijie. What's the matter? Sang Mo asked coldly, sounding a bit impatient. Zhao Weijie trembled and sweat more. He glanced nervously at old Master Fong and whispered, I used to be stubborn and made a big mistake. I deserve to die. I'm not human. Worse than an animal. I'm sorry. Sang Mo's mouth twitched and his expression grew colder. Zhao Weijie felt his legs go weak and couldn't stand properly. He looked pitiful and said, Brother Sang, sir, I really don't have any feelings for Fong Tang anymore. From now on, she's like my great-grandmother, no, my ancestor. In my heart, she's more noble than my mother. Truly. If I'm lying, let me die a horrible death, cut into pieces. He would never dare to like Fong Tang again. She was no longer the same Fong Tang as before. He, a small factory manager's son, was not worthy of her. I understand, Sang Mo said coldly. But his icy tone didn't reassure Zhao Weijie at all. Instead, it made him more anxious, thinking Sang Mo was planning to settle scores later. He shivered in fear, tightly holding Sang Mo's arm, tears in his eyes as he begged, Brother Sang, you've already punished me. That night, I slept with 2 snakes all night. I was so scared I almost lost my soul. Can we just forget about it? From now on, I'll be your loyal little brother. Whatever you ask, I'll do it. Just point and I'll hit. No questions asked.
Sang Mo disdainfully pulled his arm away. He hadn't really planned to settle scores later. He just wanted Zhao Weijie to behave himself in the future. But since this guy came to him voluntarily, he couldn't do nothing. It would be too unkind to ignore his tears. Really? Sang Mo asked coldly. Really, absolutely true. More genuine than gold. Zhao Weijie raised his hand and swore, eager to show his sincerity. He wished he could reveal his true heart to Sang Mo, just to get through this crisis and do whatever he was told afterward. Since you're so sincere, let's forget about it for now, Sang Mo finally said. Zhao Weijie was overjoyed and burst into tears, feeling relieved. But soon after, he heard Sang Mo say, "We're planning to register our marriage soon. Can the factory arrange a place to live?" "Yes, of course." "Congratulations on your upcoming marriage." Zhao Weijie agreed very happily and felt much better. From now on, Fong Tang would be his sister-in-law. He needed to be respectful and polite, not even daring to look too much. Sun Mo smiled slightly, his expression softening a bit. Zhao Weijie secretly relaxed, knowing he had flattered correctly and tried to please him further. You and Fong Tang are a perfect match, born for each other. Your future children will surely be outstanding. Yes, I hope so, Sun Mo replied calmly. Sun Mo's expression became even gentler. This guy was quite good at talking. Zhao Weijie was completely reassured. Seeing Sun Mo like this, he believed there would be no more revenge. His life was safe. Sun Mo thought for a moment and said, "Fong Tang isn't very healthy and can't do heavy work. You don't need to tell me, Sun Ge. When I go back, I'll talk to my father and have Fong Tang work in the publicity department." "Sun Ge, which department would you like to join?" Zhao Weijie flattered eagerly. "Procurement department," Sun Mo replied without hesitation. "Got it. I'll arrange it when I go back." Zhao Weijie was very attentive, but felt even more at ease. As long as Sun Ge asked him to do things, it meant he was useful in Sun Ji's eyes and wouldn't be targeted. He was willing to be Sun Ji's loyal follower for 100 years. "Black Egg, hurry up," old Master Fong impatiently urged. Sun Mo responded calmly and generously told Zhao Weijie to go home. "Sun Ge, I'm going home now. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., I'll wait for you at the factory gate." Zhao Weijie felt like he had been pardoned and finally got through this difficulty. Sun Mo coldly replied and then ignored him, walking toward the jeep. "What are you guys talking about? Why is it taking so long?" Old Master Fong asked. "Made a little brother," Sun Mo said with a slight smile. Zhao Weijie's reaction surprised him a bit, but the progress was very good. Zhao Weijie was more cowardly than he expected. Old Master Fong didn't ask more and happily talked about life after returning to the city. Old Wu went to teach at Fudan University and lives on campus. Your grandfather and I live in a big courtyard nearby. It's just a few steps away. Your grandfather eats at my house every day, very casual. Grandma Fong cooks very well, Sun Mo complimented. That's right. My wife's cooking is the best. Tang Tang can't quite match her, but only by a little, Old Master Fong proudly said. When they lived in the thatched house before, Old Master Fong often talked about his wife's cooking. He mentioned it every day, showing how much they loved each other. Sun Mo smiled but did not respond to this. He believed that his wife's cooking was the best and was too lazy to argue with the old man. The car drove for nearly half an hour before reaching the big courtyard. There was someone standing guard at the gate who saluted when they saw the car. This was the first time Fong Tang had come to such a serious place, and she didn't dare make a sound. "First time you need to register. After you live here for a while and get used to it, you can come and go freely," Old Man Fong said with a smile. "I and Tanger live at the factory, not here," Sun Mo said. Fong Tang was surprised. Before coming, they had agreed to stay in the Western-style house left by Sun Mo's mother. "Why are they living at the factory now?" Sun Mo explained, "It's too far from the factory here. It's not convenient for commuting. Also, since the factory can assign housing, it's easier to live there. You can get a house right after moving in?" Old Man Fong was a bit doubtful. "Is there such good treatment?" Sun Mo smiled. "Yes, we can. The person we just met is the factory director's son.
He promised us. Fong Tang looked at him suspiciously. Zhao Weijie was not someone who was obedient and easy to talk to. How could he be so agreeable? Sun Nemo winked at her, indicating he would explain later. Getting a house is good. Living at the factory is indeed more convenient. Later you can look at the houses. If the conditions are poor, you can still stay here. When that happens, you can get a bicycle. It's also convenient to ride, Old Man Fong said. Sun Nemo nodded but thought Zhao Weijie probably wouldn't dare give them a bad house. He still needed to buy a bicycle. His old bicycle was sold to the villagers before he left, so he needed to buy another one here. Without a car, traveling was not convenient. The car stopped in front of a red brick house. There was a yard, and most of the houses in the big yard were similar. Some were collective dormitories, but Old Man Fong and the others had their own detached houses. Old Sun, Old Wu, Hey Dan and Tanger are back. Old Man Fong shouted loudly as soon as he got out of the car. Soon after, two old men rushed out like lightning, both running toward Fong Tang and excitedly examining her. Still not thin, the two old men said in unison after inspecting her. Fong Tang couldn't help but smile, feeling very warm inside. She could sense the concern from the three old men. Besides Grandma, no one had cared for her so much before. It was truly very warm. Come inside quickly. The dishes are ready. Grandma Fong has shown her skills today and cooked her best dishes. Old Master Wu smiled happily and also took a bag for Fong Tang. The yard was not very big, but it was full of vegetables, lively and vibrant. It was clear that Old Master Fong had planted everything. From now on, you don't need to buy vegetables. We grow enough at home. Your grandpa also has a yard where he grows vegetables and raises chickens and ducks. They lay eggs every day, Old Master Fong said with a smile. The three old men looked very energetic and happy, clearly enjoying life after returning to the city. But even though they had enough to eat and drink in the countryside, they still carried worries in their hearts and couldn't truly relax. Let me see. Hey Dan has grown taller, tanned, and still looks as handsome as when he was a child, said a kind-looking old lady who came out and tightly held Sang Mo's hand, her eyes red. She was Old Master Fong's wife and a senior who had watched Sang Mo grow up. Grandma Fong, this is my partner, Fong Tang, Sang Mo introduced. Hello, Grandma Fong, Fong Tang said sweetly. The old lady liked her at first sight. Like Old Master Fong, she was very warm and kind. Oh, I've heard Old Fong mention you a lot. During those days in the countryside, it was thanks to you and Hey Dan. Come inside and sit. You're Old Wu's granddaughter, and also my and Old Fong's granddaughter. Come often to visit. Grandma will cook something delicious for you, said Grandma Fong. Grandma Fong was tall and warmly hugged Fong Tang. After Old Master Fong returned, he praised her highly and said it was thanks to her that he and Old Wu recovered from their illnesses. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to handle it. Both she and Old Fong remembered this kindness. From now on, they would treat her like their own granddaughter and prepare a generous dowry when she got married. Old Fong said that this girl had a hard life, not having good parents, and was a pitiful child. She should be loved more. They often hoped for a granddaughter, but only had 6 noisy grandsons, which made them worried. Fong Tang was like a gift from heaven, a granddaughter sent by the heavens. The dining table in the living room was full of food, chicken, duck, fish, and meat, more than during the New Year. After putting down her luggage and washing her hands, she sat down to eat. Old Master Fong poured wine and raised his glass, saying, "Today is a good day. Welcome Hey Dan and Tang's girl." Everyone stood up, clinked glasses, and sat down happily to eat. Grandma Fong kept serving dishes to Fong Tang and Sang Mo, feeling that the two children had suffered in the countryside and needed a good meal. Soon, Fong Tang's bowl was piled high with food, like a small mountain. She felt touched and amused. There was so much food she couldn't finish it all. Sang Mo whispered in her ear, "If you can't finish, give it to me." Fong Tang tilted her head and smiled sweetly. Sang Mo's lips curved into a small smile. Their little gestures made the elderly people feel happy. You're going to report to work tomorrow, right? Old Mr. Wu asked with concern. Yes, I will go tomorrow, Fong Tang replied. Sang Mo nodded, feeling a bit hopeful. Once you get to the company, work hard and don't embarrass the old Sang family, old Mr. Sang said seriously. Got it, Sang Mo responded. Then he heard his grandfather kindly say to Fong Tang, Old Fong has arranged everything with the factory. Tang, you'll work in the office, no need to go to the workshop. Yes, I've already agreed. This time it will be fine, old Mr. Fong assured. Last time, there was a mistake with the hiring, which made Grandpa very angry. So this time, he's watching closely to prevent any trouble. Actually, working in the workshop isn't a problem for me. I can handle it, Fong Tang said worriedly, not wanting her grandfather to think she was too delicate. She also wanted her grandfathers to see she was capable. But the workshop is tough. You can't handle it. Let Heydan go and you, girl, should stay in the office, old Mr. Fong disagreed. His granddaughter definitely shouldn't work in the workshop. Old Mr. Sang also agreed, saying, That's right. Heydan should work in the workshop. Men should endure some hardship, but Tang, such a delicate girl, shouldn't be in the workshop. She should stay in the office.
Zhang Mo's lips twitched.
He was starting to doubt whether he was really his grandfather's biological grandson. Luckily, he had told Zhao Weijie beforehand. Otherwise, he would have been sent to the hardest workshop by these old men. He didn't look down on workshop work. He just didn't want to waste time on useless tasks. He preferred working in the purchasing department, where he could make connections and learn more. Work that suited him better than the workshop. That night, they stayed at the big courtyard. The Fong family had several rooms, and he was the only one staying there. Sometimes old Mr. Wu would come over to stay. The rooms were kept very clean. Sang Mo went back to his own home. Tang, go to bed early and rest well, old Mr. Sang said kindly.
Ok, grand passant, grand Wu.
Good night, Fong Tang replied. She was really tired. She had been on a tractor in the morning, then on a train, bouncing all the way.
Her bones ached.
After washing up, she went to her room and went to sleep. The quilt was new, freshly aired, and very warm. It smelled of sunshine. Fong Tang fell asleep quickly. Sang Mo and the three old men were still talking in the living room, discussing the marriage. Since you have already returned to the city, you should get your certificate early. You don't need to worry about the bride price. I will handle it. Old Master Sang is eager to hold his great-grandchild, and he has given up hope for his two eldest sons. He used to be not very successful, which was fine. Being an ordinary worker is good enough. But when he had an accident, these two unworthy sons listened to their wives and cut ties with him. Their children also listened to their parents. What makes old Master Sang most angry is that when he was secretly taken away, he thought that 15-year-old Sang Mo was living with his two uncles, since he was his nephew. But the truth is, these two beasts didn't care whether their nephew was alive or dead. For 7 years, Heydan wandered alone. If it weren't for his strength and independence, he might have died long ago. Every time he thinks about Heydan surviving alone for these 7 years, old Master Sang feels like a knife stabbing his heart. He will never forgive those two beasts and considers them as if they never existed. Old Master Wu said again, I will prepare the dowry. The wedding must be grand. My granddaughter can't be wronged. Tang is not just your granddaughter. She's also my granddaughter, and I am preparing the dowry. Old Master Fong glared. Tang is also his granddaughter, and from his own family. You prepare yours, I prepare mine. 2 sets of dowry are better, Old Master Wu said with a smile. Old Master Fong also smiled and said, I heard in the opera that in ancient times, noble young ladies had 10 miles of red wedding decorations when they got married. Our Tang should have the same. If not 10 miles, then at least a tractor. The 3 old men forgot about Sang Mo and started imagining having children. Best if it's 1 boy and 1 girl, to make a good family name. Our yard is too quiet. Having children will make it lively. Old Master Fong squinted and smiled beautifully. His grandsons are all grown up. Although they are in Shanghai City, they don't live in the big yard. His 2 sons have good jobs and only come back during holidays. Usually they live at their workplaces. 2 children are too few.
The more, the better. Old Master Sang wants more great-grandchildren. Old Master Wu glared at him fiercely and said angrily, "Do you think Tang is a sow? Women's health is hurt by childbirth. 2 are enough.
Why have so many?
Children are about quality, not quantity. It's enough to raise one well. Raising 7 or 8 is just debt." Old Master Wu deeply felt that none of his children were properly raised. All of them had gone astray. He often thought it would have been better not to marry or have children at all. Old Master Sang was also silent because he had raised 2 sons who went astray. His youngest son, who was well-behaved, died young. Fortunately, he left behind a promising grandson. Sang Emo stood up and said coldly, "Don't rush to have children. First, get married." After saying that, he went back to his room to sleep. Actually, he didn't want Fong Tang to have children. His mother had suffered heavy bleeding during his birth, which left her ill, and she passed away early. Women who have children are very close to danger. He was afraid Fong Tang might also have problems. No one can guarantee safety in such matters. It might be better not to have children. Whether to have children or not doesn't matter much. That night, Fong Tang slept very soundly, but she woke up very early. In a strange place, she didn't dare sleep too deeply. Waking up late would be rude, and today she had to report to the machine tool factory. She was now very excited. She wondered what her dear family members would look like when they saw her. It is said that Fong Lan went to a shoe factory on the street as a temporary worker to prove she wasn't just wasting time. The pay was low, and it was dirty and tiring. Some family members of the factory workers also worked at the shoe factory, and Fong Lan looked down on that. Now it was her turn. There was also Tian Tian, who wanted to become a permanent worker. But after her application was rejected, she was said to have been hanging out with some troublemakers. These troublemakers were children of managers from nearby factories, from wealthy families, with parents who were officials. They all had jobs and received wages every month, but they didn't need to work every day. No one kept track of their absences, and they still got paid fully. Fong Tang really wanted to see her family soon. She was eager to see their embarrassed and helpless expressions. They had breakfast at Fong's house. Grandma Fong cooked noodles. Fong Tang and Sang Emo each had 2 fried eggs in their bowls. The noodles were cooked with lots of oil, making them fragrant and tasty. Not enough, there's more in the pot. Grandma Fong's kind and gentle manner reminded Fong Tang of her own grandmother. She also made delicious food. She wouldn't eat until Fong Tang finished her share. Only then would Grandma eat the leftovers. When Fong Tang was young, she didn't understand. She thought there was always a lot in the pot. She would eat her bowl clean and then ask Grandma to serve more from the pot. But in fact, there wasn't much left. Still, Grandma always filled her bowl and would say, "Not enough, there's more in the pot." One time, after she finished eating, she noticed her grandmother had used some leftover rice crusts from the pot, added a little water, and cooked porridge with some radish greens. There was more vegetables than rice, so they shared that meal together. From then on, Fong Tang no longer ate first. She always ate with her grandmother. If her grandmother refused to eat, she wouldn't eat either. After breakfast, Sang Mo rode Old Master Sang's bicycle to work. It took about 40 minutes to go from the courtyard to the machine tool factory. By 8 o'clock, she arrived at Tianjin Machine Tool Factory. Seeing the familiar yet strange factory gate, Fong Tang felt a bit dizzy. It had been a year since her past life, and now she was back. Zhao Weijia hurried over politely and smiled respectfully at Fong Tang, completely different from the rude face she remembered. Later, she planned to ask Sang Emo if he had again been scaring people by catching snakes. "Brother Sang, I've finished everything you asked. Fong Tang is going to the publicity department, and you're heading to the purchasing department. The house will be ready in a few days. I haven't had time to tell my dad. Things are being handled one by one," Zhao Weijia said proudly, hoping for praise. Very good," Sang Emo replied calmly, without saying thank you. Zhao Weijia, who was afraid of the strong and liked to bully the weak, didn't need to be overly polite. The more arrogant he was, the more likely he was to back down. Sure enough, Zhao Weijia grinned happily and said obediently, "It's my pleasure to help Brother Sang." Fong Tang, please come in. Fong Tang's mouth twitched. She had lived twice, but this was the first time she saw such a sycophantic person. Sang Mo wouldn't be scaring people with a snake, would he? The security guard saw everything clearly and was very shocked. He knew Fong Tang, but remembered she had gone to the countryside. How could she suddenly be back? Moreover, everyone said life in the countryside was hard. Girls who went there usually came back darker and older, but Fong Tang was becoming more beautiful. And the respectful attitude of the factory director's son. What was going on? The guard's curiosity burned fiercely. When Fong Tang and the others approached, he greeted warmly. Are you back to visit your parents, Fong Tang? No, I'll be working here from now on, Fong Tang replied with a smile. The guard was stunned and took a long time to understand. Zhao Weijie impatiently said, Fong Tang and I came back together to find work. This is Comrade Sang Mo. He's my older brother. Please take care of him. Got it, she replied. The guard's mind was in turmoil. The second daughter of the Fong family had returned to the city for work. The Fong couple hadn't leaked any news at all. Could it be the factory director's son who did this? The more I think about it, the more I believe that's the case. The factory director's son probably still isn't over Fong Tang, so he had the director bring her back. It seems the Fong family might rise again in the future. The security guard regrets his actions. Recently, he hasn't been friendly to Fong's family and has even caused trouble. Several times, he locked Fong Lan outside because she was working night shifts. He didn't want to get up to open the door at night and pretended not to hear her. There's also a small dog hole at the back of the factory and many people sneak through it at night. During the cold weather, he definitely didn't want to get up and open the door. The security guard feels very regretful now. If he had known Fong Tang was dating the factory director's son, he would have been nicer to Fong's family. But he's not the only one who's been mean. Many people in the factory act the same way. Thinking about this, the guard feels a bit better. If someone is going to have bad luck, it's better if everyone shares it. After Sang Mo and Fong Tang finished registering, they went with Zhao Weijie to the office building. They needed to report to the HR department and transfer their household registration to the factory. Work starts at 8 o'clock. On the way, Fong Tang saw many familiar faces. When these people saw her, they looked surprised, as if they thought they had mistaken her for someone else. But Zhao Weijie's face is very distinctive, with many bumps, which only the factory director's son has. Is that Fong Tang? Someone finally asked. Yes, I was recruited here, Fong Tang nodded. Seeing everyone's shock made her feel happy inside. She looked forward to meeting her family even more. Your parents kept it a secret. We didn't even know you lived on the first floor, someone said. Everyone's thoughts were the same as the security guard's regret. They wished Fong's two daughters weren't dating the factory director's son, so Fong's family might have a chance to improve their situation. Fong Tang smiled sweetly and said, My parents don't know. He's my boyfriend, and I came here with him for the job. I hope the uncles and aunts will take care of us in the future. This statement was like a bombshell, shocking everyone. They all looked at Sang Mo. The young man was handsome, tall, and strong. His presence made Zhao Weijie look even more like a toad. Standing together with Fong Tang, they looked perfect, an ideal match. But Fong Tang wasn't dating the factory director's son? Then where did her recruitment spot come from? Everyone was curious, but they also felt relieved. As long as she wasn't dating the factory director's son, Fong's family wouldn't rise to power. We've gone to report. Goodbye. Fong Tang said farewell to everyone. They were all very polite and even said, Come visit us at home sometime. After they left, these people stopped working and gathered together to talk about Fong Tang and Sang Mo. Fong Tang's boyfriend looks really good. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Do you think he was the one who helped her get the job? Definitely. Didn't you see Zhao Weijie treat that man with great respect? Have you ever seen him be so polite to anyone before? It shows that Fong Tang's boyfriend comes from a very powerful family, even more influential than the factory director. Where did Fong Tang find such a person? He must be a young person from the countryside who came to the city for work. Fong Tang is pretty and attracts men. Fong Zedong and his wife always look down on their daughter.
They are so narrow-minded, mistaking pearls for fish scales and broken shoes for treasures. Did you notice? Fong Tang just said she didn't tell her family about returning to the city for work. Such a big thing, and she didn't tell her family. It shows she doesn't have a good relationship with them. Fong Zedong and his wife are like that. If it were me, I wouldn't want to stay close to my family either. They abandoned her in the countryside and ignore her. When she was brought back, they used her like a servant, scolding and hitting her. She doesn't even have her own room. Fong Zedong's wife is even harsher than a stepmother. Why would anyone want to be close to such a family? The woman speaking was a former neighbor of Fong's family. She knew very well about Fong Tang's situation. She had argued with Fong's mother a few times and had a very bad relationship with her. She often spoke up for Fong Tang, criticizing her mother. Let's be more polite to Fong Tang's family in the future. They are her real parents. Even if there's a big grudge, it can be resolved. Fong Tang is feeling a bit upset now, but she'll get over it soon. There's no need to offend people. Everyone felt jealous and sour inside. They envied Fong Zedong for having such a good daughter. Even though they were so unlucky, they still hoped for a chance to turn their lives around. Fong Tang couldn't hear these comments, nor was she interested. Zhao Weijie led the way in front, and she and Sang Mo followed behind, heading first to the personnel office to report. The factory director had informed them in advance. The personnel office director was very polite. It took less than 10 minutes to complete everything, and they were given proof of residence, telling them to go to the household registration office to register. Thank you, Director. Fong Tang took the documents. With these, she now had a household registration in Huqing. The director couldn't help but ask, Fong Tang, why didn't you register under your family's household registration? No trouble at all. It's easier to be alone. Fong Tang smiled. She no longer had any connection with that family. Everyone in the office listened carefully. Someone wanted to ask about the situation, but just as they opened their mouth, Zhao Weijie interrupted with a stern face, shouting, There are no many questions. Focus on your work and don't slack off. Although he was using his authority to intimidate, no one dared to ignore him. They all lowered their heads and continued working quietly. After Fong Tang and the others left, the office suddenly became lively. Even the director joined in the gossip, and people from the next office also got involved. News about Fong Tang returning to the city spread quickly because everyone was curious. Did Fong Tang have a big fight with her family? She hasn't gone back to register her household. Probably. She didn't tell her family about coming back to the city. She must have had a serious argument. Fong Zedong and his wife probably don't know yet. There will be some good drama to watch. Everyone's expressions turned strange, and some looked a bit gleeful. Fong Zedong wasn't popular among his colleagues, so everyone was waiting to see some excitement in the Fong family. Today, Fong Tang and Sang Mo didn't need to work. They went to the household registration office to register their household and could go home to rest. Tomorrow was the official start of work. Currently, Fong Tang was an apprentice earning 22 yuan a month. Usually, it takes about a year to become a permanent employee. Some people could get promoted early, mainly through connections. Whether they became permanent depended on the factory director's decision, but there was usually a 3-month probation period. Once promoted, they would earn 36 yuan. Sang Mo worked in the purchasing department, which was a well-paid position. He didn't rely solely on his fixed salary. He also earned extra money, making life quite comfortable. Several departments in the factory were well paid, including the purchasing department, the cafeteria, and the drivers. These were departments where workers could earn extra income. Zhao Weijie was assigned to learn how to drive. Fong Zedong had been having a tough time lately. He said it was okay to live in one room. He could do that 3 years ago, so he still could now. But in reality, living in one room was less comfortable. He was used to the spaciousness of 2 rooms, and the small room was hard for him to bear. Since moving into one room, he hadn't slept well even for a day. His mood was also bad. Over the past 6 months, he had grown a lot of gray hair and looked 10 years older. There was also Fong Lan, his rebellious daughter. He had someone introduce him to a widower, a primary school teacher whose wife had died, leaving 2 children. The man was over 30, which was a bit old, but being a teacher was a good job, and he was a formal employee. Given Fong Lan's current reputation, finding such a man was a sign of being content. However, this rebellious girl stubbornly refuses to marry and even threatens to die. Seeing that Fong Lan is unwilling to marry, the widower gave up and soon found a widow, who is now living very well. As for the rebellious son, Fong Hua, he spends his days idling and hanging out with a group of troublemakers. After scolding him many times and trying to discipline him, he gave up and let him do as he pleased. Fong Zedong sighed deeply. He couldn't accept the reality now. How did life become like this? Master Fong, your daughter Fong Tang has returned. Someone called out to him. Fong Zedong's body trembled, and he looked at the person in shock. Fong Tang is back. Could it be that she couldn't survive in the countryside and came back to ask for help? He straightened his back immediately and frowned. She didn't work hard in the countryside. Why did she come back? Humph, I will criticize her strictly. The person who spoke curled his lips and sneered. Fong Tang has been recruited to work in the city. She will be a worker at our Tianjin machine tool factory, or maybe in the publicity department. Master Fong, how come you don't know about this? Did Fong Tang not tell you? Fong Zedong's face changed drastically. The voices of his colleagues echoed in his ears. She went back to the city? Could it be that this little brat is seeing Zhao Weijie again? Or maybe last time was just a trick to fool him. The rude young man was just a cover, and her real target was Zhao Weijie. The more Fong Zedong thought about it, the more surprised he became. Any confusion and disappointment disappeared. As long as she became the factory director's daughter-in-law, his promotion would be just around the corner. She mentioned it in her last letter, I think. I forgot about it. Fong Zedong chuckled awkwardly, not wanting to admit he didn't know. But inside, he was resentful. Fong Tang was so rude. She didn't even tell her family about such a big matter. That was unacceptable. Now, this girl was the fiancée of the factory director's son. He had to be careful when talking to her. He needed to remind his wife to treat her well and not be like before. He realized now that Fong's family could only hope to rise by relying on Fong Tang. The older and younger brothers were useless and unreliable. Others looked on with mockery. Fong Tang herself said she didn't tell her family about returning to the city. Fong Zedong was stubborn and refused to admit he didn't know. Someone deliberately said, Master Fong, you probably don't know. Fong Tang's household registration is separate. The director even asked her if she wanted to transfer it back home, but she said no. Fong Zedong's face darkened. His mood was unsettled. What was this girl up to? Why did she want to split her household registration? Having an extra household registration allows you to receive 27 jin of grain each month, along with various ration tickets. No, I need to talk to that girl later. If I feel upset, I will say it. The household registration must stay at home. Fong Zedong chuckled and said, This girl is a bit naive. I'll talk to her later. How can a family have 2 household registers? That's not right. He looked like a caring father, but Fong Tang knew better. His colleagues all saw through Fong Zedong's false kindness and felt disdain. Someone else said, Master Fong probably doesn't know yet. Fong Tang brought a boyfriend home. He's a handsome young man, brave and impressive. It's clear he'll do well. Out of your 3 children, Fong Tang is the promising one. Fong Zedong's face changed. The happiness he felt before disappeared instantly. Could it be that the troublemaker isn't dating Zhao Weijie? Could it be that rude young man from the countryside? If it's not Zhao Weijie, then where did this troublemaker's work opportunity come from? Fong Zedong's mind was a mess. He kept hearing his colleagues talk, and his head was spinning. But one sentence caught his attention and made him feel hopeful. Fong Tang's boyfriend also came back for work. He just reported today and is very close to the factory director's son. Zhao Weijie usually looks at the sky, but he's very polite to Fong Tang's boyfriend. The speaker's tone was bitter. Fong Zedong was really lucky. He was about to offend the factory director and get into trouble, but because his daughter was so good, she made a powerful connection. That boyfriend of Fong Tang's is impressive. He looks like a high-ranking official's son. Otherwise, how could Zhao Weijie, who is so snobbish, be so respectful? Master Fong, you really have a good daughter. You'll enjoy good fortune in the future. That's right. I've always said Fong Tang is pretty. She'll definitely marry a government official someday. I knew I was right, someone said, sounding a bit flattering. Although they looked down on Fong Zedong and his wife, they couldn't help but admire their talented daughter. Her success was just around the corner, and no matter how they looked down on her, they could only pretend to be pleased. When Fong Tang gets married, make sure to send me an invitation. I want to share some good luck and have a toast. Fong Tang should be 18 by now, right? I remember she's the same age as my son. Am I right?
Someone asked.
Fong Zedong hurriedly replied, yes, she turned 18 last June 8th. When she gets married, I'll definitely invite you. His mood was like an electrocardiogram, fluctuating up and down. These people made his heart almost give out, but luckily the result was good. That rude young educated youth should be the child of a high-ranking official. Otherwise, Fong Tang wouldn't have been able to get a work placement. Thinking back, that young man wasn't really rude. He was just a high-ranking official's child, so he must have been very proud. In a way, this young educated youth is actually more suitable than Zhao Weijie. Fong Tang is also sensible. If he didn't explain things clearly to her, he isn't an unreasonable parent. If his conditions were better than Zhao Weijie's, he definitely wouldn't refuse. Fong Zedong's face was full of smiles. The worries of these days disappeared quickly. He couldn't wait to find Fong Tang. No, he should tell his wife first. He would cook some good dishes tonight, her favorite food, to welcome Fong Tang home. I'm going to find Tang. This kid is really something. She's already home but hasn't come to see me. Fong Zedong scolded playfully with a smile, then turned around lightly.
He was going to find Fong Tang.
No wonder his left eyelid kept twitching this morning. There must be good news. Fong Tang and her partner finished reporting and left, someone said. She didn't tell you, another asked. Fong Zedong's smile froze for a moment. He slowly turned around and forced a smile. Lately my memory isn't good. Tang has told me so many things at once. I forgot. I just got back to the city and have a lot to do. The first day is always busy. Fong Tang came back yesterday. Don't you know, Master Fong? Yes. Tang told me herself. There's only one room at home, so she's staying at a friend's place. Fong Zedong almost couldn't hold back his laughter. When he saw Fong Tang later, he planned to have a serious talk with her. Over the years, the family had indeed neglected Fong Tang, but they hadn't starved her either. It was understandable for her to feel resentful now, but she couldn't keep resenting forever. That would be too childish. After all, they're family. They should get along peacefully. If she has grievances, she should speak up. In the future, he and his wife would change too. And Fong Lan and Fong Hua, these two unworthy ones, if they dared to shout at Fong Tang again, he would definitely slap them hard. He also needed to remind his wife, from now on, she should treat Fong Tang better than Fong Lan and Fong Hua. If that foolish woman dares to treat Fong Tang like before, he wouldn't be polite. Fong Zedong felt embarrassed and found an excuse to go downstairs. He was going to discuss an important matter with his wife. He must win Fong Tang over and stop pushing her away. It seems that Fong Tang has serious conflicts with her family. After Fong Zedong left, someone said thoughtfully that even big events like returning to the city were not shared with the family, and her household registration was separate. It feels like Fong Tang is about to cut ties with her family. Old Fong asked casually, clearly unaware that Fong Tang hadn't told her family. No wonder, her parents are really not good to her. Honestly, her step-parents are better than her real parents. Since she is their biological daughter, even if she feels upset now, she will probably reconcile with her family after some time. The family can still talk things out. Everyone nodded in agreement. No matter how deep the conflict, a family can usually resolve it. Forget it, going forward, they should be a bit more polite to Fong Zedong and his wife. Fong Tang's return to the city caused a big stir at the machine tool factory. Although she was not there, rumors about her kept spreading. Many guesses were made, but everyone agreed on one thing. Fong Tang's boyfriend must be from a high-ranking family. His looks and demeanor are extraordinary. If he weren't, I'd think I'd lose my mind. During dinner, small groups of people in the corridor talked loudly about gossip, their voices loud enough to be heard. Fong's family didn't want to listen, but the noise kept intruding. Fong Zedong looked happy. He no longer cared about Sang Mo's rudeness earlier. After all, he's from a high-ranking family. Being proud is natural. Fong's mother and Fong Lan looked unhappy, especially Fong Lan. Her heart felt bitter, worse than eating bitter herbs. Recently, she kept telling herself that working at the shoe factory was dirty and hard, but compared to Fong Tang in the countryside, she was much better. Now, Fong Tang had become an apprentice at the machine tool factory. Although she was just a trainee, she would probably become a full employee. She also had a high-ranking boyfriend. No matter how much she didn't want to admit it, reality was harsh. Fong Tang was living better than her, and she would continue to do so. From now on, she would have no sense of superiority over Fong Tang. Fong Lan's appearance was not as pretty as Fong Tang's, and her work was vastly different. Soon, Fong Tang would be proud and haughty in front of her. Fong Lan clenched her teeth tightly. The food in her mouth felt like chewing wax. She used to look down on Fong Tang, but now she would be looked down upon. This feeling was worse than death. Fong's mother felt even more complicated. She was happy that Fong Tang was successful. After all, the family had a promising child who could help support them in the future. But she hoped her eldest daughter or youngest son would succeed, yet it was her second daughter, whom she looked down on the most. This stubborn girl had never been on her side, and she didn't want to soften her tone in front of her. Tanger is now feeling resentful. In the future, you must care for and love her more. Absolutely no more of the old ways. If you make Tanger feel cold again, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Fong Zedong spoke very sternly, as if he needed to set a firm warning first. He looked at Fong Mu and said seriously, "As a mother, you should care more about Tanger. She is about to get married. You need to prepare a good dowry, something generous so she won't lose face. Our family doesn't have that much money right now." "How can we prepare it quickly?" Fong Mu replied unhappily. Every month, losing 30 yuan of salary made life tight. She wished she could spend 3 times that amount on herself. There was no extra money to prepare a dowry. "Didn't you already prepare a dowry for Lanner? Now you're giving it to Tanger," Fong Zedong said coldly, unhappy with his wife's attitude. Fong Lan trembled and lowered her head, afraid to speak. Inside, she felt like countless knives were stabbing her. Was she going to lose her dowry too? That belongs to Lanner. "It's not right to give your sister's dowry to your younger sister," Fong Mu said unhappily. Fong Zedong slammed his hand on the table, spilling soup everywhere. Fong Mu was so frightened she shut her mouth, looking annoyed. "If you keep being stubborn, we might as well not live here. You take Lanner away. I and Tanger and Xiaohua will stay. I'm not joking. If you keep being biased and treat Tanger badly, get out of this house," Fong Zedong said without holding back. Now he felt deep regret. When his mother looked at many gentle, kind, and beautiful girls in the countryside, each was better than his wife. But he thought rural girls were not good enough, and since she had no job, he refused her. His mother had told him he would regret it someday, saying his wife was not a good match. Now he believed her. His mother was right. This woman was a troublemaker. She had turned their good home into chaos. If you gave the dowry to Tanger, what about Lanner? Lanner is almost 22, and Tanger is only 19. Why rush to get married? Fong Mu's tone softened, no longer so harsh. Because she had a fight with Fong Zedong recently, she was so angry she went back to her parents' house. She even wanted her brothers to teach Fong Zedong a lesson to vent her anger. But after only 2 days at her parents' home, her sister-in-law started acting strange and sarcastic. Her parents and brothers also stopped talking to her, letting that unkind woman say hurtful things. Angry, she argued with that woman, but her parents and brothers said she was wrong and told her to go home soon. They said it was not proper for a married daughter to stay so long at her parents' house. Her heart sank. She thought her family was her support, but it turned out they were not. She felt she was worth less than a guest. Since then, Fang's mother no longer dared to argue with Fang Zidong directly. She was afraid that if they truly separated, she would have nowhere to live. Fang Zidong had a job, and even though he was older, he could marry a girl from the countryside without trouble. Now that she was older and not as beautiful, what good marriage could she hope for? Fang's mother thought carefully about the pros and cons. She became gentler with Fang Zidong, but she still didn't want to give up Fang Lan's dowry. That dowry was something she had prepared for over 10 years, and she was reluctant to give it to that ungrateful girl. Fang Zidong snorted coldly, mocking her. If Lan doesn't want to get married, then don't. Use the dowry for Tang. Tomorrow, I'll ask Tang to come home for dinner. Prepare some of her favorite dishes. Fang's mother still wanted to fight for her eldest daughter, but Fang Lan spoke up first, acting mature.
Mom, Dad is right. I don't need the dowry now.
Let Tang use it. She needs it more. Fang Zidong's expression softened a little. Although his eldest daughter's reputation was damaged, she was still more sensible than Tang. All right, Lan, work hard at the shoe factory. Later, I'll find someone to introduce you to a good match. Take your time, Fang Zidong said gently. Thank you, Dad. Fang Lan forced herself to look grateful, but inside, she felt bitter and sour. The good things in her family used to be for her first, but now she could only take what Fang Tang didn't want. Her mother looked at her with concern, but she felt powerless. Her husband was the head of the family, and she could only secretly give her eldest daughter some money. Mom, I'll leave work early tomorrow and cook with you, Fang Lan said with a smile. Fang's mother agreed. She didn't need her eldest daughter's help. She just wanted her to rest early. Working at the shoe factory was exhausting. Fang Lan's hands were now rougher than hers, with cuts and blood every day, which made her heart ache. Fang Zidong looked very satisfied. A family should be close and loving. That's what a proper family looks like. Seeing his son eating with his head down, his anger flared up again. He couldn't help but scold. Tomorrow, don't go out. Stay at home and do some cleaning. All day you're hanging out with those bad friends. Can you really compete with them? Their parents are officials and they respect me, so they play with me, Fang Hua replied stubbornly. Fang Zidong frowned and scolded angrily. You know their parents are officials. They all have jobs and spend their days outside having fun. They earn good money. What about you? You're wasting your youth with them. Do you realize that? Anyway, I have my own plans. You don't need to worry about it, Fang Hua said. After finishing his meal, Fang Hua got up and left. He didn't want to stay in this shabby house anymore. The friends he recently made promised to help him get an apprenticeship. Once he becomes an apprentice at the factory, he won't be far from becoming a full worker. The old man didn't understand anything. He only pretended to be noble and wanted to get close to officials, but couldn't bring himself to flatter them. Every day, he pointed at Fang Tang and Fang Lan, hoping to get benefits from marrying into high-status families.
Bah!
He saw through the old man. He couldn't rely on him for anything. His work depended on himself. As for Fang Tang, he didn't expect much. The old man was getting more forgetful as he aged and still dreaming of gaining benefits from Fang Tang. But Fang Tang often went back to the city without telling the family. It was obvious he was no longer close to home. How could he expect anything from him? Fang Hua didn't want to bow and flatter Fang Tang either. He would find his own way to work and wouldn't rely on him. It's all your fault for spoiling him. Behind him, Fang Zidong's scolding and Fang's mother's advice could be heard. Fang Hua sneered and strode downstairs. He had something urgent to do tonight. His friends were playing cards and going a bit wild. He needed to go out and relax. He was closest to a guy named. His full name was Zhang Wo. His father was the deputy director of the nearby motor factory. But the factory director didn't care much. Zhang Wo's father, though a deputy, had the same power as the director. Zhang Wo held a position at the factory. He only needed to report for 3 days a year. The rest of the time, he was out having fun. He earned a good salary, and his bonuses and benefits were generous. That was the advantage of having a factory director as a father. Recently, Fang Hua had been trying very hard to please Zhang Wo, hoping to get an apprenticeship at the motor factory. Although Zhang Wo was stubborn and proud, He was generous. When he won money at night, he would share 5 or 6 yuan with Manhwa, more than what he earned as a temporary worker before. These matters of the Fong family, Fong Tang knew nothing about. After registering their household, she and Sang Mo went to his house to tidy up. Although they wouldn't live there long term, since she hadn't been there in a while, she needed to clean it up. When she saw the house, Fong Tang was a bit surprised. Sang Mo had said it was a Western-style house, but she didn't expect it to be so big, 3 floors with large front and backyards. There was an old water well in the yard, and the backyard was planted with fruit trees, though now overgrown with weeds, and the trees looked messy. The location of the house was very good. It was in the old French concession, an area for wealthy people. Clearly, Sang Mo's mother was very well off, or they couldn't afford such a villa. Fong Tang felt a little insecure. Compared to Sang Mo, she felt she was less capable and from a less wealthy background. Don't be insecure. You have the system, which makes you better than 99.9% of women. The system suddenly spoke up, sounding annoyed. It thought Fong Tang was being too modest. With such a good system, how could she still feel insecure? Fong Tang's nervousness quickly disappeared. Yes, she had her system. Send out a marriage proposal task. Make the boss agree on a wedding date and complete it before midnight. The system finally issued a task. Fong Tang was stunned. A marriage proposal? What was there to ask for? Hadn't they already agreed to get married? Idiot, of course you need to propose. If you don't, what are you getting married for? Hurry up, the system scolded. How should I say it? Fong Tang was unsure. She had never done this before. You're so clueless. Use your charm to him. Make him unable to resist, and take out all your allure. Hurry up, go for it. The system cheered excitedly. It had been so long since it was pure and reserved. Now it could finally enjoy some excitement. Fong Tang blushed and secretly glanced at Sang Mo. Her heart was pounding fast, and she even thought of a phrase. 2 single people in one room. Won't that be like dry wood and blazing fire? Why are you looking at me? Sang Mo had already noticed her little actions. She kept sneaking glances, making his heart beat faster. Fong Tang instinctively wanted to avoid his intense gaze. The system kept urging her in her mind. Him. Show your charm, go for it. But she didn't want to be charming. She thought the system was talking nonsense.
Phang tan phao tet involuti a.
She thought charm sounded bad, like a fox spirit. Definitely not a compliment. She didn't realize how alluring her accidental movements were. Her small, bright red mouth pouted slightly and gently bit her lip, which shimmered with moisture. Seeing this, Sang Mo's eyes grew deeper. This little fairy had no idea how beautiful she was. You're teasing me again, little troublemaker. Sang Mo couldn't hold back anymore. He pressed her against the wall and kissed her. He took his time to tidy up and quench his thirst. I didn't. Sniff. Fong Tang felt wronged. She had only bitten her lip. How could that be teasing? But Sang Mo didn't give her a chance to explain and kissed her until she was dizzy. In the dim light, their shadows intertwined, close and intimate. After a long while, Sang Mo finally let go. He looked at the small woman with half-closed eyes in his arms, his heart soft like water. He whispered in Fong Tang's ear, once Grandpa Wu announces the wedding date, we'll get married. He was already eager. Fong Tang obediently leaned into his embrace. She also wanted to get married and have children with Sang Mo. She loved kids so much. When the time comes, she wanted to have more children. Their home would be lively. Suddenly, a system voice rang in her mind. Proposal task completed. Reward, a beautiful lip gloss, plus a treasure. Fong Tang snapped out of her dreamy state. A treasure? She wasn't particularly concerned about the lip gloss. Now that she understood how the system worked, she knew its rewards were all about making her more beautiful. The lip gloss was probably to make her lips prettier. What she cared more about was the treasure. Could it be hidden in this house? Sang Mo had already taken a broom and started cleaning. The furniture was covered with cloth, which was dusty, and there were spider webs on the beams. Fong Tang fetched a basin of water and began wiping the tables, cabinets, and staircase handrails. Although the house was built before liberation, it was very finely made. Now, it still looked exquisite. The staircase handrails were carved with intricate patterns, clearly showing the high cost. This staircase is really beautiful. Fong Tang finished cleaning the handrails and looked at them more and more. At the bottom was a wooden carving of a carp, vividly detailed, but covered in dust, making cleaning difficult. She slowly wiped, even using her nails to scrape off the dirt, which was quite tiring. Sang Mo climbed onto the table to clean the spider webs on the beams. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "My grandfather spent a lot of money on this house. All the materials are the best. No wonder it's so beautiful." Fong Tang continued wiping and reminded him, "Be careful." Sang Mo didn't think much of it. Even if he fell, it wouldn't matter. The height wasn't that great. Fong Tang changed the basin of water, planning to wipe the underside of the handrail. She accidentally touched the head of the carved carp and suddenly heard a cracking sound. Startled, she thought she had broken the beautiful decoration. After checking carefully, the carp seemed fine, but Fong Tang still felt uneasy. She placed her hand on it again, examining it up and down. Without meaning to, she pressed a little harder. Another cracking sound came. This time, the sound was louder, and to her surprise, the carp began to move on its own. Fong Tang was so shocked she almost fell. What was happening? Sang Mo, "Come here, quick." Fong Tang called out. Sang Mo thought she had hurt herself, so he jumped down from the table and rushed over. But when he saw the carp on the stair railing slowly turning, he froze in surprise. "I just touched it, and it started moving by itself," Fong Tang said. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. She remembered the system's bonus reward. It mentioned a hidden treasure. Could this carp be the entrance to it? Like saying, "Open sesame"? Sang Mo, "Do you think there's treasure inside?" Fong Tang's eyes sparkled. "Maybe there really is. If so, it's all yours," Sang Mo said with a smile, gently tapping her nose. What a little money lover she was. "You said it. When you start earning money, you'll have to hand it over to me. I'll manage our finances." Fong Tang quickly added, determined to keep control of the household budget. "I'll earn it, and you can spend it." "Deal?" Sang Mo said fondly. "Of course. I have to dress nicely to show that you're successful. That way, you'll look good too," Fong Tang said playfully. She had come to realize that women shouldn't always try to be the perfect wife and mother. Grandpa Wu had told her many times, giving plenty of examples. Women who were too selfless often ended up unhappy, sacrificing themselves for others. "Tanger, remember this," Grandpa Wu had said. "A wife should be kind, but not overly so. A mother should be good, but not to the point of losing herself. Don't ever wrong yourself. Let Haydn work hard. You just enjoy life and don't worry about saving for him." Those words had opened a new door for Fong Tang. She realized that women could live differently, and it sounded wonderful. Sang Mo didn't think her ideas were wrong at all. For a man to earn money and let his wife enjoy it, that was only natural. The carp stopped turning, then made a clicking sound again. The two people held their breath and nervously watched the stairs. Soon, a small door appeared in the wall below the stairs. Fong Tang was overjoyed inside. It really was a treasure. "I'll go in first." Sang Mo took out a lighter, lit it, and walked ahead. When he reached the door, the flame flickered. Clearly, the inside was not sealed off. There was an air vent. He felt reassured and entered. This secret room was definitely left by Grandpa. Sang Mo had never met his grandparents. They had passed away during times of war. His knowledge of them and his parents came from his grandfather. However, Grandpa didn't know much about his grandparents either. He only knew that Grandpa was very capable. Before liberation, he was the chief manager of the biggest pawnshop in Huqing, and he rarely made mistakes in judging treasures. The lighter's glow flickered, giving a rough idea of the room size. It was about 10 square meters, filled with boxes. Sang Mo found a switch, and the light turned on, illuminating everything clearly. The boxes were covered in dust. Fong Tang used a cloth to wipe them clean. She noticed the wood was very thick and had beautiful patterns, not like ordinary wood. These are yellow rosewood. These two are rosewood, and these are camphor wood. Song Mo recognized them at a glance. Maybe he inherited his grandfather's talent for spotting treasures. Since he was young, he loved antiques. In the old street of the capital, vendors sold antiques daily, some real, some fake. He often went there to find bargains, sometimes losing money, sometimes buying genuine items. Over time, his eye for treasures improved. Later, wandering outside, he met all kinds of people and learned many skills for identifying treasures. Fong Tang didn't understand much, but she knew that yellow rosewood and rosewood were very valuable. Only wealthy families could afford them. These boxes, however, were extraordinary. She had no idea what treasures they contained. All the boxes were locked with copper locks. Song Mo looked around and found a bunch of keys under the yellow rosewood box. He tried them one by one and finally opened a camphor wood box. When he lifted the lid, Fong Tang squinted. Inside, there were gold bars shining brightly, blinding her eyes. Fong Tang's throat felt dry. She had never seen so many gold bars before. Such a big box must be worth a lot of money. Sang Mo looked calm. Seeing Fong Tang's silly expression, he couldn't help but smile. He picked up a gold bar and gently touched her face with it. The cold feeling made Fong Tang shiver, and she glared at him in annoyance. Let's look at the others. Sang Mo smiled, closed the box, and opened another camphor wood one. As expected, it was also filled with gold bars. His grandfather had truly been farsighted, hiding so many of them. They couldn't be used now, but one day they would be. These gold bars would become his starting capital. There were 5 camphor wood boxes in total, 4 filled with gold bars and 1 with silver coins. Sang Mo locked them all carefully. Since they couldn't be used for now, he decided to keep them hidden in the secret room. 3 keys remained. Sang Mo's expression grew serious. He was sure that the 3 remaining boxes contained something extremely valuable, which was why his grandfather had used such fine boxes. He opened the Wangwali wood box and found it full of scrolls, paintings, and calligraphy neatly arranged. When he unrolled one, his calm face finally changed. It was an authentic work by Tang Bohu. This was worth far more than gold. Sang Mo carefully rolled it back up and took out another. It was also a genuine piece by a famous ancient artist, though some parts were damaged. He would need to find someone to restore them later. Under the scrolls were several smaller Wangwali boxes. Sang Mo opened one and found all kinds of jewelry, hairpins, bracelets, earrings, and necklaces, mostly made of pearls, jade, and gemstones. Another box was filled with various gems, shining brightly. Fong Tang's eyes widened as she tried to calculate their value, but she couldn't even begin to guess. They were certainly worth a fortune. Even if she and Sang Mo never worked again, they could live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Sang Mo took out a ruby hairpin and gently placed it in Fong Tang's dark hair. It looked beautiful, but he sighed regretfully. You can wear it in a few years. Put it away quickly. Fong Tang didn't want to wear it. Such a beautiful hairpin might get lost if she took it outside. It was better to keep it safe at home. Besides, people now preferred a simple look and women didn't focus much on decoration. Sang Mo then opened 2 rosewood boxes. Inside were antique ornaments and porcelain pieces. Fong Tang didn't understand much about them, but Sang Mo was thrilled. Every item was a priceless treasure. In prosperous times, each of these antiques would be worth a great deal and could be passed down as family heirlooms. Your grandfather is really talented, Fong Tang said with admiration. He secretly hid so many treasures. He must be a clever person. Luckily, no one occupied this house, or the treasures might have fallen into Sang Mo's hands. At this moment, Sang Mo finally understood why his grandfather, before passing away, made his mother swear to protect this house. No matter what happens, the house must stay in the family and cannot be given to outsiders. During that chaotic time of war, when everything was unstable, his grandfather carefully left so much property for his mother. Sadly, she never realized it before she died. They cleaned out the secret room and closed the door, restoring everything to its original state. If Fong Tang hadn't accidentally triggered the fish mechanism, they might never have discovered this hidden space. Sang Mo was filled with emotion. Tang is truly his lucky star. Since being with Fong Tang, his luck has improved greatly. Everything feels easy now, much better than his wandering days. It's like living in heaven. He promised himself to treat Tang even better in the future, so she wouldn't suffer any hardship. Silently, Sang Mo made a vow in his heart. From this moment on, another loyal partner was born. The system in the shadows smiled happily. It was proud of its contribution. The married life of a loyal husband and a sweet wife would surely be wonderful, right? After tidying up the house, the two of them rode their bikes back to the main courtyard. Old Wu was there, excitedly saying, "I've calculated it. May 18th is the best lucky day in recent years. Your wedding on this day will surely bring prosperity and many children." Fong Tang blushed shyly, feeling a bit embarrassed to respond, since it was about her marriage. Old Master Fong went to look at the calendar. Today is the second day of the 4th lunar month. There's a month and a half until May 18th. Plenty of time, Grandma Fong said. Tomorrow I'll go make some bedding and wool blankets. Where will the new house be decorated? Sang Mo replied. The house my mother left is already cleaned by me and Tang. All right, no need to buy furniture, but the 3-turn and 1-sound decorations can't be missing. I'll get the tickets, Old Master Fong said excitedly, taking out a small notebook to keep track. If he couldn't write, he'd just circle things. He knew his own plans well. The 3 old men and Grandma Fong happily discussed wedding arrangements. The 2 main people didn't say a word and simply went back to their room to sleep, since they had to go to work tomorrow. Before going to sleep, Sang Mo was thinking that he could start writing the invitation cards. After falling asleep, he dreamed of Fong Tang, dressed in a bright red wedding gown, looking at him with gentle affection. Then they entered the new house and began their wedding night. At a crucial moment, Sang Mo was awakened by the crowing of a rooster. He sighed regretfully, wishing he could catch and cook that rooster for waking him up on time. Why was it so responsible and diligent? It didn't even get paid. Couldn't it just crow a little later? Fortunately, the wedding was only about a month and a half away, so Sang Mo felt better. He quickly got out of bed and started washing up. After breakfast, they went to work. Grandma Fong still put 2 boiled eggs in Fong Tang's pocket, still warm. The old lady smiled kindly and said, "Take these. If you're hungry later, eat them." "Thanks, Grandma Fong."
Goodbye.
Fong Tang smiled sweetly, waved her hand, and felt very warm inside, warmer than the eggs. Many times, Grandma Fong's kindness made her think she was her real grandmother, so kind and caring. She also wanted to be a good daughter and take care of the elders. At the factory, they went straight to the personnel office, led by the director on their first day. In the office, they saw Bai Anqi and Zhao Weijie. The 2 were rolling their eyes at each other, but when they saw Sang Mo and Fong Tang, they both smiled warmly and acted very friendly. "Comrade Bai Anqi, you are assigned to the cafeteria. Comrade Zhao Weijie, you go to the transportation team. Comrade Fong Tang, you go to the publicity department. Comrade Sang Mo, you go to the purchasing department." The director read out their assignments one by one, becoming more respectful each time. None of these 4 were easy to deal with. They were assigned to departments with good benefits or easy, clean offices, showing their strong backing. Bai Anqi was very unhappy. She didn't like working in the cafeteria, dealing with smoke and fumes every day. Her beautiful face would surely get affected and turn dull. And why should Fong Tang go to the office? Her father was the manager of the department store, but Fong Tang's father was just a worker. But Bai Anqi had learned to be smarter now. She knew she couldn't show her dislike openly. She also knew that the cafeteria was a good position, lots of benefits. Many people wanted to work there, enjoying good food every day. The publicity department sounded nice, but didn't have much benefit. Thinking this way, Bai Anqi felt more balanced. She whispered to Fong Tang, "Next time you go to get food, I'll give you extra meat." Because Fong Tang gave her so much fish, she would serve extra dishes. Bai Anqi is not ungrateful. Fong Tang smiled and said, "Thank you," and she felt very proud. "You're welcome." She then glared at Zhao Weijia. If that scoundrel comes to serve food, she will serve less, so she can save some for Fong Tang. The director led them to their respective departments. On the way, Zhao Weijia deliberately mentioned Jean Tianbo. "Yesterday, I met Jean Tianbo. He's already reported to the textile factory and is learning electrician skills from a master. It's a good job, and there are many pretty female workers at the factory. He's lucky." Bai Anqi snorted softly and quickened her pace, not wanting to hear this scoundrel talk about bad boys. Jean Tianbo said those pretty female workers have nice faces and tall figures. "I made plans with him. In a few days, I'll visit him. He also introduced me to some pretty girls," Zhao Weijia said with a face full of pimples trembling from a smile. Now he thought Jean Tianbo was pretty good, sharp, and good at talking. From now on, he would hang out with Jean Tianbo. Fong Tang and Sang Mo didn't reply. Bai Anqi had already walked far ahead. Zhao Weijia found talking to himself boring, so he awkwardly shut his mouth. The procurement department and the publicity section are in the office building. The procurement department is on the second floor, and the publicity section is on the third. Fong Tang and Sang Mo separated at the staircase. "Let's go to the cafeteria together at noon," Sang Mo said. Fong Tang nodded and went with the director to the publicity section. The director walked in front. He was not tall, with thinning hair that was shiny in the middle. Fong Tang followed behind, often glancing at his shiny head. "Xiao Fong, how long have you and Xiao Sang been together?" The director asked kindly, already curious. "1 year. He's from the same youth team as me," Fong Tang answered obediently. "So, did Xiao Sang help you get this job?" The director inquired. "The reason I got the job is because Sang Mo and I performed very well. The leaders gave us a chance to learn new skills. Rest assured, we will work hard and not let the leaders down," Fong Tang promised seriously. The director was disappointed. This girl had been in the countryside for a year and had become much smarter. She was no longer as easy to fool as before. He is sure that the Sang Mo family is not ordinary. Fong Zedong, who pretends to be noble but is actually incapable, couldn't get a work placement. Even if he could, he wouldn't give it to his second daughter. "When do you plan to get married?" "It should be this year, right?" the director asked kindly. "On May 18th. The elders have chosen an auspicious date," Fong Tang replied with a smile. "Oh, that's soon. When the time comes, send me an invitation. I want to share in the happiness," the director said eagerly. "It's our honor that you can attend, director. We will definitely invite you," Fong Tang said quickly. The director liked this response. He thought Fong Tang was good at talking. Going to the countryside really helps people grow. This girl used to be shy and timid, acting like a delicate lady, but now she's confident and open, much better. He shifted his thoughts and asked, "Is the new house ready? And is Xiaosong's family still in Huqing?" He looked at Sang Mo's file. Sang Mo lived in Beijing until he was 15, then moved several times. He seemed to have a hard life, not like a child of a high-ranking family. So, he was curious about how Fong Tang and Sang Mo got their work placements.
Fang Tang understood.
The personnel office director was very sharp and also quite snobbish. He relied on flattering Zhao Weijia's father to get ahead. The old man was probably judging whether Fong Tang and Sang Mo were worth befriending. The new house is ready. It's on Huayan Road, in the house left by Sang Mo's parents. It's quite big, enough for me and Sang Mo, Fong Tang said with a smile. The director's mind twitched. Huayan Road was once a wealthy area during the Republic era, lined with French plane trees and garden-style houses. Ordinary people couldn't afford to live there. Now, most residents on Huayan Road had bad luck. No wonder Sang Mo had been wandering since he was 15. His family must have had problems. His mind raced quickly. He imagined Sang Mo's background, probably the descendant of a wealthy family that had fallen on hard times but was recovering now. He had heard that many people had started to rise again in recent years, and Sang Mo's family was likely among them. If Sang Mo's family wasn't from a good background, he wouldn't have passed the official background check for the job. Being hired meant their family was reputable. Though he thought for only a few seconds, he made a quick decision. He would build a good relationship with Fong Tang and her husband. Keeping the house on Huayan Road and helping Sang Mo rise again, his parents must be important people. Making friends with them would definitely be a smart move. Oh, the houses on Huayan Road are quite something. They are all garden villas, right? The director asked cautiously, his small eyes flickering as he looked around. Fong Tang smiled politely and said, "Yes, there are front and back gardens, but they are not very big. Just ordinary homes for everyday people." The director clenched his teeth, feeling a bit jealous. Having gardens at both front and back is impressive, yet she still calls her family ordinary. Since Fong Tang moved to the countryside, she has become bolder and less honest in her words. He, as the head of the personnel office, lives with his family in only 2 rooms. Despite this, his living conditions are envied by others at the factory, and he's been secretly criticized as a flatterer many times. You're really lucky, Fong. You went to the countryside for less than a year and found such a good partner. Your parents will be counting on you in the future, the director said with a smile. Fong Tang chuckled and deliberately said, "I'm not that capable. I'm clumsy and can't do much. My parents always say I'm dumber than a pig. My older sister and younger brother are more successful. I can't compare to them." The director's smile froze slightly as he thought about her words. He wasn't sure if she was just venting, but it was clear she was upset enough to want her own household registration. She wasn't just complaining casually. It seemed that Fong Zidong and his wife had been too harsh, hurting her feelings and making her distant from her family. The director felt a bit gleeful. Fong Lan's reputation was already bad. She had no job, looked average, and was picky. She wanted someone with good looks, a stable job, and not too old. Her family conditions couldn't be poor either. Why would a young man with such good prospects want to marry someone unemployed, with a bad reputation, and average looks? People fear having no self-awareness the most. He held a grudge against Fong Lan because the matchmaker he introduced to her was arranged by his wife. Fong Zidong had asked his wife for help, and she, being good at matchmaking, eagerly set up the match. The man was older, but otherwise, he was better than Fong Lan. His wife had successfully arranged over 10 matches, and those couples were now happily married, often bringing gifts to thank them during festivals. The man she chose was carefully selected, suitable in every way. But Fong Lan and her mother looked down on him, disliked his age, and the fact that he was a widower. They refused to meet him and turned him down without even seeing him. He was curious to see what kind of good man Fong Lan would marry in the future. Because of this matter, the director and the Fong family held a grudge. They thought the Fong family was ungrateful, so he wanted to test Fong Tang's stance. If Fong Tang was close to her family, he would tell his wife and try to get along better with the Fong family. But if Fong Tang was distant from her family, there was no need to be friendly. He would just keep a cold attitude as usual. As for Fong Hua, he was a second-rate troublemaker. He was a twin of Fong Tang, handsome and sweet-talking, but he had high ambitions and low abilities. He had bad intentions, was lazy, and didn't have a proper job. He spent all his time hanging out with a group of troublemakers. Who would dare marry their daughter to such a young man? Fong Zidong and his wife were really unlucky. They had a talented second daughter who left them, and they valued 2 worthless sons. They were so foolish. The director was very clear about his plan. Soon, he decided to build a good relationship with Fong Tang and her husband. As for Fong Zidong and his wife, they should just forget about it and not bother. The propaganda department was on the 3rd floor next to the union office. Fong Zidong worked in the union office as an ordinary staff member. He did nothing special, just drank tea and read newspapers every day. He would spend his time like this until the end of the workday, then go home for dinner, and in the afternoon do the same, drink tea and read newspapers. Many people in the factories spent their days like this. Everyone envied the workers in state-owned factories, especially those in offices. They had a relaxed life, high salaries, could eat government grain, and received benefits during festivals. Life was quite comfortable. Section Chief Chi, I brought you a new colleague. Fong Tang, the second daughter of Fong Zidong from next door. She's one of our factory's kids. the director said as he entered the office, greeting the leaders of the propaganda department warmly. Fong Tang from Master Fong's family, right? I've heard about her. Welcome. Section Chief Chi enthusiastically extended his hand.
There were no secrets in the office building.
The news that Fong Tang had reported for duty had already spread throughout the entire building. Hello, Section Chief. Hello, everyone. I just arrived and don't know much yet. If I do anything wrong, please criticize me. Fong Tang greeted everyone confidently, no longer acting overly humble like she did when she first arrived at a new place. Now she had 3 elders backing her up, and Sang Mo was still at the factory. Why should she feel wronged? Anyway, she wouldn't bully others, and no one could bully her. The propaganda department had 4 people, including the section chief. With Fong Tang, there were 5. Section Chief Chi and Fong Zedong were about the same age, short, chubby, sturdy, with a receding hairline, even more shiny than the director. The other 3 are Sister Shu, Brother Li, and Old Gao. Old Gao is the oldest and will retire in 2 years. He always has a big smile and speaks slowly and calmly. Everyone says he is a very kind person. Brother Li is tall and thin, in his early 30s. His father is a leader in the commerce department, and his wife works there too, so he has connections. He speaks confidently and dares to stand up to the factory director. He has a quick temper. Sister Shu is fair and plump, in her 30s or 40s. She looks sharp and not easy to get along with. In her past life, Fong Tang had some dealings with the people in the office building when she was recruiting workers.
She knew these people well.
Section Chief Chi was friendly on the surface, but very calculating and greedy. But Section Chief Chi has one good point. Although greedy, he can get things done. As long as he is given enough, he will finish the job well. He is just a small section chief, but he has a fierce wife. At home, he is like a little caterpillar with no say. Because of this, Section Chief Chi likes to act important in the office, maybe to feel more important. Brother Li has a hot temper, but is honest and loyal. Sister Shu seems straightforward and kind, but is actually very scheming and loves to gossip. She often promises, "I keep my mouth shut," but then spreads the news behind people's backs. Sister Shu also has connections. Her husband is the workshop director and a close aide to the factory director. So she feels comfortable in the office and openly knits during work hours. Section Chief Chi doesn't say anything. Old Gao is a true kind person. He doesn't interfere in others' affairs or gossip. He just waits for retirement. But Fong Tang feels he's not easy to get along with, always seeming to smile, but not really happy. The director kindly said, "Little Fong, study hard with Section Chief Chi and the others. Ask questions if you don't understand. Be diligent and work more. Young people should work more. It's good for you." "I understand," Fong Tang replied politely. But she didn't want to do extra work. Why should young people work harder? Older workers don't share their wages with the young. If wages were shared, she would be happy to work more. In her past life, she was assigned to work in the electrical assembly workshop, where she wired and connected circuits every day. When she went to work, Fong Zedong always told her to be observant, work hard, and speak less. He said she should take the initiative to do tasks like opening water, sweeping, and mopping. She followed his advice and did all those chores. Eventually, she ended up doing all the miscellaneous work in the workshop, and it all fell on her alone. One day, she was feeling unwell and didn't open the water, which led others to accuse her of laziness, saying she caused everyone to have no water to drink. She was so angry she secretly cried. Later, Zhao Weijie found out and went to the workshop to scold those people. Only then did they start to treat her politely. Zhao Weijie was really a bad person in his past life, but anyone who bullied her would stand up for her. However, Fong Tang didn't feel grateful to him at all. In her past life, she didn't work for long. After Zhao Weijie got into trouble, she was forced to resign and stayed at home to take care of him. The director finished his instructions and left. Section Chief Chi pointed to a desk and smiled, saying, "Little Fong, you can use this desk. If you have questions, just ask. Everyone in the office can help, including me." Her desk was next to Sister Shu, who was sewing a sweater very quickly right under Section Chief Chi's watch. Nearby were Li Ge and Lao Gao. Section Chief Chi's desk was set apart on the east side, showing his high status. The desk was covered in dust. Fong Tang went to get water and wiped the desk. In front of her was Sister Shu, who was busy knitting right under Section Chief Chi's watch. Little Fong, your home has only one room, and 4 people live there. It's crowded. If you go back home, there might not be enough space, Sister Shu said, starting a conversation with a hint of hostility. She and Fong's family lived in the same building, but Fong's family was on the 2nd floor, and she was on the 3rd. She had 2 rooms and felt very proud. The system suddenly issued a task. Show off your boss's house using all the words you know, as if you're bragging. The lurking system couldn't stand these snobbish people anymore. It's just 2 small rooms. What's so impressive about that? The boss's house was a 3-story garden villa with many treasures. The system thought her host was too honest and needed to learn the art of bragging. Fong Tang was stunned. Bragging? She only knew about the Palace of Versailles. What does that have to do with showing off? However, she was good at showing off. Completing system tasks was definitely necessary. After thinking for a moment, Fong Tang had an idea. She smiled slightly and said, I have a partner now. We are getting married in May. My partner has a house on Huayan Road, a garden-style house with a big front and back garden and many fruit trees. Over the years, no one has taken care of it, but once it's cleaned up, it will bear fruit. I'll bring some to everyone to enjoy. Sister Shu is very superficial and petty, always putting others down to lift herself up. There's no need to be too polite with such a person. She must be openly suppressed, so she behaves herself. Even if the system doesn't assign a task, she wouldn't be polite. Sure enough, Sister Shu's fake smile quickly turned into a sincere one. Even Section Chief Chi and Lao Gao came over to ask about the house on Huayan Road. As a local from Huqing, they knew what that house meant. It was a dream home for ordinary people sitting in the garden, drinking afternoon tea, listening to music, very romantic. They couldn't believe Fong Tang's partner had such a good family background. This girl had really climbed high. Xiao Fong, your partner's family lives on Huayan Road? Sister Shu asked skeptically, thinking Fong Tang was bragging. Yes, it's the house left by his parents. It's 3 stories tall with about a dozen rooms. It's very big. Cleaning it made my back ache and my arms tired, Fong Tang said, pretending to shake her hands. Sister Shu's eyes flicked, and she quickly put down her sweater, grabbed a basin, and smiled. You have such little arms, no strength. I'll go get some water for you. Thank you, Sister Shu. Fong Tang was very polite. Since she volunteered to help, she couldn't refuse. Li Ge, standing nearby, slightly curled his lips in a sarcastic smile. Lao Gao coughed a few times, picked up a porcelain cup to drink tea, and looked thoughtful. Sister Shu quickly brought water and helped wipe the table. She took the opportunity to ask, Xiao Fong, your partner went to the purchasing department, right? Yes, he originally wanted to work in the workshop, but his grandfather was worried he couldn't handle it, so he arranged for him to go to the purchasing department. Actually, my partner is very hardworking. It's just that his grandfather cares about him, Fong Tang said with a smile. Her words revealed 2 important pieces of information. Her partner's grandfather was quite influential, and he loved his grandson very much. Naturally, he also cared about Fong Tang. Sure enough, Sister Shu and Section Chief Chi's eyes changed again. They understood that Fong Tang's grandfather was definitely a high-ranking official. This time, the job recruitment was arranged by the old man, and he easily got her a position in the procurement department, which is a very important department. His influence is quite impressive. Old people always care about their grandchildren. My father-in-law and mother-in-law are the same. Have you met your boyfriend's grandfather? Sister Shu asked. She wanted to find out how Fong Tang's relationship with her boyfriend's family was. Although the girl looked good, her family background was not impressive. A family of high officials might look down on her. Fong Tang pretended not to notice the suspicion and said innocently, I've met him many times. The old man really likes me. Every time I have a disagreement with my boyfriend, he scolds my boyfriend. I also wanted to work in the workshop, but the old man said it wasn't suitable for a girl, so he arranged this for me. After speaking, she sighed as if feeling regretful. Sister Shu almost felt her teeth ache from the fake smile, but her genuine smile grew even warmer. Fong Tang had caught the eye of a senior leader, and she would surely become successful in the future. She didn't dare to offend her. It seems your boyfriend's grandfather really likes you. What does he do for work? Sister Shu asked casually, wanting to know which department he was in. Fong Tang mysteriously shook her head. I don't know either. My boyfriend said it's a secret, so I didn't ask. This time, even Section Chief Chi looked serious. A secretive organization. No wonder they have such great influence. Fong Tang was truly lucky. She could even find a good match in the countryside. If she had known there were such good prospects in rural areas, she would have sent her unmarried daughter to the countryside too, so she wouldn't be stuck at home, neither high nor low. After this display of confidence, everyone's opinion of Fong Tang in the office changed completely. Especially Sister Shu. She had originally wanted to give her a warning, but now she was much more eager to please her. She called her Little Fong affectionately, even more warmly than her own sister, Fong Lan. Little Fong, this pot of hot water is freshly boiled. If you want some, pour it yourself. Sister Shu handed Fong Tang a pot of hot water and cheerfully invited her to drink. Li Ji's expression grew more sarcastic. He casually walked over, took the kettle, and poured a large cup. Sister Shu frowned and said, Little Li, you can't open the water yourself. Yesterday I boiled it. You drank some too, Li Gu responded bluntly and even smiled at Fong Tang. Sister Shu was so angry she clenched her teeth, but dared not argue with Li Gu. This man's words were sharper than a woman's, and he had powerful backing, so she didn't dare offend him. Thanks, Sister Shu. Fong Tang also poured herself a glass of water. In the future, she would open water for everyone, but it would be on a rotation. Thanks for what? When your fruit trees bear fruit, just give me a few to try, Sister Shu said with a smile. Of course. When the fruit is ready, I'll definitely bring some for everyone to share. My boyfriend's family has about 10 fruit trees: grapes, plums, oranges, figs, pears, and waxberries. The waxberries are full of fruit now, but still green. When they turn red, I'll pick some for everyone. I just don't know if they'll be sour, Fong Tang boasted proudly. But she was telling the truth. Sang Mo's backyard really had about 10 fruit trees. The waxberry variety was quite large, and many were growing, but they hadn't turned red yet. It would probably take a month or so. Sister Shu's heart was almost sour with envy. A garden with 10 fruit trees must be very big, and there was also a front garden, and more than 10 rooms. Living there would be so comfortable. She would never live in such a good house in her life. When you get married, I must come to your wedding and see your home, Sister Shu said, eagerly asking for an invitation. Fong Tang smiled warmly and agreed. The table was cleaned thoroughly, and the drawer was tidied up. Suddenly, a system voice sounded in her mind. Versailles task completed.
The what? Eloquent, Fang Tang Berlin get?
Could she now win battles just with her words? Like Zhuge Liang debating the 6 state scholars? It's not dark yet. Wake up, the system sneered. This dream was quite wild. Daring to compare her to Zhuge Liang? With her level, she could only handle ignorant women like Sister Shu. Fong Tang was not disappointed. As long as there was a reward, she was happy. She picked up some dirty water to pour out when Sang Mo appeared at the door and politely knocked. Who are you looking for? Director Chi asked. Director, it's my boyfriend, Fong Tang quickly explained. Everyone in the office looked at Sang Mo, secretly praising him. What a handsome young man. Sister Shu warmly said, Xiao Sang, come in. I was just talking to Xiao Fong about you. You're getting married next month. I'll definitely come to your wedding and see your new home. Sang Mo politely smiled and said, Your presence truly brings honor to this place. Wow, your house is a beautiful garden-style home. You little Sang are so modest, Sister Shu said kindly. Sang Mo didn't respond to that. Seeing Fong Tang holding a basin of dirty water, he took it from her and strode out. Not long after, he returned with a basin of clean water and helped Fong Tang wash her hands. He came to check on Fong Tang's situation. In large organizations like this, older staff often like to bully newcomers. Fong Tang is gentle and soft, so he was worried she might be bullied. He came up to stand up for her and show his support. "Have you finished your report?" Fong Tang asked with concern. "Yes, my colleagues are very friendly. I ate lunch with them in the cafeteria. I'll call you when I finish," Sang Mo said with a smile. "Here, this egg is for you," Fong Tang said, taking 2 still warm eggs from her pocket and putting them into Sang Mo's pocket. She had eaten a full breakfast and wasn't hungry. "I'm going downstairs now. I'll come find you after work," he said. Sang Mo and Sister Shu smiled and then strode away. The people in the purchasing department are experienced and tricky to deal with. For lunch, he treated his new colleagues. As a young official from a wealthy family, he believed that being generous would help him gain their trust and make them willing to teach him. After he left, Sister Shu winked playfully and teased, "Look at how attached you two are. You can't bear to part for even a moment. But you two are really a good match. Your future children will definitely be beautiful." Fong Tang blushed and whispered, "It's still early for that." "It's not too early. You're getting married in May. If luck is on your side, you might get pregnant that same month, and by this time next year, you'll have a baby," Sister Shu said, counting the days. Fong Tang felt nervous, but also a bit excited. If she really had a baby next year, her family would be lively. She would be the most gentle mother, never scolding or hitting her children. The publicity department was quite relaxed. Director Chi was reading the newspaper, Old Gao was also reading his paper, and Brother Li was restless, going next door to chat and boast. Sister Shu was knitting a sweater. Everyone had work to do, so it felt fulfilling. Fong Tang sat there feeling bored. Director Chi wasn't assigning any tasks, and she didn't want to seem too eager. Just go with the flow. Being too active might lead to being excluded. But she soon found herself no longer bored when Fong Zedong arrived. Next door is Fong Zedong's office. He arrived late this morning. As soon as he entered, he heard Xiaoli from the publicity department loudly talking and bragging while sitting at his desk. Fong Zedong frowned in annoyance. Xiaoli, relying on his father and wife being officials, often slacked off at work and liked to sit at his desk, which was very annoying. "Don't bother dreaming about it. Fong Tang has a boyfriend and will get married next month. Her partner is handsome, from a good family, and owns a garden house on Huayan Road. It has 2 gardens, 3 floors, and over 10 rooms. Don't you think you have such good conditions?" In the union office, several young people from other offices and the workshop sat together. They had heard a pretty girl from the publicity department had arrived and came over to find out more. These young people came from well-off families and had high standards for partners. They originally wanted to pursue Fong Tang, but after hearing Xiaoli, they felt disappointed. Their families were good, but not as good as having a garden house. Plus, Fong Tang was getting married next month, so they knew they had no chance. "No wonder Fong Tang doesn't even look at Zhao Weijia," said an older woman. Her surname was Song, and she worked in the same office as Fong Zedong. Everyone called her Sister Song. Xiaoli glanced at Fong Zedong from the doorway, secretly listening and looking disdainful. He deliberately raised his voice. Fong Tang's partner is good-looking, from a good family, and very caring. He just came up to help Fong Tang with work. Even a fool can see who she will choose. Getting married next month? That's so quick. Does Fong Zedong know about this? Sister Song asked curiously. Fong Zedong's face changed when he heard this.
He didn't want to go in.
Such a big event like a wedding, and he, as a father, didn't know about it. He only found out from others. It seemed Fong Tang didn't care about him at all. Xiaoli chuckled mockingly. He's her biological father. If he doesn't know, that would be embarrassing. Fong Zedong's expression flickered. He decided to find Fong Tang and have a serious talk. His daughter was now full of resentment towards the family and was acting without considering the consequences, only making others laugh at them. Fong Tang was feeling very bored. She picked up a newspaper to read. After just a few lines, she heard an annoying voice. "Tang, come out for a moment. I need to talk to you." It was Fong Zedong, standing by her desk with a serious look. "I'm working." If you have something to say, do it here. Fong Tang didn't get up and looked very cold. Sister Shu was no longer knitting her sweater and was watching the show with bright eyes. Old Gao and Section Chief Chi also stopped reading the newspaper. Brother Lee from next door wasn't blowing his horn anymore and ran over. A few heads peeked in at the door, all here to watch the fun. This isn't a good place to talk, and I won't take up much of your time, Fong Zedong thought angrily. He felt Fong Tang was very rude. He was her father and an elder, but she showed no manners. If it's not convenient, then don't say anything. Don't talk about private matters during work hours. Fong Tang coldly glanced and continued reading her newspaper. So, what if she was just a discarded child? Maybe she still had some use. They wanted to make peace with her, so they could keep exploiting her. Fong Zedong suppressed his anger, but didn't ask further. There were too many people around, and he didn't want others to laugh at him. He said, "Let's have dinner at home tonight. Your mom cooked your favorite dishes. I'm not eating. Besides, I don't even know what my favorite dishes are." "Don't bother," Fong Tang snapped back. Her mother only remembered what Fong Lan and Fong Hua liked to eat. Tonight's dinner would definitely be what Fong Lan and Fong Hua liked. She didn't want to see those annoying people. "Are you really not coming home at all now? Fong Tang, you've become so bold that you've forgotten how your parents raised you." Fong Zedong couldn't hold back anymore. This rebellious girl was too rude, especially in front of so many people. How could he tolerate it? "That isn't my home. I don't even have a room. I'm just your free nanny. I was raised by Grandma. You only visited 3 times in 15 years, for 6 days each time. Don't talk about being raised with gratitude anymore. Grandma raised me, and I want to repay her, not you." Fong Tang suddenly stood up, speaking very clearly. Before, when she argued in a hurry, she couldn't speak clearly. She wanted to say many things but couldn't. Now, she was organized, clear, and fluent, without stumbling. Sure enough, the system's rewards were good. Her eloquence was amazing. The system in the dark snorted proudly, thinking, "Host knows how to appreciate good things." Fong Tang continued, "Fong Lan loves braised hairtail fish, and Fong Hua loves sweet and sour pork. Every new year, those 2 dishes are on the table, and I make them myself. But I can't make my favorite dishes for myself. If I do, your wife will scold me. Those 3 years in your house were like a nightmare. When Grandma was dying, you promised to take good care of me." Grandma closed her eyes peacefully, "But how did you take care of me? Hitting and scolding are common in my family. I can't even eat meat, and if I eat more vegetables, I still get scolded. They don't see me as a person at all, and even want to sell me to Zhao Weijie for their benefit. How dare they call themselves caring parents?" In the office, more and more people gathered. After hearing Fong Tang's words, everyone shook their heads. If what Fong Tang said is true, Fong Zedong and his wife are too unreasonable. We are all family, and their favoritism is too obvious. No wonder Fong Tang wanted to register her household separately. If she stayed at her mother's house, she might be sold again someday. "Rebellious girl, you ungrateful beast. Your mother was in poor health back then, so she sent you to the countryside. We were busy working and had no time to visit you, but we sent 10 yuan every month. Without that money, how could you have grown up? Even if you did some chores at home, you shouldn't blame your parents or want to cut ties with the family." Fong Zedong's face turned dark with anger as he scolded loudly. Everyone's opinion changed again. 10 yuan a month is not a small amount. It was normal for a daughter to do chores at home. Fong Tang seemed to be overreacting. "Are you sure you sent 10 yuan every month? Grandma kept the remittance slips, and they're still in the box. One year, your wife only sent money for 3 months. Another year, not a single yuan was sent. Instead, Grandma sent you salted meat, rice, and even asked someone to bring eggs and local specialties. You didn't even come home for the new year. Grandma was sick and wanted you to come back, but you kept delaying. She passed away, and you didn't even visit her grave. Grandma raised you with so much hardship. Do you deserve her love?" Fong Tang spoke more and more passionately, but even if she was emotional, she remained clear and organized in her words. She hated Fong Zedong. Besides mistreating her, She also hated his unfilial behavior that caused Grandma to die of sadness. Grandma was a young widow, working hard to raise Fong Zedong. But he turned out to be ungrateful. She wanted to expose his hypocritical face, so everyone would see what kind of person he really was. Everyone's expression changed again. Fong Zedong always talked about virtue and morality, but it turned out he was unfilial. How could such a person have the face to scold others every day? Nonsense. Ridiculous. Fong Tang, how did you become like this? Fong Zedong looked heartbroken, making people think Fong Tang was exaggerating and unsure who to believe. Fong Tang sneered and said, "Every word I say is true. My family can testify. Just ask around our hometown and you'll see what kind of person you are. As for your family, I wouldn't even feel comfortable eating there. Fong Lan's reputation is so bad now. I'm about to get married, and being with her is bad luck. And Fong Hua, always hanging out with troublemakers. It's embarrassing to have such an older sister and younger brother." These words were sharper than any knife, stabbing Fong Zedong deeply. It hurt him so much he could hardly breathe. He cared a lot about his reputation, and Fong Tang's words tore his dignity in front of so many people. The crowd watching the scene talked among themselves. Some of them lived in the same building as the Fong family and suddenly remembered last year when a group of relatives from their hometown came unexpectedly. Do you remember? Last year, more than 10 relatives from Fong Zedong's hometown came, claiming they wanted to work as temporary workers. But they didn't even drink a cup of hot tea before Fong Zedong, and his wife drove them out. Of course I remember. Those people said Fong Lan was dating Zhao Weijia and that they slept together. Fong Lan probably did sleep with a man. The doctor found out during her checkup. But it wasn't Zhao Weijia. The factory director's son is very picky and wouldn't look at someone like Fong Lan. Maybe the relatives from her hometown got it wrong. Exactly. No one has figured out who Fong Lan's boyfriend is yet. She's so devoted, refusing to marry anyone for that irresponsible guy. Teske, maybe her boyfriend is already married, someone suddenly said, causing a big fuss. The gossip grew louder, and no one cared about Fong Zedong's reputation. Fong Zedong's face turned pale, and then pale again. He had never felt so humiliated before. It was all Fong Lan's fault. Her disobedience had brought shame to the Fong family. He thought he must find someone to marry her off. The onlookers continued chatting eagerly. This time, they stopped talking about Fong Lan and turned to Fong Zedong. Those relatives also said Fong Zedong hasn't been home in 3 years to visit his deceased mother. They spoke loudly enough for me to hear in the corridor. Yes, I heard too. They said Fong Zedong is unfilial, a heartless wolf. See, Fong Tang was right. Fong Zedong is just a hypocrite and an unfilial son. How can someone like him criticize others all the time? Shameless. Several disdainful looks were cast at Fong Zedong, like knives stabbing him painfully in the face. You don't need to eat either. Just pretend I never had you, you beast. Fong Zedong couldn't stand it anymore. His face was burning with shame, and he couldn't bring himself to flatter his daughter. He said harsh words and left. But when he returned to his office, he regretted it. He clearly wanted to make peace with this rebellious daughter, so why did everything fall apart again? If Fong Tang didn't go home, how could the Fong family be lively? Fong Zedong hated Fong Tang for being ungrateful and also hated his wife for being foolish and cruel. The bank transfer slip Fong Tang just mentioned sounded like solid proof. His wife always said she sent the money on time. Could she be lying? In the next office, everyone was advising Fong Tang. They were mostly older people, proud of being elders, thinking they had more life experience than Fong Tang. They believed they had traveled more roads and tasted more salt, so they had the right to teach the young. Xiao Fong, after all, he's your father. It's okay to express your feelings. You still need to keep in touch with your maternal family. Young people don't understand. Women should have a maternal family, that's right. Without a maternal family, you'll be looked down on by your husband's family. If you're bullied, there's no one to stand up for you. Fong Tang couldn't help but sneer coldly and mocked. The ones bullying me are Fong family members. Can they stand up for me? Don't sell me out. Just leave me alone. The speaker's expression froze, speechless. The actions of Fong Zedong and his wife were indeed hard to understand. Everyone in the factory knew they sold their daughter for fame and were shameless about it. They were confused. Now they've woken up. Anyway, we're all family. We should get along peacefully. It's not good to have such a big fight. Parents may have huge faults, but they are still your parents. They gave birth to you and raised you. Xiao Fong, don't be confused. Hearing this, Fong Tang's instinctive anger surged. She hated this kind of talk the most. She didn't ask Fong Zedong to give birth to her. Why should she be at their mercy? There are many unkind parents in the world. What right do they have to demand filial piety from their children? Fong Tang stayed silent, not wanting to argue with these people. Anyway, they said their piece. She had her own plans. She would never be involved with a Fong family again. Seeing her expressionless face and silence, others found it boring. They stopped persuading her and left awkwardly, feeling annoyed. They thought Fong Tang was ungrateful and would surely regret it later. Young people are impulsive, only seeking temporary happiness without considering the consequences. They had been deceived and suffered losses before. How could they be wrong? The office of the publicity department finally became quiet. Director Chi looked at Fong Tang with meaningful eyes but said nothing. He continued drinking tea and reading the newspaper. He didn't care about Fong Tang's relationship with her family. What mattered to him was her social background. Women, after marriage, become part of their husband's family, and their connection to their own family isn't that important. Sister Shu kept knitting a sweater and asked with a smile, "Little Fong, do you plan to invite your family to your wedding?" Fong Tang replied straightforwardly, "Since we've already had a falling out, there's no need to pretend or be polite." Sister Shu paused, her expression turning a bit strange. After thinking for a moment, she advised, "Even if you don't rely on your family, you should still consider face and reputation. If you don't invite your family to the wedding, people outside might talk. You might not care, but as your fiancé's family, in high-status families, reputation is very important." Fong Tang's blunt attitude might be honest, but it's not smart. Her family background is low, and breaking ties with her family makes her look bad. Now, Fong Tang is young, beautiful, and charming, and Sang Mo definitely likes her. But beauty doesn't last forever. Peonies, for example, eventually fade. Women's prime years are short. Who can guarantee that a man will love you forever? If Sang Mo gets tired of her someday, and she has no family support, she'll be in trouble. She won't have anyone to rely on. But Sister Shu didn't say all this aloud. She didn't have that close a relationship with Fong Tang, and she was partly watching a show. Whether Fong Tang is doing well or not doesn't concern her much, so she didn't bother to give advice. Fong Tang smiled and said, "My fiancé listens to me. Sister Shu, your sweater is really beautiful. I can't learn to make it. I'm too clumsy." Sister Shu immediately shifted her attention and said proudly, "I'm not bragging, but I can knit over 100 different sweater patterns. No matter what pattern it is, just show me, and I can knit it. I don't even need someone to teach me. I just look and learn." "Wow, you're amazing. That must be a genius, right?" Fong Tang exaggerated, but she genuinely praised her. Being able to knit over 100 patterns is as impressive as a skilled weaver. Sister Shu felt even more proud and enjoyed Fong Tang's praise. She started explaining tips for knitting sweaters, completely forgetting about earlier issues. Fong Tang cooperated, asking a few questions now and then, which made Sister Shu feel even more accomplished. Actually, Fong Tang can knit and crochet, and she's quite skillful with her hands. But she's not as talented as Sister Shu, so she listened carefully. Learning more skills is always good. "Sister Shu, your husband is really lucky to have such a capable and kind wife like you. He's truly in a sweet spot, like he's in honey."
Fang Tang replied sincerely.
"Of course. When I was young, many men chased after me. They were all better than your brother-in-law in many ways. But I only had my eyes on your brother-in-law. Ah, such is fate." Sister Shu laughed so hard her mouth almost couldn't close. Actually, her words had some exaggeration. Not many men liked her back then because she was average in looks, with a small nose, small eyes, and short stature. A few men did, but they weren't very attractive. Sister Shu herself was quite ordinary in appearance and height, so she wanted to find a tall, handsome man to improve her future. She set her sights on her current husband, who was then an apprentice. He was her father's apprentice. His family was from the countryside, and their background was not as good as hers. But he was honest, tall, and handsome. Her parents and she liked him. They used a matchmaker. Her husband was smart and knew that with his background, it would be hard to find a city girl. He didn't want to marry a rural girl, so he tried hard to get into the city, aiming to settle there. Sister Shu was a bit plain in looks, but her parents worked at a machine tool factory, and she was a regular employee. Her father-in-law was her husband's master, so he could help him in the future. Getting a permanent job would also be easier for him. So, the marriage was arranged quickly, just a month from introduction to wedding. It was a true flash marriage, with both sides having their own plans. But the couple loved each other very much. With her father-in-law's help and her husband's willingness to work hard, his career advanced quickly. Now he was the workshop director in the assembly plant, the most successful young man in his village. Every New Year, when he returned home, the celebration was grander than a royal visit. Sister Shu always thought she was very lucky and took pride in her good fortune, keeping her husband well managed. Fong Tang's words touched Sister Shu deeply. She liked Fong Tang more and sincerely shared many factory secrets and tips on how to get ahead. There are 6 food windows in the cafeteria. I tell you, you absolutely must not go to the one run by that old woman with the surname Zhang. It's a pity I wasn't in the cafeteria for lunch, or I could point her out to you. But you'd recognize her at a glance. She's the ugliest woman in the whole cafeteria, and she's quite a sly fox. She usually gives men a full scoop of food, and women only half a scoop, especially pretty girls, just a little. I've lost out many times before. Xiao Fong, remember this well. Never go to her for food. Sister Shu looked very angry, clearly having been taken advantage of by her before. Fong Tang secretly glanced at her big round face, which looked like a steamed bun, her narrow eyes, flat nose, tiny mouth. She felt a bit amused. If Sister Shu had been cheated, how ugly must that Zhang woman be? Actually, Sister Shu's features are okay, just very small. Her face is big, with all her features squeezed in the middle, leaving the rest of her face empty. She's white and chubby, like a big white steamed bun with 5 sesame seeds sprinkled in the middle, and the rest is plain. This feeling is hard to describe. She thought that Sister Shu and that Zhang woman probably had some personal grudge. She would find out the reason later. Also, she didn't usually get her food from others, and she promised to help her get extra dishes. I definitely won't go to her for food. Luckily, Sister Shu warned me, or I'd have been taken advantage of, Fong Tang said gratefully. That's right. That old woman is really annoying. Just stay away from her when you see her, don't provoke her, Sister Shu said, looking very caring, as if she was doing it for Fong Tang's sake.
Fang Tang nodded happily.
She trusted her own judgment and wouldn't believe everything others said. Of course, she knew she should listen to advice. Bad people sometimes tell the truth. That's what old Master Fong taught her, and it's his way of dealing with people. Because of that, old Master Fong has very good relationships with others. Even old Manhwa and Sang are a bit jealous, and they told Sang Mo and Fong Tang to learn more. The whole morning passed in Sister Shu's explanations. She didn't do anything else, just listen to her talk. Old Gao and Section Chief Chi also occasionally chimed in, and Fong Tang didn't think it was wrong to chat during work hours. Fong Tang initially felt a little guilty, but seeing how relaxed and lazy the office atmosphere was, she felt confident. Even the leaders were slacking off. Why should she feel guilty? Tomorrow, she will bring her exam review materials. She won't ask for work herself, but if Section Chief Chi assigns tasks, she will definitely cooperate seriously with the seniors. As a small apprentice, she shouldn't stand out too much. She just needs to follow the seniors and pass the time. At noon, the lunch bell rang. Fong Tang stretched lazily, took her lunchbox, and went to eat. Sister Shu and Brother Li had already gone home half an hour earlier. Section Chief Chi and Old Gao leisurely sipped their tea, smiled at Fong Tang, nodded, and then walked away slowly. The corridor was crowded. The atmosphere was no longer lazy, like during work hours. Everyone was very active. Some young people even ran as fast as an 100-meter dash, probably rushing to get their food. The cafeteria's main dishes were very popular, but you had to be quick. If you were late, you wouldn't get any. Xiao Zhang, give me a big pork chop. Brother Zhang, I want a big pork chop too. Me too. The voices kept coming, all calling out to the fastest young man in front. Xiao Zhang, who was responsible for the big pork chops, sped up and soon disappeared, going to serve his colleagues. Fong Tang couldn't help but laugh. No wonder everyone wanted to join state-run companies, especially those eager to work in offices. The pay was high, benefits were good, it was easy work, and they could eat meat every day. In the countryside, that was just a dream. That's why rural folks wanted to move to the city, but city people often looked down on rural residents. The machine tool factory's cafeteria was very large. As soon as she entered, she smelled a strong aroma. There were 6 counters, all with long lines. Next to each counter was a small blackboard with today's menu. The main dishes were pork chops and braised pork, along with tofu and vegetables. The pork chops and braised pork were marked as small portions, which explained why people rushed to get their food. The author does not mean to belittle rural people. During special historical periods, rural life was indeed harder. The gap between urban and rural areas was quite large at that time. Fong Tang was hesitating about where to line up when she heard Sang Mo calling her. He was already in line, near the front, waving at her. Next to Sang Mo were 2 men, one in his early 20s and the other around 30. They looked over at Fong Tang and were immediately impressed, secretly envying Sang Mo for his good luck. It is now late April and the temperature in Shanghai is rising. A light jacket is enough. Fong Tang took off her cashmere coat and changed into a khaki jacket she made herself. She adjusted the waist to make it look fitted. She wore matching long pants and a pair of mid-heeled leather shoes, making her look even more graceful. Even in a crowd, she still attracted attention. The 2 stunning women exchanged a quick glance, meaning that all men understood. Sang Mo smiled slightly, feeling proud. His wife must be the most beautiful. These people probably didn't believe it before, but now they surely do. Fong Tang walked over and handed a lunchbox to Sang Mo. She said, 2 bowls of rice are enough for me. The meat dishes can be casual, and I want a vegetable dish too. Go and save 4 seats. I'll sit with you, along with Brother Zhou and Brother Fan. Sang Mo briefly introduced the men beside him. Brother Zhou is Zhou Aijuan, in his 30s, a senior in the purchasing department and also Sang Mo's first mentor. Brother Fan is Fan Bing from the sales department, 2 years older than Sang Mo. Their offices are next to each other, and Zhou Aijuan and Fan Bing get along well, so Sang Mo was introduced to them. Hello, Brother Zhou. Hello, Brother Fan. Fong Tang politely greeted them, smiling very sweetly. Zhou Aijuan and Fan Bing felt a bit overwhelmed and didn't dare to look directly at Fong Tang. After all, she was his younger sister-in-law, and staring too much would be rude. They looked away and smiled at Fong Tang, saying in unison, hello, sister-in-law.
Fang Tang bờ lù.
She and Sang Mo weren't married yet. I'm going to find a seat, she said shyly, and left. She originally wanted to eat with Li Gur and others, but since everyone in the office had gone home for lunch, she decided to eat with Sang Mo instead. After she left, Fan Bing envyingly said, You're so lucky, kid. Your sister-in-law is so beautiful. You got a good deal. Sang Mo looked calm but was clearly proud inside. This made the 2 men feel annoyed, especially Fan Bing, who didn't have a partner yet. He asked, Does your sister-in-law have sisters? Introduce me if she does. Sang Mo twitched his mouth and quietly asked, Don't you know my girlfriend's family owns a machine tool factory? She has an older sister, but my girlfriend doesn't get along well with her family, so it's hard to introduce her. Your sister-in-law's family also owns a machine tool factory? What's her father's name? Fan Bing was very surprised. He really didn't know. Zhou Aijuan's expression became strange. He just remembered that Fong Tang's name sounded very familiar. Isn't she the girl who used to date the factory director's son? Her father is Fong Zidong from the union office, and she has a sister with a bad reputation. Over the past year, the Fong family has caused many embarrassments, and now it turns out they are related to Sang Mo's family. This kid is quite capable. He managed to steal the factory director's son's attention. Zhou Aijuan decided to change his opinion of Sang Mo. He planned to take his time to learn more about this boy's background. Not every apprentice is worth teaching. You have to judge a person first. But Fong Tang is really beautiful. No wonder she caught the factory director's son's eye. With her looks, she would be considered a dangerous beauty in ancient times, like a wicked queen or a second version of Su Daji. Before the person arrived, Zhao Weijie called out from afar, waving at Sang Mo excitedly, with a big smile that reached his ears. As the son of the factory director, most people at the machine tool factory knew him. Everyone looked at Sang Mo curiously, like spotlights shining on him, trying to figure out who he was. Can someone make the factory director's son call him, bro? Zhao Weijie happily ran over and boldly stood behind Sang Mo. The person who tried to cut in line quietly stepped back, unable to speak out in anger. Why didn't you go home to eat? Sang Mo found it strange. His home was right at the machine tool factory, and the home-cooked dishes there were very delicious. My dad went to a meeting, and my mom doesn't want to cook, Zhao Weijie said, annoyed that the line was moving too slowly. He wanted to cut in a few more spots, but Sang Mo stopped him and said coldly, "It's almost your turn. Why cut in line?" Zhao Weijie was very obedient. In front of Sang Mo, he was even more well-behaved than a grandson. Everyone was stunned by this, and a mysterious aura surrounded Sang Mo. He definitely didn't come from an ordinary family. He must be from a powerful background. Otherwise, how could Zhao Weijie be so obedient? Zhou Aijuan also thought this way. He had some plans in mind. Since Sang Mo's family was so well off, he needed to show his skills and make friends with this high-status young man. Fan Bing shared the same idea. The sales and purchasing departments were very clever. They loved expanding their connections. Someone like Sang Mo, with a good family background, was the perfect person to befriend. Sang Mo had already guessed this. When he went to report in the morning, he intentionally showed off a little, but didn't reveal everything. He left some hints, making it more intriguing and easier to attract people's interest. Sure enough, the staff in the purchasing department were very polite to him. Zhou Aijuan also introduced his friend Fan Bing to meet him. His first day's experience was quite good.
Soon it was their turn.
The woman at the window was about 40 years old, the same woman that Sister Shu had described as a flirt. She looked quite ordinary, similar to Sister Shu, and liked to tilt her eyes when looking at people. But when she saw Sang Mo, her eyes lit up, and she smiled as she asked, "Young man, are you new here?" "Yes, I'd like 3 servings of large fried pork chops and 3 servings of braised pork," Sang Mo said, ordering 6 main dishes. Zhou Aijuan and others ordered the vegetarian dishes. The people behind started to complain loudly, "Why so much? Will others still have enough to eat?" "Exactly, no one usually orders this much. It's too selfish. Someone should do something about this." The noise grew louder, but Sang Mo ignored it. He was willing to pay, he wasn't eating for free. Having wandered for 7 years, Sang Mo was very particular about food. He was even willing to do almost anything to get it. When people said a few words about him, he didn't care. To him, only what he ate mattered. "Stop making noise. If you don't want to eat, then don't," Zhao Weijie growled angrily. A factory director's son was different. When Zhao Weijie scolded, no one dared to speak. They reluctantly shut up and glared at Sang Mo with resentment, but only in their hearts. Sister Zhang scooped 6 full spoonfuls of food, filling Sang Mo's 2 lunch boxes completely. She even added more than half a spoon of braised pork. Sang Mo was happy and handed her a few meal tickets.
But
her hand touched his, and she even gave Sang Mo a flirtatious wink. Sang Mo's scalp tingled, and he got goosebumps all over. He quickly pulled his hand back, clenched his teeth, and carried his 2 lunch boxes filled with meat away. He felt dirty. Later, he would need to hold his partner's small hand a little more. Today's meat is quite a lot, Little sang. In the future, you should go get the food. Just go to Sister Zhang's window. She likes handsome young men the most, Zhou Aijuan said with a smile. Sang Imo was about to eat, but after hearing this, his left hand, which had been touched by the old woman, started to hurt again, and his appetite was affected. That's right, from now on, Little Sang will get the meat dishes, Fan Bing said happily, eating a piece of meat and feeling very satisfied. The 6 yuan he paid bought 7 portions of meat, which was very cost-effective.
Am Montag smilet.
He would still get the meat next time, but he wouldn't let that old woman touch his food again. Fong Tang lowered her head and smiled, not expecting that a big boss like him would rely on looks to get his food. The braised pork and large ribs in the cafeteria tasted very good, especially flavorful. The vegetarian dishes, however, were bland and mostly boiled with no taste. Fong Tang ate only a few bites and didn't finish her 2 bowls of rice. Why are you eating so little? Sang Imo frowned. She ate too little. Only half of her 2 bowls of rice, and she barely touched the vegetables. I ate too much this morning, so I'm not hungry. Fong Tang wasn't hungry at all. In the countryside, although her work was light, she still exerted some effort. Today, she had been listening to Sister Shu boast all morning, and her breakfast hadn't been digested. Sang Imo poured the remaining food into his own lunchbox and ate it quickly. He had a good appetite and wasn't picky. If the food was good, he could eat a lot. If not, he could still eat. In the past, he had been so hungry he fought dogs for food. Just having clean food was a blessing. Little Sang and your sister-in-law are really close, Fan Bing said with a meaningful smile, feeling very jealous. He was 25 years old, looked quite handsome, but still had no partner. His standards weren't high. If he could find someone half as pretty as Fong Tang, he would be very satisfied. He would cherish her and treat her better than Sang Imo. Fong Tang blushed and felt shy to speak. Sang Imo, however, was very calm and had a thick skin. After finishing the meal, Sang Imo took their lunchboxes to wash. The weather was a bit cool, and the meat broth had solidified into oil. It needed hot water and alkali to wash it clean. Alkali was good for cleaning, but harsh on the hands. That's why Sang Imo never let Fong Tang wash the dishes. He was reluctant to see her hurt her hands. Go back and rest. Sang Imo handed her the lunchbox and told Fong Tang to take a nap in the office. After Fong Tang left, Zhou Aijuan teased, Little Sang really cares about his sister-in-law. Sang Imo smiled and went to wash the dishes. Who cares about their partner? Zhou Aijuan is a bit of a macho man. His tone of voice doesn't sound like he cares about his wife. Fan Bing said, if I had a girlfriend as pretty as my sister, I'd care too. I'd do all the housework. Zhou Aijuan snorted and said confidently, tradition says men work outside and women work inside. It's an old rule that shouldn't be reversed. Men shouldn't do house chores at home, or the household will be chaotic. When dating, men should do more chores, but after marriage they shouldn't.
Why?
Fan Bing asked, confused. Women shouldn't be spoiled too much. If they are, they'll get temperamental. Men just focus on earning money and coming home. They shouldn't get involved in household chores. That's how a happy family works. My wife and I have been happily married for 10 years, and I've learned this from experience. Zhou Aijuan proudly showed off his way of controlling his wife. Fan Bing listened eagerly, and Zhao Weijia also listened humbly. When I come home from work, I don't do anything. It's all your sister's job. Men shouldn't do house chores, that's nonsense. Xiao Seng, when you get married, you can't do this anymore. Otherwise, you'll lose your status at home. Sang Imo smiled, but didn't argue. He didn't agree with Zhou Aijuan's ideas. No one says house chores must be done by women. Zhou Aijuan's wife also works, and she works hard all day. When she gets home, she still has to do chores and take care of the kids. Zhou Aijuan relaxes comfortably. That's unfair and unreasonable. The reason their marriage is still happy is probably because Zhou Aijuan's wife has a good personality.
He doesn't want Fong Tang to suffer like that. Both husband and wife work and earn money. House chores should be shared equally. Whoever has time should do more.
There's no need to be so strict about it.
All afternoon, Fong Tang was bored and yawning. Tears welled up in his eyes. Sister Xu and Li Gu arrived late because they were working. Director Qi and Lao Gao arrived on time. They sat down, drank tea, and read newspapers very relaxed. When Li Gu arrived at work, his face was a little red and smelled of alcohol. It was obvious he drank during lunch. He staggered as he walked. When he sat down, he leaned back and fell asleep. Director Qi looked at him meaningfully and smiled, but said nothing, looking very mysterious. Fong Tang felt a bit upset. No wonder many state-owned factories eventually went bankrupt. The managers and workers had such a lazy attitude toward work. How could they run the factory well? Sister Xu arrived the latest, more than an hour late. She didn't explain herself and sat down to knit a sweater. Fong Tang thought she came to work just to rest. At home, she still had to cook and do chores. At work, she didn't have to do anything, just chat and knit, so relaxed. Little Xu, please come earlier next time. Section Chief Qi put down his teacup and said slowly, with a warning tone.
Got it.
Today was sudden. We had guests at home. It won't happen again. Sister Xu smiled and explained casually, not taking it seriously. He had said this many times before, but never took further action. She wasn't afraid. Guests shouldn't affect work. You still need to pay attention. After saying this, Section Chief Qi took a sip of tea, his expression becoming a bit more serious. Sister Xu quickly said some nice words and promised she wouldn't be late again. Only then was Section Chief Qi satisfied and resumed reading his newspaper. As soon as he looked down, Sister Xu made a dismissive face, showing her disdain. Fong Tang watched for a long time, but didn't see Section Chief Qi give a strict warning or punishment. He just said a few words lightly, then it was over. What's the difference between saying something and not? She was sure she could use her toes to guarantee that Sister Xu would be late again next time. And is knitting a sweater during work really appropriate? If Section Chief Qi saw it, why didn't he say anything? Fong Tang stuck out her tongue, got up, and went to the newspaper rack in the corner. When she met Lao Gao's gaze, she smiled. Lao Gao also smiled, but his smile was a bit profound, like a master who sees through everything. She casually picked up a newspaper to read. After a short while, a loud snore erupted. Li Gu, who was sleeping on his stomach. Judging by his posture, his sleep quality was obviously very good. The snoring grew louder, with a rhythm, high-low, rising, falling. After a while, he even whistled softly in his sleep, making Fong Tang lose interest in her newspaper. Section Chief Qi walked over to Li Ji's desk with a stern face, gently patted his head, but Li Gu didn't respond. The snoring grew even louder. Frustrated, Section Chief Qi slapped him and scolded, "Wake up." That slap was quite forceful. Li Gu suddenly sat up, startled, with bloodshot eyes. There was a deep red mark on his cheek. Still not fully awake, he looked at Section Chief Qi with confusion. "It's work hours now, not at home. Why are you sleeping?" He was snoring even after sleeping. Little Li, your attitude at work is really unacceptable." Chief Qi scolded him angrily. Sleeping was one thing, but he pretended not to notice, yet this kid was snoring so loudly. If the factory director heard, he would get into trouble. Brother Li wiped his face hard and finally woke up a bit, muttering, "Did I snore?" Chief Qi's face darkened even more as he stared at him angrily. Sister Xu exclaimed, "It's like thunder." "Little Li, how does your wife tolerate it?" "My wife actually likes my snoring. If I don't snore, she can't sleep." Brother Li stood up, took a basin to wash his face, and explained to Chief Qi, "I had lunch with some friends from the newspaper office. We drank a bit too much. Chief, I have something to tell you. The newspaper said they want to highlight a few role models with reports. My brother said they want to set an example for our factory." Chief Qi's face immediately darkened, and he asked happily, "Is that settled?" "Absolutely. It's a done deal. Otherwise, I wouldn't be drinking so much."
My brother said he'll come to our factory for an interview in a few days, and we can choose someone. It will be in the newspaper. My brother works for the Shanghai Daily, Brother Lee said proudly. Chief Chi looked at him kindly. To him, Brother Lee looked handsome, obedient, sensible, and very capable, more so than his own son. With this interview opportunity, he wouldn't get scolded by the factory director at the next meeting. This is a good job. I'll report it to the factory director later. Little Lee, you've worked hard. Do you want to go home and rest this afternoon? I'll write you a note so you can go out for errands. That's fine. I still feel dizzy. Chief, I won't come tomorrow morning either. I drank so much I almost vomited. Brother Lee took the chance to ask. Chief Chi smiled kindly and agreed, showing he was easy to talk to and even asked about his well-being. Brother Lee washed his face, then took the note from Chief Chi and confidently went home to sleep. Chief Chi stopped reading the newspaper and went upstairs to report work to the factory director. The office was now only left with Fong Tang, Sister Xu, and Old Gao.
Who knows if it's true or not?
Anyone can brag, Sister Xu whispered, sounding jealous.
She also wanted to go home and rest.
Sitting in the office and knitting was tiring, but her neck ached a little. At home, she could sit on the sofa, much more comfortable than the hard bench in the office. Fong Tang didn't respond to her comment, trying not to offend either side. She also believed that Brother Lee probably wouldn't tell lies, and Sister Xu was simply jealous. Section Chief Chi reported his work to the factory director for over half an hour, then returned with a big smile. He was walking confidently and humming a tune, clearly in a very good mood. The afternoon passed quickly. Fong Tang felt her hurt from sitting so long. When the workday ended, Sister Xu shot out of the office like lightning, efficiently leaving ahead of Section Chief Chi, even running faster. Section Chief Chi frowned, looking displeased, but said nothing, and walked away slowly. Fong Tang carried her bag, smiled at Lao Gao and said, Master Gao, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Lao Gao picked up his teacup, looked kind, and walked away with a little swagger. Fong Tang was the last to leave. She locked the door, placed the key under the flower pot on the windowsill, and decided that whoever arrived first tomorrow would open the door. Many people in the corridor were rushing to leave work. Fong Tang didn't want to squeeze with them, so she waited on the side until fewer people were around. Just then, Fong Zidong also came out and bumped into her. Fong Zidong looked up proudly, expecting Fong Tang to apologize first. After all, he was the elder. If Fong Tang had any sense, she would try to get along with her family, or she might suffer after she got married. Fong Tang's face turned cold. She ignored him, quickly went down the stairs, and soon ran away. Fong Zidong's face darkened. He cursed his unworthy daughter in his heart. Even if she apologized later, he wouldn't forgive her. Everyone else watching saw Fong Zidong's anger and thought he was making a fool of himself. But they also felt Fong Tang was a bit too much. After all, he was her father. How could she show no basic respect? It was too disrespectful.
Phan Tan Wai Tet Daos Tisti.
When Sang Mo and Fan Bing came out, they saw her. Sang Mo greeted her and quickly approached, whispering, Have you been waiting long? No, I just got here. I'm going to ride my bike. Sang Mo headed to the bike shed, soon pushing his bike over. Fong Tang put her bag in the basket and walked beside him. Biking wasn't allowed inside the factory, only outside. Old Fong, isn't Fong Tang going home to live? Someone asked on purpose. Fong Zidong looked very upset. He thought Fong Tang was embarrassing him. She was not even married yet and was living at her fiancé's house, such a mess. But he knew she wouldn't listen to what he said. This rebellious girl had grown wings and didn't care about him at all. I can't control this rebellious girl. Fong Zidong snorted coldly and walked away quickly. The others whispered among themselves and went home one by one. At the factory gate, there was a large crowd of people rushing home. Many did not live in the factory. Some had their own houses, others rented. Few people could get a room in the factory, so factory housing was always in high demand, with many fighting over it. Fong Tang was about to get into her car when she saw Fong Lan. She was a bit surprised, only a year apart, but Fong Lan had completely changed. She looked much older. A year ago, Fong Lan was confident and well-dressed, tall and graceful, with a calm and elegant look. Her skin was fair. Now, she wore dull work clothes, her long hair was cut short and a bit messy, her posture was slightly hunched, and her face looked tired, as if life had worn her down. Fong Lan also saw Fong Tang and froze for a moment, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. She had taken leave today and didn't need to work overtime tonight because she was on her period. She really couldn't handle it and wanted to go home early to rest. She didn't expect to meet Fong Tang at the door. In just a year, Fong Tang looked even more beautiful, like a gorgeous begonia flower. Male workers passing by couldn't help but admire her. Their admiring looks hurt Fong Lan deeply. She had always known her sister was pretty, but she was a bit spoiled. Now, Fong Tang was not only confident but also fashionable, with a stunning face that made it hard to look away. Fong Lan didn't dare get close, afraid she'd be compared to a burnt sweet potato. The tall, handsome man next to Fong Tang was probably her boyfriend. He looked very good, even wearing a watch, pushing a bicycle. Clearly, he came from a wealthy family. Fong Lan clenched her teeth, feeling a surge of jealousy she couldn't hold back. She calmed herself and forced a small smile, walking closer to Fong Tang and softly saying, "Tang, you're back." She still acted like a caring big sister, but Fong Tang felt very annoyed. Fong Lan was good at pretending. In front of others, she acted understanding and polite, earning praise. But she was also the one who drained her blood, smiling on the outside but holding a knife inside. Fong Tang didn't dare to deal with someone like her. Fong Lan clenched her teeth in anger, tasting blood in her mouth. She was sure Fong Tang was doing this on purpose. Her current state was all because of Fong Tang, wasn't it? I had some trouble. Tang, why didn't you go home? Are you dating someone? Fong Lan quickly calmed down and looked at Sang Mo. That's your family's business, not mine. I'm leaving. Fong Tang didn't want to waste more time. Since Fong Lan was already like this, as long as she didn't bother her again, she wouldn't hurt her. But she also wouldn't help. From now on, they would go their separate ways and stay out of each other's lives.
Tang, how can you say that?
This is my home too. I know you're still upset about going to the countryside. It's because of my weak body that Dad and Mom asked you to go instead.
I'm sorry, Tang.
If you want to be mad at me. Don't blame Dad and Mom. They love you. Fong Lan lowered her head and wiped her tears, acting very humble, which drew many people to gather around. A sudden anger rose in Fong Tang. She sneered and said, "Fong Lan, are you feeling unwell? You're doing well at the shoe factory, so why can't you handle it? When you got the notice to go to the countryside, you were so clever. On such a cold night, you deliberately got up in the middle of the night to splash cold water on yourself, and the next day you had a fever. You even said you had a weak body, but you didn't know, did you? When you went out to wash with cold water that night, I saw everything. You'd rather get cold than go to the countryside. You're really calculating."
I didn't, Tang.
"You can't accuse me like that. I really caught a cold that night." Fong Lan's face turned pale, her heart pounding. That night, she went out to splash cold water to avoid going to the countryside. She never expected Fong Tang to see her and say it in front of so many people. She absolutely couldn't admit it. "You know very well yourself. Fong Lan, you've always been like this, sweet-talking on the surface but stabbing in the back. Pretending is your best skill. By the way, I haven't asked you. How does it feel working at the shoe factory?" "I work in the publicity department and it's pretty good. My colleagues are nice, the boss is good, and the food in the canteen is tasty. Everything is fine." Fong Tang deliberately provoked her. She knew Fong Lan's biggest wish was to succeed. Now she was just a temporary worker at the street factory, not even a full-time employee. Yet, she, a girl from the countryside who was looked down upon before, had become a full-time worker at the machine tool factory. Fong Lan's mood now must be even more bitter than eating bitter herbs. "Congratulations. I'm doing well at the leather shoe factory. Hard work is equal everywhere. It doesn't matter where you work." Fong Lan forced a smile, but she didn't believe her own words. That's right. It doesn't matter where you work. I hope you work at the shoe factory until you retire. Fong Tang couldn't hold back and cursed bitterly. Seeing Fong Lan's lips bleeding, she finally felt better and pulled Sang Mo, signaling him to leave quickly. Sang Mo got on his bike, and Fong Tang jumped on too. Soon they rode away. Fong Lan stood there blankly, tasting blood in her mouth. She could hear the gossip and pointing fingers from the onlookers, their eyes full of disdain. Afraid to stay any longer, she hurried toward the family building. After she ran far away, the people at the door finally spoke loudly. It turns out Fong Tang was sent to the countryside because Fong Lan tricked her. She's really sneaky, even betraying her own sister. No wonder she got sick so suddenly. Just as we were told to go to the countryside, Fong Lan suddenly had a high fever. Such a ruthless person. Stay away from her. She's dangerous. Now Fong Lan is like this. It's karma. Everyone was excitedly talking about it. The Fong family had given them plenty of gossip over the year, making work less boring. Fong Lan ran all the way home. When she reached the corridor, she heard her parents arguing. Don't stop me. I want to ask that beast clearly. What did we do wrong to her? We raised her for 18 years, and she turned out to be such a selfish person. Fong Zidong, move aside. Stop asking questions. Aren't you ashamed enough? From now on, let that beast go. We'll pretend we never had her. Fong Zidong blocked the door, not letting his wife go out. Causing more trouble would only make their family more embarrassed. That unfeeling, shameless person, they couldn't compete with her. What do you mean you never raised her? I almost died giving birth to her. Our life is so hard, and I send 10 yuan every month. If she wants to cut ties, fine. She can pay me back with her life. Fong's mother's face turned pale with anger. She had gone to the market early in the morning to buy vegetables, spending a lot of money, and had come back early to prepare. She was already upset, but Fong Zidong told her they didn't need to prepare because Fong Tang wouldn't come home for dinner. When she asked further, she found out that the ungrateful girl wanted to cut ties with her family and had said many harsh words. How could she bear it? In Fong's mother's view, she has been very kind and fair to Fong Tangren, and she believes Fong Tang owes her for giving birth to her. Where are you going to find her?
You don't even know where she lives.
Fine, hurry up and make dinner. Fong Zidong is also angry, but he wants to keep his dignity. If he causes trouble now, he will lose face. I ask you, did Fong Tang say you sent money for a few years, sometimes not sending any for months? Is that true? Fong Zidong suddenly remembers and speaks more sternly. Fong's mother's face changes, her eyes flicker, but she stubbornly says, that little brat's words. Do you believe them? I send 10 yuan every month. I've never missed it, but having lived with her for over 20 years, Fong Zidong can tell she's lying. He gets very angry and yells, every time I ask, you say you've sent money. Fine. You're just ignoring my mother like this. Fong's mother also gets angry, her voice louder than Fong Zidong's. You say it so easily. At that time, how much did we earn? Only 40 yuan combined. Our family of 4 needed to eat, and Xiaohua went to the hospital often. Sending 10 yuan to your mother left only 30. You just focus on eating and drinking every day, never caring if we have enough money at home. Your mother has land and grows vegetables in the countryside. She doesn't need to spend 10 yuan. If I didn't send it, we wouldn't have starved. You're simply unreasonable. No wonder Fong Tang resents this family. It's all because of your unkindness as a mother. Fong Zidong is furious. For the first time, he regrets marrying this woman. She has ruined his once good family with her narrow-mindedness. Unkind? Fong Zidong, do you still have a conscience? Your mother died 3 years ago, and you never went back to pay respects. Now you pretend to be a filial son and caring father. I was busy with work. My mother understands. Busy? Sitting in the office drinking tea and reading newspapers every day. All these years, my salary didn't increase much. I was blind to marry such a useless man. Then let's get a divorce. I want to see how capable you are of marrying a better man. I won't live like this anymore. There was a widower working in the factory workshop. He was less attractive, uneducated, and about the same age as others. Less than half a year after his wife died, he married a beautiful young woman from the countryside in her 20s. Within a year of marriage, she gave birth to a chubby boy. Their life was happy and lively, and the men in the factory envied him. Mother Fong's confidence suddenly faded, and she felt a little scared. No matter how loudly they argued before, Fong Zedong never mentioned divorce. At most, he would smash a few bowls. But today, he said he wanted a divorce. Could it be that this man had an affair outside? Mother Fong was anxious and confused. She grabbed a bowl and threw it at Fong Zedong. He dodged, and the bowl shattered on the ground with a clear cracking sound. Fong Zedong, you heartless man. I've suffered for over 20 years, raised children for you, and now you're cheating outside and want to divorce me? You ungrateful beast. Beware of lightning striking you. Mother Fong scolded him with tears and snot, and people outside the corridor gathered to watch. Some even brought bowls of rice, not needing any dishes. This lively scene was enough to serve the meal. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't want to argue with you. Fong Zedong was also anxious. If he let this woman keep talking nonsense, his reputation would be ruined, and his future might be affected. He was innocent. He spoke politely to female colleagues and kept a respectful distance. How could he be involved in such a scandal? You're guilty, aren't you? Fong Zedong, you. Mother Fong lost her mind. Thinking Fong Zedong was afraid, she grabbed another bowl and threw it. He turned around just in time, with his back to her. The bowl hit the back of his head before he could react. Blood poured out, and Fong Zedong blacked out. He collapsed straight down, lying on broken porcelain shards and suffering many cuts. He lost consciousness completely. Old Fong? Are you okay?
Don't scare me.
Mother Fong's panicked voice came from inside the house. Fong Lan pushed through the crowd of onlookers. When she reached the door, she heard her mother's cry. She hurriedly pushed open the door and saw Fong Zedong lying there, bleeding on the ground. She was so frightened that she also panicked. Master Fong was beaten badly. He was motionless, with so much blood. Someone shouted loudly, and the crowd gathered quickly at the Fong house, even attracting people from upstairs. Fong Lan checked under her father's nose to see if he was breathing. When she confirmed he was, she felt relieved and called out to the onlookers, "Can someone help take him to the health clinic? My dad just fell and got a small injury." Everyone was relieved there was no serious injury, though some felt a bit disappointed. Although they disliked Fong's family, since they were colleagues, everyone helped carry Fong Zedong to the clinic. After a simple bandage, Fong Zedong's head was wrapped in gauze, making him look very sick. He was very drowsy and went home slowly. Fong's mother, feeling guilty, took good care of him. But Fong Zedong kept a stern face and didn't look at his wife. He was deeply hurt and started to seriously think about divorce. He also believed that Fong Tang's resentment towards the family was mainly because of his wife. If he divorced, maybe Fong Tang would forgive him and they could reconcile. The more he thought about it, the more he felt tempted. His attitude towards his wife grew colder, more disgusted, and he started to regret marrying her. He regretted that he had been so foolish back then to marry such a woman who caused chaos in the family. Fong's mother felt anxious when she saw his expression. Her woman's intuition told her that her husband was having an affair. After Fong Zedong went to sleep, she went to talk to Fong Lan. Their son was out all night, and now she could only turn to her eldest daughter. "Lanner, your dad wants to divorce me. He's a heartless man, probably seeing someone outside," Fong's mother said tearfully, very upset. She had worked hard for this family, growing old and wrinkled, but Fong Zedong didn't appreciate her and even wanted a divorce. Such a cruel and unfaithful man. "Mom, Dad was just angry. You should speak more gently to him and stop calling him useless," Fong Lan advised. "It's all Fong Tang's fault. I should have flushed him down the toilet to save us from his trouble," Fong's mother said with hatred, grinding her teeth. Over the past year, all the family arguments had been caused by Fong Tang. Since he went to the countryside, the family had never been peaceful. Her hair had turned white from worry. Fong Lan sighed bitterly. She also thought that Fong Tang shouldn't be alive. Unfortunately, her mother was too soft-hearted back then and didn't do anything drastic. If she had flushed him down the toilet, all these worries would be gone. Mom, don't say such things anymore. There are many rumors about us outside. Also, I just saw Fong Tang at the gate. She was with her partner, and it looks like they are living together. Since they aren't married yet, people will talk. Mom, you need to talk to Fong Tang. Fong Lan softly said, I don't care whether she lives or dies. If she does something shameless, I can't control her. Mother Fong said angrily. Mom, you can't say things in anger. After all, Fong Tang is from the Fong family and we are one family. Others will just say you and Dad can't teach your daughter well. Mother Fong's face changed dramatically. Lanner made a good point. She needed to teach that person a lesson. Since she had returned to Shanghai, she must remember her status and not do anything that would ruin the family's reputation or embarrass the family. Tomorrow, I will go find her. Lanner, you are thoughtful. If that person were half as sensible as you, our family wouldn't be like this. What kind of sin did I commit to give birth to such a troublemaker? Mother Fong scolded for a while, sighed, and only regretted that she hadn't made Fong Tang wash the toilet back then. Now she had to endure so much frustration. Fong Lan comforted her for a while until Mother Fong was calmed down. She wiped her tears and went to cook. At this moment, Fong Tang had already prepared the meal. Old Master Wu also arrived. He was not busy with lessons now and was quite free every day. In the afternoons, he usually had no classes, so he would come over to argue with the old men. Old Master Fong and his wife also came to eat. Grandma Fong tasted the fish and praised it endlessly, saying Fong Tang's cooking was better than hers. You flatter me. My cooking isn't as good as yours. Grandpa Fong in the countryside keeps mentioning your dishes, saying it's 18 times a day, Fong Tang said with a smile. Grandma Fong laughed, her face full of wrinkles. Although she knew the girl was exaggerating, she was still very happy. At first, she liked Fong Tang because she was promising, but now she truly liked her. She looked at Fong Tang with love and asked kindly, How was your day at work? Did anyone bully you? It was good. My colleagues are nice, but it's too boring. I haven't done any work all day, just sitting and feeling sore in my... Fong Tang complained. Why doesn't the boss give you tasks? Old man Sang frowned. The boss has no work either. He spends a day drinking tea and reading newspapers. There's also a big sister knitting sweaters. Fong Tang playfully described a day in the office. The old men listened with increasingly serious expressions, especially old man Sang, who, furious, slapped the table and scolded. Nonsense. Taking the salary but not working. They're all parasites. Why are you so angry? You're scaring Tang, old man Wu said with a slight scold, patting Fong Tang gently on the back to comfort her. It's okay. Old Sang is just like that. Chong Tang was indeed a bit scared and felt some regret. She thought, if I had known, I wouldn't have mentioned the factory matters. Old Master Sang forced a smile and said, Girl, I wasn't talking about you, but about those people in your office. They're too unreasonable. Chong Tang nodded, afraid to speak further, worried she might say something wrong. Sang Imo patted her hand and added a piece of meat to the old master's plate. He said, in state-owned factories, this kind of situation is common. Getting angry won't help. To change things, we can only reform the system. Old Master Wu nodded in agreement and said, Hey Dan is right. Only reform can change things from the root. Factories and rural areas are similar. Both have a big pot of rice, so people aren't motivated to work hard. Without reform, we can't solve these problems. Old Master Fong didn't understand these words. He was happily eating meat and said cheerfully, Someone is worrying about these things, but we can't do anything about it. Let's think about Tang Tang and Hey Dan's wedding. I've already booked a hotel. Is 20 tables enough? Chong Tang was surprised. 20 tables seemed too many. Not too many. We need to invite all our old friends. 20 tables might not be enough. Hey Dan and Tang Tang's workplaces also need to invite some people. It might still be tight, said old Master Wu. Here's what we'll do. Write down a list of guests you want to invite. I'll talk to the hotel. If needed, we can add another table. If a few more people come, it's no problem, said Old Master Fong. Okay, I'll give you the list tomorrow. They agreed. Both Old Master Wu and Old Master Sang agreed. Chong Tang whispered, actually, it doesn't have to be such a grand wedding. Why not? You're my granddaughter and Old Wu's. You must have a grand wedding. Don't worry about these things. Just wait to be the bride, Old Master Fong said confidently with a big tone. Since the three old men were now well off, having saved their salaries for many years and having a lot of money, and their salaries were high, they naturally wanted to prepare a big wedding for the young couple. That's right. You just focus on your work. We'll handle the wedding, Grandma Fong said with a smile. Chong Tang felt warm inside, and her eyes became a little moist. She had never felt such love and care before. This lifetime, heaven had doubled its kindness to her. She accepted the arrangements of the elders and promised to treat them like her own grandparents in the future. After dinner, Sang Mo went to wash the dishes. Chong Tang returned to her family to sleep. Old Master Fong said that before the wedding, she should stay at her parents' house and also ask Sang Mo to come less often to avoid gossip. Sun Mo felt very upset. He thought that after returning to the city, he could be more affectionate with his wife. But he was watched very closely, and even talking more was frowned upon by a few old men. Fong Tang secretly found it funny. She also wanted to be close to Sun Mo, but she had to listen to the elders and act as a good granddaughter. The system has issued a new task, the boss tonight and climb over the wall. Complete it before midnight. The system gave another task. The system was unhappy with the current situation. It thought Sun Mo was too plain, even more so than in the countryside, which made it less happy to watch the show. Fong Tang blushed. The system was becoming more flirtatious, always giving these teasing tasks. You don't have to do it. You have 3 chances to fail, the system said coldly. No, I will do it, Fong Tang replied firmly. She didn't want to give up. She was going to make Sun Mo climb over the wall. Thinking for a moment, Fong Tang ran over to Sun Mo, who was washing dishes. She looked around and whispered, I have a math problem I can't solve. Can you teach me tonight? Grandpa Fong won't let me in. Maybe I can teach you now. Sun Mo felt even more upset. When night fell, the Fong family's main gate was closed without mercy, with no regard for feelings. Fong Tang rolled her eyes. You're so silly. The main gate is closed, but there's a back door. After saying this, Fong Tang's face turned even redder. Sun Mo was stunned. Looking at Fong Tang, shy and beautiful under the light, he suddenly had a realization, like opening a door to a new world. Wait for me tonight. Sun Mo's heart was burning with passion, but his face stayed calm. You couldn't tell how fiery he was inside. After 9 o'clock, Fong Tang whispered, her voice softer than a mosquito's buzz. Her face was so red, she looked like she might bleed. She felt like they were sneaking around, which made her very shy. Sun Mo's eyes grew hotter. He looked around, then leaned close to Fong Tang's ear and whispered, wait patiently for me. Fong Tang was blushing from the warm breath. She hurriedly ran away, her heart pounding. She went to the living room. Old Master Fong was surprised and asked loudly, Tang, are you running a fever? Your face is so red. He reached out to touch her forehead, but Grandma Fong pulled him aside and glared at him. Then she smiled and said, Tang, go back first. Grandpa's son and I will chat a bit longer. Okay, I'll go now. Fong Tang couldn't stay any longer. She said goodbye to the elders and ran back home. After washing up, she tried to read in her room, but she couldn't focus on the words. She kept glancing at the clock in the living room, which was still early before 9. If I had known earlier, I would have asked someone to come at 8 o'clock. But at that time, Old Master Fong and his wife were still awake. They are very punctual and go to bed exactly at 8:30. By 9 o'clock, they are usually asleep. So, Sang Mo wouldn't be discovered if he came then. The system silently looks down on him, thinking, it's just climbing over a wall. Why are you so panicked? You're so useless. In the past, his hosts did all sorts of things before marriage. One of the boldest hosts even had many lovers and could build a harem. That was real bravery. Time feels very slow, passing like years. Fong Tang flips through a few pages of a book, but the more he reads, the more annoyed he gets. He decides to stop reading, closes the book, and lies on the bed staring blankly. After a while, he gets sleepy and drifts off. Suddenly, he is awakened by knocking. Fong Tang startles awake, runs to the window, and opens it. Sure enough, Sang Mo is outside. He uses his childhood skill of climbing trees to pick bird eggs, and now he stretches out onto the windowsill, which is just the right place for him. For Sang Mo, it's effortless.